The manhwa unfolds in a ruthless realm where the strong ceaselessly shed the blood of the weak. In this world of unending carnage, only those with overwhelming power can endure and rise above the chaos. In a dark, dense forest, a creature that looks like a deer is feeding peacefully. But what it doesn't know is that it's being watched and has already been marked as prey by hunters. Hidden in the bushes, our main character gets ready to shoot as someone advises him to stay calm. He then pulls the bowstring back with all his might, preparing for the perfect shot. His companion gives the signal and he lets the arrow fly toward the defenseless animal. However, right as he shoots, a loud sound echoes through the forest and the creature gets spooked by the noise, which sparked the frustration of the instructor, who screamed his name in despair mixed with anger. The man scolded his student severely for failing to catch the prey and breaking the bow instead, while he tried to salvage the situation with a nervous laugh, claiming the bow broke too easily, perhaps due to its age. However, this excuse did not find acceptance with the instructor, who fumed with anger and regret, asserting that he had bought this bow, which he named Angela, new only a week ago. The instructor surrendered to despair, noting that he had known from the first moment that the young man's desire to learn hunting was without a real goal, wondering about the motive that makes someone of the nobility insist on taking up hunting, and suggesting he learn swordsmanship as a more suitable alternative for his social status. Johann replied realistically that skill in swordsmanship does not yield money until its wielder is hired, then suddenly cut his speech short to suggest moving to another location in search of money, which he sees as the only means of survival in this world he described as corrupt. The truth is that this young man is Johann Eitz, originally named Kim Johann, and he reincarnated in this world after his death in a sudden accident. Despite being a noble, his situation was thorny. He sits at the bottom of his family's hierarchy, with no hope of inheriting a name or wealth. Rather, his utmost ambition is to survive without being stripped of his clothes and expelled during his siblings' struggles for power. But the bigger problem was lurking for them at that moment, as his companion stopped him suddenly with features clad in anxiety, pointing in panic to a pack of wild wolves devouring corpses in the darkness. Suddenly, Johann shoots an arrow at the wolves, but the problem is that the arrow didn't hit any of them, but rather made those wolves notice their location. In a scene reflecting the cruelty of reality, he realized that this world he reincarnated into is characterized by the realism of the Middle Ages, with all its details, and excessive brutality where the dead find no rest even after their perishing. While he wondered if those bodies belonged to people from their village amidst a state of uncertainty, his companion tells him something that cements a single conviction in him that accepts no doubt, that the weak in this world are nothing but prey for the strong. Johann tightened his handstrap firmly, determined not to be prey in this era, and certain of his desperate need for money. At the beginning of his arrival, he wished to possess superpowers or a status window like the heroes of stories, but when he realized this world was devoid of such fantasies, he shifted his goal entirely toward gathering wealth. Money is his key to leaving this province and doing whatever pleases him, whether becoming a merchant or a free farmer, so he decided with obvious eagerness to collect every coin his hand falls upon, whatever the cost. While his eyes shone with a passion for money, his companion called him to show him a plant he found, explaining that it was Little Devil's Grass, a rare herb excellent for stopping bleeding and increasing alertness. While the hunter was boasting of his vast knowledge of herbs, he interrupted him with a single question betraying his material priorities, saying it must be expensive. Johann picked up the plant happily and placed it in his quiver just as he would money. The companion noticed something on the ground, so he picked it up and asked him if this bundle of herbs belongs to him. He denied ownership of it, which sparked the companion's astonishment, who asserted that no one dares to venture this deep into the forest except them. Concluding in shock that someone else was here, their confusion was cut short by a terrifying scream piercing the silence of the forest, freezing the companion in place from the severity of the shock. The two rushed toward the source of the sound to find a horrifying scene, where a child was screaming for help while clinging to a tree branch, surrounded by a pack of starving wolves from every side. The terrified girl's screams rose, asking for rescue from this deadly predicament. The companion Joseph recognized the girl, explaining that she was Dale, daughter of Robert, and wondered in amazement why a child was in this dangerous place. Faced with the large number of wolves, terror took hold of him, so he suggested to his master that they retreat immediately and call for support due to their inability to face this number on their own. But Johann did not listen to the warning and dashed quickly toward the danger, which shocked his companion. Joseph tried to stop him, warning that these were not ordinary wolves but man-eating monsters, but he reassured him and ordered him to save Dale while he took charge of distracting the pack. The companion was stunned by this behavior, unable to believe that a noble would sacrifice himself as bait to save a girl from the common people, but the truth was quite different, as he was blaming himself for not learning to hunt faster, having discovered that this place was nothing but a gold mine. Johann began counting the wolves, whose number exceeded 10, and instead of fear, He was calculating the massive profits he would reap from selling their fur. He prepared for the confrontation with enthusiasm, calling out to his moneymakers, causing Joseph to look at him in amazement, not understanding what was going on. The young man moved with incredible agility, but he held the sword in a strange way. The wolves rushed toward him quickly like a pack. He was surprised by the speed of the wolf's movement and used his sword to block its attack. The wolf used its powerful bite and broke the sword with total ease, causing Johann shock. While he was distracted, another wolf approached and directed a fatal bite toward his neck, and Joseph screamed his master's name, unable to believe what happened. Meanwhile, within the borders of Eit's territory in the village of Baltradan, the Eit's family inspection procession was moving among the miserable villagers who bowed in fear. Madame Eitz expressed her severe disgust at the foul smell while covering her nose. She was followed by the eldest son, Philip Eitz, mounting his steed, led by the territory's ruler, Gessen Eitz, who cursed this miserable countryside and its usual foul smell. Philip approached his father apologetically, informing him that Johann was nowhere to be found, expressing his disapproval of his audacity to be absent from the inspection procession, then maliciously offered to send soldiers to search for that brat. The ruler ordered his eldest son in a harsh tone to forget about him and stop looking for that fool, adding with clear indifference as he swayed from drunkenness that his death somewhere, like his miserable mother, meant nothing to him. As the procession was about to enter the village, a large pile of hay stacked at the entrance stopped the ruler, so he asked with disapproval about the reason for its existence. The villagers rushed to apologize and explain that they placed the hay to cover the traces of Johann's training, which looked ugly to the sight, provoking the mockery of the ruler who scoffed at the idea of a pathetic insect like him training. But that mockery vanished suddenly and was replaced by shock that tied the ruler's tongue when he saw behind the hay pile a deep indentation in the trees resulting from crushing punches, making him wonder in amazement at what he was seeing. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the scene returns to Johann, where he managed to block the wolf's bite with his hand before it hit his neck, and the wolf was surprised that it could not penetrate his skin, just as he managed to break its sword. He realized that fighting with a sword did not suit his style, so he threw his weapon and knocked one of the wolves aside. Deciding to fight in his own way and facing the wolf pack, which he named Moneymakers, with his bare fists, Johann fully believed in the principle of survival of the fittest, and that money was his only way to avoid being prey. To acquire this money, he needed one thing: overwhelming power, enabling him to surpass human limits. Joseph is shocked when he sees him eliminate a wolf with a single punch, pouncing on them fiercely and eliminating them one by one. He crushed the last wolf with a resounding blow that turned it into a lifeless corpse, in a scene that made his companion tremble in disbelief at such mighty power. While he turned coldly asking about the monetary value of this bounty, this power didn't come from nowhere. Johann had realized since childhood that life in this world was not easy, having suffered from the bullying of his brothers who outranked him in the family hierarchy and who did not hesitate to beat him and call him the illegitimate son who has no mother. With the continued threats and beatings, he understood the cruelty of this world, and became certain that even if he were beaten to death, no one would care about him, and that the only person he could rely on was himself. He wondered what he needed to survive in a world of the Middle Ages, and luckily he possessed an advantage over the people of this era: his modern knowledge acquired in his previous life as a student, where his mind was teeming with information unimaginable to the inhabitants of this world. He decided to utilize sports science and high-intensity training to build his physique, and despite the astonishment of those around him at his consumption of foods they considered leftovers like oats and cabbage, he saw them as superfoods ideal for building a balanced diet that gives him the strength he sought. He set a strict training regimen based on modern sports science combined with practical close-quarters combat arts, and thus the results of his continuous training accumulated. After several years of persisting with the same training regimen, his body showed overwhelming power that increased with every training session, as he began to feel refreshed and energetic instead of exhaustion. Over time, the question remained hanging whether this power was a divine blessing or just a new test. Returning to the battlefield, Johann stood wiping his sweat, saying these were the last of the wolves. Meanwhile, the companion Joseph checked on the child Dale and confirmed her safety, so she threw herself crying into his lap calling for Uncle Joseph. The companion scolded his master severely, describing him as reckless for not realizing the danger of what he had done. But he soon expressed his deep emotion at a noble standing before a wild beast without hesitation to save a common girl, offering his deep thanks on behalf of the villagers. While Joseph was speaking seriously, Johann was in his own world calculating his profits, wondering which wolves would sell for the highest price, causing his companion to ask him in amazement what he was saying, to which he replied briefly that it was nothing. He turned to Dale and asked about her condition, and she confirmed gratefully that she was fine thanks to him. Suddenly, the girl shuddered in terror, as a terrifying red aura appeared behind them, accompanied by immense pressure, causing everyone to turn toward the source. A giant wolf appeared with glowing red eyes and a huge body, striking panic into Joseph's heart, who screamed that it was a real monster requiring an entire army to face, demanding they flee immediately. But Johann realized then that this world contained real monsters and was not just a world of the Middle Ages, so he smiled confidently and asked the beast if he was the pack leader. Then he apologized sarcastically for killing the monster's followers, noting that wolf fur sells for a high price. He felt the monster viewed him as prey as it growled, preparing to pounce. The monster pounced fiercely towards him, but this changed nothing in the equation for him, as he avoided the monster's bite skillfully, asserting that whatever it was, its skin would sell for a much higher price than the rest. He directed a powerful blow toward the monster's eye, causing it to stagger slightly from the force of the blow, but it steadied itself quickly and looked at him angrily. However, Johann shouted in anger because he scratched the skin by mistake, which meant a decrease in its price on the market. The monster growled in pain and humiliation, then let out a powerful howl. The young man used his hands to plug his ears. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation sweep over him and his features changed, as a vision of a violent clash of swords amidst burning flames flashed before him. And when someone's head is cut off in the dream, he wakes up suddenly, screaming in shock. He sat on the ground panting heavily, filled with confusion and astonishment at what had just happened, wondering about the fate of that terrifying monster. Realizing moments after looking around that the monster had disappeared completely from the place, he checked on his companion and the child, finding them in a deep sleep, and breathed a sigh of relief that everyone was safe. He carried his companion and the child on his back, deciding to return quickly before more monsters appeared, admitting to himself that he was completely ignorant of the nature of what happened. As he left the place, he couldn't hide his regret looking at the wolf corpses he left behind, wishing he could take those precious furs with him. But he surrendered to reality, realizing his helplessness in this situation, telling himself he must borrow a cart next time. Upon approaching the village, he noticed the lights were still on, wondering if the villagers were still out searching for the missing child. Here his imagination began to work, thinking that although he saved the child without prior planning, this might be an opportunity to earn extra points with his father, imagining a dreamy scenario where his father expresses admiration for his defeat of the wolf pack and appoints him as his successor. But he quickly mocked himself, banishing that impossible idea, settling for the hope of being appointed to the guard at least, which would ensure he wouldn't worry about food in the future. His train of thought was interrupted suddenly by the bright light of a torch and the sound of suspicious movement, finding himself shocked in front of a group of armed knights, led by Philip, who screamed at him in overwhelming anger, calling him by his full name, and condemning his disappearance and audacity to be absent on the important inspection day. The news fell on him like a thunderbolt, as he suddenly remembered that today was the inspection date, realizing he was in a real predicament, especially when his father described him as an insolent child. He put the companion down and knelt on his knees, stammering while speaking to his father, trying to justify his absence by saying he had unavoidable circumstances. But the father cut him off sharply, ordering him to silence, and raised his massive axe, threatening to smash his insolent head for daring to ignore him. In those moments, Johann was cursing his luck internally, upset at having to hear these insulting words after miraculously escaping death, regretting the loss of the wolf furs, and describing his difficult life. But amidst this despair, an idea flashed in his mind, and he decided he could turn this disaster into an opportunity to his advantage. He decided to resort to absolute flattery, screaming to his father that he didn't miss the inspection on purpose, but was late because he was busy saving people in the forest. Meanwhile, one of the men in the procession recognized his daughter Dale lying on the ground, so he screamed her name, praising God for her safety after a long search, and embraced her with tears streaming from his eyes, expressing his overwhelming happiness at her survival. He seized the opportunity immediately, pointing skillfully to the scene and addressing everyone in a loud voice, explaining that Dale was trapped by a pack of man-eating wolves in the forest, and that he fought to save the child and managed to defeat the wolves. Murmurs of amazement rose among the villagers, while he completed his dramatic speech asserting that although he was unable to attend the inspection, he believes he has done his duty as a son of a noble knight family. He bowed with deep respect, asking his father for forgiveness this time only, promising him to continue doing his utmost to ensure the safety of the territory, then added in a faint voice and a greedy tone, wishing his father would grant him the position of guard captain as well, which provoked the ire of Philip, who muttered angrily. Johann congratulated himself internally on this perfect public relations display, assuring himself that if he were the interviewer, he would hire himself immediately. The father exploded in laughter, asking if this really happened. "Oh dear future guard captain." But he soon turned serious and suspicious, asking about the location of the corpses of those alleged wolves, asserting he didn't expect him to believe without proof. Johann panicked internally, screaming in defense of his honesty, asserting he even faced the great black wolf, but his father interrupted him with a resounding scream filled with anger, ordering him to complete silence. The father flew into a rage, accusing his son of lying, threatening to tear his mouth if he didn't shut up. But Johann didn't back down. Rather, he challenged his father coldly, asking him if he wanted a duel, showing his full readiness to prove his skills. Despite his hatred for his father, he was hesitant to fight him, but the situation left him no choice but confrontation. The father accepted the challenge with a fierce smile, announcing his desire to see the extent of his son's true skill. The father ordered his son to raise his sword, asserting the duel would be with weapons only, which provoked his anger, cursing his father in secret, recalling that no one had taught him how to use a weapon at all. When the order rang out to draw the sword, he was confused looking at his broken sword, realizing the unequal odds. His father cursed him, despising him, and ordered the eldest son to lend his sword to his brother, so Philip agreed nervously. While handing over the sword, Philip whispered to him, advising him to ask for forgiveness now before it was too late as the only way for survival. But he rejected the advice thinking he hadn't erred, asserting that a real man doesn't run away. He asked his brother to step aside and grabbed the sword, hoping to learn something from this duel. The father scoffed, considering this better, while Johann told himself that showing his skills was the only way to wrest his father's acknowledgement of him, and resolved to prove his worth. Suddenly the father felt something strange, as a savage red aura appeared before him surrounding his son. The father pounced quickly with immense force attacking, but Johann's sword was broken easily from the force of the collision, and he received the sword fragments with great difficulty, causing him to bleed and suffer, while his father was unharmed due to wearing armor. The father continued his attack, calling his son a parasite, screaming angrily how he dared to insult him. The villagers realized with horror that the lord was completely serious in his fight, and intended to kill his son truly. During his attack, the father revealed the reason for not teaching the sword to Johann, reasoning that he would remain a useless piece of trash either way, confirming with violent blows that he would never surpass him no matter how he tried. The father screamed insanely, declaring the territory belonged to him alone, and no one, not even the emperor, had the right to take it from him. Johann wondered in amazement if his father had lost his mind due to alcohol. While profuse bleeding hindered his vision, Philip screamed his brother's name in warning, and the father brought down a crushing blow. The son tried to block the attack, but the force of the blow was overwhelming and penetrated his defense, forcing him to admit defeat to himself in that moment. He fell to his knees exhausted, while his father stood over him coldly, ordering him to know his worth and place well, then directed a terrifying threat at him that if he saw him again, he would smash his head without mercy. The father left the place, leaving his son shattered, and this silence was only broken by the voice of one of the villagers calling him Master Johann. Later, the priest Valberg appeared, fuming with anger at Lord Gessen's behavior, describing it as unjust. And despite Johann's warning that someone might hear them, Valberg didn't care, citing his immunity as an envoy from the Vatican. The priest continued his complaining while treating his wounds, asserting that a knight must possess honor, and strongly condemning the father's treatment of his son with such cruelty. Johann tried to calm the situation with a tired smile, saying he was fine and the most important thing was staying alive. But the priest pointed out the absurdity of the situation where the father wore full armor to duel his unarmed son, to which he replied with a sarcastic laugh that his father might have lost his mind from excessive drinking. Johann sat facing his bitter reality, realizing his total helplessness for not having learned sword arts before. The priest tried to console him, explaining that the loss was logical given the Lord's combat experience and the family techniques he inherited. To illustrate the difference in power, the priest mentioned that Sir Brits in the neighboring fiefdom managed to kill 300 infantry soldiers alone, which struck the young man with amazement at the power of knights. He realized then the importance of combat techniques, admitting he became arrogant after defeating the wolf and thought he could defeat his drunk father. Suddenly, the priest asked seriously if he had truly seen a black wolf in the forest. Johann confirmed it, noting that Joseph and Dale had seen it too, surprised by the priest's reaction. Panic appeared on the priest's face as he muttered religious prayers, increasing his confusion. The priest opened an old book to explain that black wolves have been considered taboo since ancient times, where priests call them the harbinger of death. The priest explained that according to stories dating back centuries, the appearance of black wolves brings death and blood. Although Johann claimed not to believe in superstitions, he wondered if the wolf was an omen for his duel with his father, which the priest agreed was a probability. But the priest quickly changed his tone to reassure him, asserting with a smile that those were just old stories with no need to worry. He added that the Lord might help him because he is a kind person who prefers others over himself, which the young man denied in secret, admitting his only motive was money. Meanwhile, near Eit's territory, specifically in the Brits barony, a horrific massacre was taking place where cries for help and pleading rose. The attackers showed no mercy to anyone. Bodies and blood were scattered everywhere, and desolate silence prevailed over the victims' bodies. The attackers wondered sarcastically why the victims tried to flee even though their fate was death anyway. The attackers commented coldly on the cruelty of the scene, where everyone in the fiefdom was killed and bodies burned to obliterate traces. But they didn't care, considering they were just doing their job, to get gold, while flames devoured the fiefdom's buildings behind them. Finally, one mercenary stepped forward to inform his leader Sir Karamov that they finished cleaning, presenting him with the Brits family seal ring as proof of the family's extermination. Karamov grabbed the Brits family seal ring in his hand and crushed it with force, expressing his severe disappointment because Baron Brits only withstood 2 attacks from him, despite the high expectations he built on rumors claiming he killed 300 soldiers alone, describing him as not even deserving to be a doll for amusement. Karamov boasted of his identity as a sword of the Holy Empire, an envoy of the Emperor, and collector of seals, issuing a decree to punish all corrupt nobles according to the Emperor's will. Karamov promised his soldiers and the Emperor's followers gold and infinite honor, ordering them to set out to kill, steal, and burn everything without mercy, clearly defining their next destination towards Ait's territory. Meanwhile, Johann was dreaming of a scene where 2 knights were fighting each other, and one of them in the dream was parrying the other's attacks with total ease. Then the knight with golden armor responds with an attack cutting off the other knight's head. Then he sees in his dream the knight's severed head, and realizes in silent shock that the head he sees is his own head. Johann woke up in his room terrified and sweating, wondering if what he saw was just a dream. The same nightmare had been haunting him for days since seeing the Black Wolf. He remembered the priest's talk explaining that the Black Wolf has been known since ancient times as a bad omen, where priests consider its very existence a bad sign bringing blood and death. He placed his hand on his face, anxiously recalling the priest's description of the wolf as the mark of death. He tried to banish these thoughts with a nervous laugh, convincing himself they were just superstitions and myths as the priest said, assuring himself he did nothing bad to the wolf. But he froze suddenly when he remembered throwing a very large rock at it. He decided to shake these obsessions from his head and go training instead of useless thinking. While Johann was punching a tree trunk in the forest at sunset, a familiar voice interrupted, calling him useless child. His 2 brothers, 2nd and 3rd in rank, appeared mocking him, reminding him of their father's warning not to draw attention if he wanted to stay alive. They continued mocking his audacity to act tough despite being beaten previously, describing him as a dog that barks but doesn't bite, belittling his training of chopping wood. The brothers mocked the idea that a lowlife like him had real power, considering breaking firewood just a cheap trick. When they remembered what he said about joining the guard, they burst out laughing, asserting their father would never appoint trash like him. While he was directing a light punch at the tree, one of them continued threatening that their father would use him only to smash his skull and feed him to pigs. But suddenly, sounds of violent crashing rang out and splinters flew as his punch caused massive destruction to the tree trunk, which struck the brothers with shock and terror, causing their eyes to bulge from their sockets. He turned to them with a terrifying smile and veins popping on his muscular body, asking them to come closer and repeat what they just said. The brothers retreated in extreme fear and fled, screaming they would tell their father everything. He looked after them in despair, describing them as pathetic fools for living without the slightest thought or worry about how to secure their future and livelihood. He made up his mind, deciding to ignore others and return to focusing on his training only. But he suddenly heard another person's voice acknowledging that what his brother said was the exact truth. His brother Philip appeared, confirming clearly that their father intended to appoint him to no position, something Johann expected beforehand, considering not killing him was the most he could hope for. When Philip asked him about his disappointment, he replied realistically that he would find another way to earn a living. Philip surprised him by saying the father actually fears him, explaining that his great strength represents a threat to him. The father wants obedient children, while he insists on living according to his own principles, making the father believe his son will wrest sovereignty from him one day by force as he did with their grandfather, which Johann considered mere nonsense. Philip ordered a servant to bring something, revealing a simple coat and a long sword of unknown origin, in addition to a spare breastplate, indicating he knew his brother's old desire to possess this equipment. Philip confirmed he differs from his father and is not a fool to discard a competent person, making a promise that he would appoint him guard captain once he inherits the rule. Philip advised his brother to continue training and not cause trouble until then, so he replied, grumbling that he is never the one starting trouble. Philip left the place, raising his finger in a sign that he objects to his words, leaving Johann alone contemplating the armor, realizing with shock it was the same armor he saw in his nightmares. He wondered in terror if wearing it would lead him to the same death he saw in the dream, but he felt a strange intuition that he was capable of overcoming this fate despite lacking evidence, and decided he would need this equipment to win whatever the price. The scene shifted to the tavern, where some were denying Johann's story, but one insisted on its validity, claiming epically that he killed 50 wolves and left the spoils out of pride, fighting only to save Dale. Everyone agreed on his nobility, comparing him to his father Gessen, whom they described as a drunken pig, and even wished he had cut off his father's head in that duel. Robert's voice interrupted, offering to buy drinks for everyone, and when a masked person asked him for the reason, he justified it as a celebration of Johann saving his daughter. One of the sitters was surprised and asked the stranger about his identity, since he was a new face in the region, to which the stranger replied with a scary, sarcastic laugh, commenting on their audacity to insult their ruler openly in front of a stranger. The stranger sat in the tavern, wondering in amazement at the audacity of the young man and the villagers who show no fear. The stranger turned with a sly smile toward one of the men, expressing his keen interest in the story he just told, and asked him enthusiastically to tell him more about Johann Eitz, which raised the man's suspicion and fear. Meanwhile, Johann walked alone at night, humming happily, dreaming of his bright future as guard captain once his brother Philip took power. He felt his golden path had finally begun, and started reconsidering his evaluation of his brother, considering him someone reliable. Suddenly he spotted someone lying on the ground, thought he was drunk, and decided out of his responsibility as future guard captain not to ignore him. He approached the man with a friendly smile, warning him against sleeping in the open for fear of the cold, and offered help to take him home, but the man didn't answer. Suddenly he noticed something cold shining, placed against his neck, and suddenly a sense of danger overtook him, and he wondered in shock what was happening. In a fleeting moment the man attacked with a dagger, but Johann couldn't see the attack, wondering in panic about the attacker's identity and if he was a hitman sent by his father. He ruled out the idea that his father was behind the attack because he would come to kill him himself, then wondered in terror if his stepmother was the culprit, also ruling out his brother's involvement. He realized he couldn't guess who sent him, so he screamed, asking the attacker what he wanted. He thought it was about money, so he offered the attacker everything he owned in exchange for his release, even though he didn't own a single penny in reality. The attacker replied coldly that he had enough money, increasing his confusion and terror regarding the real motive. The attacker stopped suddenly, addressing him by his full name and declaring he would ask him a question. The attacker threatened to slaughter him immediately if he didn't like the answer. Johann stood stunned by the strangeness of the situation, wondering to himself about the madness of this person threatening his life then asking a question. He tried to compose himself, summoning his past experience in job interviews, deciding to answer perfectly to save his life. The attacker announced the start of the interview with a scary smile, and the young man prepared for the confrontation. The attacker surprised Johann with a strange comment, pointing to his strong physique that didn't resemble his pig father, asking suspiciously if he was truly Gessen's son. He froze from shock and confusion, unable to believe this was the question determining his fate. He cursed his luck, thinking of the appropriate answer, then stammered, saying that sometimes a lion might be born from a pig's lineage. A heavy silence prevailed where the attacker showed no reaction, making him think he answered wrong and would die. Suddenly the attacker exploded in loud hysterical laughter, declaring his intense admiration for the answer, but he refused Johann's request to release him. With a demonic look, the attacker announced to him, saying he was now his property. He stood dumbfounded, not understanding the meaning of his words. It turned out this man was Kigal, the Empire's greatest assassin and poison master of the Nessus Guild. He honed his sword skills through countless assassinations, and because his movements resembled a snake, he was later known as the Poison Viper. Kigal suffered from a difficult problem, having failed to find a successor worthy of inheriting his unique swordsmanship skills. Despite his exhaustive search everywhere, even inside the Assassin Guild itself, he found only worthless insects lacking qualifications to succeed him. He remembered moments watching trainees fall before him, where few showed potential, but they strongly refused to learn assassin skills, preferring honorable death over staining their reputation. Kigal had killed more than 30 heirs of noble knight families who chose death in the name of honor, rather than accepting his training. Due to his running out of patience and feeling time was tight in his search for a successor, he decided to visit the Empire's witch, asking for help. The witch welcomed the Poison Viper, who grants peaceful death to all, and revealed to him that the student he seeks resides in Eitz Castle, a small forgotten rural fiefdom, and is one of the sons of its drunken, lecherous ruler. Kigal mocked the prophecy, describing Eitz Castle as a dirty, backward place, underestimating the idea of his successor being there, noting that 1 gold coin is enough to buy half that land. But the witch laughed confidently and offered him his money back if her prophecy lied. Despite his doubt and worry about the witch stealing the coin, he decided to believe her as a last resort. Kigal wanted to believe the witch because he wasted long years searching and had no time left. However, when he stepped on Eitz fiefdom land, doubt possessed him strongly again, wondering if the person worthy of succeeding him truly existed in this miserable place, and decided within himself to kill the boy immediately if he didn't like him. Returning to the present moment, Kigal introduced himself to Johann as the master of the Nessus Guild, declaring strictly he had no more time to waste and that he would become his successor. Then he gave him two choices with no third: death at his hands now, or learning his skills in swordsmanship. Johann stood amazed, not comprehending the situation, and asked him stammering about the amount he had to pay to learn these skills. Kigal got angry, explaining he wouldn't accept money, increasing his astonishment as he didn't believe a guild master of this skill would teach him for free. He rejoiced greatly considering this hitting the jackpot, and asked Kigal eagerly why he took so long, calling him master, expressing that he waited for someone like him all his life. Kigal warned his student that his skills were assassin skills, and learning them would brand him with shame and make him a stain in the history of any knight family, exposing him to scorn all his life. But Johann interrupted him with a desperate scream, asserting he didn't care about honor or shame at all, begging him to teach him. Kigal agreed, surprised by this new type of children. Johann seized the opportunity immediately and asked his new master if he would give him an allowance, reminding him of his wealth and his desperate need for money at such an age. Kigal looked at him in amazement, realizing this boy was something else entirely. At Eit's castle, Lord Gessen announced the end of inspection and his intention to go out for a while, bidding farewell to his wife. The eldest son and his stepmother confirmed they would take care of the castle in his absence, but once he left, they exchanged meaningful glances. The wife muttered with malice that the castle would be hers no matter how Philip resisted, while he scoffed in secret, assuring her the next ruler would be none other than Philip VIII. The lord screamed angrily at his eldest son and wife, expressing he was fed up with their constant bickering all day, giving them permission to do whatever they pleased, then set out. Philip asked his father how to act regarding Johann, who hadn't returned yet, but the father screamed loudly, calling his son by his name, scaring him. The father replied with indifference and cruelty, considering the death of that weakling meant nothing to him, ordering them not to waste his time talking about him. Philip apologized to his father, claiming he understood, but once the father left, his features changed completely, and he began wondering with worry and confusion about his brother's whereabouts and what he was doing now. In the forest near the castle, Kigal decided to test Johann's skills. The young man asked to borrow a sword, explaining shyly that he breaks swords a lot, so the master agreed. Kigal was surprised by his talk about breaking swords, describing him as a reckless child he didn't like anything about. When Johann took a fighting stance, Kigal wondered if this boy was really a son of a knight family, deciding to kill him immediately due to his strange stance. The student asked if he was obligated to use sword skills or could fight freely, so Kigal permitted him to fight as he pleased. Johann smiled slyly when he was permitted to use his fists or rocks or anything, because that wouldn't change the result. He attacked suddenly, and used his fist to break his sword easily, from the force of impact with Kigal's sword, and at that moment the master realized the error of his doubts, and while looking at him in shock, finally admitted the boy's immense strength. Kigal was surprised by the air pressure resulting from Johann's punch, realizing that if that punch hit him, his bones and muscles would be shattered, likening the boy's strength to a lion's, not a human's. But he decided to fight seriously, using a snake-like fighting technique, and Johann wondered in amazement at the master's strange and unexpected movements. He tried to block the attack, but the attack changed its path like a snake, hitting him in the face, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. Kigal said he managed to hit him with the flat side of the sword, but was stunned because the boy didn't lose consciousness despite the force of the blow, describing it as ridiculous. Kigal praised his student, asserting that if he were born 1,000 years ago he would be a legendary hero. Johann thanked him, but the master added warning of a fatal weakness he had. He declared strictly he would inevitably die if he continued this way, sparking his shock and confusion as he didn't understand the meaning. Kigal warned his student strictly that his inability to control his excessive strength would be the direct cause of his demise, but he denounced this talk, rejecting the idea of being stupid enough to cause his own death, disbelieving this possibility. The master asked him to attack again if he was confident, then offered him a tempting deal to give him gold if he could break the master's sword instead of his own. Upon hearing the word gold, Johann's features changed completely and his eyes shone with greed. His hesitation turned into unparalleled enthusiasm, and he promised his master to fulfill the condition immediately. He dashed at tremendous speed toward the master to attack, and the sound of strong sword clash rang in the place, but the result was disappointing, as his sword shattered again and its fragments flew into his face, making him scream in pain. He remembered bitterly that this situation matched exactly what happened to him during his father's duel. Kigal explained to his student that the problem wasn't the sword, but his uncontrolled strength, emphasizing the necessity of learning to control it or else death would be his fate. Kigal threw a piece of the broken sword blade at him, explaining that breaking things is easy for swordmasters, but the difficulty lies in control. Johann finally understood he needed to learn to curb his strength to avoid death and to achieve his dream of becoming 8's guard captain. The master told him that if he learned to curb his strength, he could do amazing things. In the blink of an eye, Kigal directed a swift blow at Johann. He was stunned when he saw his metal armor slit in half with a single clean blow. What increased his amazement was that the master used only the sword scabbard, not the blade, explaining that power control enables him to cut anything even without a sharp blade. Kigal smiled, saying he couldn't imagine the extent of power his student would reach when mastering this control. The master announced the end of talk and the start of serious training. When Johann asked anxiously if he would die, Kigal confirmed training would be grueling and might actually lead to death, asking if he was ready. He answered with great enthusiasm in the affirmative. The scene shifted to the quiet castle village, where Johann appeared with a swollen face and clear signs of beating from harsh training. He was talking to himself about the difficulty of controlling his strength, noting he finally learned not to break his sword, but yearned to learn real swordsmanship. Suddenly a commotion caught his attention, and he saw a group of strangers he thought were elves because of their appearance. He screamed at the group leader, asking why they were standing there. The group leader ordered him to leave immediately because the area was restricted. Johann replied sharply, resenting a stranger dictating orders to him. The leader laughed arrogantly, identifying himself as belonging to the Emperor's direct mercenaries. He revealed they were the famous Aquitaine Wolves squad. Instead of fear, Johann screamed in amazement and joy, asking about mercenary salaries because he wanted a job like them. One guard asked sarcastically if he really wanted to become a mercenary like them, explaining mockingly that what they earn in one mission compares not to a guard captain's salary. He revealed they get 2 gold coins per mission, which struck him with extreme amazement. The guard warned Johann that his strong physique made him a bigger target, emphasizing that skill is most important in their work, which he agreed with. While he was drowning in his dreams, thinking of changing his career path to get gold he hadn't seen in his life, he wondered seriously if working as a mercenary was better than the guard captain position. Meanwhile, Karamov and his group arrived inside the castle. But suddenly something strange happened. Johann's hand moved involuntarily, attempting to draw his sword, causing him extreme shock and confusion. The fairy accompanying Karamov noticed his movement, screaming angrily, considering his behavior the height of insolence, threatening to cut off his head immediately for daring to try drawing his sword in her master's face. Karamov intervened to calm the fairy, Jin, and asked him calmly about his identity. Johann stammered, sweating, identifying himself as a member of the Eitz family. Then, Karamov revealed his identity as an Imperial Guard Knight. Johann was surprised again when he found his hand on his sword hilt unconsciously. A terrifying feeling overtook him he hadn't experienced before, even when facing the Black Wolf or his father. He described this feeling as the killing intent emanating from Karamov being suffocating, like prey standing helpless before an invincible predator. He ordered him to move aside because he was blocking the way. He felt his heart beating wildly from fear and tension. One soldier mocked his obvious fear, and another soldier described him as a coward. Then he warned him in a sarcastic tone to be careful next time, doubting there would be a next time for him. Jin asked her master if it was right to leave him alive, but Karamov replied he didn't want to cause a scene on such a good day. He entered the castle and muttered something mysterious, that their time to move hadn't started yet. Johann wondered in confusion why an Imperial Knight was in such a remote place. Suddenly Philip appeared, rushing to receive the grand guest. He welcomed Karamov, introducing himself as the next lord of the Eitz family, and asked him eagerly about the reason for his visit. The stepmother expressed her intense admiration for Karamov, describing him as incredibly handsome, and presented her son John as the true heir to the lord, ignoring Philip completely. She continued flirting with Karamov, expressing regret over her early marriage, and offered him entry to the inner castle. Karamov didn't reply to her, but she tried to catch his attention again, yet he ignored her completely. Instead, he asked sharply and seriously about Gessen's whereabouts. Philip objected to addressing his father without titles, considering it inappropriate regardless of status. But the stepmother interrupted him again, defending Karamov as the Empire's greatest knight entitled to address anyone as he pleased, and announced as lady of the house she would handle his reception, hinting at Philip not to object. Philip looked with malice at his stepmother, describing her as cunning for trying to seize the opportunity to appoint her son John heir to the castle. But Karamov interrupted them with a resounding scream, ordering them to silence. He chased everyone away, rudely ordering them to bring him alcohol instead of their chatter. Then he announced coldly he would wait inside the castle until Gessen's arrival. In the dark forest, Johann was swinging his sword with immense force, creating great air pressure, and during fighting he remembered the dangerous aura he felt when he met Karamov. Kigal watched him silently for a moment, before screaming at him, suddenly calling him a fool for lack of focus, throwing daggers at him. He blocked the daggers with great difficulty while groaning, having suffered a slight cut on his neck and appearing extremely tense. Kigal scolded his student, saying if the dagger was poisoned he would be dead, asking the reason for his distraction. Johann admitted something worried him about the knights claiming to be the Emperor's personal guard. He saw it illogical for them to close gates and control entry and exit in Eitz fiefdom this way. Kigal replied coldly, asking what he could do about it, whether it was suspicious or not. Kigal explained that Karamov is the Emperor's direct knight, the strongest warrior on the continent, and his armor itself is legendary. Johann asked curiously if Karamov was stronger than his master. Kigal admitted seriously that if forced to face him, he would turn his back and flee without hesitation. Kigal hit his student on the head to silence him, asserting fight results are unknown until fought. Then he scolded him harshly, describing him as a half-smart child worrying about others while unable to even control his own strength or know basic swordsmanship. Johann regained focus and held the sword seriously, announcing readiness to try. The master sighed and signaled him to attack. Johann dashed, attacking powerfully, and the master's voice rang out asking him to repeat. The attacks continued, with Kigal screaming again, every time. He began wondering in confusion why his attacks didn't succeed. He noticed the master used only the sword scabbard, not the blade, yet he couldn't cut it. Kigal explained the secret lies in power flow. He advised his student not to wave the sword blindly, but to transfer power flow and focus it at the sword tip. As Johann waved his sword, he slowly began to grasp the meaning of power control. Kigal noticed the change immediately, as the muffled sound of his student's sword turned sharp. Johann executed a powerful blow different from previous ones. At that moment, he was certain if he combined everything he learned with the right amount of power, he would succeed. Kigal suddenly felt intense fear, describing the situation as dangerous. In a fleeting moment, he found his sword cut without realizing what happened. Johann stood amazed, staring at his master's cut sword in disbelief, then screamed with overwhelming joy, declaring his success in the task and full grasp of the required feeling, considering it very easy. But Kigal downplayed this achievement, considering it just a lucky strike. Johann was surprised by his master's reaction, and when he called him, he replied affirmatively with innocence. Kigal announced quite seriously he wouldn't go easy this time, challenging him to attack again. Johann bared his fangs and showed a terrifying snake-like attack, striking terror into the master. He managed to knock Kigal to the ground. He kept jumping for joy because he succeeded in his attack again. Kigal wondering in confusion what this boy was, having taught him only power control, yet he managed to use the secret sword technique Snake Tongue quite freely. The master was stunned by his student's ability to grasp a technique he saw in a quick glimpse at their first meeting, and even more so, executing it with skill surpassing the master himself. The old assassin's experience told its owner a terrifying truth, that unless a miracle happened, Johann had already become an opponent he couldn't defeat. Kigal muttered in amazement, describing him as a ridiculous child, while he jumped for joy having learned the technique and secured his meal ticket. Suddenly, Kigal announced his teaching was over and he would leave at sunrise. Johann was surprised and asked disapprovingly, noting he only learned sword basics, but the master assured him he already possessed everything he needed. Kigal admitted grudgingly he had become stronger than him in less than a week. Kigal expressed satisfaction as long as his sword skills wouldn't perish and would continue through him, advising him to live his life as he pleased. Then he praised him, saying he worked hard throughout training. Johann thanked him sincerely, asking if his departure was due to being an assassin. Kigal denied that, explaining it was his nature not to stay long in one place. Johann seized the opportunity to ask his master about ominous signs and the black wolf. He told him about his dream seeing his head cut off after seeing the wolf, and how he thought Kigal was the bad omen when attempting to kill him first. Kigal replied if he actually killed him, he would be the omen, explaining bad luck doesn't come in a fixed specific form. Before leaving, Kigal offered final advice to his student. He advised finding a weapon suiting his immense power first, noting his need for Dano steel at least to withstand his strength, sparking his question about this steel. Kigal explained Dano steel is magic-infused metal found only as legendary relics. He added its crafting method is lost and can only be extracted from ancient ruins, making weapons made from it extremely rare with only a few existing worldwide. Johann scoffed at the idea of being unable to afford a Dano steel weapon even if saving all his life, resenting his master recommending a weapon unpurchasable by money anyway. But Kigal explained sharply, he didn't mean buying the weapon, but finding a weapon suiting his current situation. He doubted his master's intentions, accusing him of hiding his true motives, being an assassin, provoking Kigal's anger, who scolded him for linking everything to his profession. Then he pointed to the unusual weapon color for Danos steel. Kigal warned his student, strictly saying, if he saw someone wearing Danos armor, even from a distance, just to flee, without looking back. He added another vital tip, if you don't know your limits, you won't live long, which he promised to keep in mind. After Kigal finished his advice, Johann asked him if he would leave now. The master asked him to carve his next words into his bones. He advised not fighting opponents he couldn't defeat, and fleeing if the situation was dangerous. But if forced to fight, he must use any necessary means and kill without hesitation. Kigal assured him if he followed this rule, he likely wouldn't die. He looked at him seriously and asked him not to die. Johann remembered his master's words after leaving, to flee if the situation was dangerous, and kill if he couldn't avoid fighting and always try to survive. He promised him to remember those words. At Ate's castle, Madame Ates asked Karamov if the alcohol suited his taste. Karamov threw the cup with disgust, saying it tasted like rotten piss, and ordered it taken away. The stepmother tried to salvage the situation coquettishly, considering breaking the cup a costly act, and asked if he didn't like it. The wife lamented, saying the better alcohol was in Lord Gessen's bedroom. She boldly suggested Karamov, tired from his journey, move to a comfortable bedroom instead of staying in the hall. She assured him the Lord's room was very comfortable and wouldn't disappoint him. She approached him, whispering seductively that they were alone and could spend a wonderful time together, asking if he agreed. But Karamov replied with deadly coldness, ordering her to get out of his face. The wife tried maintaining her composure despite the insult, reminding him of tight time, and asked permission to start receiving him, noting the Lord would return late. Suddenly, Karamov's eye flashed with a terrifying red glint. He muttered boredly that he was tired of this situation. Then he announced his decision to start enjoying himself. Karamov clamped down on Madame Aitz's neck, describing the massacre as that entertainment known as murder. Philip watched the scene in shock, trying not to make any sound, so Karamov wouldn't find him. Outside, Johann reached the village outskirts to be surprised by a horrifying scene. He saw flames devouring the entire village, and froze in shock, wondering in amazement why the village was burning. At the same time, Jessen, seeing the same sight, wonders why smoke is coming from his estate. One of the men says he doesn't know, but they should return at once. They ride there as fast as they can, and Jess stops at the gates. The mercs say he finally shows himself after something fun has taken place. He's so slow and dull just as he looks. They call him a pig, telling him to move faster, as Kuramov isn't a very patient man. Jessen enters the gates only to be horrified by the sight of all of his servants and children murdered with horrified expressions on their faces. His heart starts to race and he asks what's going on. Kurama then walks forward, telling him that he's late. Jess asks what he's doing and grabs his axe, then yells it once more, pointing it at him. Kuramov says that he is guilty of the attempted assassination of the emperor and high treason. By his majesty's decree, his house shall be eradicated. Jessen tells him not to be absurd, as this is a purge and they're pinning false charges on him to execute him. He won't go along with it. Kuramov sheath his blade, telling his men to blow the horn, as it's time for him to retrieve the seal of the Ates family and purge everybody in this territory. Also, to erase this entire land from the map as the mercs' eyes fill with bloodlust. They start charging towards the town. After setting it ablaze and killing everybody we can, we see Volberg on his knees, and one of the mercs call him vicious, asking if it's that hard for him to say where the pig's bastard son is hiding. If he doesn't want to open his mouth, he'll send him straight to his god who he adores so much. He then raises his blade, telling him to die, but Jawan sneaks up behind him and cleaves him clean too. Duberg is surprised, asking Jawan what he's doing here. Jawan, though, is more worried about what's happening. Duberg says that he doesn't know either. The Imperial troops are killing villagers on sight. It's possible that Jessen has already been killed too. Jawan is surprised, asking if his father is really dead. Volaberg says that's not all. They're burning the entire village to wipe everything out. Jawan says that he needs to hurry back to the castle, and then he hears a little girl crying and recognizes it. He walks over towards one of the houses that's still ablaze and spots Dell crying. He says that he's glad she's safe and it's dangerous, so come over here. He then sees that her father has been executed and pinned to a pole. She starts crying, talking about her father. John's heart starts to drop, and he recalls how happy he was when he saved his daughter just a week ago, as well as all the memories he shared with the villagers. Also, he begins to feel hella mixed with emotions, but there's nothing he can do about it. He grits his teeth and tells Dell that it's dangerous, so she needs to go with Valberg. Volberg then yells, asking John where he's going, as he needs to flee. He starts screaming out for him. Jawan makes his way to the gates and looks up to see his father's head on a pike. The sign says that Jessen has been executed for treason against the emperor, and anyone who retrieves his corpse without permission will be punished for the same crime. One of the mercs recognizes him as the bastard son, asking if he came back to die. John then slashes the pike with his father's head on it, causing it to fall onto the floor, and he tramples the flag. The mercs say that they need to kill him now. Jawan glares at them and starts cutting them into pieces one after the other, single-handedly destroying their entire group. On the inside, he wonders why he's doing this and why he's going back to the castle. Volg was right, as he should be running away, because if he goes back, he'll die for no reason fighting Kuramov. He then hears Philip call out for him as he sees him wearing armor with 3 arrows in his chest. Philip says that he's glad he's alive, but asks why he came back, saying that he needs to run away because if he stays, he'll die. He then takes off his helmet, saying he wanted to give this to him for when he becomes the Lord one day. Jawan looks down at it and starts to have conflicting emotions because his master told him that he needs to understand the difference in skill level as soon as it gets dangerous to run. His opponent is the Emperor's knight and that he should run without looking. When he looks down at the helmet that his brother gave him, he also recalls his master saying if he has to fight, then he must kill. John puts on the helmet saying that time is now. He stands up and confidently walks to the castle gates, pushing it open. The mercs look over at him confused, asking how he got inside when there were so many guards out there. Jawan rears back his fist and yells, telling Karamov to get out here as he deletes one of these dudes' skull in a single punch. He slowly makes his way deeper into the castle until Karamov walks out with his sword that is still dripping with his family's blood. Karamov says that he didn't think the runaway son really survived. He recognizes the fact they met outside the castle before asking if his name was Jawan. Jawan tells him that he's not in the mood to exchange names and that he can just think of him as a pissed-off man. Karamov says he should have kept running because if he did, he could have lived. He supposes he doesn't care about his life at all. And if that's the case, then to come straight at him and get this over with. Jawan yells, saying that he didn't need to tell him that to begin with, as that's what he was going to do. They start trading blows with one another, just like the dreams Jawan was having, and they got to the exact moment where John readied the attack and swung down. Karamov blocked it. As Jawan's sword gets cut by Karmaps, he goes to swing for his head, but Jawan drops the sword and dodges backwards before grabbing another one and charges straight in. Karama smiles, saying that this is fun. He cuts another one of the swords in half, and this happens over and over and over again. As John is continuously grabbing swords off of the mercs that he already killed, he then dodges a big swing from Karamov while he's stuck from the dodge. Karamov comes in to finish it and swings down. Jawan avoids this one, causing Karamov to slice into one of the pillars of the castle, and it begins crumbling. Karamov says this is interesting, and he's far more entertaining than Brits was from within the smoke of the rubble collapsing. One of the mercs get thrown at him. Karamov cuts straight through him, saying that this is truly enjoyable and he wants even more entertainment. Jawan finally manages to grab another sword and comes in with a heavy-ass swing to which Karamov blocks using his arm. But the attack pierces through his armor but also takes a chunk out of his arm, though of course the blade gets broken. Karamov is genuinely surprised as he distances himself. It takes a moment for it to set in because he just cut through his Danis steel armor. Karamov begins trembling as John grabs another blade. Karamov says, "That's impossible, as humans are incapable of harming Danis," asking just who he is. John charges straight in once more and they continue trading blow for blow, while Karamov says that he's never heard of such strength before. But it seems like that's all he is because he's easily blocking all the attacks. And even though he's on the defensive, Jawan can't get in a single meaningful hit. Karamov realizes that he's a brute with only strength and there's no finesse to his attacks. He thrusts forward, Jawan blocks it. Of course, the sword breaks and he quickly grabs another off the floor and readies himself once more. Karamov says that it's just as he expected and he can't even properly block a simple thrust and he's swinging purely by instinct right now. There's no technique behind him, which makes him think that Jessen never taught him real swordsmanship. He can tell that he's dangerous, so he needs to finish this quickly because if he grows, he will become someone nobody can stop. And if he uses that stupid wide slash again, he'll break it, cleaving through the sword, cutting his head off with one swing. John then starts to do exactly as he thought, but it was just a fake as he does a quick change up. Karamov is completely caught off guard and goes to react. Jawan uses Kagel's technique, changing his direction to Karamov's open side. The sword comes into contact with the armor. He manages to deal a very heavy blow in exchange for losing his sword. Karamov starts screaming in pain as his insides start to spill out. He sees John rearing back his fist as he comes and hitting him straight in the side where he just cut him. The Danny's armor begins to dent and we see a massive shockwave from the punch. That's not all, as it explodes out the backside, causing him to spit up a ton of blood. He stabs his sword into the ground while nothing but blood comes out of his mouth. His eyes begin to go a little hazy, and he recognizes it as Kagel's swordsmanship, meaning that Jawan was hiding his true skill all along and that he completely let his guard down. Jawan points a broken blade at his throat, while Karamov continues to bleed out from all the internal damage. There is a literal pool of blood underneath him, and he begins coughing his jaw and lowers his blade and raises his helmet. He drops it onto the floor, asking him why he did all of this. Karamov says that it was all for His Imperial Majesty, as the Holy Empire is now more unstable than ever. His Majesty has unsheathed the Imperial sword to correct the Empire. Before he finishes his next sentence, he starts coughing violently, holding onto his side while spitting up even more blood. He then starts to laugh, telling Jawan he's moved. For decades, he's crossed battlefields and fought countless knights, but he's never encountered anybody as strong as him before, and that he needs him to go with the Empire with him, as His Majesty needs a strong talent like him right now. The Empire's endless gold will grant him glory, and he shall receive vast and fertile lands. He'll see to it as well that His Majesty will appoint him as an Imperial Knight. He becomes the Imperial Sword. He'll get anything he wishes. John thinks about endless gold, but says that it's strange. It's the life that he once dreamed of, but for some reason he doesn't feel anything. He looks down at Kuramov, telling him that he refuses. Kuramov's confused, asking why, and Jawan says that he has not only killed his family, also innocent serfs, people who did no wrong. Kuramov surprised, asking if he's really declining his offer over mere serfs. He grits his teeth out of frustration, asking why their deaths even matter, then says that it must be because his mother was a low-born serf. That insect blood has tainted him, and he needs to understand that the world's law is that the strong drink the blood of the weak. Jawan grits his teeth and apologizes to Kegel, saying that he can't control his strength anymore. He swings, hitting Kuramov in the face, sending him flying backwards. He doesn't stop there as he comes in with blow after blow. He asks why he thinks that these were worthless lives and if the Emperor means that much. Why they think they're that great to begin with, to the point that they get to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't. The Danis armor begins to start warping on his skull. As blood fills Karamov's eyes, the last sight he sees is none other than Jawan, each blow getting heavier and heavier as he is turning him into a meat crayon. Eventually, he's just twitching on the floor and Jawan stands up with his fist covered in blood. Karamov, though somehow still alive, begins coughing and Jawan starts to walk away. Karamov calls him a fool, saying that he should have taken his offer because now it's too late. The one who broke the Emperor's sword will only know suffering from this point on. John looks down at him as his hand goes limp. As those were his final words, John says, "This world accepts death." So naturally, all he ever thought about was to make money and survive. But they slaughtered everybody in his territory, including his family, and then tried to erase it. So even if the whole world becomes his enemy, he only did what had to be done, and he'll never regret his choices. Regardless of what anyone says, this is how he plans to live. Hopefully, he grabs his sword. In the middle of the night, a stone gate slowly creaks open, revealing a castle courtyard. A guard then approaches a wooden door to check on what's happening inside. When he opens the door, he sees Jane and her elven soldier standing there, and she begins to speak with a furious look on her face. Jane asks if what the soldier said is true. The elf, all beaten up, says yes and begs her to believe him. He explains that our hero appeared out of nowhere and started thrashing all the soldiers, and then with his own bare hands, he took out the knight Karamov, leaving her in utter shock. The soldier then says that was the last time they saw Karamov. And Jane is left speechless. She points to the courtyard and asks where the knight's body is if the story is true. The elf maiden shouts that it's absurd and that she needs proof to believe it. The soldier replies that he doesn't understand it either, but he saw everything happen with his own two eyes. Just then, another soldier arrives and announces that the pursuit party is ready. Jane then pulls herself together and starts walking with firm, determined steps. She turns to her troops and gives a clear order to everyone there. She commands them to pursue the target and take him out without hesitation. The elf maiden then reveals that the target of the hunt is our protagonist, Johann. The troops begin to move out to follow their leader's orders. She calls him a traitor and the prime suspect in Karamov's downfall. Jane then screams for them to hunt him down and bring him back one way or another. Meanwhile, our hero is running through the forest with a determined look on his face. Meanwhile, our hero is in the middle of a brawl with several elven soldiers. One of them screams in pain as he's struck by our protagonist. With a swift blow, our boy takes out another soldier without mercy. Jane then warns her troops not to face him alone. She orders them to block off all the roads to wear him down until he can't go on. The soldiers are shocked, wondering if Karamov is really gone. With a determined gaze, Jane says there's one thing they need to do. Their mission is to bring our hero's head to the Emperor. Our boy then remembers the last words of his brother, Philip. He told him to grab a wereroar and run to survive at all costs. In the present, Johann finds the stable and feels a moment of relief. Even so, he glances back suspiciously, still tense from the chase. He drops Karamov's body on the ground and thinks about what to do next. Our hero decides to keep carrying the armor to use as a shield. With great effort, he hefts the heavy body onto his back and continues on his way. Exhausted, he opens the stable door to find his only hope. Inside, he sees his father Gzin's warhorse, an imposing animal. Our protagonist approaches the horse and thanks his brother in his thoughts. With a smile, he says that with this animal, he'll finally be able to get some rest. He then decides his new companion needs a name. The horse stares at our hero with its bright, imposing blue eyes. So, he decides to name the horse Philip in honor of his late brother. Meanwhile, an elven soldier shouts that he saw something shining over there. He's sure it's the gleam of Danis steel and tells everyone to search. Suddenly, one of the soldiers hears a noise and realizes it's the sound of horse hooves. In the next moment, our hero flies past them on top of Philip. Our boy is completely focused on escaping as fast as he possibly can. One of the elves then yells in shock, seeing that it's Johann escaping on horseback. A moment later, our protagonist and his horse vanish into the darkness of the forest. The elven leader gets angry and orders his men to shoot him down. The archers then ready their crossbows and fire in our boy's direction, but the bolts hit Karamob's armor, which he's using as a shield. And just like that, Johann manages to escape through the night under the light of the full moon. He rides all night and finally manages to shake off his pursuers. After a long time, he arrives deep in the Black Forest. Our hero dismounts, exhausted, and thinks that it doesn't feel right to not bury a person, but he pushes that thought aside and focuses on what he really needs to do. The young man looks at Karam's armor and thinks it looks pretty expensive. He then picks up the knight's purple sword, which was lying on the ground. He realizes the weapon is light yet sturdy and remembers that it's made of Danish steel. With the sword in hand, our hero notices it has some strange runes. He then realizes it's an ancient imperial script and gets very curious. A voice in his head says the sword is the crest retriever. Our boy then wonders if it retrieves family crests and thinks the name is kind of creepy. He decides to take the sword and bury the knight's armor for now. Johann thinks it's a waste, but promises that one day he'll come back for it. He then grabs a shovel and starts digging a hole in the middle of the forest. With a lot of effort, our hero manages to finish digging the grave. After a while, he finally finishes burying everything and rests for a bit. Tired, he wonders if what he did was enough to get rid of the body. Our boy remembers that news of the knight's downfall will spread, and he also remembers the knight's last words, saying his future would be nothing but suffering. But he thinks to himself that his life was already tough long before any of this happened. Our hero then reflects on what to do now that he's homeless and broke. Suddenly, a noise in the darkness catches his attention, putting him on high alert. He spins around quickly to see what it is and braces for the worst. And just his luck, it was the same giant black wolf he had encountered before. Our protagonist is annoyed because the creature showed up right when he was completely exhausted. He knows he doesn't stand a chance of beating the monster in his current state, so his only option is to try to get to his horse and get out of there. Suddenly, one of the elven soldiers shouts excitedly that he's found our hero's horse. They capture the animal and the leader says that Johann must be nearby. Our protagonist recognizes the wolves of Akiton and is shocked. They arrived so quickly. One of the elves spots him in the darkness and points at him with a cry of surprise. Immediately, the entire group aims their crossbows at our boy. Johann gets irritated, knowing there's no way he can fight all of them alone. He's trapped between the giant wolf in front of him and the soldiers right behind him. Our hero realizes there's nowhere to run and falls into total despair. He wonders if this is the end for him. But then something completely unexpected happens because the wolf ignores our boy and starts attacking the elven soldiers without mercy. The creature charges forward with fury and one of the elves screams for help in a panic. Johann is confused, wondering why the monster didn't attack him first, but he soon realizes the wolf is clearing a path for his escape. Our hero understands that this is his only chance to get out of there alive. He knows he has to move because if not now, he will definitely meet his end. So with a yell, our protagonist sprints with all his might towards his horse. He pushes forward through the chaos to escape the situation. Our boy puts his foot in the stirrup and gets ready to mount his animal with a leap. Joan gets on the horse and grips the ree tightly, and as he does, he starts to have some memories of his past. On his horse, our hero flees with a very determined look on his face. He then remembers when he was a child and a much simpler life. In the present, Johann continues his desperate escape through the dark forest. Various memories of his training and battles flash through his mind. He also recalls all the destruction he witnessed in his village. And with that, our boy leaves his burning home behind forever. Nearby, an elven soldier falls lifeless after the fight with the wolf. The giant creature then watches our protagonists escape from a distance. And after helping him, the wolf vanishes into the dark of the night. Its red eyes seem to give our hero one last warning. Further ahead, Joan comes across a checkpoint set up by the elven soldiers. He realizes all the exits are blocked and that he's cornered. Exhausted, our boy gets off his horse, having not eaten or slept properly. He never imagined he'd be hunted by the wolves of Akiton for 3 days straight. Our hero almost met his end several times because of their attacks. Now he's at his limit and no longer has the strength to hold his sword. He sees more soldiers and wonders if there's really no way out of this. Hiding, our boy is at a loss for what to do in this situation. But suddenly he spots a merchant caravan passing by. Johann then gets the idea to disguise himself as a merchant to escape. He thinks that if he looks like one of them, he might avoid suspicion. We're introduced to Eldons of the Katana Trading Company. One of the guards who has an eye patch calls out to Master Eldons. The guard says it's a knight in heavy armor. A mercenary named Kay tells them to prepare for battle, but another one named Gaz doesn't understand all the fuss. Garan then tells him to take a better look at the situation. On top of that, he's wearing a plate helm and red gauntlets. Kay then tells the kid to look at the sword at his hip. He points to the purple hilt and reveals that it's a Dana's steel sword. Even so, Gas thinks that fighting him won't accomplish anything. Kay gets annoyed and tells someone to get the idiot out of his way. Another mercenary pulls him by the ear and tells him to shut his mouth. The leader, Eldens, then gives an order for Garan and Kay to get ready. With a serious look, he tells them to attack on his signal. The two mercenaries then reply that they got the message. Eldens then approaches our hero with his men. Kay advises them to knock him off his horse first. When the fight starts, Eldens arrives and introduces himself as the leader of the trading company. Our protagonist is surprised to see a cat-like beastman. Eldens sees his men tense and ready to fight our hero. With cold sweat dripping down, he gets really nervous about the situation. Johan thinks they're suspicious and that he needs to get them to lower their guard. He then introduces himself and says he was attacked by bandits on the road. Our boy asks the leader to tell his men not to attack him. Eldens starts to laugh and says that as a merchant he has to be prepared. Johan then accepts the apology and gets ready to make a proposal. He asks if he can join their group since bandits took all his money. In exchange for food and shelter, our hero will protect their caravan. Eldens thinks for a moment, and since our boy seems strong, he accepts the deal. The leader says they're heading to Marseille and that it's going to be a long trip. Our protagonist thanks him for the help, but wonders where that place is. Eldens informs his men that Johan will be joining them for the time being, but with a serious look, he orders them to eliminate him if anything happens. The mercenaries agree to the order, though somewhat reluctantly. Our hero feels relieved and thinks that now all he needs to do is get past the checkpoint, and so the caravan continues its journey with our boy alongside them. Nearby, an elven soldier notices that something is coming their way. They are the wolves of Akitan, and they order the caravan to stop for an inspection. Johan then thinks that it's finally time, and he just needs to get through quietly. Eldens then introduces himself to the elf and says he's from the Gatana Trading Company. The soldier is shocked because the Marseille company is so powerful that not even the emperor can mess with them. The guard changes his tone and says they're hunting a traitor and need their help. Hearing this, our hero realizes the checkpoint was set up just to catch him. One of the elves points at our boy and orders him to take off his helmet to show his face. Johan gets really nervous, but makes up a story about having a skin condition to avoid being discovered. The soldiers make fun of him and tell him to hurry up and take off the helmet so they can see his messed up face. With a suspicious look, the leader asks if our protagonist is hiding something. Our hero then realizes there's no way out and he'll have to fight his way through. But suddenly the leader Eldens yells, telling everyone to stop this nonsense. He asks if the guard is doubting his company, and the elf tries to explain himself. The beastman gets angry and threatens to file a complaint directly with their commander. Furthermore, he says he'll make the complaint in person at the Marseille branch. The guard gets scared and tells his men to let the caravan pass without any more trouble. The other soldiers are annoyed, but clear the way for the group to continue their journey. The elf says our boy got lucky, and he breathes a sigh of relief for having escaped that one. And so the caravan continues its journey, and Johan thinks he's finally made it out. He looks back and sees the guards watching his departure from a distance. The elven soldiers stand there watching the caravan disappear down the road. Later that night, the group makes camp and Eldens organizes the night watch shifts. At the camp, Eldens is reviewing some papers before turning in. He then calls Joan over and tells him to go to sleep since he has no obligations there. Our protagonist is grateful for the kindness as he's exhausted after everything. He then grabs his sleeping bag to finally pass out after days without rest. Our boy tosses and turns, and one of the mercenaries notices that he's finally managed to fall asleep. He then sleeps soundly by the campfire, regaining his strength. Meanwhile, hidden in the darkness, someone is watching the camp from afar. The mysterious man has a sinister smile on his face and seems to have a plan in mind. He then tells his men to get ready for what's coming. A moment later, he reveals the plan is to surround the camp and attack all at once. Meanwhile, Johan dreams of his past life as a soldier in the army. He remembers a training exercise where he used a defensive tactic against a larger enemy. Because of this, he became an example to the other soldiers for his intelligence. He was then rewarded with a 5-day leave and accommodation for his achievement. Our boy salutes and shouts with pride to his commander. He gets excited thinking the military life suits him since he studied tactics before. But he soon remembers the downsides like the old-fashioned culture and the exhausting shifts. On top of that, the biggest problem of all was the salary, which was a total joke. In the dream, he's grabbed and realizes there's no escaping that place. The nightmare ends and our hero wakes up startled and in a cold sweat back at the camp. Our hero wakes up and realizes it was all just a bad dream. He sits up and complains that his whole body is sore because of the nightmare, but suddenly he senses that something strange is happening in the camp. The full moon lights up the sky and a shower of arrows starts raining down out of nowhere. Confused, our boy looks up and sees the projectiles coming right at him. With a quick move, he reaches out his hand to catch one of the arrows in midair. His eyes widen as he realizes the danger just in the nick of time. He narrowly manages to catch the arrow just before it hits him right in the face. He then realizes it's an attack and that the soldiers have finally found him. Annoyed, our hero gets up and decides he needs to alert the mercenaries. With all his might, he screams, warning that enemies are attacking the camp. The shout wakes everyone up, putting Eldons and the other mercenaries on high alert. The story then flashes back to 5 minutes before the attack alarm sounded. The mercenary Gaz is complaining to Kay about them having to do all the heavy lifting. Khan gets annoyed with the complaint and tells the kid to shut his mouth right now. Gaz is confused and doesn't understand why his companion is telling him off. Kay then explains that you can't trust a guy you barely know with guard duty. On top of that, he warns that acting without thinking won't get you very far in this line of work. The mercenary then asks why the young man decided to join their group. Gaz gets mad and says if he'd known the group was so cowardly, he never would have joined. Ken gets angry and asks if the kid ate something bad because it sounds like he's looking to meet his end. The mercenary then gets ready to teach the boy a lesson for his insolence. But suddenly, our hero's shout echoes through the camp, putting both of them on alert. Immediately after, a shower of arrows starts to fall and they dive to the ground. Ken acts fast and shields Gaz from the attack so he doesn't get hit. After the first wave, he notices the arrow shower has stopped for a moment. He then tells the kid to go provide support for the rest of the group in the battle, but Gaz panics and takes off running, screaming in fear and abandoning his post. Kay is furious at his cowardice and Gorn approaches to see if he's okay. The young man warns him that it's an enemy attack and that arrows came out of nowhere. Kay then asks where the coward is, but is more concerned about the leader's safety. Gan says that Eldons is hiding under the carriage and tells him to get ready. That moment, our hero appears and starts giving orders to the mercenaries. He tells them to form a defensive circle around the carriage to protect themselves. Our protagonist explains that they need to fight together since they don't know where the attack is coming from, but Kay glares at him and asks if he's their boss to be giving orders like that. The mercenary then says they handle their own business and tells Johan to fend for himself. Our boy is shocked by the guy's stubbornness in the middle of an attack. Even so, Gorn orders his men to grab their shields and prepare for a fight. Johan insists and asks for a shield since he's fought in similar situations before, but Eldon shouts that he's not getting anything and tells our hero to handle himself in the fight. Our boy is pretty upset, realizing that no one here trusts him to fight. Suddenly, his expression changes as he senses a new threat approaching in the darkness. A moment later, a horde of bandits with some really ugly faces charges the camp. Johan then realizes they aren't the wolves of Akitan and wonders if they're just bandits. The criminals keep charging at the group without a second thought. Khan then shouts and orders all his men to attack with full force. Our hero is shocked, wondering who's going to protect the carriage if everyone leaves. The fight breaks out and one of the mercenaries curses the bandits for attacking at night. The bandit leader yells to press forward since they have the advantage in numbers. Garan then screams for his men not to fall back or else they'll meet their end, but one of the bandits grabs him by the face and tells him to shut up with a powerful blow. Seeing this, Kay screams out in desperation, calling the name of Captain Goran, who's in danger. The bandit then raises his sword to deliver the final blow to the mercenary on the ground. Seeing this, our hero rushes to save him with his purple sword in hand. With a swift movement, he unleashes a slash of purple energy toward the enemy. The bandit is confused, not understanding what that light coming at him is. The attack then hits him dead on, cutting him in half with no chance to defend. Goran is in shock as he watches the scene, getting covered in the enemy's red liquid. Our protagonist then stands with his swords in hand. Realizing the power of his attack, our boy's sword glows with red runes, leaving the bandits in shock. The bandit leader then notices that the rune on the sword is absorbing the red liquid. He yells that it's a demonic sword, not understanding how a merchant's guard has something like that. Johan then takes advantage of their fear and shouts that he is a noble of the Yeast's family. Hearing this, Kay is shocked and confused by our hero's revelation. Goran is also surprised and wonders if he was a noble this whole time. In his thoughts, he wonders if changing the names to Yeasts will cause any problems. The bandits panic, knowing that messing with a noble will end very badly for them. With his sword glowing, he asks again if they will surrender or not. He then asks if they are going to surrender right now or if they'd rather meet their end by his sword. The bandits are terrified and he tells them to think carefully about their decision. Their leader starts to sweat, not knowing what to do in this situation. One by one, the bandits start dropping their swords on the ground. Soon, a pile of weapons forms on the campground. With their hands up, they surrender to our protagonist. Our hero then holds his sword and prepares to give his next command. He calls Garan and asks the mercenary to tie up all the prisoners. He warns that if anyone resists, the mercenary can finish them off. With the situation resolved, he asks Eldons what they should do now. Garan is worried about the noble and wonders if he'll be offended for being treated poorly, but Eldon says he'll smooth things over since they accepted him into the caravan willingly. He then approaches our boy and thanks him for his hard work that night. The Beastman then offers a reward, thinking that if he'd known, he would have given him a shield. Our hero says he doesn't need it, and that he's just happy everyone is safe. Eldons is surprised because our boy doesn't even want a reward for helping out. The two then stand there for a moment under the starlight. Our boy then asks if next time he could borrow a shield. Eldons agrees immediately and promises he'll lend him a shield without fail. Our hero says he wants to interrogate the prisoners, and the leader lets him go now that his status has been revealed. He says he'll speak more casually. He then kicks one of the prisoners and tells the guy to get a move on. The bandit groans in pain from the kick he just took from our boy. Our hero then asks who they are and why they attacked the caravan. The bandit reveals that they are soldiers from the exterminated Brits family. He explains that months ago the family was betrayed and everyone was taken out. That the bandit then reveals that the attackers were the feared wolves of Akitan. They resisted, but when the noble executive arrived, they were defeated. Garan is surprised by the name Noble Executive and thinks he's heard it before, and he reveals that his name is Karamov, the emperor's own hunting dog. The bandit kneels and begs for forgiveness, as he didn't know the caravan belonged to a noble. He says the army hunted them down and that even the northerners turned their backs on them. So he says that stealing isn't justified, but they needed to survive somehow. Our hero then asks if there was any other reason they attacked the group. The bandit replies no, and that they only wanted the Merchant Guild's charter. Hearing this, Eldons becomes furious and yells that the charter is a matter of trust. He says they cause so much trouble, and Johann tells the leader to take it easy. Our hero then remembers Karamov saying the same thing about betraying the emperor with a serious look. He grits his teeth and finally understands what's happening. He realizes the emperor just needed an excuse to get rid of the nobles. He then remembers the knight and curses him for falling for the emperor's talk. Our boy realizes that in the end they are just victims of power just like him. Even so, he knows they are bandits and deciding their fate won't be easy. Kay then asks what to do with them and offers to get more information out of them, but our hero says that's not necessary as they've already told them everything they needed to. Suddenly, Jazz grabs his mace and decides to put an end to one of the prisoners. But before he can land the blow, Kay stops him with his own weapon. The mercenary defends the bandit and shows he's not going to let the kid continue. Gas is shocked and asks why he's stopping him from getting his revenge. Kay then says they don't have the right to punish them because they surrendered to the noble. Gaz looks embarrassed and agrees with Kay that he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, the bandits kneel and beg the knight to spare their lives. They cry and tremble with fear, knowing that their end is very near. Kay then turns to Johann and offers to finish them all off right there. With his hand on his sword, he waits for our hero's order to start the job. But to everyone's surprise, our boy tells them to ante and release the prisoners. The bandits are shocked and start crying with relief at his decision. Gas is outraged and asks why our protagonist is letting them live. Our hero ignores the young man and turns to the bandits with a message. He says he understands their situation, but being a bandit is never the solution. He then reveals that he also learned a trade to be able to survive. Eldons is shocked to hear a noble say he needed to learn a job. Goran also comments that he's only here for the good pay he gets. Our boy then says he will spare their lives on one condition. The bandits bow in gratitude and promise they will never forget his kindness. The group then prepares to leave, and our hero doesn't want any more trouble. But from a distance, the silhouette of a wolf watches everything from the top of a hill. The mysterious creature seems to be following the caravan steps. It's the same giant wolf with red eyes that our boy has met before. Before heading to Marcel, the group decides to stop in a village called Lutzbach. In the village of Lutzbach, the chief is informed that Eldons of the Gatana Company has arrived. The village leader then goes to meet the beastman to welcome him. Eldons greets him with an enthusiastic hug and says it's been months since they've seen each other. The chief hugs him back and asks if anything happened on the way there. The beastman explains that they ran into bandits and that things are looking bad with the emperor. The chief scolds him, warning that someone might hear him speaking ill of his majesty. Even so, Eldon says they managed to deliver everything thanks to a noble who helped them. The chief is surprised, but says that another noble also showed up there a few weeks ago. He says the guy was a fake noble and that he kicked him out of the village. Eldon laughs and says his friend hasn't changed his habit of acting without thinking of the consequences, but he assures him that the noble accompanying them is different and very brave. The chief is shocked because the guy didn't even ask for a reward for his good deed. He then thinks that having a knight in the village would be a great help against the bandits. Besides, a real knight would be strong enough to take out an entire group. The chief then invites our hero to stay in the village for a few weeks. Eldons refuses the invitation, but the chief insists and the two start to argue. The beastman then realizes his friend is trying to steal his companion. The chief then changes the subject and asks where the noble knight is. Meanwhile, our hero is sitting under a tree looking very tired. He's starving and about to pass out from weakness. Goran then approaches our hero to talk to him about something. He holds out his hand and offers something to our protagonist. The mercenary hands him a bag of coins and says it's the bandits' money. He explains that they sold everything the bandits had and it brought in a good amount of cash. Our hero asks if they aren't going to take any, and Gore says it was all his doing. Our boy then thinks for a moment about what to do with all that money, but to everyone's surprise, he hands the money bad back to Goran. The mercenary doesn't understand and says the spoils are his by right. Our hero then says he took his share and shows just a few coins. He insists that it's okay, but in his mind he's crying over the lost money. Even so, he knows that staying with the group is better than facing the wolves alone. Goran is touched and says they fought together like true companions. Our boy then shows a single coin and thinks this will make the guy like him even more. With that, he says his goodbyes and gets ready to continue on his way. Goran blushes and thinks that our hero's dignity is that of a true knight. Later, he gathers the other mercenaries to give them an important message. He says that Joan praised their efforts and that he's going to distribute the profits. Excited, he tells everyone to line up to receive their share of the money. The mercenaries are shocked, unable to believe they're actually getting something. They then look at him confused. The mercenaries then get super excited and start cheering in celebration. They raise their fists and shout our hero's name all through the village. Meanwhile, our boy is resting at a nearby inn. He finally manages to sleep in peace with his sword and a pretty funny-looking cap. But in the middle of the night, his room door starts to creak very slowly. And a moment later, the doorknob turns and the door opens carefully. Despite the noise, our hero keeps sleeping, completely unaware. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appears in the darkness of the room, and an assassin prepares to take our boy out with his dagger. During the night, an assassin creeps up and tries to snatch our hero's sword, but John snaps awake and grabs the man's wrist with an iron grip. The attacker is in total shock. He never expected our boy to be awake. With his eyes glowing in the dark, our main character demands an answer. He then asks if the guy is one of Karamob's goons. The assassin panics and screams for our hero to let him go. Losing his patience, Johan just eats him, smashing him right through a cabinet. Lying on the floor all banged up, the man coughs and whimpers in fear. Our main character then walks over and steps on the attacker's leg. The man screams for help, realizing that Johan isn't your average human. The scene then rewinds 5 minutes back at the same inn. We see the village chief snoring his head off while two young men sneak up the stairs. They are Pra and Gamson, and they're plotting something against our guy. Gamson says that Vulan, the village's strongest guy, is going to take care of Johan. He also mentions that Pell, the horse fanatic, is already out there snatching the animal. Outside, Pell is completely blown away by the war ore and tries to calm it down. Meanwhile, Pra asks Gamson if the noble's sword is really that expensive. Gamson then asks Pra if he's ever seen a sword that could slice a man clean in half. He claims he saw the weapon split an armored soldier in two, easy as pie, and he says the knight is nothing without his sword, but a loud crash startles them, sprawled on the floor. Vulan is terrified as he sees our guy's blue eyes glowing in the darkness. A moment later, our hero drags the man out of the room while he screams for help. Outside, Gamson is completely stunned with no clue what's going on. Pra then grabs him by the shoulders and asks what the heck is happening, but Gamson just screams at him to run if he wants to stay alive. He can feel they've really messed up and wonders who is this guy. Just then, the village chief shows up and asks who the two idiots are. Without answering, the boys bolt out of the inn and into the night. Outside, Pell is already waiting with the horses and says they finally made it. Gamson then yells at him to hurry up and get ready to flee. Pella is confused and asks his friend where Vulan is. Angry, Gamson shouts that Vulan is a goner or is about to meet his end. He then tells everyone to get on their horses so they can get away as fast as possible. Pra says he can't just leave Vulan, but Gamson rushes him, afraid the noble will follow them. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the inn, destroying everything. Terrified, the three of them look back, unable to believe what just happened. They then see Joan landing on the roof surrounded by a terrifying red aura. With his eyes glowing, our hero glares at the boys with pure fury. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Southern Empire in a grim place, and a hand holds a wooden mallet about to smash something. Two soldiers in armor finish nailing up a wooden sign. The notice says that these people stole from a noble, and for that their families have been punished, and the order came from the emperor himself of the Holy Cardian Bizulf Empire. One of the guards then asks what they stole to end up like that. He finds out the crime was stealing 1 chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Deverab. The soldier is shocked to learn they all met such a tragic end, and it was all because of such a small and insignificant crime. Meanwhile, in a tavern at night, the full moon lights up the sky. The caravan leader Eldons is having a quiet dinner at a table. He's enjoying his meal and having a drink to unwind, but a man runs in and says there's a problem involving Mr. Eldons. He reveals that Ganson was caught trying to steal from our hero, Johann. Eldens is startled and spits out his drink, shouting in surprise at the news. He gets annoyed, thinking he wanted to convince Johann to travel with them to Marcel. The Beastman then takes a deep breath and tries to calm down to think of a solution. He orders them to capture Ganson and for the rest of the group to pretend they know nothing. The messenger is impressed with his leader calmness in a moment of crisis. Inwardly, Eldens is panicking but tries to keep his composure. He thinks he needs to find a way to handle the noble just in case. And so, the caravan leader sits there alone, thinking about what to do next. Under the full moon, a blue flag flutters atop a wooden house. Inside, the village chief is wrapping up a meeting with other villagers. Suddenly, a man rushes in and shouts that things have gotten ugly. He tells them those troublemakers caught trying to rob the noble. The chief becomes furious and calls the boys useless, slamming his hand on the table. The other villagers panic and ask what they should do. The chief orders them to gather gifts for the noble and to include a slave. With a serious look, he also tells them to prepare for the boy's execution. The boy's parents become desperate and say he can't do that. The chief then completely loses it and throws a chair at them, calling them idiots. He screams, asking if they've already forgotten the emperor's decree. With a determined look, he says they need to act before the noble does. The law states that anyone who covets a noble's property will have their tongue cut out, or they could be sentenced to hanging along with their entire family. The parents are terrified because entire families have been wiped out for this before. The chief explains that it happened just for asking for 1 chicken and 3 eggs. He then yells and asks what they think the noble is going to do now for offending a noble. He will surely want to punish everyone. One of the men suggests asking for help from Count Jaren, the owner of this territory. But the chief just laughs and says nobles only care about their little games of honor. The village chief then slams his fist on the table and screams for the villagers to wake up. With tears in her eyes, one of the boys' mothers cries in silence. The other villagers just hang their heads without saying a word. The chief then asks if they think he feels good about doing this. He says it's for the good of the village and asks them to accept his decision. That night, the villagers gather around a large tree. The 3 young men are kneeling and tied up, crying in fear. Our hero watches everything with a serious expression, his hands bandaged. He thinks to himself that the situation has blown up way more than he expected. He thought they were assassins, but they're just kids who wanted his expensive sword. Because of this, he decides he's going to keep the weapon hidden from now on. Our guy then decides he'll scare them a little, and then let them go, sitting there with his sword. He looks exhausted from all the chaos. The village chief approaches with a nervous smile and asks if he's okay. With a sour look on his face, our main character yells that he is now okay. He then asks if this is how they welcome guests in this village. The chief immediately throws himself on the ground and apologizes desperately. He says it's all his fault for not being able to control the idiots. Our hero then says the scare was enough and tells everyone to leave. And finally, he raises a simple sword as if to teach them a lesson. With wide eyes, our hero watches the scene in disbelief. The chief then yells that he will cleanse the noble's honor with his own hands. Our guy thinks that this lunatic is just making the whole situation worse, but the chief insists that whoever tarnished the noble's honor deserves to meet their end. With a cry of rage, the chief brings the dagger down with all his might. The boy's mother screams in despair, covering her face with her hands. However, the dagger is stopped by something and digs into the ground with a heavy impact. With a furious look, our guy asks if the chief didn't hear him. It turns out our hero grabbed the chief's hand and stopped the blow. The village chief is terrified by our main character's reaction. The other villagers are also startled by the noble's actions. The crowd of villagers watches the scene in silence under the moonlight. Our guy then stands up and yells, asking if everyone there has gone crazy. He says if they want them to pay for their crimes, they should pay with money. Everyone falls silent, not understanding our hero's proposal. In his thoughts, he wonders if his love for cash was a bit too obvious. He then calls to cover it up and says he'll repeat himself. With a serious look, he asks how honor can be more valuable than life. Finally, he throws the dagger to the ground and tells them to release the boys. The chief then falls to his knees, crying and thanking him for his honorable decision. Kneeling, the villagers thank Johann for his kindness and promise to never forget. Soon after, the parents run to hug their children, crying with relief and joy. The chief also cries emotionally and apologizes in his thoughts to Eldens for ever doubting him. Meanwhile, Ganson apologizes to Johann for falling for some idiot scheme. An old man then scolds the youths, telling them they got lucky with our hero. Just then, the mercenary K approaches Gamson, who tells him to unti him already. The boy then complains that he never should have joined this unlucky bunch. Annoyed by his audacity, K grabs Ganson's head with great force. With a cold stare, he tells the boy to relax because it'll be easier this way. Gamson is terrified and stammers, asking what he's talking about, but in the blink of an eye, a red liquid flies everywhere. Our main character then turns around to see what happened behind him. With a serious face, he observes the scene, his blue eyes shining in the night. However, our guy is confused and doesn't quite get what just went down. Suddenly, Gamson's life is brutally taken by the mercenary K in front of everyone. His eyes widen in despair in his final moment of life, and then the young man falls lifelessly to the ground in a terrible scene. K holds his bloody dagger after doing the dirty work. Our hero is in shock and yells, asking what the hell he's doing, with a serious look case as he acted according to the imperial decree. He claims to have executed the one who coveted a noble's wealth. Furious, our guy shouts that he had made it very clear he didn't want any trouble. Gaz and Eldons are frightened by our main character's furious reaction. But K turns to Johan and says that even mercenaries have honor and rules. He explains that Gamson's actions tarnish the honor of the entire group. Calmly, the mercenary then begins to clean his battle sword. Our hero watches it all, still very serious about what just happened. K then offers his sword and says Joan can punish him if he thinks he was wrong. Our guy is surprised and starts to break out in a cold sweat at the mercenary's attitude. He realizes K is putting his own life on the line to defend his honor. With a trembling hand, our main character reaches for the sword K is offering. Eldons and Gaz watch the tense scene, not knowing what will happen, but our hero pushes the blade aside, refusing to take it, and finally he apologizes, saying he didn't consider K's position. Gaz and the leader Eldons shout in shock at our hero's action. K's jaw drops too because a noble would never apologize. Our guy then tells him to put the dagger away, and the mercenary awkwardly obeys. With the situation resolved, Johan thanks everyone there for their understanding. Later, Gaz chews K out for being so reckless with the noble. Meanwhile, Eldons looks at our hero with a sparkle in his eyes. The Beastman then realizes that this noble is completely different from the others. He thinks that Johan is brave and just, but without the arrogance of nobles. Because of this, Eldons decides he must make him an ally at all costs, and so the caravan continues its journey as the sun sets on the horizon. Our hero then takes out a pocket watch he received as a gift. He complains that he took the item because it looked expensive, but then discovered it's broken. With a sideways glance, he seems a little regretful of his choice, and to make matters worse, he realizes he's now got another mouth to feed. As they arrive at a wooden gate, someone shouts our hero's name. The village chief then approaches with gifts as a token of gratitude. Our guy then picks up the watch and wonders how it ended up there. The chief then offers a slave, saying he knows the region well. Our main character is shocked as he's never seen someone in such bad shape. And finally, he accepts the gift and tells them to give the boy a bath and some food. With the new boy in the group, our hero feels that having a slave is weird. Meanwhile, at the camp, the mercenaries thank Johan for the food. Our guy is sitting by the fire when the young man calls him master. With a smile, the boy thanks Johan and brings him a meal. But our hero tells him not to call him master and just use his name. The young man is embarrassed by the request, and our guy doesn't know what to think. Our main character then asks how someone so knowledgeable became a slave. Sitting by the fire, the young man says it's not a very pleasant story, but our hero insists since he knows bad stories too, and the boy agrees. He then explains that he was a weapons and armor seller in the East, but one day, a noble ordered him to smuggle gold for him. Our guy is surprised since that usually results in the death penalty. The young man explains that he needed money to help his sick siblings, and so he delivered the gold as the noble had instructed. However, the noble himself reported him using a fake mustache as a disguise. Our hero then realizes the noble used him and then threw him away. The boy reveals he didn't even get a trial because of the imperial decree. Our main character then gets angry and asks if he managed to help his siblings. With tears in his eyes, the young man says the guard stole all the money. He then cries and apologizes, saying he just got something in his eye. Our hero watches everything with a serious and thoughtful expression. He then realizes that this world is just too sick and cruel, because if you're weak, the nobles will exploit you, and no one dares to complain, like the soldiers from the Blitz family who became bandits to survive, or the people of Lute's back who were forced to sacrifice their own children, and even Goyd who was used and discarded by the nobility without a second thought. Our guy then wonders if this is right and finds it all very pathetic, but he remembers that he's being hunted and could meet his end at any moment. With that in mind, our main character calls out to Goyd, who answers, startled. He then says that they're comrades now and that they have to survive together. Goyd is surprised and blushes at our hero's words. Suddenly, a mercenary runs up to them and yells that a monster has appeared. Our guy sighed, tired, as it seems he won't get a minute of peace. He then gets up and runs with the soldier to see what's happening. Goody stays behind thinking about the promise to survive together. Our hero then joins the other mercenaries hiding in the bushes. They see a red aura and confirm that there's a monster nearby. With a serious look, our guy prepares himself for what's coming. As he stands there, someone from the back tells him to get down, but with a smile on his face, our main character says that it's okay. Our hero then orders the mercenaries to lower their weapons. With a smile, he says it's all right and they don't need to worry. Kay and Gaz are confused by the order, but our guy repeats it lower them. He then says he's going to check out the situation and walks toward the forest. The mercenaries are worried as fighting monsters requires special skills. Besides, they can't take any risks since their mission is to protect their leader, Eldens. Our guy then feels a familiar and chilling presence approaching. He sees a red aura and a pressure that freezes the soul coming from the darkness. It's the glowing red eyes in the dark that our hero already knows. It's the Black Wolf of Ilman, and he's sure it's the same one from before. He remembers that last time the wolf helped him by attacking the soldiers. Our main character knows the creature could have attacked him at any moment, but with a smile, he realizes the wolf has no intention of hurting him. Our hero then tells the monster to stop hiding and show itself. With a snarl, the giant wolf emerges from the darkness with its red eyes. Our guy then thanks it for saving his life last time. The mercenaries are shocked and wonder if Johann is a monster tamer. The wolf then gets closer and starts sniffing our main character's face. The creature then begins to lick our hero in a very affectionate way. The mercenaries are left with their mouths wide open, not understanding a thing that's going on. Our hero then tells everyone not to be scared because the wolf isn't evil. He reveals that the creature is actually the Dawn's messenger. With an excited smile, the leader Eldens seems to recognize the name, but our guy is confused, not understanding what the beastman is talking about. Eldens then recounts an old song from the Eastern Empire to explain. The legend speaks of a warrior who gave a name to a wolf on a night of war. The name was the Dawn's messenger, and the wolf bowed before the warrior with blue eyes. The wolf led the warrior in battles across the continent. At the end of the war, the hero brought peace, but met his end soon after. The wolf then mourned for 3 days and traveled to where heroes were needed. The legendary creature was the Dawn's messenger with bright blue eyes. Our guy then asks if the legend is correct because the wolf was known by another name. Eldens explains that the legend got twisted when it reached the Southern Empire, but the original story says the wolf punishes evil and submits to a hero. The Beastman claims that this is written in the ancient texts of the Empire. Our hero is then surprised to learn that the wolf is a legendary creature. With an excited smile, Eldens asks for permission to pet the wolf, but the creature snarls and shows its teeth, scaring the caravan leader. The Beastman then gets scared and says it's probably better not to touch the animal. And finally, he realizes the wolf is only gentle with our main character, Johann. Eldens then remembers an important part of the Eastern folklore. The legend says that if you name a divine beast, it becomes your familiar. He then wonders if our hero is actually a legendary hero. The leader asks if Johann has given the wolf a name yet, and he says, not yet. Excited, Eldens suggests that he give the creature a name right then and there. Our guy is surprised because something incredible could happen if the legend is real. He then thinks of a name for the wolf and suggests calling it Keta, but our hero remembers the last time he saw Karamov and gets an idea with a determined look. He points at the wolf and names it Karamov. Eldens is shocked and yells, asking the reason for that strange name. Suddenly, a red aura surrounds the wolf, its eyes glowing. Our guy is startled by the creature's reaction to receiving its name. A blue light then appears and envelops the wolf in a powerful transformation. A beam of light descends from the heavens and strikes the creature dead on. Our hero and Eldens watch the scene, amazed by what's happening. Blue smoke fills the area, shrouding them both in darkness. Our main character is then blown away by the wolf's transformation. The creature is now the Dawn's messenger, Karam, with a blue aura. Its paws now glow with the new energy coursing through its body. And finally, it bows before our hero as his new familiar. Our hero then approaches the wolf to pet it calmly. With a smile, he says he's counting on his new friend, Karamov. He then tells Eldens that all of this is incredible, and the Beastman agrees. Suddenly, the caravan leader throws himself to the ground and begins to bow. He says it's the first time he's ever seen a myth become reality before his very eyes. The Beastman claims he has respected our guy from the moment they met, and for being chosen by the divine beast, he calls him the hero of hard times. Our main character is embarrassed by all the unexpected flattery. Gaz and the other mercenaries are also shocked by the revelation. Goid is also surprised to learn that his new master is a hero. Everyone then bows before our hero and his legendary wolf, but our guy apologizes and tells Eldens he's no hero. He explains he's just a wanderer from a small family trying to survive. Furthermore, he reveals that he's on the run for having finished off the real Kamov. Eldens is speechless, but our hero says he didn't want to disappoint him, with a determined look. The leader then makes a request to repay his kindness. He asks for permission to introduce Johann to the Marcel Merchants Guild. Our guy then asks what Marcel is, as he's never heard of the place. Eldens explains it's a free trade city and one of the few places the emperor doesn't rule. Our hero then accepts the offer, and the leader thanks him deeply moved with a smile on his face. Our hero thinks about the opportunity in Marcel. As Eldon sings the legend, our guy gets a little worried. He thinks about this title, Caro of Hard Times, and reflects on it, but he knows he's just a wanderer trying to protect his own life. Because of this, he remembers the knight's warning about his future of pain. Even so, he clenches his fist, because his life has never been easy, because this time, by his own will, he will move forward step by step. And with this newfound determination, they set off for the city of Marcel. After arriving in a new land, Johann was visibly astonished and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering whether this place was truly Marcel. Goiden was no less delighted, remarking with genuine emotion that he had never imagined he would be able to come there again. As Johann looked around at the surrounding scenery, he silently thought that since he was already in the city of merchants, he should do some shopping first. At that moment, Karamov happily barked a few times in a playful manner. Johann, seemingly intrigued, called out to it curiously and asked what it was doing. A nearby shop owner also bent down cheerfully, stroking Karamov's head while laughing and commenting that it was extremely cute, even offering it something to try. Seeing this, Johann paused for a moment and reminded himself inwardly that, in other people's eyes, Karamov was merely a cute puppy, for now, at least. The scene then shifted to the previous day, one day before entering Marcel. Johann gazed at Karamov with a contemplative expression. After a short while, he lifted his head and called Karamov's name. Sitting down, he gestured with both hands as he gently explained that perhaps things would be fine if Karamov were a tiny puppy, but if a monster like it entered the city, it would surely cause panic. Therefore, he asked whether Karamov could wait outside the city. Understanding his words, Karamov responded with a low growl before suddenly releasing a surge of power that enveloped its body. To Johann's astonishment, Karamov's form began to change. Moments later, it had completely transformed into an adorable little puppy. Karamov then looked up at Johann as if expecting praise and barked triumphantly. Witnessing this sight, Johann could not hide his confusion and exclaimed in shock, questioning whether Karamov had actually shrunk and wondering if this was one of the holy beast's abilities. Goiden, unable to restrain himself, rushed over and hugged Karamov tightly, marveling at how unbelievably cute it was. Johann, now free of his worries, let out a relieved sigh and remarked that at that size, there should not be any problems after all. Meanwhile, Goiden continued playing affectionately with Karamov. Returning to the present, the surrounding townspeople gathered around Johann, expressing their amazement at how adorable and unique the puppy looked, even speculating whether it was an imported pet. Goiden awkwardly smiled while holding Karamov and apologized, explaining that it was a bit ill-mannered. The shop owner casually replied that it was perfectly fine. Johann, however, grew increasingly uneasy, thinking that drawing attention to himself would not benefit him at all and that he should leave quickly, especially since he was currently on the run. While he was still lost in thought, Goiden called out to him from behind, addressing him as Lord Johann. With sparkling eyes and great enthusiasm, Goiden proposed that if Johann purchased a large bag for carrying items, along with some oil and vinegar, he would take responsibility for equipment maintenance from then on. Hearing this, Johann reacted with mild surprise. Realizing aloud that Goiden had once been an arms merchant, he then spread his hands and admitted that he only had 4 silver coins, questioning whether it was really possible to buy everything they needed. Goiden froze for a brief moment but quickly accepted the coins, confidently taking on the responsibility and telling Johann to leave it to him. With shining eyes, he firmly stated that he could handle everything using just 1 silver coin. Johann immediately laughed and told him not to push himself too hard, inwardly mocking the idea of accomplishing anything with a single silver coin. However, events unfolded far differently than Johann had expected. 50 minutes later, a fully packed backpack was thrown onto the ground. Goiden cheerfully wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with relief that it should be enough. Johann, standing nearby, was left utterly stunned, unable to believe that Goiden had truly managed everything with just 1 silver coin. Johann recalled the sequence of events that had just occurred. First, he had purchased his tactical bag along with a large supply backpack for Goiden, making item storage much more convenient. Everything had gone smoothly. As for the completely smashed helmet, Goiden had used his incredible gift of persuasion to sell it at a very high price and even received a mace for free. As a result, Johann no longer needed to rely on the seal retriever unless absolutely necessary. On top of that, after buying vinegar and oil for equipment maintenance, along with all the other supplies, they had even received copper coins as change. Johann began calculating everything in his mind and found it strangely unbelievable. Their original balance had been 4 silver coins. Their expenditure amounted to 1 silver coin, while their revenue totaled 9 silver coins. Their current balance now stood at 12 silver coins and 10 copper coins. Their money had actually increased. Resting his chin on his hand, Johann pondered deeply. If even a broken helmet could sell for that much, he wondered how valuable Karamov's gear, which he himself had chewed up, might be. Suddenly, a confident smile spread across Johann's face as he decided that if he ever had to go back, he should dig it up and sell it as well. Johann turned to Goiden and remarked that he looked as though he was enjoying himself doing what he knew best, wondering whether his past as a merchant was the reason everything suited him so well. Goiden, feeling genuinely happy, closed his backpack and admitted that he had missed this life deeply. Facing Johann's confusion, Goiden explained without hesitation that becoming a slave who could die at any moment had forced him to live every single day in despair and fear. Johann listened with great emotion as Goiden continued, saying that after meeting Johann, whom he now addressed as Lord Johann, he was no longer a slave, and that it felt as though he had returned to his life as a merchant. With eyes full of hope, Goiden sincerely expressed his gratitude, declaring that even if he had never been a slave, he would still have chosen to follow Johann. Johann smiled gently and replied that he was happy to hear such words and that he would be relying on Goiden from now on. Hearing this, Goiden became extremely excited and loudly affirmed his loyalty. Johann, equally satisfied, suggested that they should enjoy Marcel together. The two of them soon sank into shared joy, and Goiden eagerly agreed. Thus, Johann, who had suffered for quite some time, finally experienced incomparable happiness upon arriving in the great commercial city of Marcel. The tavern was bustling with activity and filled with beautiful maids. Johann sat in a corner, gnawing on a rib, and silently evaluated the situation with tears of joy threatening to fall. He reflected that the jerky he had eaten while wandering tasted like leather boots, whereas the meat in Marcel was tender and melted in the mouth. Remembering his past hardships, he recalled how, during his travels, he had been unable to wash and had nearly gone insane from constant itching. His face brightened with happiness as he realized that in Marcel, he could take a warm bath whenever he wanted. He continued comparing the past and present, recalling that while wandering he had no proper place to sleep, and whenever he lay down, damp and cold stones had pressed painfully against his body. Now, lying joyfully on a warm mattress under soft blankets, he noted that in Marcel, he could sleep in a warm and fluffy bed. Johann firmly concluded that life in Marcel was the best, deciding then and there that he would settle down and live in the city. And so, Johann dreamed of a happy settlement in Marcel. However, fate did not roll the dice in his favor. The next day, at Marcel City Square, Johann continued his culinary sweep of the city. While happily chewing on grilled skewers, he mused about how peaceful everything felt and wondered how long it had been since he had last walked the streets in such comfort. Suddenly, he heard a nearby citizen let out a heavy sigh, expressing that the situation was bad. The man lamented that there had been yet another bandit attack. An elderly woman beside him helplessly added that she had heard Dave's daughter had been the victim this time, and that the bandits had even taken all the new stock. Johann continued eating his skewer while listening in. The woman went on to say that she was terrified of what news the next day might bring, questioning how anyone could live in peace with bandits running rampant like this. Walking beside Johann, Goiden whispered to him that it seemed there were bandits around Marcel as well, which likely explained why the town's atmosphere felt so tense. Before Goiden could finish speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out ahead. A violent member of the Wolves of Aquitaine was yelling angrily at an elderly man, insisting that he had already said he would pay later and demanding to know whether the man understood who he was. The bandit, clearly agitated, kept ordering the old man to just give him one meat skewer, claiming that he had not eaten anything for 4 days. This man was a straggler from the mercenary group Wolves of Aquitaine, who had lost his main unit while chasing Johann and had wandered into Marcel merely to survive. He continued insisting that he would pay the money later, but suddenly froze in place in shock. Johann noticed that the man's face turned pale as he let out a strangled cry, simultaneously pointing directly at him. The Wolves of Aquitaine member rushed toward Johann while gripping the hilt of his sword, stammering in rage and disbelief. Johann clenched his teeth anxiously, realizing that the Wolves of Aquitaine had indeed tracked him all the way to Marcel and acknowledging inwardly that the situation was bad. His thoughts churned violently as he concluded that fighting here would do him no good at all. At that moment, the Wolves of Aquitaine mercenary leaped into the air, preparing to strike Johann down with a killing blow. Just as it seemed everything was truly over, a sharp steel blade flashed horizontally through the air. In an instant, the man's head was severed and fell to the ground. Nearby civilians screamed in terror as the severed head rolled to a stop, crying out in shock and disbelief. Bradil was the one who had just delivered that sword strike. From atop his horse, he angrily complained that he had thought the man was a bandit, only to realize that he was merely a petty robber, and he criticized the poor state of public safety that allowed all kinds of trash to crawl out. After that, Bradil turned his gaze toward Johann and asked with concern whether the wanderer was hurt anywhere. Goiden hesitated slightly before replying that he was not injured and expressed his gratitude, while Johann remained standing there in a daze. Hearing the response, Bradil felt relieved and broke into a bright smile, remarking that it was a relief and reminding them to always be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward and loudly called out to gather attention. Lowering his head, he shouted at the top of his lungs to address the citizens of Marseille, causing everyone nearby to flinch and turn to look at him. Bradil continued riding forward, and behind him followed a large cavalry unit lined up in perfect formation. Identifying himself as Bradil, the oak tree mercenary captain, he lifted his head firmly and reassured the crowd not to worry. He then confidently declared that the 500-strong oak tree mercenaries would surely wipe out the bandit horde and make Marseille safe once again. Goiden could not help but look at him with admiration and exclaimed inwardly how amazing it was to see them in person. Johann, feeling curious, wondered whether they were famous. Goiden quickly explained that the oak tree mercenaries were indeed renowned as one of the top mercenary groups in the empire, and he confidently added that he had heard about bandits around Marseille and assumed the mercenaries had been hired to eliminate them. After hearing all this, Johann lowered his head and fell silent, as though lost in thought. His mind returned to the moment he had been attacked, and he realized that if it had not been for that man's help just now, his identity would have been exposed. Quietly staring at the skewer of roasted meat in his hand, Johann told himself that if that had happened, being hunted by the Empire would have made it impossible for him to remain in Marseille any longer. The ominous prophecies echoed once more in his subconscious, foretelling that his life ahead would be filled with nothing but pain. Johann bit his lip tightly in anguish, holding back his tears as those dark thoughts dragged him down. He forced himself to snap out of it, reminding himself that he was still a fugitive. With a heavy heart, he reasoned that the only way for him to survive was to build a good relationship with the Gitana Guild, since not even the Emperor could easily touch the guild. He recalled the moment Eldens had bowed his head before him and silently reflected that, fortunately, Eldens had looked upon him favorably, giving him a chance to interact with the Marseille Guild. Despite this, Johann's face remained dark with worry as he questioned what would happen if his identity were revealed before that. His thoughts spiraled endlessly as he concluded that even if they knew he was being chased by the Empire, they would absolutely not step forward to protect him. He firmly asserted to himself that if his identity were discovered before he established a solid relationship with Gitana, he would certainly be dead. Clenching his fist, Johann steeled his resolve. The goal was clear. He had to meet the Gitana Guild and seek protection from the Empire. His eyes shone with unprecedented determination as he resolved that until he built trust with the guild, his identity must never be revealed. At that moment, a voice called out to him from behind. A flag fluttered overhead as a woman respectfully bowed and introduced herself as Ivelka, the exclusive maid of the Gitana Guild. She went on to explain that she had heard of Johann's impressive exploits through Lord Eldans, and that the guild wished to form a deep connection with him, or possibly with his family. Lifting her head with a warm smile, she politely invited him to accompany her to the Gitana Guild. After receiving Ivelka's proposal, Johann agreed to move to the Gitana Merchant Group's Marseille branch. Goiden, despite carrying numerous items on his back, kindly sat down and called out to Karamov, telling it to give him its paw. Karamov happily gnawed on his finger while growling playfully, prompting Goiden to laugh and protest for it to stop biting him. The scene then shifted to the interior of a dimly lit room, where Johann sat tensely on a sofa, waiting. Pressing his lips together, he anxiously thought to himself that he had finally made it to the merchant group, a place that represented his best chance to turn things around, and he sincerely hoped that everything would go according to plan. While Johann was still lost in thought, someone approached from behind and addressed him, stating that he must be Sir Johann, and mentioning that they had heard quite a lot about him from Sir Eldens. The woman slowly stepped closer and expressed that it was an honor to officially meet him. She then bowed politely and introduced herself as Ion, the branch manager of the Gitana Merchant Group in Marseille. Raising her head with a friendly smile, Ion remarked that it was a pleasure. Johann hurriedly stood up and politely introduced himself as Johann of the Eights family, adding that the pleasure was all his. Ion cheerfully agreed and gestured for them to have some tea while discussing the details. Johann immediately accepted the suggestion, saying that it sounded like a plan. Once the hot tea was served, Ion happily explained that it was a trade good imported from the Mediterranean region and expressed her hope that it would suit Johann's palate. Holding the cup, Johann felt puzzled and wondered inwardly why it was clearly coffee, yet he maintained proper etiquette and thanked her, saying he would enjoy it. After taking a sip, he offered his observation that the aroma was quite striking and deduced that it was a tea brewed from roasted fruit seeds. Upon hearing this, Iona was delighted and firmly affirmed that Johann had assessed the situation precisely, praising his sharp eye and remarking that it was rare for someone to recognize it so easily. She then smoothly changed the subject and suggested that they move on to business. Speaking frankly, Iona stated that her group believed they already had a good understanding of why Sir Johann had come to them. The moment Johann heard this, he was so shocked that he spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. He froze, inwardly panicking as he wondered whether they had already discovered that he was being pursued by the Emperor. Across from him, Iona continued to explain that the true reason for his visit was something else entirely. Frowning with visible intensity, she declared that Johann must surely harbor a grand ambition deep in his heart. This conclusion was completely unexpected for Johann. He straightened up in confusion, utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Iona's calm voice continued, explaining that she had heard many stories from Sir Eldon's, stories of how Johann had protected the innocent and shown mercy even to enemies who had surrendered. With sincerity, she questioned why a man like him would come to Marcel, a place crawling with bandits, and expressed that she could see Johann's ambition to save Marcel with his own two hands. Feeling overwhelmed, Johann clutched his head helplessly, thinking to himself that he had no idea what she was talking about, but decided it would be best to play along for the moment. He then sighed and outwardly admitted that she had seen right through him. Iona responded with a warm, understanding smile, remarking that ambition was not a bad thing at all, but rather a virtue for those worthy of it. Her expression suddenly darkened as she leaned closer to Johann and whispered that the Gitana merchant group loved to support the ambitions of those who truly had what it took. Johann immediately sensed the true nature of the situation and inwardly exclaimed that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, the unmistakable scent of a deal. Extending her hand, Iona continued by adding that, if Johann was interested, she could even introduce him to the governor of Marcel. This condition caused Johann's resolve to waver. He lifted his head in shock, realizing that the governor was essentially the city's mayor, and that this meant he could gain not only the backing of the merchant group, but also the mayor himself. Excitement surged within him as he calculated that, if that happened, even the emperor's grandfather would find it a tremendous headache to lay a hand on him. He concluded inwardly that he had to accept this deal, no matter what. Letting out a hearty laugh, Johann expressed his appreciation for the offer, but asked cautiously if he could know exactly what this so-called sponsorship entailed. Iona answered with complete confidence, explaining that sponsorship from the Gitana merchant group meant access to every service they provided, including restaurants, inns, and even entertainment, all enjoyed under the name of Gitana. She added playfully that, of course, if Johann became too greedy, they would have no choice but to cut him off. After a brief pause, she raised a finger and stated that there was, however, one condition. Turning serious, Iona declared that Johann must promise them a single thing. Whenever the Gitana merchant group had need of him, he would fight under their banner. Johann, equally serious now, asked whether that meant they wanted him to deal with the bandits threatening the town. Iona quickly denied this and clarified that the Oak mercenary group had already been dispatched to handle the bandits. She explained that they had something else in mind for him. Proceeding with great caution, Johann asked what this something else was. In response, Iona smiled meaningfully and confidently tapped her temple as she explained that recently, the number of shopkeepers acting against the Gitana merchant group had been increasing. These shopkeepers claimed that Gitana was monopolizing the market, and as their complaints grew louder, they had become an increasingly troublesome nuisance. A frightening glint flashed across Iona's face as she stated that they wanted Johann to eliminate those disgruntled shopkeepers, and, if possible, their children as well, adding coldly that this was their only condition. Fixing Johann with an intense, piercing stare, she asked whether he accepted their proposal. Johann sat there with his arms crossed, thinking for a long time. His lips pressed tightly together and his eyes lowered, as though he were wrestling with an extremely important decision. By the time the conversation ended, the sun was already beginning to set. With a darkened expression, Johann left the Marcel branch of the Gitana merchant group. The moment Goidan saw him, he stood up cheerfully and asked whether Johann was back and if the meeting with the merchant group had gone well. Johann stood there silently, saying nothing. Growing uneasy, Goidan called out to him once more, addressing him again in concern. At that very moment, Johann suddenly broke into a smile. Overflowing with excitement, he enthusiastically declared to Goidan that they should go and live the high life together. This abrupt shift in his attitude left Goidan completely stunned, as he blankly wondered what Johann meant by living the high life. To clarify the reason behind Johann's sudden change, the narration returned to an earlier moment, 1 hour prior. At that time, Johann had responded to Iona by firmly declining her proposal. He explained that in a massive city like this, it was only natural for people to complain about distribution monopolies. However, he hesitated briefly before bowing his head and expressing his deep unease, stating that killing people instead of resolving matters through dialogue, especially involving children, was something he could not accept. Johann then resolutely declared that he would not kill innocent people for such a reason and insisted that the deal should be treated as if it had never happened. Upon hearing his answer, Iona's expression darkened noticeably. She stared at Johann in silence, while he met her gaze with equal determination. Moments later, she suddenly smiled. Iona then congratulated Johann, stating that he had passed. This unexpected reaction left Johann bewildered, prompting him to wonder what she meant. Iona nodded and explained that the entire situation had been a test to determine whether Johann was truly worthy of their support. She addressed him as a righteous knight and politely asked for forgiveness for her rudeness. Still somewhat flustered, Johann quickly asked about the alleged monopoly and the complaints surrounding it. With a cheerful smile, Iona clarified that the Getana merchant group had never monopolized distribution, nor had they earned resentment from local shops. On the contrary, she explained that the group provided high-quality goods at fair market prices and was actually quite popular among merchants. She added that Johann had no idea how many other groups were secretly skimming profits behind the scenes. Once again, Iona brought up the condition she had mentioned earlier, clarifying that she was not asking Johann to rush into a war zone immediately. She honestly explained that since the Oak mercenary group was already out hunting bandits, Johann could, for the time being, simply relax and enjoy Gitana's hospitality. After laying everything out, Iona smiled brightly and extended her hand, asking Johann whether he would join hands with her. Having fully understood the situation, Johann smiled gently and eagerly reached out in response, agreeing to the partnership. The two clasped hands in what felt like a solemn promise, invoking the grace of St. Luark and expressing hope that their alliance would be mutually beneficial. Returning to the present, Goiden was still visibly confused and asked what Johann actually meant by living the high life. Johann, whose cheeks had flushed red with happiness, explained enthusiastically that living the high life meant going out to eat something incredibly expensive. On the Gitana merchant group's tab, no less. Hearing this, Goiden smiled brightly and asked if everything had gone well. Walking ahead with excitement, Johann replied that it had gone perfectly and proudly announced that he had finally secured sponsorship from the merchant group. Goiden became just as excited and congratulated him enthusiastically, to which Johann responded with sincere thanks. Johann then lifted his gaze toward the distance and reflected silently that being sponsored the moment he stepped into Marseille meant everything was falling perfectly into place. His hand clenched slightly as he thought about the troublesome bandits nearby, believing that once the Oak mercenaries wiped them out, the city would soon return to normal. Filled with anticipation for the future, Johann felt that the happy life he had long dreamed of was finally within reach, and that it was time to relax and enjoy himself to the fullest. Suddenly, as the two were moving along, a piercing scream rang out. Nearby, a massive fly hovered over the scene where an unconscious person lay on the ground with blood flowing from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Flies swarmed around the body, and terrified citizens gathered around the horrific sight. Upon witnessing the scene, Johann was deeply shaken. Staring blankly at the bodies piled together, he wondered in disbelief why there were corpses in a place like this. At that moment, someone called out to him. It was Goran, who approached and greeted him. Johann turned toward him in mild surprise and asked whether Goran knew what was happening. Goran looked toward the bodies and spoke sorrowfully, explaining that the bandits around Marseille had become increasingly depraved. He stated that they had been murdering the families of the city's merchants and dumping their bodies like this, effectively holding the city of Marseille hostage. On the other side, the corpses clearly showed signs of brutal torture, with fresh blood pooling beneath them. Another scream echoed through the crowd, startling Johann. The citizens began shouting in anger, expressing that the bandit situation had not been resolved at all and that the city of Marseille needed to be held responsible for what had happened. Another person voiced deep concern, saying that they had heard rumors claiming that the emperor himself was instigating the bandits, an idea they found utterly insane. One after another, people took turns shouting, insisting that there was no way the emperor would do such a thing unless he had completely lost his sanity. Someone snapped back, demanding that such words be watched, while others fiercely defended the emperor's dignity, arguing that His Majesty would never stoop to something so disgraceful. The situation quickly descended into utter chaos as heated arguments erupted everywhere. Some dismissed the emperor's authority outright, accusing him of clearly targeting Marseille, while others furiously condemned such statements as blasphemy and demanded silence. Certain voices even claimed that God would surely strike down an impious emperor, only to be shouted down by others who questioned whether a senile ruler could possibly maintain power and accused their opponents of daring to defy the Holy Empire itself. Standing amid the uproar, Johann bit his lip in irritation. He bitterly lamented to himself that the peaceful life he had finally found in Marseille was being completely ruined by these bandits. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly, wondering what those mercenary bastards were even doing. Inside the Marseille branch of the Ghetana merchant group, urgent knocking echoed through the halls. Ivelka rushed inside to report, apologetically addressing Iona and stating that a serious problem had arisen. Iona, clutching her aching forehead, replied that if the issue concerned the bodies sent by the bandits, she was already aware of it, and she demanded to know what on earth the Oak mercenary group was doing. Ivelka hesitated before responding, clearly tense, and then revealed that all contact with the Oak mercenary group had been completely lost. This revelation stunned Iona, leaving her frozen as she questioned how such a thing could possibly happen. Ivelka quickly explained that the previous day, the body of a messenger had been discovered in the forest near Marseille, and that the condition of the corpse had been truly horrific. After hearing this, Iona lowered her head, her expression darkening as she fell into deep thought. Gritting her teeth, she told herself that the Oak mercenary group possessed military power comparable to a fortress, and that there was no way one of the Empire's top mercenary forces could be wiped out by mere bandits. Suddenly she leapt to her feet in anger, slammed the desk, and shouted Ivelka's name. Startled, Ivelka immediately responded in fear. Iona, visibly tense, ordered her to bring Master Swetelga, known as the Mage of the Yahello River, explaining that she needed to confirm through his prophecy whether the mercenary group had truly been annihilated. The scene shifted to the Yahello River, where clear blue water cascaded down from above. An elderly man extended his hand into the flowing water, sensing its chill as he murmured thoughtfully that he could see clearly now. He remarked that Ghetana was searching in the wrong direction, asserting that looking for the Oak mercenary group would not change anything. Upon seeing Johann's face reflected below, the old man suddenly laughed, stating that the man who had killed the Emperor's hound and fled was now attempting to hide within Marcel's wealth. His expression darkened as he firmly declared that things would not proceed according to Johann's plans. Back at the Ghetana Trading Company's Marseille branch, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The door creaked open as Lord Swetelga entered, clearing his throat. His sudden appearance caused Ivelka to blurt out in surprise before she hurriedly welcomed him, expressing her gratitude for answering Ghetana's request. Lord Swetelga, however, cast her a dark glance and questioned how she could claim to be thankful after sending someone who drove the carriage like a madman, remarking that he had nearly broken his back. Terrified, Ivelka immediately apologized profusely. She then turned to announce that she would go fetch Lady Iona, only for Lord Swetelga to stop her, saying it was unnecessary. Confused, Ivelka asked for clarification, prompting Lord Swetelga to explain that if the matter had truly been urgent, Iona would have come herself. Ivelka stood frozen in awkward silence, unsure how to respond. As she seemed about to speak, Lord Swetelga sternly warned her not to make him repeat himself. She instantly complied, affirming her obedience. Taking a seat, Lord Swetelga cleared his throat once more, stroked his long beard, and stated that according to the voice of the Yahello River, he was destined to meet someone there. At the same time, outside the building, Lohan looked up in excitement at the Marseille branch of the Ghetana Trading Company before him. He reflected that the day he would finally meet Marseille's governor had arrived. Filled with determination, he resolved to win the governor's favor, settle down permanently in Marseille, put an end to his wandering life, and escape being hunted by the emperor. He proudly acknowledged to himself that he had made it to the second round of an interview at a major corporation. Throughout the long corridor, only Lohan's footsteps echoed. As he walked, he muttered to himself with a hint of excitement, wondering what the governor might like and thinking that perhaps he should have asked Ion beforehand. Suddenly Karamov came to an abrupt halt and let out a low growl. Finding this strange, Lohan asked what was wrong with him. At that moment he realized that Lord Swetelga was standing right in front of them. Stroking his beard, the old man calmly remarked that the name Karamov did not seem fitting for a divine beast. Seeing Lord Swetelga before him, Johann could not help but feel tense. Inwardly, he questioned how this old man could possibly know that Karamov was a divine beast. Without hesitation, Johann directly asked who the man was. Lord Swetelga paused briefly before replying that it seemed Johann did not know him. He then introduced himself straightforwardly, stating that his name was Swetelga and that he was the sage of the Yahello River, repeating the title as if to emphasize it. Johann narrowed his eyes slightly and expressed his doubt, murmuring about the word sage. Seemingly understanding Johann's hesitation, Swetelga summarized it simply by saying that he was a mage. Only then did realization dawn on Johann. He reacted in astonishment, his face flushing with excitement as he recalled that this world truly had magic. Growing more animated, he exclaimed to himself that although he had come to meet the governor, he had unexpectedly encountered a mage as well, and that big cities were indeed different. Johann then rushed forward and hugged Swetelga tightly, expressing that it was an honor to meet him and confessing that he had always wanted to meet a mage at least once in his life. Those words made Swetelga blush deeply. Embarrassed, he awkwardly asked if that was really so, but then hesitantly pointed out that for someone being hunted by the Emperor, Johann seemed to be doing rather well. Johann instantly froze in place, his eyes widening in shock as he asked how Swetelga knew about that. Calmly stroking his long beard, Swetelga explained that it was through magic, specifically through the mystery of the Yahello River. He stated that through the river he was able to see both the past and the future. At that point, Johann could no longer remain cheerful. With a serious expression, he asked whether Swetelga intended to report him to the Emperor. Looking straight at Johann, Swetelga calmly asked why he would do such a thing. Johann was deeply shaken by this response, his eyes filled with confusion. Turning slightly, Swetelga explained that Johann should consider who he truly was. He described himself as one who knew the secrets of the Yahello River, a seeker of mysteries within the laws of nature, and declared that he had no interest whatsoever in the petty political struggles of the secular world. He firmly stated that only the voice of the Yahello River moved him. Johann began to feel curious about that place and silently repeated the name of the Yahello River in his mind. Swetelga glanced at him and continued, adding that if he had intended to report Johann, he would have done so quietly and questioned why he would openly mention it right in front of him otherwise. Only then was Johann able to breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling faintly to reassure himself, he admitted inwardly that Swetelga was right. Regaining his composure in an instant, Johann suddenly grabbed Swetelga's hand and earnestly asked if he could hear about magic from him and whether that would be acceptable. Caught off guard and still embarrassed, Swetelga let out a confused sound. Looking into Johann's eyes, which were overflowing with excitement, he could not help but feel puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this man and thinking that a normal knight should have behaved very differently. He recalled how people in the past had looked down on him, mocking mages as cowardly scholars who knew nothing of honor in battle and spent their days muttering eerie nonsense. Returning to the present, Swetelga suddenly realized that this must be the reason why he was so confused. He could not understand why this knight was lighting up with excitement over magic. Johann continued pressing eagerly, asking how magic was used and whether even an ordinary person like himself could use it. Faced with such enthusiasm, Swetelga grew unaccustomed and hesitated awkwardly. In contrast, Johann had already begun plotting for his own future, thinking that this was his chance to learn magic and become a magic swordsman, and believing that if he achieved that, his chances of survival would surely increase. Swetelga took a small step back and stroked his beard to calm himself before finally agreeing. He stated that their meeting was a matter of fate and that it was not as though he could not tell Johann about magic. Johann looked up with a hint of disappointment and let out a small sound of reaction. Swetelga then continued, adding that teaching him outright for free would be too boring. He proposed that if Johann managed to win even a single round in a game against him, he would teach him magic. Still somewhat dazed, Johann reacted with mild dismay before lifting his head in confusion and asking what kind of game Swetelga meant, wondering if it was chess and suggesting whether they could do something else instead, such as arm wrestling. In Johann's imagination, he could easily defeat Swetelga in an arm wrestling match, and he even envisioned himself shouting triumphantly. At the same time, a reminder surfaced in his mind, warning him not to use his strength against the elderly or the weak. Hearing this, Swetelga could not help but laugh, remarking that arm wrestling would obviously give Johann the advantage, though he clarified that he was not referring to chess and instructed Johann to follow him instead. As he turned and walked away, Swetelga confidently stated that although the game of kings was entertaining, it could not compare to the game of gods. Johann followed behind with growing unease, silently wondering what the so-called game of gods might be. Swetelga then produced a go board and placed 2 small containers on the table. Johann, overwhelmed with tension, nearly cried out as he realized what it was. Upon seeing several stones already placed on the board, he immediately recognized that it was Go. Noticing Johann frozen in place, Swetelga told him to sit down for the time being. Stroking his chin, Swetelga asked whether it looked complicated and reassured him not to worry, promising to go easy on him. On the other hand, Johann reassured himself internally that luck was once again on his side. He recalled his past with pride, remembering that he had once won a 4th Dan Go tournament. With a confident smile, he convinced himself that he could win. As he picked up a handful of stones, he admitted to himself that he did not know how skilled the old man truly was, but he firmly resolved that he would defeat him. Across from him, Swetelga began the match by announcing that he would start with an easy move. Johann, full of confidence, told himself that victory was certain. He responded politely, expressing his thanks in advance. As Johann made his opening move, an intense energy radiated from him, and he inwardly declared that he would make Swetelga's knowledge of magic his own. 50 minutes later, the atmosphere grew heavier than ever. Johann stared intently at Swetelga, straining under the pressure. Swetelga lifted his head and let out a deep sigh. Johann hesitantly addressed him, but before he could finish, Swetelga abruptly widened his eyes and asked to take back a few moves. Johann flatly refused, pointing out that Swetelga had already taken back moves 5 times. In frustration, Swetelga slammed his fist onto the board, sending stones flying everywhere. In agony, he exclaimed that none of this made sense and questioned how he could be losing in the game of gods. He then stared at Johann in disbelief, demanding to know whether this was truly Johann's first time playing and declaring that even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire had never surpassed him. Johann concealed the truth and laughed gently, attributing Swetelga's loss to how well he taught. Hearing this, Swetelga grew embarrassed and cleared his throat. He then raised one finger and proposed another match, stating that if he lost again, he would give Johann a gift that would help him in life. Johann was secretly overjoyed, reacting with excitement and speculating whether the gift might be a magical item. After clearing his throat and pretending to deliberate, Johann agreed on the condition that Swetelga specify how many handicap stones he wanted. Swetelga became visibly tense, blushing as he struggled to regain his composure before finally asking for 3 handicap stones. Johann accepted without hesitation and made the first move, announcing that they should begin. Sometime later, under dim lighting and in near silence, Swetelga curiously asked why Johann, being of noble birth, was so interested in magic. Johann frowned and explained helplessly that the emperor wanted him dead and that it would be better to have more tools at his disposal. Swetelga studied Johann's move and asserted that if Johann intended to use magic for combat, they should stop there, as the knowledge he could offer was not meant for that purpose. Johann was stunned by this revelation and questioned whether magic truly could not be used in combat. This visibly irritated Swetelga, who asked whether Johann had seriously planned to fight using magic. Lowering his head as he picked up another handful of stones, Swetelga stated that although he had made a promise, he would at least answer that question. He explained that he had heard of individuals who did apply magic to combat. Johann excitedly interrupted, expressing his delight upon learning that such people existed. Swetelga immediately raised his voice and demanded that Johann listen first. Johann froze in confusion and fell silent. He listened as Swetelga explained that those commonly referred to as mages were primarily people who uncovered the mysteries of nature, some through the wind, others through fire, and a few through the smoke of burning sulfur. Swetelga calmly recounted that a certain fool had once even bragged about discovering a mystery within the Black Forest. As Johann listened, he silently assessed the story, thinking to himself that the last part sounded strangely personal. Swetelga continued his explanation, stating that those discovered mysteries were known as spirits, and that mages borrowed the power of those spirits. He then offered a cautious warning, explaining that spirits usually lent their power without asking for anything in return, but that there were times when their whims demanded a fatal price. Fixing his gaze firmly on Johann, Swetelga emphasized that even if one came into contact with a mystery, one had to be careful not to go against its will. Johann reacted quickly, nodding as he replied that he understood, though his thoughts were already in turmoil. He reflected inwardly on how dangerous the setting of this world truly was, deciding that he would not risk his life trying to explore the laws of nature. His inner voice grew subdued as he abandoned the idea of becoming a magic swordsman altogether, doubting whether magic items even existed in the first place. No wonder, he mused, things had gone so smoothly for him until now. At that moment, a shout suddenly echoed through the area, as someone exclaimed in shock that Lord Swetelga was present. Hurried footsteps rang out in the hallway outside. Iona angrily demanded to know why she had not been informed earlier. In response, Ivelka panicked as she explained that Swetelga had strongly insisted that no one be told. Still fuming, Iona complained that mages were truly troublesome to deal with, adding that she had even told him the situation was urgent. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Someone pointed out that Swetelga was indeed there. Iona, wearing a friendly expression, opened the door to greet him, but the sight before her was a grave and tense atmosphere between Swetelga and Johann. She froze in confusion, letting out a small, startled sound. Panic rose within her as she realized that Swetelga was once again teasing someone with the so-called game of gods, and that this time it appeared to be Sir Johann. Bewildered, she let out another confused sound. Suddenly, Swetelga sprang to his feet in agitation, pleading to be allowed to take back a single move. Johann, utterly helpless, called out to him. Meanwhile, Iona stared in disbelief, wondering how it was possible that Lord Swetelga was actually losing in the game of gods. Her curiosity deepened as she looked at Johann, who was smiling brightly across the board, and she questioned just what kind of person Sir Johann truly was. Johann, filled with excitement, urged him to simply accept his loss. At that point, Iona spoke up again, exclaiming in surprise as she greeted Lord Swetelga, remarking that she had not realized he was there. She approached him warmly and remarked that if he had come to Marcel, he should have contacted her, asking whether he had been enjoying a pleasant time with Sir Johann. Swetelga laughed heartily as he stroked his long beard, replying that he had merely been playing a few games with the knight. Iona responded in understanding. Using her arrival as an excuse, Swetelga moved to disperse the chessboard, remarking that since the branch manager had arrived, they would unfortunately have to end the game there. Johann, who had been preparing to make his next move, froze when he saw that the board had already been cleared. Just then, Swetelga placed 2 flasks, one red and one blue, onto the table and instructed Johann to take them. Johann stared at them in confusion and asked what they were. Swetelga swiftly explained that he had not forgotten his promise, revealing that they were water flasks containing the final secrets of the Yahello River, known respectively as the Water of Wrath and the Water of Blessing. At that moment, at the Oak Tree Mercenaries' outpost, fear was clearly etched into someone's eyes. The 3-member squad had all drawn their swords, trembling as they stammered in terror, expressing their disbelief at what they were seeing. Before them stood a mysterious entity that continuously radiated an overwhelming killing intent. With a twisted face and an abnormal body, the being finally revealed itself. The murderous aura it released was so oppressive that it threatened to drive any human mind into madness. The leader of the mercenary group, Bradil, fell into panic and shouted in hysteria that the creature was not a bandit. After that outburst, nothing remained in Bradil's eyes except pure horror. Throughout the silent forest, piercing screams echoed endlessly as someone let out a final, agonized cry. The scene then shifted back to the Gitana Trading Company, Marcel branch. Johann, visibly excited, held his reward and questioned whether the 2 items he received were the Water of Wrath and the Water of Blessing. Lord Swetelga calmly explained that since ancient times the Yahello River had concealed a long-guarded secret, the mystery of life and death, and that he himself had devoted his entire life to uncovering it, only for the river to never reveal its answer to him. He emphasized that everything had changed only after Johann appeared. Lord Swetelga then went on to thoroughly explain the effects of the 2 flasks, stating that as long as one's head was not completely severed, the red flask could heal any injury without issue, no matter how severe. As for the green flask, he explained that it was capable of melting a person with just a single drop. Johann reacted with uncontrollable excitement, marveling that he had never imagined receiving magical items like these. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, remarking in awe that magic items truly did exist, and added that these potions had finally put his mind at ease. Immediately afterward, Lord Swetelga turned to Ian and asked whether the branch manager had summoned him because of the prophecy. Ian politely confirmed that this was correct and reported that bandits had appeared around Marcel, causing numerous civilian casualties. She quickly added that the trading company had dispatched the Oak Tree Mercenaries to handle the situation, but they had been unable to make contact with them for several days. Hesitating, she began to speculate whether the mercenaries might have failed, but before she could finish her sentence, Lord Swetelga decisively concluded that they had already failed 3 days ago. Shock completely overtook Ian's expression. With a grave demeanor, Lord Swetelga began recounting the prophecy, stating that the voice of the Yahello River had spoken of a vision. Southeast of Marcel, the will of the oak tree would be trampled by a rock of steel, their fate cut down behind a veil, and the flames that would engulf the city would go unchecked. He concluded that this was what the voice of the Yahello River had foretold and that the oak tree mercenaries had most likely been wiped out. Filled with fear, Ian remarked that it was hard to believe the oak tree mercenaries could lose to mere bandits and insisted that the situation called for a city council meeting. She urged Johann that it was time to act under the banner of the council. Johann accepted her proposal with a serious expression, stating that he understood. At that moment, in a meeting room that had already been fully prepared, a group of people entered with visible enthusiasm. One of them wore a sly smile, his mustache lifting along with the corners of his mouth in a cunning grin. Leading 2 other nobles, he loudly announced that it seemed he had arrived late. This man was Baron Ambec Vivant Auvergne. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he declared that it was time to begin the council for Marcel and the Emperor. His mustache curved sharply, twitching slightly as he spoke. Watching this, Johann felt irritated and thought to himself that the ridiculous mustache was unbearable, noting internally that there truly were many strange individuals in the medieval era. Shortly after, another person spoke up in a refined manner, formally greeting all the members of the city council. The man introduced himself with polished courtesy, stating that, as most of those present already knew, he was Velako, the city's governor. Hearing that name, Johan's thoughts instantly lit up with meaning as he realized that this was none other than Marcel's governor, Velako Tranayani Velako. Johan immediately concluded that if he ever wanted to settle down in a city beyond even the emperor's reach, he would have to get on Velako's good side at all costs. He resolved to make a strong impression no matter what, noting inwardly that even the man's name alone sounded imposing. Seated at the head of the table, Velako formally began the council meeting, remarking that since all the influential families of Marcel had gathered that day, he wished to express his gratitude for their willingness to attend despite their busy schedules. Maintaining his warm demeanor, he added that before proceeding any further, he would like to introduce a noble to everyone present. As a result, Johan found himself enduring countless scrutinizing gazes while he was being introduced. Velako explained that Johan was a member of House Yates and was currently sponsored by the Gitana Trading Company. With visible enthusiasm, Velako addressed him by name. Johan could only force a stiff smile and respond by expressing his pleasure at meeting everyone, while assuring them that he would do his utmost. Out of courtesy to Velako, the remaining 6 attendees offered polite, perfunctory applause. Though deeply uncomfortable, Johan remained seated and did his best to keep his composure. Suddenly, the Baron put on a fake smile and impatiently raised a pointed question, asking the governor whether it was true that the mercenary group hired by the trading company had failed to subjugate the bandits and demanding to know what had happened. Beneath his words lay a veiled criticism, as he insinuated that if Velako had requested assistance from the Holy Empire's emperor from the beginning, the matter would have been resolved without incident. At once, members of the anti-emperor faction loudly echoed this sentiment, insisting that the bandits had appeared because of the emperor in the first place. They argued that the emperor should take responsibility and reduce the taxes imposed on Marcel, loudly affirming one another's claims. Naturally, the pro-emperor faction fired back without hesitation, angrily ordering their opponents to hold their tongues and demanding to know how they dared insult His Majesty the Emperor given the current state of affairs, condemning such remarks as outright blasphemy. The situation rapidly devolved into a fierce argument. The anti-emperor side accused the emperor of orchestrating a shallow scheme, claiming that he had deliberately allowed the bandits to run rampant in order to plunge the city into chaos, only to later justify stationing imperial troops there. The opposing side immediately demanded proof, hurling insults and accusing the others of lashing out merely because their hired mercenaries had proven useless. Caught in the middle, Johan felt utterly lost, likening the experience to a duck listening to thunder. He internally lamented that he could not understand a single word of what the politicians were saying, and that the noise alone made his head ache. At the same time, a different anxiety gnawed at him as he realized that many of the people present openly supported the emperor, and that if his own situation were exposed, he would once again be in grave danger. Despite the endless debate, Velako remained calm and unshaken. Abruptly, he spoke in a low, cold voice, firmly calling for order. The sheer pressure of his authority silenced the nobles instantly, leaving not a single person daring to utter another word. Even Johan was stunned by the overwhelming force Velako exuded. Eon cleared her throat and stepped forward to speak. Acting on Velako's behalf, she smiled brightly and stated that the governor understood everyone's concerns and had prepared a backup plan. She then decisively revealed that this plan involved forming a second subjugation force to strike the bandits directly at their source. The proposal left everyone utterly stunned, and shocked reactions rippled through the room. Only the Baron managed to maintain his habitual false smile, praising Velako as expectedly wise and remarking that the Emperor valued Marcel's peace above all else. He continued to needle the governor by adding that all Velako needed to do was give the word, and imperial troops would be dispatched at any time. Hearing this, Johan was genuinely terrified, realizing that if the Emperor's troops were sent, he might truly be captured and executed this time. Turning his gaze toward the head of the council, he desperately pleaded in his heart for Velako to reject the suggestion. With impeccable courtesy, Velako directly refused the proposal. He acknowledged that Sir Ainbeck had contributed greatly to the city council and expressed his personal gratitude for that assistance, but nonetheless stated that he must respectfully decline. Using his sharp and uncompromising reasoning, Velako decisively crushed Baron's proposal. He stated that His Majesty was most likely occupied with the recent rebellion in the north and that he wished to lighten the Emperor's burden, even if only slightly. Smiling faintly, he turned his gaze toward Johan and firmly added that Marcel would organize a new mercenary force, one that would include Sir Johan as well. Left with no room to argue, Baron was forced to accept Velako's arrangement. After a brief pause, he remarked that if this was Velako's decision, then it could not be helped, and he expressed his hope that the Emperor would recognize Velako's loyalty as governor. Among those present, the one who felt the most relieved was undoubtedly Johann. He silently breathed a sigh of relief and thanked his luck inwardly. At the same time, he began to reassess the noble known as Baron, suspecting that the mustached man was likely aligned with the pro-emperor faction. From the way Baron and the governor interacted, Johann sensed that the two were very close, which made him wonder uneasily whether he would truly be safe. His head throbbed as he recalled Eldan's words about Marcel being untouchable even by the emperor, a claim that now seemed far less certain than it once had. Eon then stepped forward to formally conclude the council meeting, announcing that the session was adjourned and informing everyone that the council members had prepared a modest tea gathering, which he encouraged all of them to attend. After everyone else had departed, the only one who remained behind was Baron. Just as Johann was about to rise and head to the tea gathering, someone called out to him, asking whether Sir Johann could spare some time. Faced with Vlaco's inscrutable smile, Johann hesitated briefly before nodding and agreeing. Inside his mind, Johann's thoughts raced. He suspected that if Vlaco truly supported the emperor, he should come up with an excuse and flee immediately. Trapped in this dilemma, Johann could only lament his terrible luck, fearing that he might soon be forced to wander once more. Vlaco walked ahead, warmly guiding the way and suggesting that they go to his office. Johann quickly followed behind, responding obediently. Watching the two figures leave, Baron merely hardened his expression, narrowing his eyes as he silently observed them. Once they arrived at the office, Vlaco politely invited Johann to take a seat. Johann thanked him courteously and complied. Vlaco then went straight to the point, asking which house Johann had said he belonged to. Though nervous, Johann steadied himself and replied that he was Johann Yates of House Yates, then waited tensely for Vlaco's response. Contrary to Johann's anxiety, Vlaco reacted with unexpected enthusiasm, remarking that he understood now and repeating the name House Yates in surprise, exclaiming that this was where Johann was from. Johann froze, confused by the reaction. Vlaco then launched into an animated explanation, describing House Yates as a rather special family renowned for its northern specialty, date palm-infused liquor, a drink famous among those in the know. Even Johann was stunned by this information, inwardly wondering whether Vlaco truly knew his family, and questioning in disbelief whether it was actually a real noble house at all, given that he himself had only changed a single letter when inventing the name. At that, Vlaco produced a precious bottle, remarking that the timing was perfect and that he happened to have liquor from House Yates on hand, specifically their signature date palm-infused liquor. He reached for 2 prepared glasses, poured the drink, and handed one to Johann with a smile, commenting that Johann must miss his homeland. Accepting the glass awkwardly, Johann thanked him hesitantly. He then drank the liquor in one go and exaggerated his reaction, praising how strongly it brought back memories. In truth, he admitted to himself that he had no idea what it was supposed to taste like, and had not even known such a drink existed. Vlaco remained strangely calm and said that he was glad to hear that. Lowering his voice, he casually asked whether House Yates had been doing well. He then expressed deep sympathy, mentioning that he had heard the Emperor's cold blade had swept through the north and that it was truly a tragedy. Johann involuntarily recalled the sea of flames that had once consumed his own home. Vlaco continued, noting regretfully that many houses had been purged and that rumors claimed the survivors had scattered across the land, surviving through banditry. He then revealed a piece of sensitive information, stating that among the purged houses, there was one individual who was said to be wanted on charges of treason. Vlaco's eyes sharpened as he added that the house in question was reportedly called House Yates. Johann could only feign ignorance upon hearing this, claiming that he had no idea and that this was the first time he had ever heard that name. Even so, Vlaco's gaze remained fixed firmly on him. Suddenly, Vlaco laughed, easing the tension, and remarked that it seemed he had gone too far with his small talk, offering his apologies. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Johann followed along, brushing it off and insisting that it was nothing and that Vlaco need not worry. Holding the bottle in his hand, Vlaco then continued meaningfully, saying that something had just come to mind and asking whether Johann knew a certain fact. He proceeded to expose Johann's deception directly, revealing that what Johann had just drunk was not House Yates's date palm-infused liquor at all, but merely cheap whiskey distilled in a nearby region. Only then did Johann realize that Vlaco had seen through him from the very beginning. Vlaco's demeanor changed completely. His voice turned cold as he discarded all pretense and suggested that they put an end to the pointless wordplay, finally addressing him directly as Johann Yates. Vlaco's words made Johann freeze on the spot. Vlaco turned his back on him and firmly declared that he would not hand Johann over to the Emperor. However, almost immediately after that, he cast a sidelong glance at Johann, hesitating for a brief moment as a dangerous expression surfaced, suggesting that perhaps he might do so after all. Cold sweat poured down Johann's forehead like a stream. Frowning anxiously, Johann asked what Velako meant by that. Velako shot him a sharp glare and asserted that all of his decisions were made solely for Marcel's benefit. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he emphasized that no one could say for certain whether this city needed the pro-emperor faction or the anti-emperor faction, and that he intended to use the balance between the two to protect the city. Those words left Johann utterly stunned. Suddenly, Velako burst into laughter again, returning to his approachable demeanor as he stated that the most urgent task at hand was dealing with the bandit gang, instructing Johann to wipe them out, earn merit, and prove that the city needed him. Once more, Velako pushed the atmosphere into tension, warning that if Johann failed, he would be sent straight into the Emperor's grasp. After leaving the conversation, Johann felt as though he might collapse. He slid down against the wall and lamented that he had finally reached Marcel and believed he was about to live an easy life, only to realize that it was merely another shackle around his neck. He worried that now Velako knew who he really was and wondered whether he should simply run away. His face darkened as he recalled everything he had endured. In the end, Johann raised his fist fiercely and declared to himself that nothing in this world was free, that merely having a roof over his head was already a luxury, and that if that was how things were, he would earn Velako's favor and settle down there. Standing beside him, Goiden, who had overheard everything, clenched his fists and encouraged him by urgently calling out that the subjugation force had arrived. Johann turned his gaze toward where Goiden was pointing and wondered aloud whether those were the men Velako had gathered for him. Before him stood the Marcel 2nd Bandit Subjugation Force. Goiden was able to name them with ease, pointing out the Red Iron Mercenaries, the Saint Iena Monastery, and even the Saint Galanto Monastery. He exclaimed in amazement that he could not believe such big names were gathered in one place. Curious, Johann asked whether they were famous. Goiden explained that they were well known in the area, noting that the Saint Galanto Monastery was a male-centered order of holy knights renowned for its alchemy. He continued by describing the Saint Iena Monastery as a female-centered order of holy knights said to be powerful enough to hunt trolls. As for the final group, he explained that the Red Iron Mercenaries were mostly deployed in siege battles, that as dwarves they valued honor and loyalty, and that at the same time they were said to be open-minded. Soon after, another group of knights arrived, and Goiden immediately pointed them out, saying that Count Bartok's knights had arrived as well, describing them as elves from Orangs famed for their bravery and skills. Hearing this, Johann bluntly remarked that elves were usually extremely rude. Goiden sneezed awkwardly and apologized, to which Johann gently told him not to worry about it. Inside, Johann began to calculate his next steps, deciding that he should take a good look at the people he would be fighting alongside. Beneath the banner that had been raised high, Kumal, the captain of the Red Iron Mercenaries, called out excitedly to Lady Eon. Eon bowed politely in response, thanking Captain Kumal for answering their call and introducing the knight from the trading company who would be fighting with them. Standing beside her, Johann spoke up and said that he would be in their care. Upon hearing this, Kumal warmly extended his hand and invited Johann to speak comfortably, addressing him directly as Sir Johann. Johann unexpectedly refused, explaining with an apologetic tone that he could not speak casually to the captain of the force and asking whether Kumal did not need to uphold his pride in front of his men. Kumal, clearly pleased, winked and gave a thumbs up in praise, remarking that Johann was very thoughtful and adding that even if Johann spoke casually, no one would ever doubt his authority. Johann smiled back and replied that in that case, he would accept the offer, cheerfully expressing his thanks. After some brief chatter, Kumal turned and asked how the Holy Knights would be moving. A young woman spoke up to explain that they would be moving together with Captain Kumal's men. The man beside her smiled in agreement and stated that they would do the same. Those two were none other than Valian, the vanguard commander of Saint Iena Monastery, and Agante, the vanguard commander of Saint Galanto Monastery. Kumal placed a hand over his chest and sincerely stated that he, Kumal, offered his thanks for the Holy Knight's consideration. Watching this exchange, Johann could not help but form his own impression, wondering what was up with that dwarf and noting that he was surprisingly decent. He admitted that he did not really understand why the subjugation captain needed to seek consent over command authority, but he found it likable that Kumal seemed reasonable. At that moment, a voice rang out from the side, demanding to know why the branch manager had gathered so many troops. A horse approached as well, revealing the speaker to be Gustav, a knight of Bartok. With an irritated sigh, Gustav mockingly declared that his group alone would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, knights of Bartok, Laurent, and Leon, standing behind him, immediately voiced their agreement, stating that Count Bartok must have had a reason for sending them. Gustav then cast an evaluating glance toward Johann, uttering a brief sound of interest before calling out to him and asking whether he was the knight fighting under the trading company's banner. Johann calmly met his gaze and confirmed that he was Johann of House Yates. Hearing the name, Gustav pursed his lips as if thinking, remarking that he had never heard of such a house. He then bluntly pointed at Johann and sneered that they could not be bothered to pay attention to some lowly house like his, warning that if Johann got in their way on the battlefield, they would show no mercy. Johann's expression darkened at those words, and he coldly replied that he would remember that. Immediately afterward, Gustav turned and shouted that the shitty dwarf captain should know that they would not be taking any orders from him. Kamal responded with an awkward smile, repeatedly acknowledging the outburst, as Gustav went on to issue another command, declaring that they should not come looking for them during the battle. Still fuming, Gustav shifted his anger toward Eon, ordering the branch manager to prepare a grand send-off feast in his name. Eon humbly accepted and assured him that it would be prepared right away. Fired up, Gustav rallied his troops and loudly ordered them to move out. As Johann watched their retreating figures, he narrowed his eyes in irritation and inwardly cursed, realizing that this must have been why Kamal had asked about command authority, because of people like them. He reflected that the old dwarf captain clearly had it rough. Still, Johann reassured himself that with their current lineup, they should be able to wipe the bandits out, even if those elf bastards were unbearably obnoxious, concluding that the battle might actually go well. Suddenly, from the distance, Ivelka came running over in a panic, calling out to the branch manager. Eon smiled and asked what was wrong. Ivelka approached and whispered something into her ear, after which Eon turned to Johann and hesitantly informed him that someone wished to see him that evening. Johann, surprised, pointed to himself and asked if it was him, wondering aloud whether it was Velako again. Eon awkwardly scratched her neck, glanced away, and hesitated, starting to reply but trailing off. Time passed, and night fell on the open field near the Marcel rally point, the evening before the second bandit subjugation force was set to depart. Sitting around a crackling campfire, the soldiers continued to cheer loudly, telling one another not to worry about tomorrow and to eat and drink as much as they could. They shouted that anyone who could not fight the next day because of a hangover had never been fit to be a soldier in the first place. Surrounded by women, Gustav lifted his head and drained his mug of beer, proclaiming that refusing alcohol, meat, and women was an elf's disgrace. Raising his mug high, he stirred the atmosphere of the feast, toasting to the scheduled death of their enemies. He boasted that there was no way they would rely on fickle magic and declared that their swords and courage would tear their enemies apart. Lord Swetelga covered his ears in irritation, his face turning pale as he muttered to himself that knights were truly obnoxious. In stark contrast to the noisy chaos outside, Johann walked pensively through a deserted corridor, reflecting that within the etiquette of this world's nobility, refusing a drink could sometimes be interpreted as an insult since it implied a lack of trust toward the other party. At that moment, Lord Suetelga was already extremely uncomfortable, his complexion drained of color as he was pressed in by the surrounding crowd. Upon returning to the quiet tower, Johann raised his hand to knock on the door, only to hear a voice from inside telling him to enter. He gently pushed the door open and took a seat. With lingering suspicion, he asked who it was that had requested to see him. The person sitting across from him ordered him to sit there first. Noticing the bottle of alcohol and the large goblet on the table, Johann began to feel uneasy. He wondered inwardly whether it was alcohol again, questioned if the nobles of this world truly drank every single day, and even marveled at how their livers managed to survive. Remembering Velako only made his head throb, though he consoled himself by thinking that at least this was not the cheap whiskey Velako used to test him, adding that merely recalling yesterday already gave him a headache. The man across from him began pouring a black liquid into the glass and smiled as he remarked that Johann was the noble scheduled to march out the next day to wipe out the bandits, and suggested that Johann's motivation was obviously money. Johann found the remark somewhat laughable and responded by asking who the man was and why he would ask such a rude question the moment they met. In response, the man removed his hat, revealing his face as he laughed and introduced himself as Baron Einbeck, a loyal subject of the Emperor of the Holy Empire. Johann's gaze immediately hardened. Baron Einbeck extended a hand and stated that Johann might not know this, but Marcel claimed neutrality while, in practice, behaving like an anti-emperor faction. Stroking his mustache, he asked whether Johann understood why he had sought him out at this time. Johann bluntly answered that he did not, leaving Baron Einbeck momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. Johann then sighed and apologized, explaining that he was not good with complicated matters. He admitted to himself that he felt exhausted by schemes and calculations, reasoning that getting entangled with the pro-emperor faction would bring him no benefit, and that he intended to keep his head down and leave. Baron Einbeck raised his glass and laughed, saying that he had expected exactly that response. He urged Johann to listen carefully, declaring that he, Baron Einbeck, would impart a life lesson. He explained that merchants usually required two things, which he identified as profit and strength. As he poured more of the dark liquid into Johann's glass, he asserted that if the Gitana Trading Company was backing Johann, then Johann must be their strength, someone who knew how to fight. Remaining cautious, Johann asked why Baron Einbeck thought so. Suddenly growing serious, Baron Einbeck questioned whether Johann truly was Johann of House Yates, stating that he had investigated him but could not find any record of such a house. Hearing this, Johann froze inwardly, realizing with unease that this man too had noticed the discrepancy. Baron Einbeck drained his glass and muttered that although House Yates, which sounded eerily similar, did exist, it had been wiped out for treason against His Majesty, its lord, its serfs, every last one of them. These words caused Johann to recall the image of his father's severed head. Unaware of Johann's change in demeanor, Baron Einbeck continued speaking, remarking that in any case, a nameless house was of no use to a trading company. Whether Johann was Yates or Yates did not matter, as the reason he had been taken in at Marseille was because they had seen his strength. Johann finally spoke plainly, asking what Baron Einbeck wanted from him. Pointing directly at him, Baron Einbeck stated his condition. Johann was not to participate in the bandit subjugation the next day, but instead use his strength for His Majesty. He promised that if Johann agreed, he would receive a reward greater than anything any trading company could offer. After Baron Einbeck finished speaking, Johann lowered his head and remained silent. After some time, he murmured to himself about the chance to become part of the Empire's core, to receive formal knighthood, and to obtain a vast and fertile domain. He then concluded inwardly that if he were to follow Baron Einbeck and the Emperor, only dazzling glory and peace would lie ahead of him. This stirred Baron Einbeck into extreme excitement. He pointed forward and shouted in delight, repeatedly affirming his agreement. Johann immediately played along, remarking that it was simply the way of the world for the weak to shed blood while the strong drank it. He expressed, with an appearance of sincerity, that it was only natural for the weak to be slaughtered by bandits, calling it fate if one wished. Hearing this, Baron Einbeck could no longer restrain himself. He pointed at his own head and roared in agreement, declaring that the one who lost was always at fault, praising Johann for having his head screwed on straight as he burst into loud laughter. Facing the Baron's excitement, Johann merely smiled calmly. He then coldly refused the proposal outright. This caused Baron Einbeck to freeze for a moment before shouting in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. Johann fell silent for a brief moment before recounting a story. He said that a few months earlier, a man claiming to bear the Emperor's command had entered his domain and slaughtered his innocent family and people. His eyes burned with rage as he added that the man had made him a similar offer at the time, asking him to become the Emperor's sword. Johann then stated firmly that he had, of course, refused that offer as well. However, he added that there was one major difference this time, and asked whether Baron Einbeck knew what it was. Johann's tone alone was enough to instill fear in the Baron, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, Johann confirmed in a bloodless voice that the man had died by his hand. Baron Einbeck's eyes widened beyond control as he muttered in disbelief. Johann, now resolute and unyielding, repeated that he had crushed the head of the Emperor's direct knight without hesitation, for the sake of the serfs who had been treated like worms and scattered across the ground. The revelation left Baron Einbeck utterly stunned, his mouth hanging open as he stammered in shock, questioning whether Karamov was truly dead. At that moment, Johann stood up, his face darkening as he revealed the truth. He stated that Baron Einbeck was correct, and that he himself was the sole survivor of House Atz, which had been completely wiped out. Upon hearing this, Baron Einbeck's body trembled even more violently. Johann reached out and took hold of the wine cup on the table, raised it, and drank it dry in one motion. At the same time, Baron Einbeck collapsed to his knees, shaking as he cursed weakly, insisting that such a thing could not be possible, and questioning why Johann would do something so foolish. As soon as the Baron finished speaking, Johann crushed the wine cup in his hand. He then slammed his fist down onto the table with tremendous force, shattering it completely. Witnessing this, Baron Einbeck could no longer close his mouth, his body trembling in terror as he wondered how Johann could have crushed both a pewter cup and a table with his bare hands. He then heard Johann coldly declare that he would wipe out the bandits himself, not for the Emperor, and not for Marcel. Johann frowned in irritation and fixed Baron Einbeck with a sharp, threatening gaze. He stated that since the Baron had given him a life lesson, he would return the favor with a piece of advice. It would be in Baron Einbeck's best interest not to tell anyone what he had seen or heard that night. He warned that if the Baron ignored this advice, then the next time they met, it would not be a cup or a table that he crushed, but the Baron himself. After delivering this warning, Johann slammed the door shut and left. His condition at that moment was dreadful. As he walked away, Johann ground his teeth in fury, cursing the Baron internally and questioning whether that bastard truly believed he could say whatever he wanted and still get his way. Suddenly, Johann's footsteps faltered. He sensed something wrong within his body and grew confused. His vision began to blur as he realized with discomfort that his heart felt as though it were burning and that he could no longer breathe properly. Blood began pouring from his nostrils as darkness closed in around him. In a panic, Johann wondered whether this was poison. Only then did he recall the wine on the table. The cup he had drained completely. Johann collapsed face first into his own pool of blood, cursing repeatedly in his mind, unable to accept that he would be taken down in such a manner. In truth, everything had already gone exactly according to Baron Einbeck's calculations. His face was filled with murderous intent as he finally allowed himself a deeply satisfied smile, pleased with the success of his plan. As night fell near the Marcel gathering point, the open space filled with lively celebration, with people eating, drinking, and dancing around the bonfire. Several women surrounded Goiden, admiring him and remarking that he was very cute while asking whether he was also part of a mercenary group. They teased that he was too skinny and suggested that staying among sweaty old men would not be fun, adding that he should come play with them and do something that felt good. As they pressed him tightly against themselves while questioning him, Goiden felt suffocated and groaned in discomfort before blushing intensely and hastily running away. The girls watched his retreating figure and joked that he had run away, adding that they had wanted to dress him up cutely. After escaping the crowd, Goiden cried uncontrollably while walking along a silent corridor, repeatedly calling out for Johann and saying that the place was too frightening. Still crying, he shouted that Suetiga was also having a hard time and insisted that they should return quickly. Suddenly, Goiden stopped when he noticed an arm in front of him, becoming pale and widening his eyes in panic. He immediately crouched beside Johann Eitz and screamed Johann's name in shock. Johann lay motionless on the floor, with fresh blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Goiden's hands trembled as he reached out, stammering in fear as he wondered how such a thing could happen, noting that Johann was bleeding heavily and asking what had happened to him. He then lifted Johann and held him in his arms while raising his head and shouting for help, calling out to ask if anyone was there and pleading for assistance because Johann appeared to be dying. Looking down at Johann, whose eyes had rolled back, Goiden sobbed in panic, begging him to hold on. Johann's vision was chaotic at that moment. He hurriedly submerged his head into a container filled with water and repeatedly drank from it while panting heavily. Goiden approached from behind, still frightened. Johann turned toward him and called his name, and Goiden immediately responded respectfully. Goiden recalled how, earlier, he had been crying loudly while desperately pouring a potion into Johann's mouth, insisting that it was the potion Suetiga had given them and urging him to drink it quickly. Johann turned toward him while gasping for breath and expressed deep gratitude, saying that Goiden had found him in the corridor and that he had survived thanks to him. Goiden blushed in embarrassment and smiled modestly, replying that it had been nothing and explaining that he had panicked without realizing that Johann possessed the water of blessing. Johann then raised his head and expressed gratitude toward Suetiga, stating that without the water of blessing he would have certainly died. Lord Suetiga laughed and responded that there was no need for so much gratitude. He then glanced at Johann and scolded him, stating that Johann had done something foolish by seeking out the Baron of Einbeck, despite knowing that the Baron belonged to the pro-Emperor faction. Lord Suetiga angrily added that if Johann intended to act recklessly again, he should at least die quickly so that the remaining water of blessing could be conserved. Johann laughed helplessly and replied that about half of it remained and promised that he would use it wisely from then on. Lord Suetiga dismissed the matter and shifted the conversation, asking whether Johann had ultimately captured the Baron of Einbeck, adding that they would need the Baron to prove the charges. Johann raised his head wearily and explained that by the time he arrived, the Baron had already fled and was not there. He recalled how he had searched for him, shouting for Einbeck to come out while cursing him angrily. Johann had also led Goran and Khan in the search, repeatedly shouting threats that Einbeck had dared to poison the liquor and declaring that he would no longer show mercy. After tracking for some time, Goran eventually reported that the man Johann mentioned appeared to have already escaped. Khan looked around and remarked in amazement that this was how nobles lived. At that moment, Johann suddenly stopped when he noticed something on the ground. He realized that he had stepped on a letter. Johann picked it up and smiled with great satisfaction, stating that he had found something even more important. His eyes shone with determination as he declared that the documents left behind during the Baron's escape contained everything related to the entire incident. Seeing this, Lord Suetiga showed some interest as he stroked his beard and asked what was inside it and whether it was like the rumors, questioning if it contained proof that the Emperor had hired the bandits. Johann Eitz lowered his head with a frown and replied that it did not, adding that something far more serious was written there. Meanwhile, outside, night had already fallen, and Einbeck Vivant Auvergne was fleeing on his horse, trying to escape the castle as quickly as possible. He smiled in satisfaction as he thought that Johann Eitz was probably dead by now. Feeling pleased with this, he kept urging his horse forward, thinking that everything was proceeding exactly as the emperor had intended. After a while, at a tent encampment, a guard respectfully shouted for the way to be opened, announcing that Sir Ainbeck had arrived. The soldiers hurriedly bowed and welcomed Sir Ainbeck. He responded with a light wave of his hand, acknowledging them briefly. Ainbeck Vivant Auvergne then strode confidently into the crowd, and the soldiers lined up neatly before him. Looking around, he tensely proclaimed that they were not bandits but mercenaries of the strongest empire, bound by the gold of the Holy Empire, and declared them to be the strongest mercenaries and warriors. Upon hearing this, the people below him all wore sinister smiles. After pausing for a moment, Einbeck continued by declaring that they swore loyalty to the great emperor of the Holy Empire and that dazzling glory would follow them. He then shouted with wide eyes and an open mouth that for a long time he had undermined Marcel from within, claiming that their plans and strategies were in the palm of his hand and that they had fallen into chaos and would die without even knowing who their enemy was. His face twisted into a grotesque expression as the crowd under his command erupted into cheers. Einbeck thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere and proudly raised his head. After some time, he continued by announcing that His Majesty had personally sent an imperial court mage. As soon as he said this, the crowd became agitated, wondering in shock if it could be Kegel of the Crimson Flames. At that moment, a woman stepped out from the shadows, her footsteps steady as she spoke in a mocking tone, saying that the idea of taking her for some ordinary mage was so absurd it made her want to laugh. Resembling a serpent with blazing red eyes and a long tongue, she calmly introduced herself as an imperial court mage favored by the emperor and stated that her name was Janina, identifying herself as imperial court mage Janina. The people below were extremely shocked and stammered in disbelief, questioning whether she was a snake beastman and admitting that they had never heard of a mage named Janina. Remaining completely composed, Janina pulled something from her chest and responded that of course they had not heard of her, explaining that she was not a mage who merely wielded trivial elements, but instead handled living weapons. One of the men below repeated her words in terror, asking what she meant by living weapons. Janina then opened a test tube, releasing a surge of gas, and ran her tongue around her lips as she affirmed that it was correct. Suddenly, a vast area began to tremble as a gigantic foot stomped onto the ground. The people present were left stunned with astonishment, and upon seeing the monster beside her, they panicked and cried out in horror, realizing that it was a troll. Witnessing their shock, Janina excitedly introduced the creature, stating that her adorable troll would stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Ainbeck Vivant Auvergne then suddenly rallied them by declaring that tomorrow would be the day they would crush Marcel's second subjugation force. Clenching his hand tightly, he raised his arm in excitement and proclaimed that they would offer Marcel up to the emperor. His voice soared with fiery determination. One of the low-ranking soldiers stepped forward and shouted for the Holy Empire to live forever, and the soldiers below followed in unison, chanting for the emperor and the Holy Empire to live forever. Returning inside the manor, Johann Eitz was now extremely troubled. He calmly called for Goiden, who responded in confusion. Johann Eitz picked up a letter and ordered him to deliver it to Vlaco Tranieni and not to tell anyone else about it, explaining that he believed it was something Vlaco absolutely had to verify. Goiden carefully received the letter and replied that he understood. Johann Eitz then turned and loudly called for Goran and Khan to come over for a moment. From behind, Lord Swetelga observed Johann's every action and wondered why Ephael River was trying to save that night and what he intended to accomplish through that night. On the day of departure in front of the Marcel Gate, Kumal stood with a serious expression, frowning as he looked upward while it was announced that the 2nd Marcel Bandit Subjugation Force was making final preparations to set out. The soldiers lined up neatly as one man stepped forward, bowed his head, and declared that their lord was blessed, describing him as the rock on which they stood and their fortress and stronghold. Following that introduction, Johann Eitz rode forward on horseback. Suddenly, someone called out to him as a man clenched his fist and encouraged him, wishing him good fortune. Johann then turned and carefully instructed Goiden to take good care of Swetelga for him. In response, Lord Swetelga stepped forward and reminded him that it was neither his first nor second time participating in a subjugation operation, and told him to worry about himself instead. Johann Eitz then turned his horse around and cheerfully waved as he said that he would be off, after which he proceeded toward the gathered crowd. Kumal quickly stepped forward to greet him, stating that he had arrived, Sir Johann, to which Johann confirmed that he was ready as well, before turning and gesturing toward his soldiers. Kumal then loudly called for all troops to advance, but before he could finish, a shout rang out from behind them, commanding the troops to advance. Gustav and his soldiers charged forward holding their swords while shouting as they rushed past the standing battalion, raising clouds of dust everywhere. Witnessing this, Johann Eitz helplessly thought that this was why Kumal had obtained consent for command authority. Kumal, seemingly unconcerned, turned and signaled again, ordering the command to be repeated. A horn sounded alongside the army's loud unified shout as all troops were ordered to advance. Meanwhile, at the castle, Villako Tranieni stood silently observing everything, while Iano watched him quietly from behind. After a moment, she stated that the subjugation force had finally departed and addressed him as the city magistrate, revealing that Villako Tranieni was in fact the Marcel city magistrate. Villako raised the letter in his hand and questioned whether the letter sent by Sir Johann had already been checked. Iano honestly reported that it had, explaining that it was found the previous day in Baron Einbeck's room. Upon hearing this, Villako sighed in frustration and muttered that of all times, it had to be the day before deployment and, of all places, in the Baron's room. As he stepped outside to breathe the fresh air, he remarked that he still could not believe the letter was genuine, especially if there was a web of grudges among the involved houses. Iano immediately voiced her opinion, stating that the crest on the letter was unmistakably that of House Einbeck. Villako responded that he understood and reflected that, based on the crest and the contents of the letter, it did appear as though Einbeck Vivant Auvergne was behind everything. Iano then reported that they had attempted to press Baron Einbeck, but he had already slipped out of the city, adding that at this point there was more than enough reason to suspect him. However, Villako opposed this conclusion, stating that he still could not trust that young knight and added that he was also concerned that her trading company was placing far too much faith in an unknown knight. Iano tried to explain that their trading company did not sponsor just anyone, and that they placed their trust only in those who were worthy. Villako Tranieni smiled gently and said that he understood, but reminded Iano to remember that if the knight's misguided actions shattered the balance within the city, the Katana Trading Company would not be able to avoid responsibility either. Hearing this made Iano increasingly flustered, and she pressed her lips together as dangerous thoughts began to flash through her mind, as she speculated that City Magistrate Villako might be from the pro-Emperor faction. She seemed to grow worried about something. At the same time, at the pro-Emperor faction camp, someone curiously asked Baron Einbeck whether it was true. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne confidently smiled, stroked his beard lightly, and firmly confirmed that it was, adding that he had just received word from a messenger. He excitedly explained that the second subjugation force had set out and that they would fall into their trap without fail, further claiming that Marcel was practically already in His Majesty's hands. The head of the pro-Emperor faction's special operations, Duke Unit Mayhem, laughed cheerfully and declared that all they had to do now was wait for news of victory. The Imperial Court Mage, Janina, who stood nearby, breathed excitedly and enthusiastically remarked that once they took over Marcel, the first thing he would do would be to patrol the brothels. Janina then mocked him by asking if that was all he could think about and called it disgusting. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne could only awkwardly stroke his beard. Noticing that Einbeck seemed restless, Duke Unit Mayhem asked why he looked so pale. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne waved his hand and tried to appear calm, saying there was no need to worry, though his eyes awkwardly glanced downward as sweat poured from him. He then turned to address Lady Janina and cautiously asked whether she had heard anything about Sir Karamov. Though flustered, he carefully elaborated that he meant whether something might have gone wrong during the expedition, such as a serious injury. His words left both of them confused about what he meant. A moment later, Janina burst out laughing and mockingly questioned the idea of Sir Karamov suffering a serious injury. Duke Unit Mayhem also laughed and said that it was a ridiculous joke. Janina's expression darkened as she stated that Karamov was the Empire's strongest even in swordsmanship, and confidently asserted that he was practically covered from head to toe in legendary equipment, meaning he alone formed the core of the Empire's military power. She continued praising him, declaring that something happening to such a man was impossible. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne awkwardly laughed and agreed, but inwardly he sighed with relief as he recalled Johann Eitz's words, concluding that it truly had been a lie. He thought that a low-born nobody had dared to try to deceive him and felt satisfied that he had killed him, believing that even if the man had lived, he would have been worthless. Elsewhere, Johann Eitz stood in a quieter area when he noticed something and expressed confusion. He looked ahead suspiciously and observed that it seemed Gustav's unit had swept through the area thoroughly. Seeing the black smoke rising ahead and the scattered corpses, he confirmed that it certainly appeared that way. A soldier from Gustav's unit boldly stepped forward and mockingly asked whether they were finally arriving, calling them extremely slow and remarking that it was to be expected of dwarves. Kumal warmly stepped forward, pointed at the soldier, and corrected him by stating that he himself was a dwarf, but unlike them, Sir Johann was a noble, and therefore the soldier should show some respect. Kumal then became serious, pointed at his own ears, and threatened to crush the soldier's pointed ears if he repeated his insult, which made the soldier angrily demand to know what he had said. Watching this scene from behind, Johann Eitz felt bewildered and realized that elves and dwarves truly did not get along. He then spoke up to calm the situation and told Captain Kumal that it was enough. Kumal exhaled and apologized. Johann Eitz then turned to the soldier and questioned whether there had been fighting there and asked where everyone had gone after the battle. The soldier from Gustav's unit proudly pounded his chest and declared that the valiant Sir Gustav and the Elven Knights had completely wiped the place clean. He reported that they were now leading the main force in pursuit of the remaining bandits. Meanwhile, in the forest, Gustav led the knights and ordered them to chase the enemies, kill them all, and seize everything. One of his soldiers pointed forward and clarified that all loot and prisoners there belonged to Sir Gustav and the knights, adding that since the others had arrived late, they had no right to demand a share. Kumal scolded them with a gesture of 2 fingers, saying that they had already been paid plenty by the trading company and that the pointy ears could split the loot among themselves. Someone angrily asked whether he was seriously going to keep calling them pointy ears. Johann Eitz paid little attention to that and darkly stared into the distance, thinking that something was off. He felt extremely uneasy and reflected that the bandits had wiped out the Oak Tree mercenaries, a force of 500 men, yet this time they had lost far too one-sidedly, as if the elves had not taken a single casualty. His gaze darkened and his brows furrowed as he evaluated the dense forest to the right, thinking that it was perfect terrain for an ambush. He then turned and asked an elf whether they had searched the forest around the area. The elf responded in confusion by asking why and whether Johann was planning to hunt wild animals or something. Hearing that, Johann continued thinking and concluded that he had been right, that the enemy had retreated on purpose to lure them deeper in, and that it had to be a trap. While Johann was still calculating the situation, Kumal waved his hand and ordered the bugler that they would keep moving, adding that if those pointy-eared knights started nitpicking, they would never hear the end of it, and so they needed to hurry. Johann hurriedly tried to stop him, calling out to Captain Kumal and asking him to stop for a moment. Kumal, slightly confused, asked what was wrong. Johann, wearing a very serious expression, ordered him to get the unit into a defensive formation immediately and commanded all shooters to concentrate their fire into the forest. Kumal hesitated and replied uncertainly, addressing Johann and saying that attacking an empty forest was a bit questionable. Meanwhile, one of Gustav's soldiers mocked the suggestion with laughter. Johann glanced behind him and explained that if there was an enemy lying in ambush in that forest, the terrain would put them in serious danger and that they needed to make sure before passing through. Kumal still did not want to follow the order and responded that even if Johann was correct, they could simply crush them since they were only bandits. Johann immediately denied that and reminded him that those enemies had annihilated even the famed Oak Tree mercenaries, emphasizing that they could not treat them like ordinary bandits. He then firmly ordered that before the main force advanced any deeper, they had to confirm the situation immediately. Gustav's soldier, not understanding, continued to laugh and mock the idea. Kumal, somewhat angered, glared at him and clicked his tongue before pointing toward the soldier and anxiously telling Johann that if they poured firepower into the forest and turned out to be wrong, the pointy ears would humiliate them and call them cowards who were afraid of a mere bandit gang, which would damage Johann's honor. Johann, however, showed no concern and tensely asserted that if he could trade his honor for their lives, he would throw it away as many times as necessary. Seeing that Johann remained resolute, the soldier continued laughing. Kumal, frowning tightly in frustration, eventually bowed his head and agreed to follow Johann's opinion. Johann nodded slightly in acknowledgement and inwardly felt relieved, thinking that he had managed to persuade them and reflecting that his suggestion had been ignored last time, but this time was different, concluding to himself that it truly was a class-based society. Kumal then put on his armor and helmet, raised his axe high, and loudly commanded all troops to enter defensive formation while ordering the shooters to prepare to fire. Soon after, a unit of dwarves carrying shields and weapons arrived and slammed their shields onto the ground, followed by archers raising their bows. Kumal shouted another command, instructing the shooters that the firing direction would be toward both flanks of the forested area. He then growled an order to take aim and fire. In an instant, a volley of arrows was released and shot straight toward the forest beside them. The arrows struck against armored surfaces and deflected outward. Gustav's soldiers muttered in shock, stammering in disbelief at what had happened. Kumal also could not believe it and exclaimed in astonishment that there truly had been an ambush, before realizing with even greater alarm that, more importantly, it was not a bandit gang. Johann Eitz fell silent as he raised the letter in his hand and seriously asked whether they had ever heard of the Bullhead mercenaries. Khan thought for a moment and replied that he had, adding that even among mercenary groups, they were fairly well known. As he recalled what he knew, he mentioned that there was an all-elf mercenary group called the Wolves of Akiton, and that people said the Bullheads were even more expensive than them. Seeing how well informed he was, Johann Eitz asked him to tell him everything he knew about them. Without hiding anything, Khan explained that for mercenaries, they were strangely shrouded in secrecy, that their hiring fee was high, and that they did not accept just any job. Resting his chin on his hand in thought, he went on to say that, from what was known, their movements resembled a herd of enraged bulls. He continued by explaining that they charged straight into the center of the enemy formation, broke through the defensive line, and collapsed the enemy from within. This made Johann Eitz uneasy, and he wondered if they used penetration tactics, remarking to himself that it sounded somewhat like Germany's Blitz tactics from World War II. Goran hesitantly stepped forward and asked whether that meant they would be facing them the next day. Johann Eitz confirmed without hesitation that it was true, firmly reminding them that the enemy they would fight the following day would not be a mere band of thieves, but the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Khan became visibly flustered and cleared his throat as he advised Sir Johann that if they were to encounter them the next day, he would strongly recommend retreating no matter what. He firmly emphasized that they should avoid a head-on clash at all costs. Curious, Johann Eitz asked why that was. Khan then explained that if they fought them directly, they would stand no chance. He added that although it was only a rumor he had heard, it was said that they could command a minotaur. Johann Eitz froze at those words, his eyes widening in shock. He lowered his head and covered his face, recalling that he had heard about it when he was a child, the hero-slayer minotaur. A terrifying image surfaced in his mind as he remembered that it was said to possess a massive body and overwhelming strength, and that it was a monster with intelligence close to that of a human. Countless warriors and knights had supposedly challenged it, and every single one of them had been slaughtered. Goran let out an awkward breath and told him not to worry. Clenching his fists confidently, he declared that the next day they would risk their lives to help him retreat. Khan, seeing this, could only hold his forehead helplessly and remarked that as for the payment, they would take it if they survived. Hearing that, Johann Eitz smiled in satisfaction and confidently stated that he had been planning to ask for their help anyway. Goran exclaimed in surprise before eagerly adding that they had wanted to see that bull-headed bastard for themselves as well. From behind, Khan awkwardly glanced elsewhere and muttered that they would probably have to run without even getting a proper look at it. Johann Eitz suddenly became serious and called out to Goran and Khan, telling them that he appreciated the sentiment, but that he was going to ask the two of them for something else. Hearing that, Goran looked slightly confused and asked what he meant by something else. The next morning, after everyone had gathered, two mysterious figures hiding behind the bushes whispered to each other, wondering why those Marcel bastards were acting so indecisively and changing their formation, and questioning whether they had noticed what was going on. At that very moment, a barrage of arrows suddenly rained down from the sky toward them, leaving them bewildered. By the time they regained their senses, it was already too late, as the rain of arrows had pierced through their bodies and they could only groan in pain. The commotion alerted the people on the other side, and a guard shouted loudly that the enemy was attacking and that the bullhead mercenaries were upon them, ordering everyone to prepare to charge. A heavy footstep stomped onto the ground as soon as the command ended, drawing immediate attention. It turned out to be the hero-slayer Minotaur, who was growling fiercely before forcefully putting on his helmet. He then loudly ordered the bullhead mercenaries to move forward and advance. On the opposite side, the dwarven army was also ready to fight, shouting for readiness and ordering to fire. Fireballs were launched, yet the bullhead mercenaries continued to charge forward with unstoppable momentum, their well-equipped feet pounding rapidly ahead. After a while, they abruptly halted and formed an impeccably straight line, with the hero-slayer Minotaur standing at the very center of the formation. He let out a thunderous roar, prompting the entire army to raise their weapons with burning determination before charging straight ahead. Kumal hesitated slightly and remarked that those must be the bullhead mercenaries he had only heard about. Witnessing the scene, Johann Eitz could not help but be astonished and observed that although they had prepared in advance, it had still turned into a frontal collision, concluding that he had to do something. He then turned and ordered Captain Kumal to brace for impact, warning that the enemy was going to charge straight at them, and added anxiously that he would somehow deal with that charging formation. This left Kumal extremely flustered, and he widened his eyes in alarm, reminding Sir Johann that going alone was too dangerous. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Johann Eitz spur his horse and ride off. Kumal quickly turned back and shouted for everyone to listen up, commanding the warriors of the Red Iron Mercenaries and declaring that the Bullhead Mercenaries were trying to test their might. He continued to announce the situation, asserting enthusiastically that they would soon learn just how useless their weapons and armor were. The bullhead mercenaries quickly noticed Johann Eitz approaching and shouted that cavalry was coming, that it looked like a knight, and mocked that one man thought he could take them on alone, saying he must have lost his mind. Without hesitation, their leader raised his weapon and yelled that if he was that desperate to die, they would grant his wish. However, with a single strike, Johann Eitz cut off the leader's head. His sudden appearance threw the entire bullhead mercenary army into chaos, as they shouted in shock and urged one another to stop that bastard. One of them tried to stay calm and shouted for everyone to remain in formation, warning that he was trying to smash their formation and ordering them to maintain the breakthrough formation. Hearing this, Johann Eitz inwardly cursed, realizing in frustration that his opponent had understood what he was trying to do. On Kumal's side, he raised his weapon and swore by the sacred dwarf's beard, ordering his troops to focus on the front and prepare to break through. Seeing everything unfolding behind him, Johann Eitz grew anxious, realizing that the armies were colliding. Kumal sternly swung his axe forward and commanded his warriors to crack their enemies' skulls open. At the same time, the bullhead mercenaries attacked from the opposite side. Kumal leapt high into the air, flipped once, and announced that the formation had been pierced. The bullhead mercenaries, burning with fighting spirit, shouted that the enemy was pushing in and urged one another to die with honor. The clash of countless weapons rang out endlessly. One bullhead mercenary suddenly froze as Kumal charged forward excitedly with a loud battle cry. Because of his small stature, Kumal easily struck his opponent, spinning and delivering a deadly upward blow from below. A bullhead mercenary fell on the spot without even being able to resist, causing the others to stare in fear, frozen in place. Kumal continued attacking while rallying his warriors, igniting flames atop his axe and directing it straight ahead as he passionately urged them to wet their burning weapons with the blood of their enemies. Johann Eitz was deeply impressed by Kumal's display and remarked in amazement that it seemed they did not need to worry about that side. Then he fixed his confident gaze forward and concluded that what remained now was this head-on clash as he charged straight toward the hero slayer Minotaur, declaring that this direct confrontation was his opponent. Johann Eitz's horse kept charging straight ahead without slowing down. At the front of the formation, the hero slayer Minotaur, gripping his sword, shouted a warning that a night bastard was approaching. One of the bullhead mercenaries cried out in surprise, demanding to know who the hell it was and what kind of nobody would dare to provoke Numeros, the captain of the 100. A moment later, they recognized him as the knight who had previously attempted to break their formation from the flank. They mocked him, laughing that he was an idiot completely drenched in foolish hero fantasies. The man then turned back and requested permission from Lord Numeros, identifying himself as the squad leader of 10 and asking to face the knight personally. Lord Numeros ground his teeth in anger but ultimately granted him the chance. Overjoyed, the squad leader expressed his gratitude. Numeros, the captain of the 100 of the bullhead mercenaries, let out a heavy breath, releasing his imposing aura. With renewed confidence, the squad leader turned and announced to the rest that Lord Numeros had given permission, ordering them to tear that night bastard to pieces. However, the moment he finished speaking, a crushing blow descended from above and smashed straight down onto his head. Another man beside him was struck across the face by a sweeping blade, and yet another was pierced directly through the center of his forehead. Johann Eitz cut down all the bullhead mercenaries who dared to step forward in a single charge. The remaining men stared in disbelief, stammering that even the squad leader of 10 had been taken out in such a short time. Without hesitation, Johann Eitz advanced directly toward Lord Numeros. A faint smile curved on his lips as he silently assessed his opponent, realizing that real minotaurs truly did exist. Inwardly, he recalled Khan's words and acknowledged that the rumor Khan had mentioned appeared to be true. He then raised his head and loudly asked whether the one before him was the captain of those mercenaries. Enraged, Lord Numeros ordered him to get off his horse. Johann Eitz was momentarily confused, wondering why the command had come so suddenly. Numeros then explained that when he chopped Johann into pieces, the horse might get hurt, adding calmly that he liked the way the horse carried itself and therefore demanded that Johann dismount. The bullhead mercenaries burst into laughter, jeering that this was where the knight would die. Some greedily claimed his boots, saying they would fit perfectly, while another called dibs on his armor. Johann Eitz, however, did not react to their taunts. He quietly dismounted, stating that he would not want the horse to be harmed either, as it had been named after his brother. He then drew his sword and declared that if he won, he would make stew out of Numeros's tail. With arrogant confidence, he pointed his blade straight at Lord Numeros and challenged him to come at him, insulting him as a gift-set-looking bastard. Lord Numeros froze in confusion, repeating the strange phrase, gift set, in bewilderment, unable to understand it since it was an expression that existed only in the modern world. Johann Eitz, oblivious to this cultural gap, continued to sneer mockingly. In the next instant, Lord Numeros stomped forward and charged, roaring furiously to build momentum. From the opposite side, Johann Eitz also rushed forward, both warriors raising their weapons high. As Lord Numeros swung his axe downward, Johann leapt up just in time to evade the strike. He landed, bracing one hand against the ground to steady himself. Numeros roared again and lunged forward. Once more, Johann sprang away from the spot that exploded under the force of the blow. He did not counterattack, choosing instead to dodge repeatedly, avoiding each devastating strike. As he pivoted, observing his opponent carefully, Johann cursed inwardly, thinking that the difference in reach between them was insane. Watching Numeros raise his massive axe again, he gradually felt unease creeping in. He realized that if that bastard's axe so much as grazed him, he would be cut in half. Stepping back, Johann 8 grew tense and began urgently searching for a strategy to overcome the overwhelming disparity. After a while, Johann 8 questioned himself in frustration, wondering whether he should have brought the crest recoverer after all. Seeing Johann charging straight toward him, Lord Numeros grew excited and shouted that Johann should stop merely dodging and fight back properly, adding that he would grant him a death befitting a knight. Suddenly, Johann dropped to his knees and slid forward between Lord Numeros's legs without being struck. He flipped himself upright and mockingly exclaimed that he had found an opening. The unexpected assault from behind startled Lord Numeros for a brief moment. Johann moved like a flicker of light and shadow, swinging his sword in retaliation. In the end, he struck upward from beneath Lord Numeros, and his blade directly severed the latter's most vulnerable part. The entire Bullhead Mercenaries unit could only clutch their heads helplessly and cry out in anguish. A searing pain overwhelmed Lord Numeros, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he dropped the massive axe from his hand. He let out a strained groan of agony before collapsing to the ground, whimpering in pain. Johann seized the opportunity and rushed up from behind. Leaping high into the air, he brought his sword down with force, thinking to himself that it was time to end this, calling his opponent a bullhead. On the other side of the battlefield, Kumal's forces were locked in fierce combat with the Bullhead Mercenaries. They shouted to break every one of those bastards' iron horns and to press the attack, arguing that if they became entangled at close range, the ox-headed freaks would be at a greater disadvantage. The Bullhead Mercenaries roared back that their enemies were nothing but fools and that they should overwhelm them with sheer strength. At that moment, Agente stepped forward and addressed his brothers, urging them to begin and asking God to forgive them. He then raised his head and drank a vial of potion. The Bullhead Mercenaries looked on in confusion, wondering what those men were. All at once, the formation erupted with power as someone shouted in alarm that they were holy knights from the St. Galanto Monastery. Others cried out that the holy knights had gone berserk and warned their comrades to stay sharp. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as decisive sword strikes cut down numerous Bullhead Mercenaries in swift succession. One enraged soldier screamed that the drug-crazed bastard would be crushed, yet he was easily slain. Valian appeared from behind and acted with ruthless decisiveness, killing a towering Bullhead Mercenary with a single strike. She then extended her hand and urged Brother Agante to rise, reminding him that there were still people who needed his help. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he declared that screams were hymns and fresh blood was holy water, and that the light would be with them. Though anxious, the Bullhead Mercenaries' leader continued to rally his men, shouting that they must not fall back. They clung to the belief that Lord Numeros would crush that knightly bastard and return to aid them. However, matters did not unfold as they had imagined. Lord Numeros's mask had been knocked away, and his blood stained Johann 8's sword. Lying on the ground, Lord Numeros gasped heavily in pain and exhaustion. Johann coldly asked whether he had any last words before dying, addressing him as a hero slayer. At those words, Lord Numeros trembled in fear. The Bullhead Mercenaries removed their helmets as well. Struggling to sit up, Lord Numeros apologized for having spoken out of turn and begged the knight to spare his life. In a calm voice, Johann told him that he needed to make stew and ordered him to stick his tail out. Helplessly, Lord Numeros muttered that even if Johann killed him, it would not benefit the knight's honor. He then confessed that he was not a real minotaur. Johann, taken aback, demanded to know what he meant. Lord Numeros explained that he was only a half-minotaur, neither as strong as a pureblood nor as intelligent. Even if Johann killed him, it would not count as a true achievement. Hearing this, Johann frowned in irritation and let out a sigh, saying he had no idea what achievement or honor he was talking about. Abruptly, Johann spun around and shouted for the bugler. He ordered him to inform those who had gone ahead and to tell them that they had been defeated. The men responded in unison that they understood, addressing him respectfully as Sir Knight. Lord Numeros exhaled in despair, muttering that they were finished. Johann then pointed at him and mockingly called him a bone broth gift set, issuing another command. Bewildered, Lord Numeros stammered in disbelief, asking if he meant him. Johann sternly warned that there was something he needed him to witness and ordered him to tell only the truth. Lord Numeros's face darkened with confusion as he let out a trembling, uncertain sound. On the other side, the Bullhead Mercenaries were still shouting encouragement to one another, urging their comrades not to fall back. They declared that Lord Numeros would be joining them soon and insisted that they only had to hold on until then. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound rang out, drawing their attention. Startled, they began asking one another what the sound could be. In that moment, realization dawned upon them, and they could hardly believe the truth, that the captain of the 100 had been defeated by a single knight. Kumal, panting heavily, let out a breath and remarked that it was truly unfortunate for them. From what he could see, their captain had been utterly destroyed by their knight. Raising his axe high into the air, he shouted for the bugler to sound the victory call. proclaiming that this marked the first victory of the battle. The scene then shifted back to the Gitana Trading Company's Marcel branch. Iano laughed cheerfully as she informed the city magistrate that they had good news, explaining that the suppression force had secured its first victory. Velako Tranieni smiled faintly and replied that he had already heard the report, adding that the Elf Knights of Bartok had done remarkable work. However, Iano hesitated before continuing, reporting with visible unease that they had unfortunately lost contact with the Knights. Shocked, he shouted in disbelief, asking what she had just said. Trying to steady himself, Velako Tranieni lowered his voice and repeated her words, questioning what lost contact meant. He insisted that there was no way the Elf Knights could have been defeated by mere bandits. Lowering her gaze, Iano responded that if it had been an ordinary bandit gang, that assumption would have been correct. However, as Sir Johann had claimed, the enemy had been a mercenary group concealing their true identity. She then handed over a densely written document that had just arrived and cautiously asked him to read through it. Summarizing its contents, Iano explained that the Bullhead mercenaries had confessed to everything, stating that the entire incident had been instigated by the Baron of Einbeck. After finishing the document, Velako Tranieni held his head with a weary expression. Velako Tranieni hesitated before speculating that if he had admitted to the charges, it meant he had been captured alive. He wondered in disbelief who in the world could possibly accomplish something so absurd. Upon hearing this, Iano merely smiled gently, before revealing that there was indeed someone who had done exactly that absurd thing. Wearing a bewildered expression, Velako Tranieni turned to her and asked who that person could be. Meanwhile, outside on the battlefield, Johann Eitz had successfully subdued and taken control of all the Bullhead mercenaries. Inside the quiet room, a loud call suddenly rang out, causing Johann Eitz to start and lift his head as someone called out to him as Sir Johann. After recognizing who stood before him, he greeted him, saying that Swedelga had returned. Lord Swedelga calmly praised him, telling him that he had worked hard. At that moment, Goiden excitedly ran in, shouting for Sir Johann repeatedly. Lord Swedelga had no choice but to remind him to calm down. Johann Eitz slowly rose to his feet and remarked that they had come a long way to return to the outpost. However, Lord Swedelga told him not to get up, saying that he had pushed himself hard and should simply rest. Goiden then said that he had heard everything and began recounting the rumors he had come across, saying that people claimed Johann had swung his mace once and a whirlwind had burst out, taking down 50 men in a single strike. He even made a loud BAM sound effect and jumped up excitedly, saying that was how it had happened. This left Johann Eitz holding his head helplessly with an awkward laugh as he told Goiden not to exaggerate and to praise the warriors who had fought alongside him as well. In truth, however, he was thinking the complete opposite, wishing that Goiden would praise him even more, loudly enough for Velako to hear. As if in answer to that wish, another person entered and shouted that there was no exaggeration at all. Kumal firmly stated that the Red Iron mercenaries did not see it that way, and passionately declared that Sir Johann deserved every bit of praise. He recalled how Johann had charged straight at the enemy, saying that it had set all of their hearts on fire. He continued to prove his sincerity by adding that the valor Johann had shown would serve as a great example even for the dwarves. Embarrassed, Johann Eitz replied that Kumal flattered him, but that he would accept it gratefully. Inwardly, he looked forward to the effect of such praise, thinking that with everyone speaking so highly of him, Velako would surely look favorably upon them as well. Soon after, yet another person entered, commenting that while Johann's strength was impressive, what had truly shocked them were his tactics. Kumal turned his head and remarked that the Holy Knights had arrived. Valian smiled and offered a blessing in the name of Saint Iena, and Agente bowed respectfully, offering a blessing in the name of Saint Galanto. They gratefully explained that if it had not been for Sir Johann, they would have walked straight into an ambush, adding that there were not many knights who excelled in strategy and tactics. Valian said she had been deeply moved not only by his plans, but also by his character, noting that he had even spared the enemy commander. Upon hearing this, Johann realized what she meant and responded that she was referring to the Minotaur. Scratching his head awkwardly with a sheepish smile, he said that once he had actually fought him, the Minotaur had not been much of a challenge and that, besides, there had been no need to kill him. Valian then bowed deeply to show her sincerity, explaining that a Minotaur possessed overwhelming combat strength and could wipe out an entire mercenary group alone, and that even for them, a head-on fight would have been hopeless. Lowering her gaze sadly, she murmured that even if he had shown an intent to surrender, an ordinary knight would have cut off his head to claim the achievement of killing the hero slayer, and that this would have been true even if he had only been a half-Minotaur. She then brightened again and firmly stated that Johann had not done so, adding that respecting an enemy's life was a rare virtue. The more Johann listened, the more he felt that the praise was becoming excessive. Letting out a breath, he thought that it was a bit much. He then calmly explained that he had only kept the Minotaur alive because it had been necessary and admitted that such praise made him somewhat embarrassed. However, his explanation only caused the two of them to admire him even more, as they wondered how someone could be so humble. Lord Swetelga suddenly cleared his throat from behind and asked whether they even knew how many people that half-Minotaur had slaughtered on the battlefield. He then glanced at Johann Eitz and remarked that when humility went too far, the one praising you would end up feeling awkward. Johann Eitz smiled faintly and nodded, indicating that he understood. Johann Eitz then turned, bowed deeply, and shouted that if that was the case, he would accept it with thanks. Kumal, equally excited, chimed in that this was better, adding that their enemies were mercenaries too, so it was a fight worth having. He proposed that after reorganizing, they should properly smash Einbeck's bunch, laughing afterward. At that very moment, a shout echoed from outside, causing everyone to freeze, as someone yelled to look there and insisted that he had said there was no one. The curtain was slowly pulled aside. The man on the other side appeared to have run all the way there and was panting heavily. When he lifted his head, Kumal recognized him and pointed out that the person over there was not a messenger from Sir Gustav, and that from his appearance, it did not seem like he had come bearing news of victory. Immediately after, Gustav dropped to his knees before Johann Eitz and, flustered, begged him to send reinforcements at once, explaining that they had been attacked by a troll. This left Johann Eitz utterly stunned. As night gradually fell and covered the sky, the surface of the lake rippled continuously. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and a pair of feet stomped down, sending water splashing everywhere. A group of people then ran swiftly across the water. The entire army, gripped by terror, could do nothing but charge forward while screaming. The knights rushed ahead without pause, everyone exerting themselves as though fleeing from something extremely dangerous. Without warning, a sword slashed horizontally, knocking a knight from his horse. A violent shockwave erupted across the water and blood gushed forth as the knight's head was severed. The group clicked their tongues in complaint, saying that it was so anticlimactic that it did not even get their blood up. Leon pushed up his helmet and excitedly suggested that in any case, they had come because they owed them a debt and that he had not expected an honorable fight. Another man frowned irritably and stated that they owed the trading company, so they should go and wipe them out as repayment, adding that Count Bartok had said the same thing, had he not. Laurent, however, waved dismissively and cursed those trading company bastards, scoffing that they had only borrowed a little and questioning whether they had run tattling to Count Bartok over that. Gustav, who was at the front, then made the final decision, telling them to keep chasing since they would have to take the spoils after all. He raised his sword high and ordered all troops to listen. With a tense frown, he commanded that from that moment on, they were to pursue the fleeing enemy and annihilate them. The entire group stood at attention as he further ordered them to strip the enemy of anything that looked valuable and warned that anyone who pocketed loot for themselves would be punished. Faces tightened at the sharpness of his command. Soon after, the army set off again, the sound of churning water creating a chilling noise. Gustav paused to look at the advancing formation as they roared. Laurent then dismounted and suggested that they catch their breath and check their equipment. Leon, unable to restrain his admiration of the scenery, remarked that he had not known there was a place like that near Marseille. Gustav, however, tensely observed that it was the kind of place that made one's skin crawl, as though something were about to leap out, adding that it was perfect for bandits to hide in, like filthy sewer rats. Suddenly, the water began to ripple violently, bubbles rising to the surface. Leon perceptively noted that someone was coming. They all turned in the same direction. Seeing a figure dressed like one of their own, he speculated that it looked like one of their soldiers and questioned whether he was already back, remarking that there was no way they could have finished the annihilation that quickly. The man, drenched and disheveled, pointed forward and stammered to the knight. The others shouted in alarm, demanding to know what it was. They barely heard him cry out for help before something dragged him down into the water. A massive explosion erupted, and a towering column of water obscured their vision. Gustav swiftly drew the sword at his waist. His face twisted in fear as he trembled and asked what that had been. Before them stood a massive troll, growling, its roar echoing through the mountains and forests. That was everything that had happened to their army. Returning to the present, Gustav painfully explained that they had fallen into a trap set by those bastards, saying that the bandits had vanished, and then a troll had descended upon them. After hearing the story, Johann Eitz fell into brief contemplation and remarked that he had known it. It had been a trap to lure them deeper in. However, he questioned whether Gustav was saying they were controlling a troll, noting that there had been nothing about that in Einbeck's letter. Gustav ground his teeth as he reported that the 3 knights of Bartok were still there, then shouted as he begged them to save the men. Kumal hesitated slightly and turned to Johann Aitz, asking what everyone thought. Valian wavered, saying that it was their creed not to turn their backs on those in trouble, but she trailed off in uncertainty. Agente bowed his head and stated that for now, they would follow Kumal's judgment. At that moment, Johann Aitz turned and asked Valian and Sister Janina what kind of creature a troll was, adding that it would be easier to decide once they knew. Valian grew serious and recounted that she had defeated a troll before, but to be completely honest, without the help of a god, it was a being humans could not stand against. From her words alone, it was clear that a troll was an extremely dangerous monster, very likely to cause great harm to humans. She explained that a troll's hide was tougher than rock and its muscles were like ropes made of steel, so resilient that most attacks would not even affect it. Drawing from her experience, she added that the monstrous strength born from its overwhelming size was beyond what humans could endure, and that what was truly horrifying was something even worse. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Leon was still desperately trying to slash through the troll's horned scales, cursing it as a damned monster. However, no miracle occurred. Valian carefully explained that even if someone managed to pierce that hide and muscle and leave a wound, it would heal immediately as if nothing had happened. The wound on the troll's back gradually closed before their eyes. Witnessing this scene nearly broke Leon, who muttered that it could not be real before shouting at Laurent to snap out of it and move instead of just standing there. The horrifying events left everyone stunned. Gustav panicked and pleaded that there was no time for this and begged them to help. Johann Aitz then turned to Valian and asked what she thought and whether she would go to rescue them. She calmly replied that she would do so if Kumal permitted it. However, she also stated the harsh truth that even if they ran at full speed, the knights would likely have already entered their eternal rest. Hearing this, Gustav could only stare in despair. Kumal let out a sigh and addressed the elf soldier, apologizing and saying that he did not think they could send a rescue party. He sincerely explained that their mission was not yet finished and that even if they went now, there was no guarantee the knights would still be alive. Suddenly, Johann Aitz called out to Captain Kumal and confidently declared that he would go. The others cried out in shock, questioning Sir Johann in disbelief. Kumal anxiously tried to dissuade him, warning that this was not something to take lightly. Nevertheless, Johann remained firm, stating that with brave warriors like them present, it would not be a serious problem if he were the one to step away, and that if they were sending a rescue party, he would go. Kumal's face turned pale with worry as he pointed out that they had just heard how likely it was that going now would be meaningless and would only put Johann in danger as well. Johann countered by asking what if they were still alive, declaring that he could not stand by and watch their deaths. Kumal was moved by his resolve. Johann pressed further, asking whether, if even one of them was alive, it would not be worth rescuing them. Valian and Agente were so touched that they could not hold back their tears as they exclaimed in admiration. Johann then knelt to meet Kumal at eye level and requested that he be sent. Kumal let out a conflicted breath before finally relenting, exclaiming that Sir Johann surprised him every time and agreeing to organize a rescue party. Goiden sobbed emotionally, wondering just how noble Sir Johann's character was. Lord Swetelga merely replied indifferently that to him, Johann's motives were obvious. At that very moment, Johann Aitz had his own calculations in mind when making the decision. He reasoned that even if the opponent was a troll, elf knights were not weak either, and if they hurried, they might be able to carry out a rescue. He also recalled that they were said to be from Aranx, and that he had heard the elves there were wealthy. Thinking about a reward filled him with renewed motivation, and he resolved to squeeze a huge payout out of them. A candle was lit, and its glow illuminated the dark surroundings. From somewhere in the room, a voice reported that a dispatch notice had arrived from the scouts, stating that the elf knights had fallen into the trap. Hearing this, Duke Unit Mayhem folded his arms and let out a sinister laugh, clearly thrilled by the development, remarking excitedly that if the elf knights of Aranx were wiped out like that, then the relationship between the city magistrate of Marseille and Aranx would surely be finished. Janina immediately cautioned him not to celebrate yet. Lowering her head as she lit a small flame, she reminded the others that they had failed to draw in the main punitive force and that the bullhead mercenaries had surrendered. She added that, according to what she had heard, a considerable number of the Emperor's gold coins had been spent on hiring them. After a moment, she wondered aloud what could have possibly happened for them to surrender so easily. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne stroked his beard anxiously and responded that the bullhead mercenaries had been disposable from the very beginning anyway. Duke Unit Mayhem looked somewhat puzzled and remarked that it was the first time he had heard of that. Janina bluntly questioned whether he had just made that up. In response, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne produced a sealed envelope, which surprised the two of them as they recognized the crest upon it. He calmly reassured them that his real plan lay elsewhere and told them not to worry. He then turned his attention to another matter and asked how Janina's troll was doing and whether it was fine. Janina glanced at him in confusion. Ainbec Vivant Auvergne explained while stroking his beard that he had heard trolls were weak to fire and that if the elf knights managed to discover some way to counter it, it could become a problem. Janina dismissed the concern, sticking out her snake-like tongue as she lit another candle and asked why he thought she had stationed the troll in a swamp. She explained that the entire area had far higher humidity than most places, making it difficult even for torches to ignite. She then looked at Duke Unit Mayhem and added that ordinary fire would not mean much to a troll in the first place. Hearing this, Duke Unit Mayhem became excited and commented that in that case, there was nothing to worry about. Janina's eyes turned cold as she confirmed that he was right, declaring that without even being able to light their torches, the enemy would meet their fate in the abyss of darkness. At that same time, Johann Eitz was moving through a dark forest. Suddenly, a candle flared to life, illuminating the surroundings much more clearly. Valian explained that the flame burned very well even in a swamp like that. Johann Eitz turned to her in confusion and asked what that fire was called again. She replied that it was Yenna's fire, a form of holy magic. While running, Valian further explained that it was a spell passed down through their monastery for generations and was mainly used when exterminating monsters. At the same time, Karamov ran ahead, guiding the way. Johann Eitz reacted with some surprise and asked whether they had hunted trolls using Iena's fire. Valian confidently confirmed that they had. She went on to explain that a troll's rapid healing ability could be suppressed with the holy magic known as Iena's fire, and thanks to that sacred flame, they had been able to kill a troll before. Johann Eitz glanced at the pale blue flame beside them and asked whether it was different from ordinary fire. Valian admitted that it was, and explained that the casting speed varied depending on the scale. However, she warned that once it caught hold of something, it would not go out even in water and would burn whatever it seized until the very end. She described it as a flame of purification that incinerated the impure according to the caster's will, calling it a true cleansing fire. Hearing this explanation, Johann Eitz felt as though something exploded in his mind. Slightly alarmed, he wondered to himself whether this was basically the same as white phosphorus. After thinking about it, he suddenly expressed his admiration, telling Valian that she was impressive in many ways, mentioning her holy magic, her swordsmanship, and even the stamina that allowed her to keep up with a horse's speed. Valian laughed and replied that it was the result of receiving God's grace and training every day. Johann Eitz then remarked that it was reassuring to have all of them accompanying the mission, admitting that he had been somewhat worried since their elite group was so small. Valian reacted with surprise and asked if that was really the case. Johann Eitz then explained that they did not need to hunt the troll the hard way. Instead, they could simply draw its attention enough to rescue the elf knights. Pointing to his temple, he reasoned that the knights had brains and would not continue fighting a monster that regenerated endlessly. He suggested that they were probably hiding somewhere. However, contrary to Johann Eitz's expectations, Gustav had given the opposite order. Despite the overwhelming fear among the soldiers, he commanded them not to hide under any circumstances and to maintain their formation. Pointing forward, he ordered them to kill the creature and seize honor. On the opposite side, the troll roared angrily. At that exact moment, Karamov seemed to notice something and began barking loudly and repeatedly. Johann Eitz received the signal and immediately realized that it looked like Karamov had found something. Valian, somewhat confused, wondered in disbelief whether he had actually named his dog Karamov. At the same time, a group of horses suddenly ran out from behind the forest, which left her even more bewildered as she questioned why the elf knight's horses were there. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed through the vast space as someone cried out in agony. Johann Eitz's face darkened as he murmured to Sister Valian that he thought his prediction had been wrong and that he could not believe those fools had been fighting the entire time. However, Valian instead smiled brightly and exclaimed that this was actually good news because it meant they were still alive. Her expression then turned serious as she told Sir Johann that with flames of that level, they could not handle a troll, explaining that they would prepare a stronger flame and asking him to wait a moment. Before she could finish speaking, Johann Eitz had already spurred his horse forward, declaring that he would go first and buy them some time. His action frightened Valian so much that her face turned pale as she cried out in alarm, telling Sir Johann to wait and insisting that that was not what she had meant. Johann paid little attention to her protests and instead turned to give an order to Karamov, telling the dog to go herd the horses that had run off. Understanding his command, the dog barked once in response. Valian could only remain where she stood as she shouted after him desperately. Afterward, she turned to the people behind her and instructed the sisters to focus, explaining that they had to create a stronger Iena's fire to help them. They quickly responded in unison that they understood, addressing her as Sister Valian. A sword was then driven firmly into the water. Valian closed her eyes tightly and began to pray, declaring before Saint Aina that she once again dared to kneel before God and offer her prayer. Pale blue flames continuously rose around the circle as she spoke of the souls longing for the hand of salvation. Together they concentrated and prayed, asking for the holy flame to be granted and for the wandering to be guided by that sacred light. Meanwhile, on the other side, the troll had grown furious and swung its fist violently. Gustav, his face filled with tension, rushed forward. The creature showed no fear and continued punching toward him, throwing a direct blow in his direction. Gustav managed to slip aside just in time and countered with a slash, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Taking advantage of the moment, he retreated and lowered his body into a defensive stance, though exhaustion was beginning to overwhelm him as he panted heavily. The troll grew even more enraged by the wound and roared continuously. Gustav exhaled irritably and cursed under his breath. The monster then opened its mouth and attacked with a deafening sonic roar. Grinding his teeth in anger, Gustav shouted for it to shut up and insisted that the fight was not over yet. Yet deep down he realized how bad the situation had become. He looked helplessly at the army behind him and recognized that the soldiers' morale had already collapsed. Laurent was breathing heavily without pause, while Leon beside him looked as if he were about to collapse. Gustav understood with mounting anxiety that his comrades were completely exhausted. Leon still held his sword pointed forward, but his spirit was crumbling as he wondered what they could possibly do now, realizing that all they could manage was to maintain this fragile standoff. The sword that had been planted into the ground gradually loosened in his grip. Gustav, exhausted and alarmed, called out to Laurent and demanded to know what he was doing. Laurent let out a helpless breath and apologized, telling Gustav that he could not continue any further. With a weary frown, he said that while the damned troll finished him off, Gustav should leave him behind, take the men, and escape. Gustav, however, refused to accept that and shouted angrily that Laurent should not be absurd. At that moment, the troll suddenly glanced toward Laurent and roared loudly before charging straight at him without hesitation. Witnessing this, Gustav cried out in anguish as he called Laurent's name. Laurent closed his eyes tightly and accepted what he believed to be his fate as blood splattered everywhere. Yet it was not his blood. After waiting for a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up, he froze in surprise. A spear had pierced straight through the troll's throat. The creature opened its mouth in pain and let out a horrifying cry. The surroundings fell silent except for the troll's guttural growls. Laurent stared in confusion and wondered aloud whether that had been a spear. Leon widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning how someone could possibly drive a spear into such a hard body. Gustav himself could not hide his shock as he wondered who in the world could have done such a thing. Just then, a shout rang out from behind them as someone called for Sir Gustav. Startled, Gustav turned his head. Johann Eitz came charging in on horseback while urgently telling him not to stand there blankly. He shouted angrily for them to hurry up and run. As night fell over the Gitana merchant group's Marcel branch, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. Ion stood inside Velako Tranieni's office, as if delivering a report. Lowering his head, he stared thoughtfully at the letter on the table and wondered whether a ghost letter had arrived. Velako Tranieni, somewhat uneasy about the situation, muttered that the 500 men of the Oak mercenary group were requesting that Marcel's gate be opened at midnight that very night. Ion, however, smiled optimistically and remarked that the situation had Einbeck written all over it. Velako Tranieni disagreed, cutting her off and stating that he shared that exact thought. He then explained that the Oak mercenary group had been the first subjugation force dispatched to deal with the bandits, but what had actually awaited them were the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Caught off guard, the group had been annihilated. From this, he concluded that Baron Einbeck had used the late Bradil's seal to forge a fake letter. Lowering his head again, he added that, in the end, the letter was merely a deceptive ploy to breach Marcel's final line of defense, questioning if that was not the case. Standing beside him, Jan smiled and said that she completely agreed, adding that even if there really were survivors, it would not be tonight, and they would deal with the matter at sunrise tomorrow. At that, Velako Tranieni finally relaxed and smiled, saying that they were finally of the same mind. He proudly declared that he had already instructed the captain of the guard, and that not a single threat would pass through Marcel's walls that night. At the same time, inside a small tent, a worried voice could be heard praying that blessings would sanctify his every step, and that the claws and fangs of the profane would not harm him. It turned out that Goiden was sincerely praying by candlelight. At that moment, Lord Swetelga approached from behind and asked whether he was praying at such an hour because he was worried about Johann. Startled, Goiden quickly turned around and greeted him as Master Swetelga. He then timidly stood up and expressed his concern, saying that although his lord was brave, trolls were not enemies that humans could defeat. Lord Swetelga sat down nearby and explained that, normally, it would take more than a legion to bring down a troll. This only made Goiden more anxious, and he hesitantly asked whether that was truly the case. However, Lord Swetelga reassured him that there was no need to worry. Confused, Goiden asked why. Lord Swedelga then explained that his master possessed the two waters that held the secrets of the Ephiel River. At that realization, Goiden exclaimed in understanding and became excited again, noting that they were the water of wrath and the water of blessing. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz's situation had become extremely dire, with most of the soldiers already fallen. The only advantage he had was that if the water of wrath were applied to a weapon, it could deal a fatal blow. Gripping his weapon tightly, Johann Eitz charged forward through clenched teeth. Back in the tent, Lord Swedelga expressed confidence that Johann would know how to use it wisely. On the battlefield, Johann Eitz drove his blade straight through the troll's throat, causing it to roar in pain. At the same time, he shouted for Gustav not to just stand there, but to pull the troops back quickly. Exhausted, Gustav panted and addressed him uncertainly. At that moment, Johann Eitz spurred his horse forward. With a determined gaze, he told himself that with his strength, he could still pierce the creature's hide, but it would regenerate immediately, so he only needed to buy enough time for everyone to escape. Tense in the saddle, he had completely forgotten that he possessed the water of wrath. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Leon had recklessly leapt in front of the troll, urging Gustav on and declaring that this was his only chance to finish it off. Enraged, Johann Eitz ground his teeth and cursed at him, calling him an idiot. Gustav, witnessing the scene, panicked and shouted for Leon to fall back, saying that it was impossible for them to handle it. However, Leon paid no attention and charged forward, declaring that if a human knight could do it, then they could do it as well. As a result, Leon was struck by the troll's punch and sent flying, prompting Gustav to cry out his name helplessly. The troll's blow was so powerful that Leon tumbled several times underwater before finally crashing into a tree. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his throat. Johann Eitz, tense and furious, cursed at him, calling him a damn idiot and saying that they had only come there to save him. Amid the chaos, the troll regained its composure, grabbed the sword embedded in its neck, and pulled it out, causing blood to gush forth. Nevertheless, it showed no sign of weakness and casually threw away the tree it had been holding. Seeing this, Johann Eitz immediately yanked the reins of his horse and charged forward, shouting for everyone to move. Holding his weapon, Johann Eitz advanced directly toward the troll. The creature roared angrily, but he showed no fear. Instead, he focused on drawing its attention, thinking that if Gustav and the soldiers could escape, that would be enough, since even he would not willingly choose to fight a troll to the death. With that in mind, he launched an attack, shouting that its guard was open and warning it to watch its leg. His spear pierced the troll's leg, causing it to roar in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Johann Eitz retreated, thinking that he had successfully crippled its mobility, at least temporarily. Enraged, the troll turned and lunged toward him, grabbing him with its massive hand. Everyone was shocked and cried out for Sir Johann as the troll lifted him into the air. Johann Eitz's face turned pale as he cursed inwardly, realizing that he had gotten too close and had been struck. At the same time, on the outskirts of the forest, a faint light suddenly appeared in the still darkness, drawing the attention of a guard. Curious, he picked up his telescope and wondered what it was. Soon, he saw a group of armed individuals approaching and nervously questioned whether the subjugation force was returning. However, upon seeing the emblem on their flag, he froze in shock, recognizing the Oak mercenary group. Terrified, he stammered in disbelief, wondering if they were ghosts, as he had thought they had been completely wiped out by bandits. His mind went blank before he suddenly recalled the governor's words and realized that it was exactly as he had said. After regaining his composure, the guard shouted an alarm, ordering all hands to the gates, telling them to assemble on the walls and not to let anyone pass through. Hearing the commotion outside, Velako Tranieni became alert and questioned the noise. Jan smiled and remarked that it seemed they had arrived. Still unaware of anything unusual, she cheerfully stated that she would send a letter to confirm the commander's identity, saying that if they were truly survivors, they would respond. At that moment, someone suddenly kicked the door open and declared that it would not be necessary, shocking both Velako Tranieni and Ion. When they saw the man entering, Ion could only utter in surprise. Bradil calmly commented on her expression, saying she looked as though she had seen a ghost. Leading his group inside, he addressed Lady Ion and Magistrate Velako, stating that since they had been looking for the commander, he had come personally. Ion, utterly shocked, demanded to know how they could still be alive when they were supposed to be dead. Bradil let out a sigh and apologized, but stated that he must say this, proclaiming glory to the Holy Empire and its gold. Velako Tranieni, tense, realized that the Oak mercenary group had been bought off by Einbeck. Ion, grinding her teeth in anxiety, questioned how such a thing was possible. Bradil then calmly took a seat and declared that from that moment onward, the city of Marseille would be taken over by the Oak mercenary group under the command of the Holy Empire. Back on the battlefield in the forest, Johann Eitz widened his eyes in terror. Gustav, unable to remain calm, cried out in despair. The troll then hurled Johann Eitz down into the water, causing a massive explosion to erupt in the forest. Everything fell silent. Gustav could only stand there, trembling as he whispered Sir Johann's name, his expression frozen in shock. Seeing blood pouring from Johann Eitz's mouth, they cried out helplessly once more before realizing that he had completely lost consciousness, his face submerged in the water, leading them to conclude that he was dead. In the darkness of the night, a command was shouted, telling the others to hold it tight and keep it steady, asking if they were ready. Another person, tense, confirmed that of course they were. Immediately afterward, the torches flickered to life as someone ordered them to light it up. Standing before the straw dummies, a soldier chuckled to himself, thinking with amusement that those Marcel fools were doing exactly what Einbeck had said they would. He then looked toward the camp and confidently declared that no matter what they did, they would get inside either way. Seeing the torches outside, the soldiers hurriedly rushed toward the front gate, shouting for everyone to get to the wall at once. Meanwhile, another soldier secretly slipped away, thinking that even if they were blocked at the main gate, their plan would still succeed. He quietly removed several wooden planks to clear a path for the enemy, believing that the guard they had bribed would have the sewer gate open for them. Soon after, a hatch door suddenly burst open. The soldier loudly cried out in signal, proclaiming, "Long live the Holy Empire." However, in the next instant, an arrow shot out from within the tunnel at lightning speed. The insider soldier collapsed, and the leader of the Imperial forces appeared, declaring glory to the Emperor. The vice commander quickly noticed the noise behind him. He saluted and respectfully reported that the bribed guard had been dealt with. The man he addressed was Bradil, the leader of the Oak mercenary group. Bradil coldly remarked that it was good work, adding that the Empire had no use for a man who would betray his own people for a few silver coins. Standing before the mercenaries, Bradil firmly ordered them to listen up, announcing that from that moment on, Marcel was theirs. He then directly commanded the vice commander that while the guards were distracted at the wall, they were to capture their captain. After assigning the task, Bradil personally led another group, ordering the rest to follow him as they went to find the consul. When facing Vlaco, he spoke coldly, telling him not to look at him that way. Bradil then generously proposed that even though they were taking over the city, they would allow him to keep his title and authority. Yaon angrily interrupted, telling Bradil to listen, accusing him of having a lot of nerve to speak like that after attacking Marcel, and questioning how they could ever trust him. In response, Bradil merely clapped in approval, saying that he expected nothing less from Lady Yaon and praising her spirit. However, he immediately followed with a stern warning, telling her not to test his patience any further, adding that a merchant guild should simply choose the winning side and take the profit. Bradil coldly continued, stating that Marcel's guard captain had already been captured and that the rest would have thrown down their weapons and surrendered by now, leaving nothing more for them to do. He then took out a scroll and stepped forward to Vlaco, stating that what they wanted was simple. Bradil spread the paper across the table and bluntly demanded that he write a single order for the subjugation force. His tone carried a clear threat as he dictated that all forces were to cease combat and surrender to the enemy. He firmly concluded by adding that they must also swear an oath of loyalty to his imperial majesty. Seeing that Vlaco remained silent, Bradil pressed further, emphasizing that if he did so, he would not have to get blood on his hands. Meanwhile, returning to Johann's battlefield, a beast was preparing to charge at a remaining soldier. It let out a fierce growl as if to intimidate its opponent. Gustav bravely stepped forward to stand between the monster and his comrades, calling out to Laurent. Despite being badly battered, he insisted that Laurent should take Leon and the others and get out of there, adding that he would buy them some time. Laurent firmly objected, asking what Gustav was saying and declaring that he would stay as well. He then turned to the remaining soldiers and ordered them to hurry and help Leon up. But before he could finish, Gustav shouted Laurent's name with absolute determination. Gustav's resolve left Laurent utterly stunned. Gustav urgently clarified that this was not a request between friends, but an order from a superior, commanding him to leave immediately. With no choice left, Laurent could only whisper Gustav's name one last time in reluctance. After settling everything, Gustav faced the monster alone, challenging it to come at him. He charged forward with a fearless roar, declaring that he wanted an honorable death. The monster opened its massive jaws, preparing to unleash its attack. Meanwhile, Johann's body was still floating on the river. In his mind, he suddenly heard Swedelga's voice telling him to carve those words into his soul, never fight an opponent he could not defeat, and to run if the situation was too dangerous. He then recalled that Swedelga had once seriously warned him that if he must fight, he had to make sure to kill his enemy and not dare to die. At that moment, Johann tiredly thought that he was sorry, believing that this was as far as he could go. Blood had dyed the river red, and he felt like giving up everything, thinking that his body would not move and that he was utterly exhausted. He helplessly closed his eyes, accepting it. Memories began to flood his mind like a film reel, and he reflected that his life had been nothing but pain. A sense of relief slowly crept into him as he felt that his heart was finally about to stop. All he wanted now was to rest, believing that everything would soon become peaceful. Suddenly, within the water, a gentle figure appeared and seemed to send him a kiss. In that instant, Johann's will flared back to life as he shouted internally in refusal. He clenched his fist and struggled to rise. His mind became clear as he realized that if he could not escape death, then he had to kill death itself. With that resolve, he struck his own body with all his strength, driving his fist into his own heart. A miracle occurred as his heart seemed to be jolted back to life. Johann surged up from the river, having crossed the boundary of death. His eyes burned with fierce determination as that same thought echoed within him. If he could not escape death, then he would kill it. Back on Gustav's side, the monster was about to throw a punch at him. Without the slightest hesitation, Gustav charged forward again, proclaiming that he fought for his honor and for errance. At that very moment, a spear tore through the air from above and pierced straight into the monster's powerful arm. The creature threw its head back and roared wildly in pain. Gustav was stunned as he immediately recognized the owner of the spear. From the distance, Johann's voice rang out as he called Gustav's name with firm resolve. Shocked, Gustav exclaimed in disbelief, asking if Sir Johann was still alive. Johann, now filled with fury, directed all his rage toward the monster and shouted that it was in his way, ordering it to get lost while hurling an insult at the creature. At that very moment, near Marseille at the Einbeck main base, it was reported among the silent tents that Marseille city had fallen. Upon hearing the news, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne reportedly leapt to his feet in great delight, shouting triumphantly that everything had gone exactly as he had predicted, and boasting that it had all been within the palm of his hand. Janina was said to have laughed softly, remarking that she had initially thought he was merely a useless noble relying on his family name, but admitted that he had proven to be unexpectedly capable, before asking whether this would truly be the end. In response, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne was reported to have smiled cunningly and declared that it was far from over, insisting that Valaco and Ion must be executed. He further questioned, in a cold tone, how mere merchants, despite their wealth, would dare to meddle in politics. It was said that both Janina and Duke Unit Mayhem's expressions turned sinister as Einbeck Vivant Auvergne continued, imagining a grim outcome in which he would eliminate all the merchant rabble within the anti-emperor faction who had long been a thorn in his side, thereby purifying Marseille. He then reportedly slammed the table in excitement and proclaimed that once everything was complete, Marseille and all trading companies across the continent would come to understand that wealth alone could never buy noble blood and honor. After snapping his fingers, a servant was said to have brought wine and 3 glasses. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne reportedly raised his glass in premature celebration, reiterating that money could never purchase nobility or honor. Janina was said to have joined in enthusiastically, proclaiming long life to the Holy Empire and the Emperor as the 3 clinked their glasses together, causing the wine to splash. Duke Unit Mayhem was then described as drawing back the curtain with a faint smile, stating that he would deliver this joyful news to the Emperor. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne reportedly reminded him with confidence to make sure to inform His Majesty that it had been his strategy that secured Marseille. However, as Duke Unit Mayhem walked through the dark forest, it was said that he muttered to himself, criticizing Einbeck as a cunning bastard who intended to monopolize all the credit, and questioning whether he truly believed such a report would be delivered as requested. He then reportedly decided that he would cause trouble by submitting false reports instead. At that moment, he was said to have suddenly noticed something and paused in confusion. Before him stood a white horse, prompting him to wonder what such an animal was doing in a deep forest. Soon after, he reportedly smiled with excitement, assuming it must have belonged to a fallen knight. Approaching the horse, he was described as gently stroking its nose and soothing it before climbing onto its back with satisfaction and remarking that it was an excellent steed that would allow him to reach the imperial palace more quickly. Yet when he urged the horse forward, it reportedly refused to move, merely exhaling sharply. Confused, Duke Unit Mayhem was said to have questioned why it would not budge. At that very moment, a deep growl echoed through the forest, causing his eyes to widen in terror as he realized that Karamov was before him, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. He was reportedly too frightened to even finish his exclamation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Johann Eitz was said to have shouted loudly, ordering the others to get out of the way and insulting the long-eared elves. Gustav reportedly responded with slight panic, stammering in agreement, while the troll roared angrily. Leon was described as approaching an alarm, questioning whether it would truly be acceptable for the human knight to fight alone and suggesting that they should join the battle. However, Laurent was said to have gritted his teeth in anger, his hands trembling as he explained that he had already tried to stop the monster dozens of times without success, failing even to make it cry out. It was then realized among them that although they had been unable to inflict any significant damage, the creature had screamed when struck by the human knight's spear. Laurent reportedly concluded, with a heavy expression, that if they were to join the fight, they would only become a hindrance. Leon, sounding somewhat sorrowful, called out Gustav's name. After they had left, Johann Eitz excitedly declared that it was time to witness that knight's honorable battle, his eyes darkening as a dangerous killing intent radiated from him, while sweat and tears streamed down his face. The troll on the opposite side opened its mouth wide and roared loudly in an attempt to intimidate him. Immediately afterward, Johann Eitz leapt away from where he had been standing, splashing water everywhere, and dashed toward the troll like an arrow. He pursed his lips and let out a short breath, then fixed his gaze firmly on the creature as he leaned back to prepare a throw. In an instant, 3 weapons in his hands shot toward the troll, piercing different parts of its body. The troll cried out in pain with a furious roar. Gustav and the soldiers beside him were stunned for a moment, wondering aloud if it was spear throwing again and remarking that it would not deal a fatal blow. They were filled with doubt and questioned what the human knight was thinking. At that moment, Johann Eitz's eyes flared as he stepped on the water beneath his feet and charged forward. When the enraged troll swung its arm to attack, he ducked to evade it, skillfully weaving through its strikes as he closed the distance. He then delivered a powerful punch straight into its body, causing internal injuries. The troll spat out blood and roared again in agony, which left Gustav's army utterly shocked, as they exclaimed in disbelief that he was taking the troll on with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz remained incredibly agile, dodging continuously as he pressed closer to the troll. Under his relentless assault, the creature was forced to retreat while defending itself. Suddenly, its eyes lit up again, and it roared furiously as it surged forward. Johann Eitz's gaze sharpened as he chose to meet the attack head-on, using offense as defense against the troll's punch. Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the air. In the end, Johann Eitz shattered the troll's arm with his blow, prompting a cry of excruciating pain. Before it could recover, Johann Eitz stomped the ground and leapt upward, grabbing onto one of its scales. He then drove his knee upward with great force, causing blood to gush from the troll's mouth as it was knocked backward and collapsed into the water, sending white foam splashing everywhere. The nearby soldiers, unable to contain their astonishment, asked Gustav if he could explain what they had just witnessed. Having seen everything, Gustav shouted tensely, urging Sir Johann to act immediately before the creature recovered again, and warning that they had to retreat quickly. Upon hearing this, Johann Eitz suddenly stepped forward and stomped hard. Seeing him climb onto the troll, Gustav grew alarmed and demanded to know what he was doing. Johann Eitz reached out and grabbed the troll's lower jaw, then, with immense strength, tore it apart as he let out a fierce shout. The troll, like prey awaiting slaughter, could only howl in agony. Johann Eitz violently yanked and slammed it down, causing water to splash again, his teeth clenched in fury. He then opened his mouth wide and shouted to bolster his spirit, and in an instant, fresh blood sprayed like a fountain as the troll's agonized screams echoed throughout the forest. The scene became so gruesome it was hard to bear. Gustav, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Johann Eitz gradually calmed down, breathing heavily in repeated gasps, and, noting that half of the troll's mouth had sunk beneath the water, he looked down at the mangled corpse beneath him and concluded that it should be finished. Under the quiet night sky, in a forest where only the sound of galloping horses echoed, Duke Unit Mayhem cried out in terror, shouting that they should let him go and calling the beast cursed. As Karamov dragged him away by the collar, he flailed his limbs wildly in panic and screamed again, insisting that it let go. However, the creature paid no attention and continued charging forward like an arrow. Sweating profusely, Duke Unit Mayhem looked at the horses racing ahead and wondered in fear whether the beast was planning to eat him along with them, questioning if he was really going to die in such a meaningless way. He became so overwhelmed that tears and mucus streamed down his face, his mouth hanging open as he let out a broken cry. Not knowing what would happen next, his desperate scream echoed throughout the forest as he wailed in despair. At that moment, Leon had collapsed, leaning against a tree and breathing heavily, while Gustav and Laurent stood before him in stunned silence. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Leon struggled to speak with his trembling, weakened body, calling out faintly to Gustav. Though his breathing was labored, he forced himself to reassure him, telling Gustav not to make such a face and suggesting that if things ended this way, it would still be an honorable end for a knight of harangues. Hearing those words, Gustav could no longer hold back his tears and clenched his teeth as he cried out Leon's name. Shortly after, he coughed up blood, thick crimson spilling from his mouth. Realizing his time was running out, Leon slowly spoke his last wishes, asking Gustav if he could tell his father how he had fought, adding with a faint laugh that it seemed he would not be able to tell him himself. Unable to bear the sight, Laurent covered his face, while Gustav dropped to his knees, sobbing as he promised that he would definitely pass on the story of Leon's bravery. Hearing that, Leon felt at peace and softly thanked him. His eyes gradually closed as he used his final breaths to address Gustav, Johann, and the brothers and friends of Bartok, saying that the moments he had spent with them were the greatest honor of his life. Both Laurent and Gustav wept uncontrollably, their bodies trembling as they cried out Leon's name. Nearby, Johann Eitz looked at the three of them, seemingly at a loss for words. Taking out a bottle of medicine and tossing it lightly in his hand, he thought to himself that it was a waste to use it on an NPC, but that it was better to make an investment now. He then walked over to Leon and called out to him. Leon lifted his head and weakly responded, addressing him respectfully. Johann placed the bottle into Leon's hand and instructed him to drink it, saying it would ease the pain. Though his hand trembled, Leon accepted it, still lucid enough to joke that it seemed he was about to witness something interesting after meeting such a brave knight. Growing impatient, Johann cut him off and told him to stop talking and just drink it. Leon complied, agreeing faintly before tilting his head back and gulping down the contents of the bottle until the very last drop. After finishing it, Leon's arm fell limp, and he closed his eyes, appearing to have passed away peacefully with no sign of pain on his face. Gustav pressed his lips together to keep from sobbing and quietly told him to rest in peace, calling him a friend who had been like a brother. The group around them fell into silence, as if seeing him off. Gustav's expression darkened as he addressed Johann, then suddenly stood up and, with tears streaming down his face, thanked him for easing Leon's pain. He then looked back at Leon and remarked that if it had not been for Johann, Leon would have suffered until his final breath. Suddenly, a cough was heard. Realizing it came from Leon lying on the ground, everyone turned in shock. Leon hesitantly called out to Johann. Unable to believe it, he picked up the empty bottle and asked what kind of medicine he had been given, exclaiming that the pain had completely disappeared. Laurent, equally astonished, quickly asked if Leon was all right. Leon gently placed a hand on his chest and confirmed that he was, remarking that it felt strange how clean and clear he felt, as his vision had sharpened and even breathing had become easier. Johann Eitz proudly folded his arms and congratulated him, saying that he wondered how it felt to be born again. His remark left the man bewildered as he looked over his own body and hesitantly questioned whether he had been reborn and if the water had something to do with it. Johann Eitz calmly explained that it was the water of blessing, a miraculous liquid capable of saving anyone as long as they were not dead, and added that it was a mystic elixir bestowed by the sage of the Yahello River, Swederg. Realizing that this was indeed the truth, Laurent became emotional, rushed forward, and embraced Leon tightly while calling out his name. Leon, confused by the sudden gesture, protested and asked what he was doing, adding that it was disgusting. Meanwhile, Gustav blushed with teary eyes and turned toward Johann Eitz in a way that puzzled him, before suddenly rushing forward to hug him and loudly expressing his gratitude, declaring that Johann had saved a friend who was like a brother to him and that, without a doubt, he was the most honorable knight he had ever met among humans. Embarrassed, Johann Eitz scratched his head and replied that he appreciated the praise, but clarified that it had been the water given by Swederg, suggesting they should thank him instead. He then asked whether they had not disliked mages. The group shouted in unison that they definitely did, but Leon raised both thumbs toward Johann Eitz while Laurent and Gustav excitedly pointed at him, arguing that since he had used something so precious on their friend, the credit belonged to him. Gustav then abruptly turned around and shouted toward his troops, asking if they had all seen how the honorable Sir Johann had saved their brother. One soldier struck his weapon firmly against the ground and began declaring that, as soldiers of Bartok who understood honor, they should offer their greetings and praise to Sir Johann. The entire group followed, shouting loudly across the silent forest, proclaiming honor to the great Sir Johann. These cries made Johann Eitz so embarrassed that he felt overwhelmed, inwardly thinking that the situation was humiliating and that he had never felt such pressure in his life. Unaware of Johann's discomfort, Gustav enthusiastically turned back and told him that from now on, Johann was like a sworn brother to him, firmly declaring that anyone who insulted Johann would face his wrath. Leon and Laurent nodded in agreement beside him. Gustav then drew the sword from his back, swung it through the air in a few flourishes, and proudly pointed it forward, proclaiming that anyone who became Johann's enemy would have to face his great sword. The surrounding soldiers echoed him, raising their weapons in support. Johann Eitz laughed and thanked Gustav, forcing a smile and clapping while saying that it was a great honor. In truth, however, he was thinking that instead of all this, he would much rather receive money, wondering why they did not show their appreciation with wealth and internally shouting for money. Meanwhile, at the camp, Goiden excitedly ran into a tent and called out to Master Switterg, enthusiastically reporting that Sir Johann had fought a troll and won. Lord Switterg stroked his long beard and laughed, remarking that he had expected as much, reasoning that since the mystery of the Ifile River had been added to Ienna's fire, even on a small scale, subjugating such a creature should have been possible. However, Goiden quickly gestured animatedly to illustrate his story and insisted that it was not the case, explaining that Johann had used neither Ienna's fire nor magic, but had instead torn the troll's mouth apart with his bare hands and killed it. Swederg initially nodded and laughed dismissively, beginning to respond casually, but suddenly froze as he processed what had just been said. His eyes widened in shock as he asked in disbelief whether Johann had truly killed the troll by ripping it apart with his bare hands. Elsewhere, Valian reacted similarly, crossing her arms in astonishment and remarking that it was unbelievable. She began analyzing the situation, explaining that the muscles and ligaments in his right arm had been torn, the bones shattered, and all internal organs destroyed, and that in the end, even the entire jaw had been ripped off. Looking at the troll's corpse hanging nearby, she concluded that it seemed to have died because it could not recover from such an excessive attack. She then raised her head, still confused, and asked how he had managed to keep the corpse in such an intact state. Her expression turned fearful as she muttered that dozens of their sisters had needed to hack at trolls with flames of purification, burning them until they were reduced to black charcoal. Hearing this, Johann Eitz became slightly flustered and avoided eye contact, inwardly realizing that this was how one was supposed to kill a troll and admitting to himself that he had assumed it worked, like in a game. Before he could respond, Valian brightened again and congratulated him, prompting Johann to look at her in confusion, as she declared that from that day onward, whenever someone introduced him, the title Troll Slayer would accompany his name. She then gestured toward the bloodied troll corpse and stated that they would handle distributing it for him, adding that with the hide and blood so well preserved, he could sell them for a very high price at the Marcel Trading Company. Upon hearing this, Johann Eitz's eyes lit up as he realized it meant a large amount of money. He then began reflecting on his life, thinking that it was truly an achievement, and noting that in his previous life, no matter how hard he had tried, he had never heard such praise and had only ever been called trash. Johann Eitz rested his chin on his hand and thought that he now remembered that bull-headed man had mentioned achievements too, concluding that when one defeated a strong individual, a corresponding title was granted, just like in a game. Feeling satisfied, he smiled faintly and reflected that this was his first achievement in that world. He then proudly placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed that it was Troll Slayer. At that moment, a sudden shout came from behind, drawing everyone's attention as someone cried out that a monster had followed the horses that ran away. Valian, flustered, hurried off while awkwardly laughing, saying that it looked like Sir Johann's puppy had brought the horses back. Johann Eitz, still not understanding the situation, began to ask Valian about it, but she cut him off, saying she would go explain. Outside, the soldiers were already in chaos, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle and not to lower their guard. Valian stepped forward calmly to reassure them, telling them to calm down and explaining that what they were seeing was not a monster but the puppy that Sir Johann was raising. However, upon seeing Karamov's true form, her words lost their weight as she hesitated, calling it a puppy. Karamov, ferocious in appearance, was biting onto Duke Unit Mayhem's collar as he weakly begged for help. Shocked, Valian raised her sword and shouted that it was definitely not a puppy, invoking the holy flame. After rescuing him, everyone gathered in a circle. Johann Eitz crouched down and asked whether he was just a traveler and whether the wolf had attacked him out of nowhere. Nearby, Karamov had already returned to the form of a well-behaved puppy, wagging its tail. Duke Unit Mayhem, relieved to have survived, confirmed that it was exactly as Johann had said. This response irritated Johann Eitz, who retorted that it was nonsense, pointing out that the area was a battlefield between disguised bandits and Marcel's expeditionary force, and questioning whether he was really claiming to have come there to travel knowing that. Duke Unit Mayhem avoided his gaze and tried to justify himself, saying it might be hard to believe but that he genuinely liked that kind of thing, then nervously asked if he could leave. At that point, Gustav stepped forward from behind and remarked that it was a long way back, addressing Johann respectfully and requesting permission to speak with the man. Johann agreed without hesitation. Seeing Gustav approach, Duke Unit Mayhem hurriedly tried to appear friendly, addressing him respectfully and insisting that he was just a traveler. However, before he could say anything more, Gustav drove his sword straight into the back of his hand. The man's face twisted instantly in agony as he screamed. Gustav, exuding danger, patted his shoulder and whispered that he should listen carefully, stating that he did not care who he was, but since he was in a bad mood, he would cut off his fingers one by one starting now. Terrified, Duke Unit Mayhem pressed his lips tightly together before finally revealing his identity as Lieutenant Brandon Mayhem, a member of the Imperial Army's Special Operations Unit. Only then did Gustav wipe his sword and remark that Johann's intuition had been spot on, expressing admiration and admitting that he had only been guessing. Johann Eitz was inwardly shocked, wondering how Gustav could stab the man without even knowing who he was. He then asked whether, aside from the name and affiliation, anything else had been discovered. Gustav answered straightforwardly that Johann had just found a gold mine and revealed, in a somewhat secretive tone, that he had discovered the location of Baron Einbeck's command post. This revelation greatly surprised Johann Eitz, whose expression darkened as his aura grew heavy. He stated that if they captured Einbeck, they could end the battle. Clearly pleased with this discovery, he smiled and turned to Gustav, saying he had a request. Gustav responded generously, telling him to speak. Johann then outlined a dangerous plan, suggesting that before Einbeck realized it, they should launch a surprise attack using Gustav's high-mobility troops immediately. Gustav confidently agreed, declaring that his unit was essentially Johann's unit and that it would be a great honor to fight alongside the Troll Slayer. Johann Eitz then seriously instructed everyone that they would depart as soon as they were ready and that they would end the expedition with this single strike. Leon immediately followed up by relaying Johann's command to the soldiers, urging them to prepare quickly and declaring that the glorious end of Marcel's defensive battle was right before their eyes. A few hours later, at Baron Einbeck's disguised bandit command base, black smoke began to rise from all directions. Gustav, riding at the front, shouted for the attack to begin and ordered the troops to advance, declaring that it was harvest time. The soldiers behind him charged forward just as fiercely, shouting for their enemies to die. Those being attacked were confused, wondering what the noise was before being struck down. Eventually, someone realized the situation and shouted that the Elven Knights were attacking, urging everyone to run as it was a surprise assault. Gustav, aggressive and commanding, pointed his sword forward and ordered his men to find Einbeck, stating that they did not need the others and should kill them all. In contrast, those in the camp panicked, shouting for everyone to run and cursing that they had been told it would be safe there. Inside the camp, Janina heard the screams and became extremely frightened. Her face turned pale as she trembled, questioning how those people had survived and wondering whether their cutie had been defeated, insisting that it should not have been possible. In the end, she decided to flee, crying as she ran away and declaring that she would get out first while calling out desperately to His Imperial Majesty. After some time, everything came to an end, with bodies piled up following Gustav's assault. It was stated that everything had been settled. They surrounded a tent, and Gustav confidently clenched his fists as he led Johann Eitz forward, telling him that it was there and that there was a gift waiting inside. The horses came to a stop, and a soldier stepped forward to report that the man Johann had mentioned was inside, beaten badly. Johann praised their work before composing himself. He closed his eyes and bowed his head as if steeling his resolve, recalling fragments of a horrific memory filled with corpses covered in flies. His brow furrowed deeply in discomfort. After a moment, he finally gathered the courage to face reality, reaching out to pull aside the curtain and stating that they met again. Upon seeing him, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne panicked and screamed in terror, asking if he was a ghost. Standing in the darkness, Johann Eitz calmly addressed him as Baron Einbeck, then raised his head and fixed him with a cold gaze, declaring that he had come to judge him. As dawn broke and the soldiers began urging one another to clean up, they called out for everyone to get the camp packed up and to fall back and withdraw. Ogente smiled warmly as he bade farewell, saying that they had wiped out the bandits and were now heading out. Valian also cheerfully expressed that it had been an honor to fight alongside them all. Johann Eitz responded enthusiastically that they would not forget the service and dedication of their brothers and sisters, and he stood there waving goodbye to their forces. After that, Johann Eitz led his troops as they escorted Einbeck Vivant Auvergne away. Behind him followed a group of people, while Einbeck, with his hands tightly bound, walked in the middle. Suddenly, Einbeck let out a weary sigh, and as he stared at the back of Johann Eitz's head, he wondered how that man was still breathing. He was unwilling to accept it, recalling that he had clearly spiked Johann's cup with Nikos's tears, a lethal poison, and questioning whether he had really needed to waste the entire vial. He also found himself wondering more importantly who those people following Johann were. He remembered being brutally beaten by Gustav, Leon, and Laurent, who had angrily accused him of poisoning Sir Johann, calling him treacherous scum and shouting for him to die, even declaring that summons had been called and that he would be erased. Glancing at the people around him, Einbeck kept wondering why those damned individuals were following Johann. At that moment, Laurent suddenly questioned what he was staring at, calling him an insect, and Leon followed up by asking if he was looking to die. Einbeck's face darkened with fury as he thought that his plan had been perfect and that everything had been supposed to be flawless. The scene then shifted back to a few months earlier at Eight's territory, Gosen Castle. A cup of wine had been flung straight at Einbeck Vivant Auvergne's head before rolling across the ground, causing his expression to darken. Even as the wine dripped down from his head, he calmly remarked that he hoped Lord Gason had been doing well, though his face looked fierce. After a moment of thought, Lord Gessen addressed him as Baron Einbeck and questioned whether he had at least brought the war funds he owed. In response, Einbeck handed a scroll to a servant who brought it up to Lord Gessen. When Gessen slowly opened it, he was shocked to find that it contained nothing at all. This made Lord Gessen furious, his brows knitting tightly as he demanded to know what the hell it was and why Einbeck had handed him a blank piece of paper. Einbeck immediately bowed deeply and cautiously explained that His Imperial Majesty needed his help once again. Gessen frowned and cut him off angrily, telling him to cut the nonsense and asking whether he really thought he would allow himself to be used again. He continued to vent his frustration, saying that he had fought in countless wars following their orders, yet while he had been cast aside into that miserable northern corner, they had kept every reward that should have been his. His emotions surged as he shouted that the Emperor needed him and questioned how he could be expected to believe that now, ordering Einbeck to get out before he split him in two with an axe. Although Einbeck's face darkened, he remained calm and addressed him respectfully, asking Sir Gason to simply place his seal on the document. He then explained that a blank document bearing the Eight's family seal would serve as a symbol of absolute loyalty to His Majesty, adding that as a reward, while the spilled wine on the ground had already spread into a large puddle, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne stated with utmost seriousness that His Majesty would personally grant the title of Count and swore it on the name of the noble Auvergne family. Hearing this, Lord Gessen frowned with suspicion, and after a moment he remarked that it had been 50 years since the Auvergnes had fallen and yet Einbeck was still clinging to that pathetic pride. Nevertheless, he decided to stamp the blank document, irritably tossing it back and telling him to take it. He then issued a sharp warning that if Einbeck stole his credit again, he would rip out his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne bent down to pick up the document and affirmed that of course he would comply. As he silently rolled it into a scroll, he commented that Sir Gason's loyalty would be a massive help in advancing the Emperor's cause, his face filled with cunning. That evening, in a magnificent palace under the quiet night, a deep voice remarked that Einbeck had forged it quite well and observed that, judging from its appearance, it was clearly a letter conspiring for rebellion. These words were spoken by Imperial Guard Captain Karamov, who, while reading the contents, muttered that the northern families who had fought for the Emperor were being framed for treason and that a massive purge was intended. He then sarcastically added that it was quite a holy plan, addressing Baron Einbeck. Upon hearing this, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne immediately raised his head and, suppressing his anger, questioned whether there was poison in Karamov's words or if it was merely his imagination. Karamov casually flicked the document and replied that Einbeck should consider whether that was truly the case, adding that he was merely guessing his disgusting scheme. With a smirk, he remarked that it was impressive talent and that no one would have thought someone like him would come from the honorable Auvergne family. This drove Einbeck Vivant Auvergne into a rage, and he pointed at Karamov, shouting that he should watch his mouth. He then bluntly exposed that he was well aware of what Karamov had done in the Northern Territory and told him to stop pretending to be noble. Growing increasingly harsh, he added that he had heard that during the Northern War, Karamov had slaughtered women and had not even spared children, questioning how such a man dared to speak of honor. He further mocked him by saying that he was nothing but the Emperor's hunting dog and did not even understand the meaning of honor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Karamov reached out and seized his throat. Calmly, Karamov addressed him as Baron Einbeck Bivang d'Auvergne and questioned how someone like him dared to speak of honor using his family name. He then explained that he had sworn to become the Emperor's sword and acted only according to sacred orders. With a fierce gaze, he declared that the Emperor's honor weighed more than every life on the continent and that this was his honor. He continued to rebuke Einbeck, stating that someone who had survived through dirty tricks and betrayals was nothing like him. Finally, Karamov released his grip, uttering a brief concluding word. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat as he gasped for air and coughed violently in discomfort. Karamov then issued a cruel threat, warning that if Einbeck ever dared to insult His Majesty's orders again, he would rip out his veins and fill a chalice with them. Terrified, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne submissively replied that he understood. Returning to the present, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne ground his teeth in anger and inwardly blamed everything on Karamov. He glared toward Johann Eitz and disdainfully thought that the fool who only talked about being the Emperor's sword could not even kill a single human knight who had merely been rotting away in some backwater place. After that, he let out a breath and suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, remarking that in the end, he would be the one laughing. Shortly afterward, a soldier rushed forward to block the path and urgently called out to Sir Johann, reporting that it was an emergency. Johann Eitz halted his horse and asked what had happened, prompting the soldier to report that the city of Marseille had been taken and that its gates were now tightly shut, having fallen to those traitorous mercenaries. This news left everyone speechless. The three brothers, Gustave, Leon, and Laurent, widened their eyes in shock and cursed that the city had been taken. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz remained calm, lifting his head as if calculating something. Behind him, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne trembled as he struggled to suppress his laughter before finally bursting out maniacally, laughing uncontrollably as though driven mad by the news. He then shouted mockingly, asking what they thought of that and whether they had seen it coming. Pointing at Johann Eitz, he continued to ridicule him, questioning whether he had truly believed everything would go according to plan, and insulting both him and his pitiful, rotten family. He added that although Johann had won the battle, he had lost the war, and that it served him right. Kumal, unable to believe it, clutched his head and lamented that it was a complete disaster, saying they had been utterly outplayed and that Marseille, their rear defense, had been breached. Standing beside him, Lord Swedelga also appeared distressed and prayed to the goddess of the Ipael River, questioning why such a twisted fate had not been revealed, as he closed his eyes in despair. Gustav then stepped forward and addressed his brother, warning that it was too dangerous to enter the city and suggesting that it might be best to abandon Marseille. However, Johann Eitz refused, smiling faintly as he encouraged everyone, stating that it was too early to give up and declaring that they would advance and face the situation head-on. After hearing Johann Eitz's words, Einbeck Vivant Auvergne aggressively raised his middle finger and cursed that the only thing that was going to break was Johann's head, adding that Bradil, who had captured Governor Villaco, would bring the document for Marcel's surrender. Thinking of Bradil made him excited, and he confidently declared that the plan would succeed. At the same time, his eyes darkened as he silently calculated, thinking that once Marcel was taken, the first thing he would demand would be Johann Eitz's body. He continued plotting ways to torment Johann, imagining that he would cut his tendons and parade him across the entire empire, and that as a bonus he would broadcast Karamov's incompetence as well. Einbeck even fantasized further that once Johann was no longer useful, he would hang him on the gallows, and at the very last moment he would whisper that he himself had been the one who killed Johann's father. In his imagination, Johann would look at him in absolute terror. Returning to reality, Johann Eitz had dismounted and was standing before the tightly shut gate when, suddenly, the iron doors opened and a figure appeared behind them. Bradil's face gradually became clear to everyone. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne, the most excited of all, burst into laughter and exclaimed that he had won, then rushed forward shouting to Bradil, asking what he had said and insisting that he had told him it would work. A deep voice then ordered that the son of a bitch be brought forward immediately. However, as Einbeck approached, Bradil's face suddenly changed into that of Villaco Tranieni. Einbeck was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. Standing before him were Villaco Tranieni, Khan, and Goran. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he cried out in shock, asking why the governor was there. Even Gustav was stunned and wondered what on earth was going on. Villaco Tranieni lowered himself respectfully and expressed that Johann Eitz had worked hard and thanked him, then straightened up and stated that, as the governor of Marseille, he recognized Johann's efforts and sincerely congratulated him on his safe return. Johann Eitz, showing no surprise, smiled and replied that he appreciated the welcome and was glad to see the governor doing well. Hearing this, Villaco credited Khan and Goran, saying that it was all thanks to the work of those mercenaries. Embarrassed, they scratched their heads and replied that they had merely followed Johann's orders. To explain what had happened, the narrative shifted back to the night before departure, when Johann Eitz had told Goran and Khan that he appreciated their help but had another request. They had been confused and asked about this additional request. Johann's expression had turned serious as he explained that Einbeck definitely knew Marcel's defense system, which meant he could infiltrate the city at any time. He therefore requested that they protect Governor Villaco from that threat. Returning to the present, Goran proudly recounted that the members of the Oak mercenary group were not even that special, while Khan added that they had only succeeded because of a surprise attack. Upon hearing this, Johann immediately gave them a thumbs up and praised them, saying they had done a fantastic job and that he had known he could trust them. This made the two of them flustered, and they awkwardly asked why he was suddenly swearing. Johann quickly responded by asking if that had been considered a swear word. The three of them then continued chatting happily after their time apart, teasing one another. Meanwhile, Velako Traniani's expression turned serious as he looked toward the gate and angrily called out to Baron Einbeck. Einbeck Vivant Auvergne flinched as two soldiers restrained him. He then heard Velako declare that he would pay for all of his crimes and should accept his fate quietly. Shocked, Einbeck could only stammer before being dragged away, screaming for them to let him go and repeatedly calling for Bradil. Soon after, a long bell rang throughout the kingdom. A soldier stepped forward and removed the foreign flag from the city wall, and as it fell to the ground, an announcement was made to ring the victory bell, declaring that the bandit subjugation had been a success and that the mission of Marcel's second subjugation force had concluded. As time passed, the scene shifted to a place where musicians were playing, and cheerful songs filled the air, praising Marcel as a city of freedom and trade that had once been overshadowed by traitorous mercenaries, bandits, and even a troll. People filled the streets carrying large baskets of flower petals and threw them into the sky. Johann Eitz and Gustav's forces marched in amid the music and falling petals, while the song proclaimed that his intelligence had shone like a star. A faint smile appeared on Johann's face as the lively singing continued, declaring that he was known as the Troll Slayer of Marcel. The entire street echoed with praise, celebrating his deeds, his courage, and his strength, hailing him as the hero of Marcel who seized victory with his own fists and even defeated a troll with overwhelming power. They sang that by his side, both companions and citizens called him righteous, and that he had already become a legend, the hero who killed a troll with his bare hands. Johann Eitz's face clearly showed his happiness. Khan could not help but exclaim that Marcel had once been a city full of corpses, but Sir Johann had brought peace. Goran, equally enthusiastic, wondered whether they should leave without even saying goodbye to him. After chatting for a bit, they agreed that they should go, reasoning that if mercenaries like them lingered just to exchange greetings, they would only get in the way, and they affirmed that it was true. Goran happily remarked that now no more children would die because of bandits in Marcel, and Khan cheerfully called out that they should get going, adding that they needed to return to making money since there was no work in peaceful places. Sometime later, in a sunlit office, voices were heard again as someone expressed gratitude to Sir Johann for leading the difficult battle, and Johann thanked Ion in return. While pouring tea, Ion asked whether he would like to have some before they settled the accounts. Johann readily agreed, then hesitated slightly before asking if he could request the payment, adding that Ion knew how things usually were. Hearing this, she simply nodded in agreement. Ion then took out a document and explained that it contained the report for the mission reward and the division of spoils. Johann's gaze drifted aside as he thought that, given how it had been divided, his share would probably not be very large. The listed rewards for Johann Eitz included a subjugation mission reward of 40 silver coins, as well as indemnity from the Dock mercenary group amounting to 30 silver coins and 130 copper coins. While sipping tea, Johann laughed awkwardly, but his eyes revealed clear confusion as he wondered why the amount was so high, noting that it was completely different from when they had looted the bandits in Rutseki. As Johann was still lost in thought, Ion continued, stating that the sale value of the monster spoils included troll hide worth 10 gold coins and 60 silver coins, as well as troll blood, tendons, and special cuts of meat valued at 25 gold coins and 100 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Johann suddenly choked on his tea, which made Ion flustered as she asked if he was all right. Embarrassed, he wiped his mouth and replied that he was fine, then curiously asked how much it all amounted to in total. Ion promptly provided the figure, saying that in total it was 35 gold coins, 230 silver coins, and 130 copper coins. Seeing her confident smile, Johann responded hesitantly in acknowledgement, pressing his lips together as he tried to suppress a grin. However, he ultimately could not hold it in and burst into loud laughter, clearly satisfied with the outcome, as it was concluded that Johann had obtained an immense fortune through war rewards, leaving the question of whether he would be able to end his wandering life in this way. Under the quiet night, a loud voice suddenly rang out, calling to his brother and asking whether he was really planning to call it a night already, especially not on the night of their victory. Hearing this, Johann Eitz quickly recognized the voice and replied that it was Gustav, adding that he had already had more than enough to drink and that he was fine where he was. Gustav laughed cheerfully and told him not to be like that, then began pouring wine until the glass overflowed. Full of excitement, Gustav patted Johann Eitz on the shoulder and urged him to drink up, calling him his friend. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz looked at the overflowing liquid and hesitated, while inwardly he reflected that a week had passed since the Battle of Marcel had ended, and that they had been enjoying simple and peaceful times, even though that strange guy had practically glued himself to him, which was enough to make him wonder whether all that hard work had merely been for the sake of living a life like this. At that moment, Gustav tapped a fork against his glass, producing a series of clinking sounds, then raised his wine high and called on everyone to lift their glasses, proposing a toast to his brother Johann, who had bravely taken down the troll, to Lady Valian, who had saved their brothers in arms, and to the great sage, Lord Swedurg. From the side, Lord Swetelga observed and silently remarked that he would never have expected the elven knights to say such things, concluding that they had truly changed. With his face flushed red, Gustav shouted for a toast, and everyone raised their glasses at the same time, even as the wine spilled over, echoing his cheer. As Johann Eitz gradually relaxed, Gustav continued recounting the story without pause, laughing as he said that the damn troll had tried to kill him with an arm as thick as a tree trunk, though he insisted he had not been afraid. He went on excitedly, declaring that he had been prepared for an honorable death, but that Sir Johann had suddenly appeared and begun tearing the troll apart. Meanwhile, the very person at the center of Gustav's tale was quietly enjoying his food, thinking to himself that the food was actually quite good. On the other side, a group of girls widened their eyes in eager anticipation as Gustav continued, describing how the swamp had been stained red with blood and how his friend Johann, standing over the troll's corpse, had said something memorable. Recalling that day, Johann Eitz had held his head in exasperation and insisted that he was telling them the creature was definitely dead. Gustav, still amazed, had asked in disbelief whether that was really true, then mimicked Johann's expression and voice, boastingly asking who the troll slayer was now, which made the girls grow even more excited. At that point, Lord Swetelga suddenly spoke up and asked Johann to be honest with him. Johann Eitz, still confused, wondered what exactly the old man was talking about. Lord Swetelga then turned to him and stated that he had accomplished an extraordinary feat, adding that the incident would not only affect Marcel, but would shake the entire empire. He then bluntly asked what Johann truly wanted, whether it was wealth and glory or power. Hearing this, Johann Eitz casually picked up a piece of cake, sighed, and replied that the question must be a joke, explaining that he simply wanted to live a quiet life there in Marcel. Clearly unconvinced, Lord Swetelga frowned and muttered that it was astonishing that someone had been able to kill a troll with his bare hands. Understanding what he was implying, Johann Eitz avoided his gaze and interrupted, saying that he had nearly died himself. Upon hearing that, Lord Swetelga immediately pointed at him in irritation and criticized him for using the mystery of the Yahello River on something so strange, questioning whether he had given him that elixir only for it to be wasted in such a manner. Lord Swetelga then recalled how Gustav had run back that day and embraced him emotionally, declaring that thanks to the holy water the great sage had given him, his friend had survived. Remembering this, Lord Swetelga grew even more annoyed and inwardly scolded Johann, saying that it would have been less of a waste to let a pig drink it. However, Johann Eitz felt no sense of wrongdoing. As he continued eating his cake, he calmly explained that he could not simply let them die, reasoning that someone had been dying right in front of him and that if he could save them, then he should. In truth, that was not all. He glanced aside and secretly thought that by saving those people, they would speak well of him to Vlaco, which would earn him extra favor. Still dissatisfied, Lord Swetelga turned away and muttered that Johann was a cheeky brat, though he added that he was glad Johann had made it back in one piece. Stroking his long beard, he recalled that when he had first seen Johann's reflection in the river, the Iphael had clearly told him that Johann Eitz would never be able to settle down in Marcel, as the prophecies of the Iphael River never failed. As he thought about this, a trace of unspoken sadness appeared in his eyes, and he wondered vaguely whether Johann had managed to change his fate through his own strength. At that moment, Johann Eitz hesitated before speaking, awkwardly bringing up the matter and taking out an empty bottle which he handed toward Lord Swetelga, scratching his head without any embarrassment as he explained that since he had used it for a good cause, he wondered if he could be given a little more. Lord Swetelga frowned, glanced at the bottle with clear displeasure, and muttered that it did not look like it had been used for anything good to him before snatching it away without further comment. Lowering his voice, he shook the bottle and told Johann to stop by his room later to pick some up, then added with concern that before that, he should not be going to save manager Ian. Johann Eitz became confused and asked what he meant by that, but then suddenly seemed to recall something and let out a small exclamation of realization. At that same time, Gustav, already flushed with excitement, was clinging to Ian and enthusiastically suggesting that since cats were said to be flexible, she should show them. Ian, slightly flustered, tried to push him away and refused, explaining that she was not much of a dancer. However, Gustav, somewhat drunk, failed to understand her meaning and urged her not to be like that, saying they all wanted to see their little kitty's skills. Watching this, Johann Eitz helplessly remarked that when they drank, even elves seemed to turn into dogs. He then called out to Gustav, who drowsily responded, and Johann politely expressed that he would like to have a dance with Lady Eon, asking if Gustav would mind. Gustav immediately agreed without hesitation, cheerfully giving his permission and even teasing Johann by asking if she was his type. The others joined in, teasing both Johann and Eon, jokingly saying they would leave Johann in her hands and praising his bold move, remarking that he had been that intense all along. Eon then gently placed her hand in Johann's and thanked him for saving her, adding that she hoped this would not cause any misunderstandings for him. Johann avoided her gaze, looking elsewhere as he reassured her that it was fine and told her to simply follow the rhythm for now. With a faint smile, he added that the song would end soon and she could slip away naturally afterward. His attitude made Eon blush shyly, and she lowered her head before softly explaining that she did not want it to end with just one song. Slowly moving closer, she addressed him quietly as Sir Johann and pressed herself against him, asking if he would dance with her for real. Johann Eitz was momentarily stunned and inwardly wondered how much longer this life would last, realizing that no one knew. Without overthinking, he nodded in agreement. As they began to move in sync with the rhythm, he thought that for now, they would simply let their bodies follow the music. Gradually, everyone became immersed in the gentle melody and danced together. A happy smile appeared clearly on Eon's face, and Johann, feeling equally content, reflected that he would just live like this, going with the flow. Time passed, and the dark night was replaced by the warmth of the rising sun. Sunlight streamed through the window, waking Johann Eitz from his sleep. Groaning, he opened his eyes, dark circles visible from exhaustion, and sat up sluggishly to greet the morning light. Stretching comfortably, he muttered that he did not even remember how much he had drunk the previous night. Just then, his hand brushed against something. Confused, he picked it up and examined it, wondering what it was, questioning if it was a furball. Still lacking energy, he got to his feet and wondered what had even happened the night before, admitting that he could not remember a thing and questioning again what had occurred. His gaze suddenly froze when he noticed something on the table. There was a red bottle, along with a letter. Johann quickly realized it was the water of blessing and bent down to pick up the letter. The contents explained that the secret of the Yahello River, preserved for thousands of years, was contained within that bottle and should be used wisely. It also mentioned that since he had seemed busy having an intense moment, the sender had waited and left the letter behind, adding in a postscript that if he remembered the game of the gods, he should come to the Yahello River, where he would always be welcome. After reading, Johann Eitz held his head in confusion, questioning what an intense moment even meant. Closing his eyes tightly, he frowned and tried to recall, and as he did, memories from the previous night came flooding back, accompanied by the faint ringing of a bell. He remembered spending the whole night laughing and playing around with Eon. He then opened the bottle on the table and muttered that he had definitely drunk far too much and that his head felt like it was going to explode, but nevertheless expressed his thanks to Swedarg. With a gulp, Johann ended up using the 1,000-year-old secret of the Yahello River simply to cure his hangover. Instantly, his face lit up with happiness as he remarked that the effect was incredible. At that moment, a loud noise from outside caught his attention. Johann Eitz moved toward the window and looked out, seeing thick smoke rising and embers drifting through the air. It appeared that a large fire had broken out, obscuring everything in a haze. The expressions of the townspeople were filled with confusion. Witnessing the scene, Johann widened his eyes in shock and wondered what was happening, questioning whether Marcel was on fire. At the same time, the image of Velasco Tranieni appeared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Johann Eitz pushed his way through the crowd in shock to observe what was happening, and as soon as he clearly saw the situation, he widened his eyes in horror and wondered what the hell was going on. Realizing that Einbeck Vivant Auvergne was being imprisoned in a cage, he exclaimed in confusion, questioning why Einbeck was standing there. Beside him, many others were also locked inside a large cage, all of them suspended over what appeared to be a burning platform. Only then did Johann notice something unusual, as he detected a smell and questioned whether it was oil. At that moment, he suddenly heard Velasco Tranieni calling out to the people, addressing the dear citizens of Marseille and the visitors as well, while offering his sincerest apologies. Standing on a high platform and speaking to the crowd below, Velasco placed a hand on his chest and firmly declared that due to administrative negligence on the governor's part, a shadow of chaos had temporarily fallen over the city. With his brows tightly furrowed, he asserted that it had been revealed that certain nobles, acting under the emperor's orders, had committed treason. Lowering his voice, he explained that they had attempted to seize the people's property, their safety, and even total control over the city. Growing angry, he stated that this was absolutely unacceptable and promised to lodge a formal protest with the emperor, adding that those responsible for the incident were still somewhere in the city. His words caused the citizens to panic as they looked around in shock and questioned whether the culprits were still there and who they were. Velaco's gaze darkened as he looked down at the crowd and issued a warning, declaring that they were to leave the city within 3 days. Turning his attention toward un bec vivant Auvergne, who was seated on the execution platform, he continued that if they remained after the deadline, they would meet the same end as the traitors before them. As drops of oil continued to fall, Velaco quietly gave the order that they would suffer the same fate. A torch was lit immediately afterward. Johann Eitz flinched, his eyes widening in alarm. Velaco turned and directed the torch toward the imprisoned people before the entire crowd. Seeing the blazing torch, Einbeck panicked and let out a frightened cry. When Velaco threw it into the pooled oil, Einbeck could not hold back and screamed in despair, pleading for it to stop. The flames spread violently, and as Einbeck tried to turn and escape, he desperately begged to be spared. However, the fire did not stop, and within moments, it engulfed everything, reducing his body to a charred state. The people below could not bear to watch, covering their eyes as tears streamed down their faces while he vanished into the flames. As Einbeck looked at his body disintegrating, he thought bitterly that both his body and his ambition, everything, were dissipating in vain. He recalled his mother's voice calling him her little angel and saying that she only needed him. With his eyes filled with guilty tears, he wished that if only once, just once, he could return to that moment. Memories of his childhood flooded back, but they too were quickly consumed by the fire. In his final thoughts, he lamented the fleeting nature of life. The flames eventually burned alive everyone trapped in the cage. Velaco then sternly addressed the citizens once more, stating that if any traitors were present, they should remember that for the governor of Marseille, Velaco, both favors and grudges would always be duly repaid. In the end, only bare skeletons remained within the fire. At that moment, someone approached Johann Eitz and whispered that the governor wished to speak with him in private. Johann turned back in confusion and asked if it was truly him, then looked toward Velaco standing on the platform and wondered why, in such a situation, this was happening all of a sudden. His thoughts grew uncertain as he questioned what Velaco was up to. Sometime later, Johann arrived at the office, where Velaco was the first to greet him, saying that he had arrived and thanking him for his efforts in the Battle of Marseille. With a polite smile, Velaco suggested that they sit and talk. As soon as Johann sat down, Velaco prepared to pour a drink and mentioned that, unlike last time, he had prepared some top-shelf whiskey, offering him a glass. However, Johann hesitated as unpleasant memories associated with alcohol surfaced in his mind. Internally, he cursed, thinking that he did not have good memories with alcohol, yet he also felt that he could not refuse for the sake of etiquette. With uncertainty in his eyes, he ultimately accepted, thanking him, while inwardly telling himself that for now, it was better to just go along with it. Velaco Tranieni casually asked Sir Johann how his life in Marseille had been so far, and Johann Eitz cheerfully replied that he had no complaints and believed it was because Marseille was more peaceful than before. Velaco expressed his satisfaction, saying he was glad to hear that, and emphasizing that the condition of their front line was important. Johann, confused, asked what he meant by the front line, and Velaco, raising a finger with a smile, explained that he was referring to the front line of the coming war between Marseille and the Emperor. These words left Johann stunned, and he asked in disbelief what he was talking about. Velaco then calmly elaborated that Johann's strategy and strength were unparalleled, that he possessed exceptional strategic thinking worthy of a commander, and that he had the charisma to influence anyone. He stated that to fully utilize those abilities, it must have been ambition that brought Johann to Marseille, and therefore, as Johann wished, he would become Marseille's front line. However, Johann hesitated before the proposal and ultimately refused, apologizing and saying that he preferred a simple, stable life over battles and had no intention of leading a front line against the Emperor. Velaco, unable to understand, questioned what he meant by a simple, stable life. Then his gaze turned ruthless as he dismissed Johann's words as nonsense. He bluntly pointed out that Marseille was the largest commercial city on the continent, where pro-imperial and anti-imperial factions had long clashed over their interests, but the emperor's ambition had destroyed that balance. Gritting his teeth in anger, he reminded Johann of the countless massacres in the north, including those in Johann's own territory, and declared that as long as the emperor lived, the peace Johann spoke of would no longer exist in the empire. Velaco's reaction made Johann hesitate. Pouring himself a drink, Velaco then asked whether Johann now understood why they had to prepare for war. After finishing his wine and slamming the glass onto the table, he muttered that it did not matter how much money was spent or how many people died, as none of it would matter anymore. Looking straight at Johann, he addressed him firmly and declared that although he might not be able to become emperor himself, he had the power to create one with his own hands. He then urged Johann to follow him, promising that he would make him an emperor. Johann was deeply shocked by Velaco's attitude. A few days later, the army began preparing supplies, with people shouting that the provisions were for 2 weeks and must be carried carefully, and asking whether all weapons and luggage had been loaded. Johann tested the movement of his hand in his new armor and remarked with a satisfied smile that although he had only equipped one side, it was heavy but fit perfectly and gave him a sense of security. He calculated the cost of his gear, spalders for 3.5 gold coins, bracers for 3.5, a breastplate for 1, and gauntlets for 3, totaling 11 gold coins, and tearfully hoped the expense had been worth it, noting that he had spent the equivalent of a warhorse on custom equipment. At that moment, Goiden approached and reported that everything was ready to depart. Johann smiled and praised his work, then told everyone it was time to go. The troops set out, and Johann suddenly noticed Velako standing at the gate, waiting. Velako placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully, and Johann returned the gesture with a nod before leading the group away. From behind, Goiden asked in confusion where Johann was suddenly taking the troops and whether they were going to war. A brief silence followed as Johann recalled the conversation from that day. With a hint of mockery, he repeated the idea of becoming an emperor, then smiled faintly and stated that he was out. Velako, astonished, asked what he meant and why he would refuse such an opportunity for immense wealth and glory, especially with Marcel's direct support. Johann closed his eyes as if making up his mind and began to explain that he had learned from a young age, the hard way, that money was necessary to survive in this world. However, after watching Velako, he realized he could not live solely for money. The atmosphere fell silent. Clenching his glass, Velako questioned whether Johann was misinterpreting things, stating that the current empire had fallen into uncontrollable chaos. He warned that it was only a matter of time before a great war began, and that even if Johann ran from the battlefield, he would not be able to avoid the fight in the end. Filled with killing intent, he then asked Johann how he planned to live in such chaotic times. Returning to the present, Johann remained silent for a moment before finally answering Goiden, recalling that he had asked where they were going. Johann explained, half in tears, that their destination was a place full of romance and adventure. In truth, Johann's plan to settle down in Marcel had been ruined by Velako, but Goiden was unaware of this and excitedly exclaimed that an adventure sounded thrilling. Meanwhile, in Count Jarfin's territory at Bosun Castle, someone questioned whether the man who had killed a troll in Marcel, Johann Eitz, was indeed the one known as the Troll Slayer, remarking that he had achieved quite an impressive feat. Standing atop a tower and looking down, Count Jarfin wondered whether Johann was merely an arrogant youth full of bluster or someone who truly possessed such power, and declared that he would find out when he saw Johann's face. Johann Eitz, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda, was gnawing on bread just to get by, and he thought to himself that it had been 5 days since he had left Marcel, that he was completely caked in sweat and dust, and that naturally, even the bugs had started to crawl out. Opening his mouth in discomfort, he took a hard bite and complained that the bread was so hard that he was beginning to think it could actually be used as a weapon. He then lowered his head and glanced back, thinking that he was already used to all of this, but what was truly hard to stomach was the pungent stench of those fur balls, since it was not a human smell and he simply could not get used to it. The two people behind him looked up at him with puzzled expressions. Johann Eitz began to feel uncertain and wondered whether he would really be able to endure this journey. After that, he looked at the map again and reminded himself that for now, he had no choice but to shake off the dust and keep moving forward. The map bore the official seal of Marcel. Johann Eitz then recalled that one day before departing from Marcel, Jan had been following him around and had asked whether he was looking for mercenaries. Johann Eitz had nodded and confirmed that it was true. Hearing that, she had remarked that it was perfect timing since the Gitana merchant group had just been about to introduce a mercenary unit. As the two of them entered inside, Jan had called out and instructed everyone to greet their new employer with respect. However, the group had turned toward them in confusion and questioned who that guy was. Johann Eitz had felt a chill down his spine and thought that he had expected them to be rough since they were from the merchant group, but even among them, these individuals looked especially brutish. Jan had smiled and tried to ease the situation by asking them to introduce themselves first, while also warning them not to try to show off their strength. Dyke, a hyenakin and a squad leader of 10, had been the first to introduce himself, stating that it was a pleasure and declaring his position. He was followed by Shuka, a weaselkin squad leader, who also introduced herself. Johann Eitz had then smiled and introduced himself as the one who would be hiring them, adding that he was counting on them. Inwardly, he had felt slightly uneasy, but thought that he did not care who they were as long as they fought well. Upon hearing the name Johann Eitz, Dyke had been greatly startled and had repeated his name in confusion, while Shuka beside him had widened her eyes in shock. In the next moment, the two of them had become extremely excited and rushed forward, asking if he was the Johann Eitz from the rumors and the Troll Slayer of Marcel. Jan, sounding helpless, had reminded them to show some respect and to call him Sir. Shuka had then become suspicious and wondered why a knight who had killed a troll would need to hire them, while Dyke had scratched his face awkwardly and questioned whether he might have some strange taste. Johann Eitz had calmly explained that it was not uncommon to encounter bandit groups in remote areas and that when facing them, numbers were still an advantage, asking them not to misunderstand. Shuka had admitted that it made sense, and soon after, the two of them had become enthusiastic again and said that they should work well together. Johann Eitz had responded cheerfully that he was counting on them as well. In this way, a contract with the Gitana mercenary group had been concluded. Dyke had then loudly ordered his troops to stand at attention, declaring that Johann Eitz was an important guest who would be with them for a while, and warning that anyone who showed their teeth would lose all of them. Jan had then gently asked whether he was leaving Marcel the next day. Johann Eitz had replied with an awkward laugh that was simply how things had turned out. She had expressed that it was a shame he was leaving just when they were starting to grow closer. Then, suddenly, Jan had mentioned that she had a gift for him. Johann Eitz had asked in surprise what the gift was, and she had told him to lean forward a bit. Jan had then stepped closer, grabbed his collar, and jumped up lightly. Smiling softly, she had said that there it was. Johann Eitz had been astonished at what he had just received and wondered what it was. Jan had then explained that it was the Troll Slayer emblem. Johann Eitz's face flushed with happiness as he exclaimed in surprise, while Eon added that, as a representative of the Gitana group, it was a gift for him. She then asked with concern where his destination was. Johann Eitz bowed awkwardly and hesitated, avoiding her gaze, which prompted Jan to question whether he had really set out without a destination. Johann Eitz fumbled an explanation, saying he thought it would be fine and assumed she already had a place in mind. Right after that, Jan took out a letter, smiled, and told him that one had arrived for him. Johann Eitz, puzzled, asked what it was, and Jan replied that since he had received it, it would be better to visit whoever was looking for him. Johann Eitz then carefully read the letter. Returning to the present, Goiden curiously asked what the paper was. Only then did Johann Eitz realize and say that he had not shown it before. He handed it over and explained that it was a letter he had received while he was in Marcel, stating that someone wanted to meet him because he had killed a troll. Goiden, confused, took it and exclaimed in disbelief that it was a letter from Count Yarfin. Johann Eitz calmly asked whether the Count was famous, which led Goiden to excitedly explain that he was incredibly well known in the southern territories. He went on to say that Count Jarfin had earned great merit during a monster subjugation campaign and, like Johann, had killed a troll, building his fame and fortune from that achievement. Goiden added enthusiastically that the Count was also the only one in the region who could grant knighthood. Johann Eitz repeated the word knighthood thoughtfully, reflecting that it was a ceremony in which a titled noble recognized another person and elevated them to the status of a knight. He considered that it functioned as both a guarantee and a form of sponsorship, giving an individual a chance for rapid advancement and strong support. In short, a massive promotion. At that thought, his eyes lit up, and he became excited, thinking that the Count was more important than he had expected, and that, if he played his cards right, he might actually be knighted, allowing him to gain both money and a title at once. While Johann Eitz was filled with enthusiasm, Dyke, from behind, cautiously called out to him and warned that there was a checkpoint ahead, but that there was also a strong scent of blood. Johann Eitz's expression immediately stiffened as he muttered that it was not a good sign. He then looked back and ordered everyone except those responsible for protecting Goiden to stay vigilant. The group responded in unison that they understood. From ahead, murmurs could be heard as some men noticed a wagon approaching and questioned the strange smell, remarking that it looked like a knight. One of them silenced the others and warned that knight or not, a knife to the throat would kill anyone the same way, ordering them to prepare to loot him. They then stepped forward to block Johann Eitz's group, shouting for them to stop, stating that they were conducting an inspection and demanding their identities. Johann Eitz calmly introduced himself as Johann of the Eitz family and asked what they were doing there. The men's attitude grew colder as they acknowledged that he was a knight and claimed they were conducting a simple inspection. At this, Dyke and Shuna's gazes sharpened. The man continued explaining that they had orders to control the area and suggested that, since Johann was a knight, if he gave them a small gift, they would let him pass without inspection. In response, Johann Eitz presented an invitation and declared that he was a guest of Count Jarfin. He then firmly instructed the man to explain the situation first and questioned who they were to be performing inspections. He coldly demanded that they state their identities and affiliation. Otherwise, he had no intention of cooperating. The man's expression darkened as he muttered that Johann was troublesome before loudly calling for the crossbowmen. A group hiding in the bushes emerged, and the man spread his arms in frustration, accusing Johann of being a foolish knight who should have simply handed over the money instead of trying to humiliate him. He mocked him, saying he would spare his life but demanded everything he had, insisting it was just an inspection and should not be taken personally. Johann Eitz remained calm and replied that if they insisted on shedding blood, he would not stop them, but for the sake of their subordinates, it would be better to avoid a massacre. The man cursed, saying that Johann would not drop the act until the end, and then ordered the crossbowmen to fire. Arrows shot out from the bushes, all aimed at Johann Eitz. Without the slightest hesitation, Johann Eitz called for Karamov. Instantly, Karamov appeared from the side and lunged into the group, causing screams of agony. The leader shouted in shock, asking what was happening, while Dyke rushed forward and retorted that this was exactly what would happen to them, striking him fiercely. The subordinates tried to draw their swords and advance, but Shuka leapt forward like a hunting beast, cutting down 3 men in an instant. Dyke roared that it was hunting time and ordered them to cut the enemies to pieces. Within moments, the group was completely wiped out amid cries of pain. Throughout it all, Johann Eitz stood silently to the side, watching with calculating eyes. He reflected that the situation reminded him of when he had been chased by the wolves of Akaton, recalling how they had attacked him all day in a group and how he had barely escaped by hiding in a caravan. Back then, he had realized that he could never break through a blockade. Now, however, everything had been resolved in just 30 minutes with a single order from him, which left him astonished as he looked at Shuka and Dyke. After a while, they returned and reported that all enemies had been subdued. Johann Eitz smiled and praised their work. The others remarked on a fine necklace taken from one of the men, speculating that it was probably looted, but deciding it did not matter since it now belonged to them. Dyke crouched down to inspect the scene, cursing the enemies as worse than animals. She then realized with disgust that the smell of blood had come from the bodies of civilians. Johann Eitz dismounted and approached the leader, lowering himself to interrogate him, demanding to know who they were and what they had been doing there. The man, sobbing, confessed that they were deserters who had attempted to attack Count Jarfan's Bosen castle, but things had gone wrong and they had fled. This revelation shocked Johann Eitz, who shouted in disbelief, demanding confirmation that they had attacked Count Jarfan's castle. The man, still crying, hesitated and asked if Johann had not known, revealing that Count Jarfan was currently at war. Hearing this, Johann Eitz was left stunned, unable to process the information for a long moment. The man opposite informed him that Count Jarfan was currently at war. Johann Eitz was startled and shouted in shock, asking what and who the Count was fighting against. He then seriously questioned the man, demanding to know which family he belonged to. The man introduced himself, saying that they were deserters from the Abner family. Hearing this, Johann Eitz was deeply shaken, thinking that he had never heard of Abner before, and then continued to interrogate him, demanding more information and asking about the current situation at Jarfan Castle. The man, breathing heavily, replied that the Abner family had surrounded Jarfan Castle with a massive force, but that their terrible commander had caused the soldiers' morale to plummet. He added that even the supplies had been cut off, leading everyone to starve. With tears streaming down his face, he continued that some soldiers, exhausted from enduring everything, had deserted like them and started looting. Johann Eitz then asked about the size of Abner's troops, but the man no longer had the strength to respond. He coughed up blood and cried out in agony, then pleaded to the gods to forgive him before finally going limp and dying. Johann Eitz sorrowfully closed the man's eyes and told him that he should ask forgiveness from the people he had killed. As night fell and a large fire burned, Goiden, sitting beside Johann Eitz, anxiously asked what they were going to do, pointing out that to reach Count Jarfan, they would have to cross the battlefield. He then hesitantly wondered if the Count had invited Johann in hopes that he would participate in the war. Johann Eitz, feeling restless, thought that what Goiden said made sense. He reasoned that if he joined the war and achieved great feats, there was a high chance Jarfan would grant him a knighthood. However, he carefully considered whether he could even get inside Jarfan Castle, thinking that he first needed to meet Jarfan to discuss the war or any reward, but the battlefield was blocking the way. Silence fell, with no clear answer, and Johann Eitz's expression darkened. He recalled what Vlaco Tranieni had once said to him, that even if he ran from the battlefield, in the end, he would not be able to avoid war. Johann Eitz clenched his lips in frustration, thinking bitterly that there was war everywhere no matter where he went, and questioning whether Vlaco's words had been right. At that moment, Dyke ran over and reported that a group of merchants was coming their way. Johann Eitz calmly ordered them to let the group pass, but Dyke, clearly flustered, explained that the group was quite large. Seeing the situation, Johann Eitz paused and thought that the line was so long he could not even see the end of it, concluding that it was natural for merchants to appear now that war had broken out. He then reasoned that they must be heading either to Jarfan or Abner. He also formed a defensive plan in his mind, recalling how he had once joined merchants with Eldance to pass through, and thinking that if he joined them, he might be able to enter Jarfan Castle without any issues. With that in mind, he ordered Dike and Shuka to escort the rear, saying that they should at least introduce themselves. Both of them quickly responded in agreement. As an owl watched silently with wide eyes, shouts rang out below, ordering them to halt immediately. The leader of the group aggressively demanded that they stop and identify themselves. Johann Eitz coldly introduced himself as Johann from the Eitz family and asked about their destination. The man stepped forward and questioned whether he was a knight from a noble family, asking why he did not have a crest or a banner. This question left Johann at a loss for words, and he hesitated in response. Seeing this, the man pressed further, demanding to know why he could not answer. Johann Eitz, somewhat embarrassed, thought to himself whether the man could have done any better in his position, noting that a wandering knight would not have a crest or banner. The man then placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, drew it, and pointed it directly at Johann Eitz, threatening that if he was a bandit knight, he should leave immediately, as it was his last chance for mercy. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Shuka, holding her two swords, smiled and scolded the man, saying that he was being very rude to a noble knight. Dike, feeling excited, challenged them by asking whether they wanted to die, and as a result, the group began raising their swords against one another. Suddenly, a commanding shout from afar ordered everyone to halt, causing them to immediately stop and turn their heads, even surprising Johann Eitz as he looked over. They quickly recognized the approaching figure and called out in shock that it was Master Doris, the merchant. Doris angrily scolded them, asking if they were miserable fools who could not see the knight's emblem, and explaining that it was the Troll Slayer emblem granted to him in Marseille. He was referring to the necklace that Jan had given Johann Eitz before leaving. Doris then respectfully bowed and apologized, addressing Johann as a knight and asking for forgiveness for their rudeness, explaining that the others were ignorant and had failed to recognize a great knight. With shining eyes, he asked if he was indeed Sir Johann and introduced himself as Doris from the Argonne Merchant Company, then politely offered to host a small banquet as an apology and asked if Johann would join them if it was not inconvenient. As night fell and tents were set up, the group gathered for dinner. Shuka and Dike still looked around nervously, while laughter echoed from the guards inside the tent. Doris enthusiastically thanked Johann for accepting the invitation and explained that the banquet was simple, adding that he was unsure whether it would suit his taste. Johann Eitz looked at the lavish spread before him in surprise and questioned how it could be called simple, then happily replied that he liked it very much and thanked Doris for the invitation. Johann then picked up a cup and began drinking, cautiously assessing the situation as he noted that fortunately there did not seem to be any poison in the food, and that even if there were, he would be fine because he possessed the water of blessing. He then considered his plan, thinking that when the conversation reached its peak, he would ask Doris about his destination, and concluded that regardless of where he was heading, building a good relationship would be useful. Raising his glass cheerfully, he responded accordingly. Doris, his eyes lighting up, asked whether it was true that Johann had defeated a troll with his bare hands. Johann, filled with pride, confirmed that it was true, and remarked that there was no avoiding talking about what had happened back then, beginning to explain the story. At that moment, a loud voice was suddenly heard from outside, exclaiming in surprise at who was present. Khan entered with a flushed face and a bright smile, greeting Johann and asking if he remembered him. Johann paused in surprise before responding that it was indeed Khan, expressing regret that they had not been able to say a proper goodbye. Khan scratched his head awkwardly and said he was also very happy to see him again. Doris, sweating nervously, asked hesitantly whether Khan was an acquaintance of Johann. Johann laughed loudly and confirmed that they were, even stating that they had fought together in battle. Khan, embarrassed, laughed along and said Johann was flattering him. Johann then poured him a drink and asked whether he had been hired by Doris, inviting him to drink. Khan politely accepted, saying the drink really hit the spot and thanking him. However, he suddenly became tense and addressed Johann again, asking if he happened to remember Sir Gamsam. Johann searched his memory and questioned the name, recalling that if it was the same Gamsam, he was the man who had tried to steal his sword and horse but had ended up being beheaded by Khan. Johann then became confused at the title Sir Gamsam. As the atmosphere grew tense, Khan suddenly laughed and explained that Master Doris was someone even more noble than Sir Gamsam, swearing that Doris would treat Johann well. Doris, embarrassed, scratched his head and asked him to stop, while Khan carefully added that Doris would treat him much better than Gamsam had and would provide exceptional treatment. Johann's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed, remarking that Khan meant Doris was more noble than Sir Gamsam, and praising Khan's loyalty to his employer as truly impressive. He then handed Khan several gold coins, saying that such an attitude should serve as an example and telling him to take them. Khan cautiously thanked him, though inwardly he worried that the amount was too much and wondered if it was acceptable. Johann then smiled and addressed Khan again, saying that he would like to have a frank conversation with Doris and asking if Khan could give them a moment. Reassured, Khan smiled and agreed, saying of course and wishing them a good conversation before turning to leave. His smile remained stiff until he exited, after which he threw away the cup in his hand and sighed in relief. Inside the tent, Johann began probing Doris, remarking that Khan had spoken very highly of him and that it seemed he truly had a noble personality. Doris hurriedly waved his hands and denied it, calling it an excessive compliment and saying it was merely the basic duty of a human being. Johann then stepped closer, placing an arm around Doris's shoulder, and stated that in that case, it was only right for him to return the favor exactly as he had been treated. Doris, not understanding, became delighted and asked whether Johann was going to share some valuable information with him. Johann gently placed his cup on the table and confirmed that he was, then, with a dangerous glint in his eyes, leaned in and whispered that Gamsam had in fact been a backstabbing son of a bitch. Johann Eitz's face darkened as he leaned close to Doris's ear and whispered that Gamsam had actually been a hypocritical bastard. Upon hearing this, Doris was startled and immediately turned his head, shouting for the guards. However, Johann Eitz was faster. He raised his hand and seized Doris by the throat, causing him to choke and spit out the water in his mouth with a strained groan. The dancing women, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror, while Doris, being strangled, struggled and growled in discomfort. From outside, the soldiers noticed the disturbance and rushed in, shouting for Master Doris. At that moment, foam had already begun to form at the corners of his mouth as he groaned weakly. Doris's bodyguard, the 1st Division commander, panic-stricken, pulled aside the curtain and demanded to know what was happening. Johann Eitz calmly struck him in the head with a single blow, raising a swelling lump and knocking him unconscious to the ground. Once again, shouts came from outside, as others questioned what the noise was and what was going on. The 2nd Division commander of Doris's bodyguard force stormed in, pulling back the curtain and aggressively demanding to know what this chaos was and where Master Doris was. Johann Eitz, who had already been waiting behind him, struck again. The man cried out helplessly, asking what had happened before collapsing. Doris, filled with rage, tried to shout for the division commanders, but could only cry out in agony. Overwhelmed with despair, he wondered how things had come to this, and as his vision gradually blurred, he questioned how such a situation was even possible. To understand the circumstances, the scene shifted back to a week earlier at the Argonne Merchant Group barracks. Inside a tent, a group sat around a round table in discussion, pressing Doris to explain why he had called them all the way there, and asking whether there was some large profit to be made. Doris gave a sly smile and told them not to be hasty, urging them to listen first, as this would be a very tempting offer. He then gestured toward the flag beside him and explained that they were now supporting the Abner family, meaning that they would be supplying them with war provisions. One of the men, confused, questioned what he meant by war supplies, saying he had thought they were going to the Abner territory to trade. Doris clicked his tongue mockingly and remarked that their information gathering was too slow, adding that they could hardly survive as merchants like that. He then excitedly revealed that the Abner family was currently at war with the Jarfin family, and that Boson Castle in Jarfin was under siege, commanded by Lord Stefan, the youngest of the Abner family. Lowering his voice, Doris pointed forward and stated that they were going to sell war supplies to Lord Stefan. The others reacted in panic, asking if he had lost his mind, pointing out that Stefan was known to be a fool and questioning how they could possibly do business with such an idiot. Doris calmly explained that this was precisely the point. That fool would certainly squander their goods and would not even have the ability to pay them properly. The group, slightly calmer, then asked what he was truly suggesting. With great confidence, Doris explained that Stefan's mother was Countess Abner, and that if Stefan squandered their goods, they would demand double the payment from the Countess. The others still could not agree and argued that they might lose their lives over this, questioning what would happen if the Countess took it as an insult. Doris, angered, ground his teeth and pointed at them, scolding them for being frustrating and insisting that they listen to his plan. He then asked whether they knew that the Countess had a very intelligent daughter. They immediately responded that he must be referring to Lady Ulrika, the next head of the family, whom they had heard was cunning and strong-willed. They continued discussing among themselves, adding that they had also heard rumors that the Countess favored her youngest son, Stefan, more, and that the relationship between the two was not good. Doris impatiently questioned why the Countess would favor the incompetent Stefan as a commander when she had a smart daughter, suggesting that it must be because she favored Stefan and wanted to grant him military achievements. The other two gradually became convinced, remarking that it made sense as they murmured in agreement. Seeing this, Doris immediately continued by explaining that, in other words, they would supply equipment to Stefan and officially bill those expenses to the Countess, who would pay whatever they asked for the sake of her family's honor. Thinking of a large amount of gold, the other two brightened up and exclaimed in excitement. Doris, growing enthusiastic, urged them to prepare themselves now that they understood and suggested that they go help Abner. Thus, the three reached an agreement and chatted cheerfully. As time passed, a few days later, the group began to set out. Doris, slightly irritated, sighed and grumbled about what the scouts were doing and why they had not yet returned. Suddenly, noises around him drew his attention, causing him to react in confusion. His lips tightened in shock as Johann Eitz appeared before him. Noticing the emblem on Johann's necklace, Doris quickly realized that he was the troll slayer of Marcel City and thought that the rumor about Count Jarfrin inviting him must be true. A calculating smile spread across Doris's face as he considered that if he managed to capture a future enemy noble first, he would receive praise in the war and gain an incredible reward. Returning to reality, the entire room fell into chaos. Johann Eitz spoke in a low voice, stating that Doris had been planning to kidnap him and calling it ridiculous, demanding to know if he understood what he had done. The group lowered their heads with dark expressions, while Doris knelt in the center, trembling in fear, and explained that there must have been a misunderstanding and that they were merely following proper customs to ensure his comfort, insisting that they had absolutely no bad intentions. Johann ignored him and turned to the side, calling on Khan and Goran to repeat what had happened. The two responded in unison, and Goran stepped forward to recount that they had been asked to restrain Johann and attack his party. Enraged, Doris shouted at them, asking how they dared to betray him. Johann immediately pointed out that Doris had just admitted it himself. Realizing his mistake, Doris covered his mouth in anguish and lowered his head. Meanwhile, Johann privately reflected that he had been trying to determine whose side they were on and concluded that they were on Abner's side. Pressing his lips together in thought, he suddenly slammed the ground, startling Doris, who cried out in fear. Johann angrily accused Doris of violating the customs of hospitality and deeply offending him, then threatened him by asking if he knew what punishment was given by an offended noble. Various brutal punishments flashed through Doris's mind, including being forced to embrace him, having his tongue pulled out with hot tongs, his eyes gouged out, and his nose cut off. Overwhelmed with terror, Doris broke down crying and begged Johann to spare him, promising to do whatever he commanded if he was spared. Johann pondered this, repeating that Doris would do whatever he commanded. Goiden hesitantly spoke up, asking what they should do now and expressing concern that even if they went to Jarfrin Castle with them, Abner's army would be besieging it, making it impossible to enter. He further explained that even if they managed to get inside by blending in with the merchants, they would not be able to meet Count Jarfrin. The space fell into silence as Johann remained quiet, and Shuka nervously glanced at him. Suddenly, Johann laughed and told Goiden that he had thought of a way. He stood up and declared loudly that at dawn the next day, they would set off toward Abner's army that was besieging Jarfrin Castle. Goiden's face turned pale as he questioned Johann in shock, asking if he truly meant Abner's army and what he was planning, pointing out that it was the main enemy base. Before long, dawn arrived, and without understanding Johann's true intentions, his party set off together with Doris's merchants. 3 days later, they arrived at Abner's front lines. Upon reaching a certain point, Johann stopped and announced that they had finally arrived. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, realizing that it was the Abner family's military base, where countless spears were raised and the flag bearing the Abner family's emblem fluttered in the wind. Johann Eitz stopped walking and announced that they had finally arrived. The people around him looked bewildered as they realized that the place before them was House Abner's military base, with the flag of House Abner flying high above it. Meanwhile, inside the Abner army commander's tent, someone suddenly shouted in shock after learning that 10 people had deserted in a single night. Stephen Abner furiously demanded to know what the squad leaders had been doing and ordered that they be brought before him immediately. The Abner Army Chief of Staff frowned as he reported that the soldiers' morale had completely collapsed because supplies and wages had been delayed for an entire month. He pointed out that many soldiers had already deserted and warned that punishing the squad leaders now would only create even more resentment among the troops. Stephen Abner's face turned red with anger as he slammed the table and shouted that this was exactly why he had insisted they attack quickly in the first place. He angrily blamed the others for refusing to listen to him and allowing the situation to become this disastrous. The Chief of Staff tensely replied that attacking a castle without siege weapons would have been reckless, and he suggested that perhaps they should at least consider using a battering ram. Before he could finish speaking, Stephen Abner cut him off and angrily accused him of becoming too arrogant, repeatedly demanding to know whether he was a son of House Abner or not. The Abner Army Chief of Staff became furious inwardly and cursed to himself, bitterly thinking that it was unbelievable that such a piece of trash was the commander. Stephen Abner, however, merely clicked his tongue in annoyance and complained that the Chief of Staff was getting on his nerves. A few days earlier, near Jarpen, Johann's group had been traveling when they were ambushed by bandits attempting to pillage them. Those bandits turned out to be deserters from the Abner army. The Abner army had mobilized a massive force to besiege Count Jarpen's Boson castle, but their commander-in-chief, Stefan, was unbelievably foolish. Eventually, soldiers who had lost all hope deserted in large numbers and became bandits throughout the area. By chance, they encountered Johann's group and were completely wiped out. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the tent and excitedly shouted that there was excellent news because merchants carrying supplies had arrived. The soldier added that the scale of the supplies was enormous. Stefan Abner burst into cheerful laughter and remarked that the merchants had conveniently come directly to them. He ordered his men to tell the merchants that they would purchase every single supply they had. As for the payment, he arrogantly declared that they could simply collect the money from his mother. Hearing this, the Abner Army Chief of Staff became furious inwardly and thought in disbelief about whether Stefan believed money simply grew on trees. The guard then added that a knight named Johann Yates had requested an audience. Stefan Abner paused in confusion and questioned who Yates even was. Outside the tent, Johann Yates waited calmly while holding a seal. After receiving the letter, Stefan Abner hesitated before realizing in shock that Johann was actually a guest of Count Jarpen. Johann Yates calmly confirmed that this was correct. Stefan Abner then questioned whether the merchant accompanying him was also his companion. Doris hurriedly bowed his head after being mentioned. Johann Yates calmly confirmed that Doris was indeed his companion and presented the merchant's travel permit for inspection. Stefan Abner coldly examined the document and noted that it granted permission for the merchant Doris to travel, with the guarantor being House Abner itself. Suddenly, the rose emblem caught his attention, and he darkened as he realized the permit had indeed come from their own side. Johann Yates confirmed this once again and explained that the merchant had violated the customs of hospitality because he had intended to kidnap him and hand him over to House Abner. Therefore, Johann stated that he had seized the merchant. This revelation shocked everyone present when Johann further declared that ownership of all the supplies now belonged to him. The Abner Army Chief of Staff glanced over irritably and cursed inwardly at the idiot for doing things he had never even ordered him to do. At the same time, he became worried and quietly urged Stefan Abner not to grant Johann's request under any circumstances. Stefan Abner awkwardly responded that they were currently at war and that he could not allow supplies to be handed over to the enemy. The Abner Army Chief of Staff happily gave a thumbs up and praised the decision as surprisingly sensible for once. Johann Yates calmly replied that he understood. In that case, he proposed that they simply purchase the supplies from him instead. He added that a reasonable amount of gold would be sufficient since he could always return to Count Jarpen empty-handed otherwise. He then suggested that the arrangement did not sound bad and asked whether they should proceed with it. Without thinking, Stefan Abner immediately agreed and stated that they could certainly afford to pay that much themselves. However, the Abner Army Chief of Staff instantly glared at him and cleared his throat loudly before whispering that they had no money at all. As a result, Stefan Abner immediately changed his words and declared that he refused the deal. He demanded proof that the merchant had truly attacked Johann and insisted that Johann prove his claims were true. Johann Yates quietly called out to Doris. Doris then stammered nervously and admitted that it really had been his doing. Stefan Abner bit his lip in frustration before angrily pointing at Doris and shouting at him not to lie. Stefan Abner furiously ordered his men to seize that man, shouting that anyone could see he had the face of someone being threatened. He then turned to Johann Yates and angrily declared that they had never even heard of someone like him, questioning how they could possibly trust his words. After saying that, he slowly sat down and lowered his voice, stating that since the war was urgent, he would take the supplies and the merchant for now, and that he would deal with Johann's lies later. Seeing this, the Abner Army Chief of Staff let out a relieved sigh and remarked that somehow they had managed to get through the situation. However, Johann Yates did not let the matter slide so easily. Darkening his expression, he questioned whether Stefan had just called him a liar and asked if Sir Stefan truly dared to insult his honor. The pressure from Johann's words caused Stefan Abner to freeze in shock before he suddenly came to his senses and drew his sword threateningly, calling Johann a scoundrel. Stefan aggressively demanded to know who Johann thought he was to dare open his mouth like that, continuously shouting and asking how Johann dared glare at him, even threatening to tear those eyes out immediately. Faced with the sword pointed directly at him, Johann Yates merely remained silent. In an instant, the surroundings fell into complete stillness. Johann Yates quietly smiled to himself, thinking that everything was going according to plan. He then addressed Stefan directly, coldly declaring that Stefan would have to take responsibility for those words. The Abner Army Chief of Staff was startled in shock and hurriedly shouted for everyone to stop him. However, all of their actions were blocked by Johann Yates. Johann had already known that Stefan was an arrogant young master who would react the moment someone scratched at his pride even slightly. Just as planned, a justification had been created very easily, allowing Johann to run wild to his heart's content. Doris was shoved to the ground and cried out painfully. The surrounding people panicked and shouted in confusion, asking what had happened to the chief of staff. The Abner Army chief of staff snapped back to his senses and immediately ordered everyone to protect Sir Stefan at once, urgently telling them to hurry. Yet the soldiers had already become too frightened to step forward. Stefan Abner's face turned pale as if he were about to burst into tears. In panic, he shouted, asking why Johann was doing this, and crying that it hurt. This caused the soldiers to panic even more as they stared in confusion, unable to understand why Sir Stefan was being held captive. Stefan Abner tearfully asked Johann if he was not actually planning to stab him. Johann Atiz coldly replied that if someone drew their sword first, then they had to take responsibility for it with their life. Stefan could only stammer in confusion, asking what he meant by responsibility. At that moment, one of the soldiers noticed the crest hanging around Johann Atiz's neck and suddenly realized he had seen it somewhere before. It was the emblem of the Troll Slayer. Startled, the soldier shouted that he remembered now and declared that it was definitely Marcel's Troll Slayer. Stefan Abner trembled as he pointed at Johann and stammered in disbelief, asking if he truly was Marcel's Troll Slayer. The others immediately grew tense and respectfully addressed Sir Johann, expressing their respect for his great achievements while pleading with him to lower his sword. Johann Ates coldly glanced at them and questioned what they intended to do about the honor that had been insulted by this man. Drawing his sword threateningly, he demanded to know how they planned to compensate for his honor. Stefan Abner panicked and shouted for them not to provoke him, ordering everyone to stay still. Johann Ates calmly continued exposing Stefan's actions, declaring that Sir Stefan had tried to steal his rightful supplies and had even insulted his honor by calling him a liar. He then furiously shouted that since Stefan had drawn his sword first and challenged him to a duel, then it was only proper for him to grant Stefan an honorable death. Hearing this, Stefan Abner completely collapsed in fear and desperately cried out that he would apologize. With a pale face, he screamed that everything had been his fault and begged Johann to spare him. The Abner Army chief of staff clenched his teeth fearfully and cursed Stefan for being an idiot, warning that apologizing meant admitting he had been wrong. Johann Atiz then looked down at Stefan and asked whether he would accept all of Johann's claims. Stefan desperately declared that he understood and admitted that everything had indeed been his fault. Satisfied at last, Johann smiled faintly as the hand gripping Stefan's neck gradually loosened. Johann then looked toward the others and asked whether they had all heard Stefan's confession. He proceeded to announce that, as the victor who had honorably won the duel, he would be taking Sir Stefan with him. Stefan Abner regained his senses in shock and asked what Johann meant by that. Terrified, he continuously shouted and demanded to know whether Johann intended to take him prisoner, even asking if Johann was not afraid of House Abner. Johann Aetz leisurely reminded him that he had admitted everything with his own mouth and had said that he would accept everything. Stefan immediately protested in panic before desperately calling out to the chief of staff, asking whether he was really just going to stand there and watch without saying anything. Below them, the soldiers all turned pale as they muttered curses under their breath. The Abner Army chief of staff finally let out a heavy sigh and told Sir Stefan to comply, admitting that there was nothing they could do about the situation anymore. The scene then shifted to the main gate of Bosun Castle in Zarpin County, where endless whispers and complaints could be heard. Some people grumbled about those troublesome Abner bastards and questioned just how long they intended to keep holding out. A dwarf muttered that he had not been able to sleep properly for days because of them before suddenly noticing a merchant caravan approaching straight through the Abner camp. Becoming cautious, the dwarf ordered everyone to stay on guard just in case. Suddenly, a man came running over while shouting in panic for them to open the castle gates quickly. His urgency left everyone confused, and they demanded to know what he was talking about and why the gates needed to be opened so suddenly. The soldier, struggling to catch his breath, explained that Stefan, the Abner commander-in-chief, had been captured. Outside the gates, Stefan Abner could indeed be seen sitting on horseback with his hands tied. The scene opened in the Jarfin territory, Bosun Castle, where the dwarf guards standing above looked down in astonishment and exclaimed that there was no way it could be true. As they stared at Johann Aetz's group in confusion, they remarked that it seemed the rumors about the commander-in-chief of the Abner army were indeed true. Down below, Stefan Abner stood with both hands tightly bound while sniffling pitifully. The others could hardly believe what they were seeing and questioned whether Stefan had truly been captured. A large dwarf then loudly ordered the gates to be opened and demanded that the group be brought inside the castle immediately. A bald dwarf widened his eyes as sweat poured down his face, thinking about the knight who had ended the war and wondering who Johann Aetz truly was. Soon afterward, the two men entered the inner fortress of Bosun Castle. Countless whispers and discussions echoed throughout the area as people questioned why Stefan was there. Others claimed they had heard he was captured after behaving like an idiot in his own headquarters, while some mocked him by saying the rumors were true and that he really was a moron. They sarcastically wondered just how foolish someone had to be for such a thing to happen before concluding that only Stefan could be that stupid. Those insults infuriated Stefan Abner, who could only grind his teeth in anger before shouting furiously and demanding to know whether they all wanted to die. He declared that he was a son of the Abner family and ordered them to untie him and treat him properly. Meanwhile, a servant obediently bowed and nervously acknowledged him as Lord Stefan. Stefan snorted arrogantly and ordered the servant to take him to Count Jarfin immediately. Standing nearby, Johann Eitz glanced over at him and wondered why a prisoner like Stefan could still be so confident. Stefan irritably grabbed at his own hair and complained that it was a mess before loudly declaring his greetings to Count Jarfin. Eventually, they were allowed to enter inside. A servant guided Johann Eitz toward Count Jarin, and Johann smiled faintly to himself as he thought that he was finally meeting Count Jarfin. Count Jarfin, Lord of Bozen Castle, stared at him sternly before calling out to Lord Stefan. Stefan cautiously responded by addressing him as Uncle Jarfin, but Count Jarin immediately corrected him, stating that they were in an official setting and that personal titles should be avoided. Stefan lowered his head timidly and replied that it had been a long time since they last met. Count Jarin placed his hands on his waist and questioned Stefan about how he had supposedly been commanding the attack on Bozen Castle, only to end up becoming a prisoner instead. He demanded to know what kind of shameful situation this was. Stefan stammered nervously and apologized. Stroking his beard lightly, Count Jarin stated that, considering the relationship between their families, Bozen Castle would treat him not as an enemy, but as a guest. Hearing that, Stefan brightened with relief and thanked His Excellency enthusiastically. However, Count Jarin immediately added that, since Stefan had been captured by Sir Eitz, ownership of him as a prisoner would remain with Johann. Stefan was shocked and cried out in disbelief. Unwilling to accept it, he protested by reminding Count Jarin that he was an Abner and questioned whether someone as important as himself was really going to be left in the hands of a mere commoner like Johann. Count Jarin's expression darkened as he sternly rebuked Stefan, asking whether he expected him to violate the laws of war and steal the knight's rightful ransom. Terrified, Stefan stepped backward and hurriedly explained that he had not meant it that way. Ignoring the excuse, Count Jarin sharply interrupted and ordered him to behave honorably in a manner befitting the Abner family and to act like a proper noble. Stefan became so frightened that he nearly burst into tears and hastily obeyed, correcting himself before respectfully addressing him as Count Jarfin. A brief explanation followed, clarifying that ransom was a medieval custom in which nobles captured during war were treated as the property of their captor, who had the right to demand payment for their release. Afterward, Count Jarin ordered the butler to take Lord Stefan inside. The servant respectfully acknowledged the command and politely invited Stefan to follow him. Once the two of them had left, Count Jarin finally turned his attention toward Johann Eitz and remarked that they had finally met, referring to him as the troll slayer of Marseille. Johann cheerfully nodded and replied that it was an honor to meet Count Jarfin. Internally, he smiled with excitement and thought that it was finally his turn. He believed the opportunity was perfect and resolved to make a good impression in order to secure his knighthood. Soon afterward, Count Jarin approached Johann, patted him on the shoulder, and invited him to walk while they talked, explaining that he wished to personally show him around the castle. Johann politely bowed and answered that he would be honored. The two men then walked together along the upper pathway while Count Jarin asked Johann whether he knew why he had been summoned. Johann smiled and answered that, at first, he had assumed Count Jarfin needed him because of the war, but now he realized that was not the case. Looking toward the Count, Johann explained that the castle's high and sturdy walls, the calm atmosphere despite the ongoing war, and even the mighty knights of Jarfin all suggested something entirely different. Count Jarin let out a laugh and remarked with amusement that it was true and that the war was not much of a problem for him, adding that he had called Johann purely out of curiosity. He then pointed at himself and recounted that when he was young, he had also killed a troll, but because of his recklessness, half of his knight order had died, and even now it remained a painful memory to him. Johann Eitz became serious as he glanced at him and muttered in disbelief that he was not joking. After noticing the deep scars across Count Jarin's chest, Johann was shocked and realized that the armor was definitely made from troll hide. Count Jarin's gaze suddenly turned cold as he continued that when he had heard Johann supposedly killed a troll single-handedly, he had originally planned to capture that lying little brat and teach him a proper lesson. Hearing those words, Johann Eitz became completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale as he panicked inwardly, wondering what was going on and believing it was over because the Count clearly did not believe him. For a brief moment, the atmosphere around them froze. Count Jaren frowned irritably while the nearby soldiers nodded as though they understood the situation. Shortly afterward, the Count waved his hand. Johann Eitz stared blankly for a long moment before Count Jaren suddenly raised his hand and slapped Johann heavily on the shoulder. The Count then smiled warmly and declared that Johann, unlike the rumors, was the real deal. Johann froze in confusion and could only let out a bewildered sound. Nearby soldiers instinctively placed their hands on the swords at their waists, while Count Jaren praised Johann for capturing the enemy merchants, cutting off their supplies, and even capturing the enemy commander right in the middle of the battlefield. The Count happily patted Johann's shoulder again and stated that the mere fact Johann had come all the way there had already ended the war. Johann, still pale-faced, awkwardly replied that the Count praised him too highly. Count Jaren burst into loud laughter and responded that excessive humility was not good either. Inside, Johann Eitz felt immense relief and thanked heaven that the Count was not looking down on him. Thinking quickly, he concluded that this was the perfect chance to make his mark and secure his knighthood. With an awkward smile, Johann respectfully told Count Jaren that he wished to offer the Doris merchant caravan he had captured as a token of respect. After speaking, Johann bowed with a smile. However, after a long silence with no response, Johann cautiously peeked upward and wondered why the Count was not reacting. Count Jaren's hand slowly clenched at his side before he suddenly roared in outrage, asking whether Johann took him for a man without honor. Johann's face darkened in shock as he stammered in confusion. Count Jaren, now filled with excitement, loudly declared that he would pay a generous price for the caravan and, furthermore, would personally reward Johann in recognition of his merits, ordering him not to refuse. Johann, still bewildered, hurriedly agreed and answered that he understood. Count Jaren's eyes looked as though they might burst as he further proclaimed that while Johann remained in the castle, he would receive the finest treatment possible and should rest well and enjoy himself to the fullest. After the Count abruptly turned away, Johann excitedly thanked him sincerely. Count Jaren merely snorted loudly in response. Watching the Count's departing figure, Johann reflected that although the man had quite an explosive temper, he still seemed like a good person, and Johann hoped they would get along well. Johann then drifted into thoughts of a brighter future, reminding himself that he was already a man hunted by the Empire, and that being hated by someone as powerful as a Count before even receiving his knighthood would have been the worst possible scenario. Some time later, at the main territory of the Abner family, a horrified scream suddenly echoed throughout the estate. On the floor lay a shattered wine glass with wine spilled everywhere. Countess Abner furiously ordered the report to be repeated. Her face darkened as she demanded to know whether Stefan had truly been captured right in the middle of Abner's military base. With eyes widened in fury, Countess Abner demanded to know who the knight was that had dared capture her son Stefan. Trembling in fear, the guard below explained that they had never even heard of the family before and that the knight's name was Johann Eitz. At that moment, Countess Abner's furious roar resounded throughout the entire castle, while Johann's determination to avoid drawing the Count's attention was already beginning to crumble without him even realizing it. At the main castle of House Abner on a fresh morning, the atmosphere had initially seemed calm before chaos erupted. Countess Abner was utterly shocked and demanded to know what had happened, questioning how Stefan had been taken from the middle of the Abner base. She glared furiously at everyone present and demanded to know what they had all been doing while her son was being captured, screaming and asking what the hell they had been doing the entire time. One of the soldiers hurriedly tried to explain that the advisors had done their best to assist Lord Stefan. Through tears, Stefan Abner admitted that it was his fault and awkwardly explained that there had been nothing they could do because of Lord Stefan's own misconduct. Countess Abner refused to accept such an explanation and furiously demanded to know how they dared to say such a thing. Pointing at them in rage, she ordered the guards to behead the incompetent advisors immediately. The terrified advisors desperately begged for mercy, pleading with Her Excellency to spare them while insisting that they had done their best to protect Lord Stefan. As they were dragged away, they continued crying out and begging for forgiveness. At that exact moment, a long whip was suddenly thrown forward and struck the ground right in front of a soldier. A commanding voice ordered the guards to stand down. Countess Abner's eyes widened as she turned toward the source of the voice and angrily demanded to know how they dared interfere and what they thought they were doing. The guards immediately recognized the newcomer and respectfully greeted Lady Ulrike. The person who had arrived was Ulrike Abner, the eldest daughter of House Abner. Ulrike calmly stepped forward and stated that the advisors had done everything they could, adding that Stefan had clearly been captured because of his own mistakes. She firmly declared that they could not afford to lose competent advisors over one man's error. The nearby soldier immediately nodded in agreement. Countess Abner ignored the reasoning and furiously shouted that Stefan, her own brother, had been captured and taken hostage, demanding to know how Ulrike could say such things in a situation like this. Ulrike's eyes sharpened as she coldly declared that the entire situation was her mother's fault. Those words caused Countess Abner's expression to darken instantly as she demanded to know what Ulrike meant. Without hesitation, Ulrike questioned why her mother had appointed Stefan as commander-in-chief in the first place, asking whether it had merely been an attempt to hand military achievements to that useless man on a silver platter. She continued by bringing up the enormous military expenses, indemnities, and now Stefan's ransom, asking how Countess Abner planned to handle such immense losses. Faced with those accusations, Countess Abner could only grit her teeth and tremble with anger before hissing Ulrike's name and demanding to know how she dared hold her responsible. Ulrike merely smiled calmly and told her mother to get some rest. She proudly declared that she, Ulrike Abner, the next matriarch, would take responsibility for resolving the matter. After the war, while heated arguments continued within House Abner, a much more pleasant conversation was taking place at Jarfin Castle. A dwarf servant brought out a chest and informed Sir Johann that Doris's goods had been exchanged, asking him to take a look. In front of Johann stood a chest overflowing with gold and silver. Johann Otz excitedly thought about how heavy it was and could hardly believe that all the money belonged to him. Delighted, he estimated that the amount easily exceeded the annual income of the Eights estate and reflected that he had never imagined earning so much money in the past. The dwarf then warned him that it was still too early to celebrate because they still had to consider Lord Stefan's ransom. According to a knight's way of life, advanced ransom practices represented the ultimate example of high risk and high reward. Capturing an opponent and receiving a ransom could bring enormous wealth, while being captured yourself would result in devastating losses. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. However, Johann had captured Stefan, the son of a famous family. Hoisting the chest onto his shoulder with excitement, Johann admitted that he had no idea how much he should charge, realizing that whatever amount he decided upon would become the ransom house Abner would have to pay for Stefan. After some time, Johann Eitz walked beside Count Jarin, while the Count asked whether Sir Johann had liked the gifts. Johann Eitz immediately confirmed that he had, respectfully addressing the Count as Your Excellency. He happily recounted that he had received a silver shield, a sword engraved with the Troll Slayer crest, dwarven-forged chainmail, and finally Donom, a famous steed with monster blood. He then expressed his deepest gratitude for such generous hospitality. Hearing this, Count Jarin replied warmly that he was glad Johann had liked the gifts. The Count then mentioned that there was a noble who would supposedly be a good match for him and suggested that Johann should go meet him. At those words, Johann Eitz's eyes lit up with anticipation as he excitedly wondered whether he would finally be able to build connections with the upper class, thinking that an opportunity like this had finally arrived. He enthusiastically answered that it would be an honor. Count Jarin laughed heartily before telling Johann to follow him. Eventually, he brought Johann Eitz to meet Stefan Abner, announcing that the person was right there. The moment Johann saw Stefan, his face twisted in displeasure while Stefan Abner's expression became equally unpleasant. Count Jarin then decided to leave them alone together, closing the door behind him while cheerfully telling them to have fun. The instant the door shut, Stefan Abner slammed his hand onto the table and furiously pointed at Johann Eitz, shouting that Johann was an insolent brat and swearing that the moment he returned to Abner, he would challenge him to a duel. Johann Eitz calmly asked why he did not simply do it right then and there. Stefan immediately lost momentum and awkwardly hesitated, unable to answer properly. Johann instantly exposed the reason, teasing that it was probably because this was not Stefan's house. He mockingly waved his hand and taunted that if Stefan were back home, his mommy would protect him, asking whether he was frightened because he had no one to rely on there. Humiliated and enraged, Stefan Abner shouted at Johann to watch his mouth, proudly declaring that he was of the Abner bloodline and had been born differently from someone like Johann. Johann, however, remained perfectly calm and casually replied that he understood, then asked how much Stefan thought his family would pay for his ransom. Stefan arrogantly lifted his head and scoffed that he would not speak to someone as lowly as Johann. Johann merely turned away indifferently, remarking that this was rather disappointing. When Stefan noticed Johann approaching the fireplace, he became uneasy and nervously asked what Johann was trying to do. Johann darkened his expression and ominously replied that it was nothing much. Tightening his grip on his sword, Johann stirred up the fire and grinned while saying that he had merely thought it might help the two of them become a little closer. Seeing this, Stefan Abner immediately staggered backward in terror and shouted in panic, demanding to know what Johann was doing and asking whether he no longer wanted to receive the ransom money. Johann teasingly answered that he did not even know how much the ransom was anyway, suggesting that perhaps he should try scorching Stefan a little first. Before the heated blade could reach his face, Stefan turned pale with fear and quickly surrendered, shouting that he understood and would tell him everything. Crying miserably, Stefan confessed that he was worth 100 imperial gold coins before hastily correcting himself and increasing the amount to 200. Johann Eitz reacted with delight, remarking in amazement that Stefan was worth as much as 200 gold coins and joking that he was ridiculously expensive. Johann happily declared that this would become the largest sum he had ever earned. Meanwhile, Stefan Abner inwardly complained in disbelief, recalling that he had heard Johann was supposed to be an honorable knight and wondering how any of Johann's current behavior could possibly be considered honorable. Johann then sat back down at the table and calmly remarked that things became much easier for both of them whenever Stefan answered nicely. He ordered Stefan to tell him about Countess Abner. According to Stefan's explanation, the entire story behind the war was absurd enough to make anyone scoff. The daughters of the two houses had apparently intended to enter into a same-sex marriage. In that world, marriage was treated as a political bond of power, so same-sex marriages were considered common. Later on, the couple would either adopt an heir or take lovers, meaning that there was supposedly no issue with continuing the bloodline. However, the real problem had begun when the greedy Countess Abner demanded a silver mine as a condition for the marriage. Jarfin had considered the demand excessive and refused it outright. As a result, Abner had started the war as a form of protest. After hearing the entire story, Johann Eitz's expression twisted strangely as he finally realized the truth of the situation. He recalled Count Jarin's earlier words about how Bosun Castle would treat him as a guest rather than an enemy. Johann glanced toward Stefan Abner and silently concluded that there had been a reason Jarfin had treated Stefan so generously. In the end, all high-ranking nobles were deeply interconnected with one another. At that moment, a servant entered the room carrying wine and respectfully announced that he had brought the wine Lord Stefan had requested. Stefan immediately snatched it away and furiously demanded to know why it had taken so long, sarcastically asking whether the servant had personally fermented the wine himself. Terrified, the servant quickly apologized. Johann Eitz quietly pressed his lips together while observing Stefan's behavior. Just as Stefan prepared to drink the wine, Johann suddenly stopped him. The servant's face instantly turned pale with fear. Johann then sternly ordered the servant to drink the wine first. The waiter warmly carried out a tray of wine and cautiously informed Lord Stefan that he had brought the wine that had been requested. However, his trembling hands betrayed the panic he was trying to hide. Stefan Abner impatiently snatched the cup from him and demanded to know what had taken him so long, asking whether he had fermented the wine himself. Johann, who was sitting beside him, wearily interjected that the wine had been confiscated from Doris's caravan and that, after going around in circles, it had somehow ended up back there. Before he could finish speaking, Johann's attention shifted elsewhere. Noticing something suspicious, he called out to the retreating waiter and told him to hold on. Although the waiter was so frightened that he nearly froze, he forced a smile and nervously asked what the matter was. Instead of answering immediately, Johann turned to Stefan and instructed him to put the cup down. After stopping his companion, Johann questioned the waiter, asking why he had brought the cup while holding it by the rim. Put on the spot, the waiter nervously apologized and explained that he was not very familiar with proper etiquette. Even after saying only a few words, the waiter's entire body was trembling violently. None of these signs escaped Johann's sharp observation. Johann suddenly pushed the cup toward him and remarked that since he had worked hard serving them, he deserved a reward. He then ordered the waiter to drink it. The waiter accepted the cup with both hands and awkwardly thanked Johann. Before Johann could react, he tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. Stefan Abner, who had remained silent until then, could not help asking Johann what he was doing. Ignoring the question, Johann presented another cup and ordered the waiter to drink the wine from that one as well. The request instantly drained the color from the waiter's face. Johann showed no intention of relenting and demanded to know what he was waiting for, ordering him once again to drink it. Suddenly, the waiter hurled the crimson wine cup to the floor. Bending forward, he burst into a frantic confession, admitting that he had committed a crime and begging for forgiveness. The words shocked Stefan Abner so badly that his face turned pale. Johann alone remained as calm as ever. After a long moment, Stefan finally found his voice and tremblingly asked what the waiter had done. The waiter did not dare raise his head. Instead, he bitterly recalled the instructions he had previously received. A mysterious man had handed him a small vial and explained that it contained Nessos's poison. The man had told him that a single drop would be enough to kill everyone in the castle and instructed him to smear a thin layer on the rim of the cup Stefan would drink from. According to the man, all he needed to do afterward was hand over the cup and run away immediately. At the time, the waiter had trembled uncontrollably, not because of the crime he was about to commit, but because an imperial gold coin had been placed in his hand. Staring at it in disbelief, he had realized that it was imperial gold. The mysterious man had then promised that he would receive 2 additional gold coins if he completed the task. The prospect of such a reward had left the waiter speechless with shock before he eagerly agreed. After the mysterious figures departed, he had looked at the vial of poison in his hand and tried to reassure himself that everything would be all right. He reasoned that Stefan was their enemy in the middle of the war and convinced himself that his death would not be such a serious matter. Though sweat had poured from his body, he had somehow gathered the courage to believe that this single act would bring everything to an end. The source of that blind courage had been his family, as he had convinced himself that they would finally be able to survive because of it. Returning to the present, the waiter realized his mistake only after soldiers dragged him away. Struggling desperately, he begged for forgiveness. The law enforcers showed no patience for his pleas. They shouted at him to be quiet, condemned him for daring to poison a noble's cup, and ordered that he be taken away immediately. Once everything was settled, Johann cast a deadly glance toward Stefan Abner, causing him to flinch in alarm. After regaining his composure, Stefan slowly made his way back to the chair he had risen from and nervously asked Johann why he was looking at him. Although he was terrified of Johann, Stefan felt that the accusation was unfair and insisted that he had not ordered the poisoning. He admitted that he had instructed the waiter to bring the wine, but vehemently denied ever telling him to put poison in it. Only after allowing Stefan to finish his outburst did Johann calmly point out that the poison had been placed on Stefan's cup. Realization finally dawned on Stefan, who awkwardly attempted to defend himself. Johann then bluntly revealed the truth, explaining that someone had tried to kill Stefan, not him. With tears still lingering on his face, Stefan repeated in disbelief that someone had tried to kill him. Johann gazed at his reflection in the poisoned wine and explained that an ordinary servant would never dare do something like that on his own. He stated that there was undoubtedly a mastermind behind it and asked Stefan whether he could think of anyone suspicious. Crushed by the realization, Stefan quietly uttered the name Ulrika. As though he had finally identified the culprit, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs that Ulrika, that crazy bitch, had finally tried to kill him. Johann, unfamiliar with the name, asked who Ulrike was. Grinding his teeth in anger, Stefan explained that Ulrike was his older sister and insisted that there was no one else who would do something like that. Remembering his older sister only made Stefan Abner more bitter. As he pounded the ground repeatedly, he cursed that that wretched bitch was to blame and that he had known there had always been something strange about the way she looked at him. Still unable to grasp the situation, Johann patiently sought more information and asked why Stefan's sister would want to kill him when she was a member of his own family. The question only drove Stefan Abner into an even greater frenzy. He shouted that he had no idea and angrily insisted that she had always been completely insane. After observing Stefan Abner's behavior for some time, Johann felt a trace of sympathy for him for the first time. He thought that, considering Stefan's personality, he could almost understand the reason someone would want to kill him. Meanwhile, Stefan continued lamenting miserably that he was going to tell the Count everything. Johann let out a sigh and remarked that the whole thing was ridiculous. Even so, he could not help reflecting that there had been a saying in his previous life that real siblings often seemed destined by their very genes to hate one another, with older siblings constantly bullying the younger ones. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Boson Castle in the Jarfan territory, soldiers were loudly ordering everyone to fall back. They announced that from that moment onward, all entry to and departure from the castle was prohibited and warned that anyone who disobeyed would be executed immediately. The two men who had delivered the poison intended for Stefan Abner's assassination were also mixed into the crowd. Although they were walking away, they kept glancing back at the gate and spoke regretfully. One complained that the assassin had failed even at such a simple task and remarked that Stefan had been lucky. Nevertheless, they clearly had no intention of abandoning their plans. They agreed that it did not matter because this was only the beginning and decided that their first step should be to report the matter to Lady Ulrike. At the same time, Count Jarin was roaring in fury, calling someone a bastard. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed his powerful arm down on the target before him. The servant kneeling on the floor could only cry out in pain, while Count Jarin's voice continued to thunder through the room. He accused the man of betraying the trust he had placed in him by allowing him into the castle and demanded to know how he could repay that trust with such treachery. The scandal had enraged him so much that his face was bright red. Feeling that words alone were insufficient, he immediately ordered the guards to behead the animal and display the head in front of the gate. Just after issuing the command, someone called out to him as Count Jarfan. He turned sharply and demanded to know what was wanted. The newcomer was so intimidated by his attitude that he stammered. After taking a deep breath, the man stepped aside to reveal Johann and explained that he had brought Knight Johann as ordered. Count Jaren quickly suppressed his anger, patted the man on the shoulder, and praised him for a job well done. He then suggested that he and Johann take a walk together. Johann immediately agreed and addressed him respectfully as Count. The two men soon left the castle. As they walked, Count Jaren calmly thanked Johann for protecting his honor. Walking beside him, Johann modestly replied that the Count had solved his problems and that he had merely done what was necessary. A moment later, however, Johann boldly asked for forgiveness before inquiring who the Count believed was behind the incident. The question caused Count Jaren's expression to darken. Even so, he had no intention of hiding the truth. He explained that Lady Ulrike was probably responsible and that she had likely attempted to kill Stefan in order to eliminate his ransom value. Although the matter was highly personal, Count Jaren continued explaining in detail. He said that she could then use Stefan's death as grounds to accuse the Jarfin family of failing in their obligation to protect a prisoner and argue that any agreement made with a dishonored Jarfin family should be considered worthless. He went on to explain that such a scheme could invalidate even the war reparations and that, by exploiting the situation, she might also attempt to frame Johann for the murder so that he could be eliminated through a noble trial. Johann was stunned by the analysis and needed several seconds before he could find his voice. He asked in disbelief whether he himself could become a target and wanted to know why. Count Jaren calmly explained that the negotiations regarding the war reparations had already concluded and that, considering the enormous amount the Abners would be forced to pay, it was only natural to assume they harbored resentment toward Johann. As he continued speaking, Johann grew increasingly speechless. Count Jaren described Ulrike as someone who had always been obsessive and cruel. He recalled that, when she was young, she had once tied up a rebellious horse and whipped it to death. Now that she was fully grown, he admitted that even he did not consider her an easy opponent. Recognizing that the matter sounded extremely serious, Count Jaren softened his tone. He stated that, thanks to Johann, the Abners were now the desperate ones. He added that Johann had not only helped him win the war, but had also protected the honor of the Jarfin family. Johann placed a hand over his chest and humbly replied that the Count praised him too highly. Despite his modest words, Johann was already calculating the implications in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he had undoubtedly earned a place on the Abner family's blacklist. In particular, he concluded that he needed to avoid a woman like Ulrike at all costs. While he was lost in thought, Count Jaren suddenly interrupted him. The Count remarked that speaking of the matter had reminded him of something. Adopting a cautious tone, Count Jaren addressed him formally as Knight Johann. Looking directly into Johann's eyes, he solemnly asked whether he would be interested in receiving a knighthood from him. Count Jaren looked at the man standing before him with sincere eyes and an earnest expression. He hesitated briefly before asking Sir Johann whether he would be interested in receiving a knighthood from him. A knighthood ceremony was a formal occasion in which a king, feudal lord, or count officially recognized someone as a knight, and this time it seemed that Kim Johann was the one being offered that honor. For an unknown noble, it was the opportunity of a lifetime and not something granted to just anyone. Furthermore, from the moment of the ceremony onward, a knight's mistakes also became the responsibility of the person who had dubbed him. Because of such strict conditions, knighthood remained an honor reserved for only a chosen few. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages for a long while, Kim Johann suddenly dropped to one knee and called out to Count Jaren. He replied with the utmost sincerity and enthusiasm, saying that if the knighthood came from someone as honorable as the Count, he could not possibly refuse. Although he spoke those words aloud, different thoughts were running through his mind. As he reflected on everything he had suffered to reach that point, painful memories flooded back. He remembered how even his homeland had been destroyed by the emperor, how he had lived under the scorn and contempt of others, and how he had been wounded by those closest to him. Those hardships had forced him to confront the harshness of life from an early age. To survive, he had hidden his true self from the judgmental eyes around him, taking every opportunity to train and learn so that he could escape the mire threatening to swallow him whole. Yet just when he thought his life might finally change for the better, reality had struck him with another cruel blow. Villages had been destroyed, corpses had littered the land, and everything had happened so quickly. In the end, he had become a wanderer forced to conceal his identity. That catastrophe had not only erased his home, but had also threatened his very existence, forcing him once again to search for a new path to survive. Now, however, he was on the verge of being knighted. Because his past had been filled with so much bitterness, this small taste of sweetness was priceless to him. He thought to himself that he was finally about to become a knight, and that he absolutely could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Seeing Kim Johann's reaction, Count Jaren found it difficult to suppress a satisfied smile. Taking advantage of the moment, he asked whether Johann could do him a favor. Kim Johan raised his head and repeated the words with suspicion, asking what kind of favor the Count meant. Turning his back to him, Count Jaren explained that since Stefan was Johan's prisoner, he would need to travel to the Abner territory to collect his ransom. Kim Johan hesitantly replied that of course Ulrike would not remain idle and that he was certain she would attempt to kill Stefan. Count Jaren immediately responded that he would provide a trustworthy escort and asked Johan to deliver Stefan to the Abner territory alive. He then added that if Johan fulfilled that request, he would personally dub him a knight. Kim Johan did not hesitate for a moment. He loudly assured Count Jaren that he could leave the matter to him and firmly promised that he would deliver Lord Stefan safely to the Abner territory. A short while later, a loud announcement echoed through the air, proclaiming that the gates should be opened for the victory procession and Sir Johan Eitz. Leading the group forward with his burden close at hand, Johan set out for the Abner territory, carrying his dream of knighthood. A long procession of people and wagons immediately followed one another through the massive city gates as they departed in triumph. Half a day later, as the sun continued its descent, someone finally pointed out that it would soon set at that rate. The speaker turned out to be Stefan Abner, who was trembling as he cautiously tried to secure some comfort for himself. He asked what they were going to do and whether they were truly planning to spend the night on the road. Before Kim Johan could answer, the escort knights provided by Count Jaren began speaking over one another. They remarked that it was embarrassing for a knight to be so frightened. Remembering the bloody scene from earlier, Stefan protested in an increasingly strained voice. He reminded them that they had all seen what happened when the bandits attacked and Johan had turned them into mincemeat. He demanded to know whether they were all insane, questioned why everyone remained so calm, and insisted that he did not want to die in a place like that. Surprisingly, one of the escort knights seemed even more moved by the memory. He admitted that it had been a magnificent sight. He confessed that he had once been jealous of Sir Johan's fame, but after witnessing Johan's bravery firsthand, he had found himself reflecting on his own shortcomings. Receiving such an unexpected response, Stefan suddenly began wailing from atop his horse. He complained that there were sycophants everywhere and that everyone was defending Johan. He reminded them that he was the precious youngest son of the Abner family and insisted that he was afraid of both bandits and assassins. He demanded to know why nobody ever listened to him. At that moment, a voice called his name and immediately silenced him. Kim Johan rarely showed such consideration, but this time he decided to compromise. He acknowledged that Stefan was right in a way and announced that they would head to a nearby village and spend the night there. Pleased with the decision, Stefan instantly broke into a broad smile despite the tears still lingering in his eyes. The moment he felt reassured, he shamelessly switched attitudes and arrogantly ordered everyone to pick up the pace, calling them a useless bunch. The escort knights of Jaren could only exchange weary looks before letting out long, collective sighs. As Kim Johan rode through the village gate, he let out a doubtful hum and remarked that the village looked familiar. After glancing around for a moment, he speculated that he had seen the place before. Not far away, a villager informed Atanka that, judging by the flag, the visitors appeared to be the Knights of Jarfan. Although slightly startled, Atanka replied that he understood and would go greet them personally. However, before Atanka could take more than a few steps, the very person he intended to welcome arrived. The moment he recognized the visitor's face, he became so excited that he nearly lost the ability to speak. He stammered Johan's name several times before finally shouting that it was Sir Johan. Kim Johan looked puzzled and admitted that he did not know who Atanka was, though he felt as if he had seen him before. Atanka quickly introduced himself, explaining that he was the chief of Rutsbeek village. Seeing that Johan still looked confused, he reminded him about the village children who had played with his sword and how Johan had kindly forgiven them. As the memories resurfaced, Johan suddenly exclaimed that he remembered and recognized Rutsbeek village. Atanka immediately expressed how delighted he was that Johan had come. He assured him that the villagers would do their utmost to welcome him properly before asking who the people accompanying him were. Stefan Abner, completely lacking any sense of restraint, seized the opportunity to draw attention to himself. He disdainfully described the village as poor and miserable before ordering the villagers to bring clean water, prepare a banquet, and provide the 3 most beautiful girls. He then began boasting that he was the renowned youngest son of the Abner family. Before he could finish, however, Kim Johan leapt forward, covered Stefan's mouth, and twisted him away from the conversation. Even after being thrown to the ground, Stefan indignantly demanded to know why Johan had done that and asked what he had done wrong. Although Johan was visibly irritated, he patiently explained that while he had always known Stefan was an idiot, he had never realized the situation was quite that severe. He asked whether Stefan was trying to make enemies and expose his own identity, and pointed out that such behavior was equivalent to announcing to every assassin in the region that Stefan was present. Johann then turned to Atanka and stated that his group would handle their own meals and only required accommodations. He added that there was no need to provide any girls. Atanka obediently agreed and invited the guests to follow him. As Johann walked through the village beside Atanka, the villagers immediately poured out from both sides of the road. Many recognized him at once, calling him Sir Johann, urging children to greet him properly, and offering blessings to the troll slayer of Marcel. The escort knights of Jarfan observed that Johann's reputation was truly impressive. They noted that despite the village being within Jarfan territory, the people seemed to like Johann even more than they liked Jarfan's own knights. While Johann sincerely appreciated the villagers' warm reception, he privately worried that attracting so much attention was not necessarily a good thing. He silently hoped that news of his presence would not reach Ulriki's ears. Eventually, after a whirlwind of emotions, the group arrived at the inn. Even while relaxing in a bath, Stefan Abner continued complaining. He questioned whether the room was truly the best available and scoffed that such conditions were exactly what one would expect from a remote backwater village. Unsatisfied with merely criticizing the accommodations, he shouted through the doorway and demanded to know whether the guards were properly performing their duties. He warned that if an assassin managed to enter, they would all be dead. The escort knights suppressed their sighs and reassured him that he had no reason to worry. They informed him that not even a count received this level of protection. To calm him further, they carefully outlined the security arrangements. They explained that every access point was being guarded by knights and that Johann's mercenaries were patrolling the perimeter. They even added, with a trace of pride, that Johann himself was staying in the room next door and would immediately come to Stefan's aid if anything happened. Nevertheless, Stefan remained uneasy. He muttered that Ulriki was the sort of person capable of absolutely anything. While he was still grumbling, a sound from outside suddenly caught his attention. He paused in confusion. The feared assassin never appeared. Instead, a rat accidentally fell from the ceiling and landed directly on Stefan's face. For several moments, Stefan sat frozen in place. Both he and the rat stared at one another with wide eyes, as though they were old acquaintances meeting again after many years. Only when Stefan fully processed the fact that he was face to face with a rat did he let out a piercing scream. The scream had barely begun to echo when the door exploded inward under a powerful punch. Kim Johann appeared through the hole he had just created and carefully examined the stunned Stefan. After discovering the culprit, Johann spoke with open disbelief. He pointed out that it had merely been a rat rather than an assassin, and questioned how Stefan could possibly scream over something so trivial. What Johann failed to understand was the realization Stefan had reached in that moment. Stefan suddenly understood that there was something far more terrifying than the rat from the ceiling and even more frightening than the assassins hunting him, Johann himself. Overwhelmed by despair, Stefan screamed once again. Hearing the cry, the escort knights immediately became alert and asked whether something had happened. Before they could investigate, however, Johann casually interrupted and explained that it was nothing more than a small mouse. The knights stared at the enormous hole in the wall and incredulously asked whether a mouse had somehow caused such damage. Johann merely shrugged and replied that they should all pretend that was exactly what had happened. As the night wore on and the moon climbed high overhead, Johann patrolled the village streets as a precaution. While walking through a narrow alley, he reflected that everything remained quiet and that no assassins appeared likely to strike that night. He even wondered whether he might be protecting Stefan a little too much. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared beside him and hesitantly informed him that a visitor was asking to see him. Johann turned toward the speaker with a suspicious look and asked who could possibly be visiting at such an hour. The escort knight attempting to answer had turned pale and struggled to speak. He began to respond but could not finish his sentence. The reason was not reluctance, but rather the rope tightly constricting his throat. A moment later, Ulrika Abner stepped out from behind the immobilized escort knight. Smiling brightly, she greeted Johann Eitz and remarked that they had finally met. She then revealed that she had brought some excellent wine and suggested that the two of them share a private drink together. A brief encounter lacking in friendliness quickly gave way to a move to a different location. Adopting the demeanor of a gracious host, Ulrike Abner reassured Kim Johann that he should not worry. Although the abundance of props and furnishings around them made her words somewhat unconvincing, she continued at length, explaining that it was her private tent and that she had ordered the guards to stay 200 paces away. She then deliberately made the implication even more ambiguous, suggesting that no one would know what kind of things they might get up to inside. As she spoke, a knowing smile curled across her lips. After a lengthy preamble, Ulrike finally rested her chin on her hand and proposed that they create a little secret between the two of them. Since entering her lair, Kim Johann had not uttered a single word. However, he did not allow the awkward atmosphere to persist for long and bluntly asked her to get to the point and explain why she had invited him there. Feigning innocence, Ulrike replied that she merely wished to share some good wine and make a deal. Kim Johan immediately interrupted and demanded to know what kind of deal she meant. Having apparently lost interest in teasing him any further, Ulrike's tone turned dangerous as she revealed that she wanted Stefan killed and was prepared to pay his ransom immediately. Without even blinking to consider the offer, Kim Johan remarked that the wine had suddenly lost its flavor and firmly refused. Nevertheless, Ulrike abruptly rose to her feet and argued that rejecting her without even listening was rather problematic. Moving closer to him, she promised to double the payment if money was the issue, offering 400 gold coins. Though inwardly astonished by her wealth and noting to himself that she had not hesitated to raise the price, Kim Johan remained steadfast and repeated that he still refused. Even after being rejected twice, Ulrike calmly drained her glass of wine. As she lowered the cup onto the table, she leaned against him in an almost coquettish manner. Taking advantage of his momentary shock, she whispered an even larger figure into his ear, 1,000 gold coins. Confident that money could solve everything, Ulrike proudly declared that a man like him should understand exactly what such a sum was worth. She even bluntly pointed out his circumstances, claiming that the reason he wandered from place to place ultimately came down to money. Pressing her lips close to his ear once more, she promised that she could bring his journey to an end right then and there. Unlike before, Kim Johan did not immediately respond. Instead, a calculating glint appeared in his eyes as he mentally weighed the amount she had offered. He reflected that 1,000 gold coins were enough to purchase an entire estate, perhaps even a small castle. Seeing him lost in thought, Ulrike straightened up and asked what else could possibly concern him. She wondered whether he simply did not want to carry out the deed himself. Assuming she had seen through him completely, she continued by assuring him that there were plenty of ways to handle the matter. She even laid out a detailed plan on the spot. According to her proposal, once they entered Abner County, he merely needed to leave Stefan alone and appear occupied with something else for a short while. In her imagination, Stefan would find himself trapped in confusion, desperately wondering what had happened to the light. At that point, her own people would take care of him. Quite pleased with what she considered a brilliant scheme, Ulrike sought Kim Johan's approval. She explained that since the incident would occur within Abner territory, he would not be held responsible. She then asked what he thought of the idea, adding that she could provide as many loopholes as he required. Contrary to her self-satisfied enthusiasm, Kim Johan remained completely unmoved. After a long silence, he finally spoke, not to answer her proposal, but to question her motives. He admitted that he could not understand why she was willing to go so far and asked whether the price was not far too high merely to avoid losses from a war. His seemingly naive question caused Ulrike to cover her mouth and laugh softly. She remarked that he truly was a backwater noble. Once she had laughed enough, she freely revealed her reasoning, stating that, considering everything that Brat Stefan had done, 1,000 gold coins was little more than child's play. After hearing Ulrike Abner out, Kim Johan finally understood that everything she had done stemmed from a desire to prevent the Abner family fortune from being squandered any further. Ulrike declared that before long she would become the head of House Abner, and that even then Stefan would continue gnawing away at the family wealth. She admitted that she could not even imagine how much more damage that rat would inflict upon the family, and, with every word, her killing intent became more apparent. She concluded that Stefan needed to die before it was too late, and that 1,000 gold coins was a bargain if it ensured that outcome. Only after she had vented her frustration did Kim Johan rub his aching neck and remark that she was being surprisingly honest. Confident in her own powers of persuasion, Ulrike pushed the agreement forward and told him that they should cut the small talk. As she explained that the document was a certificate worth 1,000 gold coins, redeemable immediately at any merchant group, Kim Johan could only stare in shock. Seeing him frozen in place, Ulrike urged him again, saying that the amount should be more than enough to satisfy his pride, and asking why he would not simply accept it. Kim Johan once again fell into a familiar state of stunned silence. His lips moved several times as though weighing his options, but in the end he simply stated that he refused. Startled, Ulrike instinctively asked what he had just said. Once she realized he was not joking, she shouted and demanded to know whether he was serious. Kim Johan firmly replied that he was. Even so, he wanted everything to be perfectly clear. He told her that since she had been honest with him, he would offer an explanation in return. Taking a deep breath, he began laying out his reasoning. First, he explained that if Stefan died, Count Abner's blade would inevitably be pointed at him. Even if he bore no responsibility, the resentment would still fall upon his head because human emotions were not so neat and orderly. That opening argument struck close enough to the truth that Ulrike found herself unable to offer an immediate rebuttal. Seeing this, Kim Johan continued. His second point was that he could not trust her. He reminded her that only yesterday she had tried to poison Stefan. He openly brought up the earlier scheme and pointed out that if Stefan had died then, he would have been framed as the culprit, which would have worked out perfectly for her. This time, however, Ulrike immediately denied any connection and accused him of making allegations without evidence. Kim Johan did not particularly care whether she was innocent or not. In his eyes, she remained the same sort of person regardless. He therefore pressed on, asking what guarantee he had that she would not harm him after he accepted the gold. Echoing the hypothetical scenario she herself had raised earlier, he remarked that if she betrayed him afterward, he would have no means of retaliation. Ulrike became so irritated that she raised her voice and called his reasoning ridiculous. She demanded to know how he expected to make any deals if he viewed everyone that way. Kim Johan responded that this was precisely why he only dealt with people who were both powerful and trustworthy. Having exhausted the last of her patience, Ulrike sharply asked whether they were finished. Yet Kim Johan still had more to say. He replied that there was one final matter. After a short, humorless laugh from Ulrike, he took a deep breath and decided to reveal his final card. He explained that Count Jarfin had ordered him to deliver Stefan alive to Count Abner and that standing by while Stefan was murdered would stain his honor. Ulrike had no remaining patience to listen to what she considered pointless rambling. Slamming her hand onto the table, she cut him off and shouted that honor was worthless when there was no one around to witness it. Despite being yelled at directly, Kim Johan remained calm and asked her to let him finish. After waiting for her temper to cool somewhat, he hesitantly continued. He admitted that Stefan was clueless, annoying, unlucky, stupid, arrogant, immature, useless, and incompetent. All of that was true. Nevertheless, Stefan had not committed any crime serious enough to justify disobeying orders and killing him. Although he had voiced nearly everything on his mind, Kim Johan kept the most important reason to himself. Deep down, he reminded himself that he would be knighted as soon as the mission was over and that there was no chance he would allow his grand dream to go up in smoke. After hearing the entire explanation, Ulrike could not stop herself from mocking him. With a weary sigh, she remarked that if his story was not a scam, then she did not know what was. She added that she had never imagined someone could be even more frustrating than Stefan. Kim Johan paid no attention to her opinion of him. Calmly rising from his seat, he stated that he had finished his wine and would now take his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ulrike clicked her tongue and complained that the entire conversation had been a waste of time. Although no agreement had been reached, she had no intention of keeping him there overnight. Even so, before they parted ways, she could not resist issuing one final warning. She remarked that none of it really mattered because one fact had not changed. He would be entering Abner territory the following day. Without even looking at him, she openly declared war on the man who had dared reject her offer. She told him that he had better look forward to what was coming because, since he had refused her proposal, she would personally ensure that he received the proper hospitality. Kim Johan stiffened at the malicious warning. Nevertheless, his pride compelled him to repeat the phrase with open disdain as he questioned what she meant by proper hospitality. The events of that night eventually came to an end, giving way to the following day in the capital of Abner County. Ulrike Abner had already arrived and taken her place among the welcoming party. Everyone present wore grave expressions as though preparing to face a formidable enemy. Standing with one hand on his shield and the other on his sword, Kim Johan looked ahead and let out a weary sigh. He remarked that this must be the hospitality Ulrike had promised. Staring fixedly at a giant of a man who was roaring at the top of his lungs, he wondered aloud whether this was truly what she had meant. As everyone resumed the journey, Kim Johan honestly revealed to the man beside him that Ulrike had come to see him the previous night and had offered him 1,000 gold coins to kill Stefan. Stefan Abner, who had been leisurely riding his horse, cried out in shock and demanded to know what Kim Johan had just said. After taking a moment to process the revelation, Stefan's face flushed red with anger as he furiously ranted that Kim Johan was a money-obsessed lunatic and asked how he could have even considered handing him over to Ulrike, adding that his mother would never let him get away with it. Suppressing the urge to roast the foolish young noble on the spot, Kim Johan calmly remarked that, judging by Stefan's behavior, he certainly had a talent for taking a beating before telling him to relax because he had rejected Ulrike's offer. The moment Stefan heard that, he immediately dropped his aggressive attitude and stammered in disbelief, asking whether Kim Johan had really turned down 1,000 gold coins. Kim Johan recalled the meaningful expression on Ulrike Abner's face before she had left the night before and warned Stefan that, based on the way she had acted, she was definitely plotting something. Even so, Stefan confidently declared that none of it mattered because his mother, the Countess, would protect him. He insisted that once he was inside the castle, that woman would no longer be able to lay a finger on him. Kim Johan gestured toward the road ahead and asked whether Stefan was referring to the castle in the distance. The instant Stefan caught sight of the main castle of Abner County, he excitedly exclaimed that it was indeed his home. That alone was enough to ease half of Kim Johan's worries. He reflected that he had successfully brought Stefan back safely and that only one task remained. However, before he realized it, he muttered that it was time to collect the ransom for a certain idiot. Those words reached Stefan's ears immediately, causing him to explode with outrage as he demanded to know what Kim Johan had just called him. The scene then shifted to the formal handover. Kim Johan led his troublesome charge into the castle as an attendant announced that the Jarfin delegation and Lord Stefan had arrived. Instead of receiving the warm welcome he had expected, Kim Johan was met with an atmosphere of unusual caution. Every person he passed fixed an unmistakably dissatisfied stare upon him, their eyes following him wherever he went. Despite the hostile reception, Kim Johan carried out the proper formalities by bowing respectfully before Countess Abner and introducing himself as Johan Eitz, offering his greetings on behalf of the delegation from the Count of Jarfin. Countess Abner immediately lifted her sharp chin and frowned, paying no attention to Kim Johan. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on her precious son as she affectionately addressed Stefan and asked what on earth had happened to him. After looking him over for a while, Countess Abner forced herself to shed a tear to display her motherly affection. As she did so, memories of the past flooded her mind. She reflected that Stefan had always been such a beautiful child and recalled how he used to eat flowers as snacks and play with swans. She then remembered how, as he grew a little older, he would constantly tell her that he loved her. Quietly, she concluded that he had once been an angelic child who had always come looking for his mother. Only after satisfying herself by looking at her son did Countess Abner finally direct her dissatisfaction toward Kim Johan. Inwardly, she cursed Johan Eitz, thinking that everything had gone wrong because of that bear-like man whose face looked gentle despite possessing a rugged body unlike that of a child. Her mind replayed the image of Kim Johan subduing her beloved son, and she convinced herself that he had kidnapped Stefan and threatened their family. In her view, that single incident had caused them to lose the war. Thinking further, she glanced toward the uneasy nobles standing nearby and bitterly reflected that the entire affair had left her completely humiliated and that, under such circumstances, she would no longer be able to maintain her dignity before her vassals. Countess Abner instinctively took a deep breath to prepare herself for what she intended to do next, even though she was inwardly extremely reluctant. She wondered whether breaking the dreadful atmosphere was truly the only way out. Having finally steeled herself, she suddenly adopted an overbearing tone and accused Kim Johan's group, demanding to know why they dared to remain armed in her presence and declaring their behavior utterly insolent. As expected, while Kim Johan alone remained composed, the accompanying soldiers collectively stared in shock. One of them bravely stepped forward and respectfully explained that Count Jarfin had granted them permission to remain armed through an official letter. Countess Abner had been waiting for precisely that opportunity. Raising her voice even further, she denounced their defiance and ordered her guards to disarm the men immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, one of the knights reached toward Kim Johan's group and instructed the victorious delegation to lower their weapons. Watching the commotion unfold from her elevated position, Countess Abner secretly rejoiced. She reflected that even if Count Jarfin had granted permission, the honor of House Abner could only be preserved if she demonstrated who truly held authority. She believed the foolish knights had no choice but to fall into her trap, despite fully understanding what she was attempting to accomplish. However, just as the knight was about to lay a hand on him, Kim Johan calmly told him to wait. Fixing the knight with a piercing gaze, he firmly declared that carrying his weapon was his legitimate right and that anyone wishing to take it from him would first have to kill him. The gathered nobles, who had merely intended to watch the spectacle unfold, were utterly stunned by his words and could only gasp in disbelief. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became unbearably tense as both host and guest fell into a clear standoff. Standing upon the platform, Countess Abner could barely conceal her bewilderment. She silently questioned what was wrong with the man before her. Having lived more than half her life, she felt she had never encountered anyone so incomprehensible. She could not understand how a man standing deep within enemy territory could utter such fearless words. At that very moment, a chilling sensation spread throughout her body. Unconsciously lowering her gaze to her left chest, which seemed to be freezing over, she wondered in astonishment whether her heart was beating in response to the man's courage. No matter how turbulent her emotions became, Countess Abner maintained an outwardly calm expression. Across from her, Kim Johan remained equally unyielding, yet the longer he looked at her, the redder her sharp cheeks became. Kim Johan never entertained any other interpretation of her reaction and simply continued meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity. Little did he realize that their silent exchange had already thrown Countess Abner's heart into complete turmoil. She found herself captivated by his fearless eyes and admitted inwardly that she liked them. The thought had scarcely crossed her mind before she asked whether he truly belonged to House Jarfin, explaining that she had initially believed him to be a renegade knight. Kim Yohan honestly replied that he did not belong to House Jarfin and had merely been a guest. Countess Abner then questioned why he had kidnapped Stefan. This time, Kim Yohan answered more solemnly, explaining that he had had no other choice because it had been necessary to protect his honor. Seeking confirmation, Countess Abner asked whether that meant he bore no grudge against House Abner. Kim Yohan respectfully addressed her by name and affirmed that this was indeed the case. Completely convinced, Countess Abner praised him as a truly brave man and declared that she greatly valued his courage. As a special exception, she granted him permission to remain armed. Having successfully overcome the ordeal, Kim Yohan politely thanked her for her consideration. As she watched him kneeling before her, Countess Abner silently admired him once more, thinking that Yohan Eitz was quite a likable fellow. Just when everything appeared to have settled peacefully, the situation suddenly took another turn. Inogoan, a vassal of House Abner, abruptly stepped forward and declared that although Her Grace had permitted Kim Yohan to remain armed, he believed his own honor had been insulted. He proclaimed that he would challenge Kim Yohan to a duel and restore the honor of House Abner. Countess Abner was briefly taken aback, but she forced herself to calm down before attempting to defuse the situation. She told Lord Inno that it was not the time for such matters and asked whether Sir Johan truly held no grudge against their house. However, Inno Goan completely ignored her question and continued provoking Kim Yohan. He demanded to know whether Yohan expected him to simply endure such arrogance, then challenged the troll slayer of Marcel to accept an honorable duel if he possessed any sense of honor. Countess Abner was driven nearly mad by Inno Goan's stupidity, though she could not voice her frustration aloud. Inwardly, she demanded to know what he thought he was doing, reminding herself that he was challenging the victorious delegation to a duel. Before Kim Yohan could even react, Stefan Abner rushed over and whispered that Yohan must not even think about accepting because he could lose his life if he fought Inno. A familiar voice accompanied by the crack of a whip then joined in. Ulrika Abner remarked that Stefan was right and mockingly advised Yohan Eitz to run away instead. Finally stepping forward, Ulrike wore an openly provocative expression as she declared that running away suited him much better. Countess Abner realized the situation had completely spiraled beyond her control, and her anger became so intense that the corners of her eyes nearly split. Nevertheless, Ulrike completely ignored her grim expression and continued her taunting. She declared that the troll slayer of Marcel would become known as the coward who fled from honorable duels and vowed to spread that rumor throughout the entire empire. She even walked directly up to Kim Yohan and mockingly suggested that it would be wonderful for everyone to remember Yohan Eitz as the knight who had been too frightened to accept a duel. Kim Yohan did not respond to anyone, though his eyes revealed that he was carefully weighing the situation. Mistaking his silence for fear, Ulrike continued ridiculing him by remarking that Count Jarfin would surely be proud of him, before sarcastically reminding him that he was not even a formally recognized knight yet. Only then did Kim Yohan finally understand the scheme Ulrike had prepared. He realized that this was exactly what she had meant when she told him to look forward to it. Concluding that there was no other choice, he discarded every unnecessary thought, clenched his fist, and announced that he accepted the duel before challenging them to begin. Having achieved his objective, Inogoan expressed his satisfaction and immediately declared that since Yohan had accepted the duel, he would appoint his son, Gerdolf, as his representative. That outcome was exactly what Ulrike had hoped for, so she offered exaggerated praise, remarking that things had finally become interesting. She continued issuing instructions without noticing that Countess Abner was already trembling with rage. Ulrike urged everyone to prepare the honorable duel because it was time to witness the abilities of the troll slayer of Marcel. Meanwhile, Countess Abner could only despair inwardly, believing that everything had gone terribly wrong. No one, however, was able to stop the group from making their way to the training grounds of the Abner main castle. Kim Yohan stood in the arena with his sword in one hand and his shield in the other, assuming a stance that prepared him for any opponent. The silence was suddenly broken as the announcer loudly introduced the challenger, calling everyone's attention before declaring that the knight who would fight honorably in Lord Inogoan's place was about to appear. At that very moment, Gerdolf charged forward with a savage roar while the announcer proclaimed him to be the noble butcher who had slain hundreds of knights in honorable duels. The instant Gerdolf spotted Kim Yohan, he rushed forward and shouted that he was going to kill Yohan. Kim Yohan paid no attention to the surrounding commotion and instead focused entirely on maintaining a defensive stance while the announcer identified him as the arrogant and despicable knight, Yohan Eitz. Wasting no time, the referee signaled for the duel to begin. Receiving the signal immediately, Gerdolf swung his weapon directly toward Kim Yohan while roaring that he intended to crush Yohan's head. Because the distance between them was too short, Kim Yo-han had no opportunity to evade the attack and could only raise his shield to block it. The tremendous force behind Gerdolf's strike instantly deformed the shield in Johan's hand. Recognizing the danger, Johan quickly shifted his body aside, narrowly avoiding both the follow-up attack and the fragments of his shattered shield that scattered like caltrops. Before he could even regain his footing, his eyes caught sight of another incoming threat. Although Gerdolf's first strike had barely finished, he had already combined it with a powerful shoulder rotation that drove another attack directly toward Johan's abdomen. Witnessing the situation, Stefan Abner and the surrounding soldiers cried out in alarm, shouting Johan's name and calling out desperately for Sir Johan. Although Countess Abner remained silent, the tension on her gaunt face could not be concealed. At that moment, Gerdolf had already lifted Kim Johan into the air as though he were nothing more than a small chicken. Seeing her side gaining the upper hand, Ulrike laughed with satisfaction and urged Gerdolf to finish Johan immediately. Staring at the unbelievable scene before her, Countess Abner questioned Ulrike, asking whether she understood what would happen if Sir Johan died. Without waiting for a reply, she answered her own question, reasoning that Yarfen would undoubtedly use Johan's death as an excuse to begin another war, and warning that, if another war broke out, they might suffer unbearable losses. Ulrike remained completely unfazed. She calmly replied that there was no need to worry because they could simply demand emergency compensation from Yarfen afterward. Growing even more confident, she insisted that war would be effortless without an incompetent commander standing in their way. Startled, Countess Abner stammered as she demanded to know what Ulrike meant before asking the more important question of why she was trying to kill Johan. Casting a meaningful glance toward her, Ulrike merely asked whether Countess Abner truly did not know. That single look drained every trace of color from Countess Abner's face. Deciding not to prolong the suspense any further, Ulrike bluntly revealed that Johan was currently serving as Stefan's bodyguard. The revelation struck Countess Abner so suddenly that she could only repeat the word "what" in disbelief. Although no further words escaped her lips, her thoughts silently echoed Ulrike's revelation as she realized that Johan had been protecting Stefan. At last, everything became clear to Countess Abner. She suddenly understood that Ulrike intended to eliminate Stefan's bodyguard before targeting Stefan himself. Unable to focus on the duel any longer, Countess Abner's thoughts spiraled around that horrifying conclusion until, after piecing every clue together, she abruptly leaped to her feet. Using every ounce of strength she possessed, she desperately shouted for the duel to be stopped immediately. Before she could finish her warning, however, a louder voice interrupted her by announcing that the fight was already over. Ulrike smiled triumphantly, but her laughter froze in her throat the instant she saw the outcome before her. As everyone's eyes turned toward Kim Johan, who remained standing in the center of the arena, someone finally voiced the question on everyone's mind, wondering whether Gerdolf had actually lost. Before everything had reached this point, Kim Johan had thought that he would save House Abner's reputation by merely going through the motions. He had believed that if he made the fight appear evenly matched, it would satisfy their pride. However, reality had proven otherwise. Gerdolf had been far stronger than Johan had expected, and he had been genuinely trying to kill him. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, Gerdolf unleashed the monster within himself and charged forward without hesitation. He seized Kim Johan by the throat with all his strength and screamed for Johan to die. Despite being overwhelmed, Kim Johan remained astonishingly calm. Taking advantage of his long legs, he hooked one around Gerdolf's neck. Once his opponent had entered his range of control, Johan twisted away the arm that had been choking him. Instead of breaking it immediately, Johan ordered Gerdolf to surrender, warning that if he continued resisting, he might actually break him. However, there was one thing Johan had overlooked. Even though his entire body was trembling from the unbearable pain, Gerdolf had forced out a single word through gritted teeth, telling Johan to continue. The awkwardly pronounced response briefly left Johan confused, but after understanding what Gerdolf had meant, he no longer hesitated. A horrifying scream echoed through the arena as Johan finally broke his opponent's arm. Once everything was over, Johan reflected on the man lying before him. He thought that Gerdolf, the noble slayer, had refused to retreat even after his body had been broken. Unable to suppress his admiration, Johan praised him sincerely, saying that Gerdolf had refused to surrender until the very end and possessed an incredible fighting spirit. He congratulated him on a battle well fought. After standing frozen for several seconds, the announcer finally remembered his duty and declared that the Honorable Sir Johan was the winner. He then announced that the Countess would offer her congratulations. Countess Abner rose abruptly from her seat and stammered that she could hardly believe Gerdolf, the strongest knight of House Abner, had lost. She concluded that, in terms of raw physical strength, Johan might even surpass Sir Karamov. Standing behind her, Ulrika Abner did not voice her agreement, merely clicking her tongue in obvious irritation. The Countess quickly accepted reality, let out a long sigh, stepped toward the balcony, and formally praised Johann. She declared that his performance had been a magnificent display of knighthood, that she had seen enough, and that surely the gods would praise the honor displayed that day. Although every noble below wore an expression of utter frustration, they forced themselves to applaud. Among them, however, several quietly whispered that Sir Inno's thoughtless behavior had ruined the atmosphere, though it had also led them to an important realization. They concluded that Sir Johann had to be eliminated. Their gazes remained fixed on Johann as they reasoned that he was the root cause of everything they were suffering, that he was the true culprit, and that his very existence would forever hinder their families. Ironically, the proposal received immediate support, as others agreed that Johann Eitz was an extremely dangerous man who had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Meanwhile, back inside the dark room, Inno Gohan pretended to show concern by asking about Gerdolf's injuries. The physician respectfully replied that he had treated the wounds for the time being, but believed Gerdolf would likely never be able to use his left arm again. Without even lifting his head, Gerdolf acknowledged the diagnosis and dismissed the physician, telling him he could leave. The doctor quietly withdrew from the room. Once they were alone, Inno Gohan buried his face in his hands before bitterly expressing his disappointment. He said that he could not believe Gerdolf had failed to defeat such a small brat. Becoming increasingly enraged, he declared that Gerdolf should have died on the battlefield instead of shamelessly crawling back alive. He went on to call him a disgrace to the family. To better understand the situation, it should be noted that, unlike in modern times, a bone fracture during the Middle Ages often marked the end of a person's career. A knight who suffered such an injury would usually become useless in battle, be cast out by the family, and frequently end up living as a vagrant. Seeing Gerdolf's shoulders slump in despair, Inno Gohan showed no mercy. He mocked him for not only suffering a humiliating defeat, but also becoming a useless cripple. He demanded to know whether Gerdolf understood how much money had been spent teaching him swordsmanship. Finally, after exhausting his insults, Inno Gohan called him a worthless child and ordered him never to show his face again. Gerdolf remained motionless despite the relentless verbal assault, sitting as still as a lifeless statue. However, when tears unknowingly streamed down his face, he suddenly apologized, saying that he was sorry. He kept repeating into the empty air that he was sorry for being useless, completely unaware that Kim Johan was standing outside and had heard every word. Kim Johan took a deep breath and struggled to suppress the turmoil within himself. He reflected that he had only come to get some bandages for his hand, but that he could not simply ignore what he had just heard. After gathering his thoughts, he stepped forward and, forcing his voice to sound as natural as possible, asked whether Gerdolf was all right. He sincerely apologized for breaking Gerdolf's arm, explaining that it had never been intentional. To his surprise, Gerdolf humbly admitted that it had happened because he himself had been weak. Fearing that Gerdolf would continue drowning in guilt, Kim Johan reassured him by insisting that this was not true and that Gerdolf was one of the most skilled fighters he had ever faced. To make his praise more convincing, he even recalled a previous opponent, saying that Gerdolf had been an even stronger warrior than the half-minotaur he had fought during the Battle of Marcel. With such an impressive comparison, Gerdolf blushed and timidly asked whether Kim Johan had really meant him. Kim Johan acknowledged his strength by presenting him with a rare reward. He explained that it was the water of blessing from the sage of the Iphael River and assured him that a single sip would be enough to heal his broken arm. Still blushing, Gerdolf respectfully accepted the gift and repeatedly thanked Sir Johann for his generosity. Kim Johan casually told him not to mention it, though inwardly he hoped that this gesture would prevent Gerdolf from holding a grudge against him. Meanwhile, Stefan Abner was busy seeking protection elsewhere. Bursting in with a miserable expression, he frantically claimed that Ulrike was trying to kill him. Waving his arms dramatically, he insisted that he was serious, alleging that she had attempted to poison his wine and had even instigated Johann to murder him. He argued that he had known something was strange from the way she looked at him, and claimed that she was now making dangerous moves everywhere. Before he could continue, Countess Abner coldly interrupted him, reminding him to address her properly as Lady Ulrike. Stefan was so stunned that he could only mutter a confused question. The Countess patiently repeated that he should refer to her as Lady Ulrike. Stefan hastily agreed and resumed his complaint, once again insisting that Lady Ulrike was trying to kill him. The Countess interrupted him a second time by calmly asking whether he had any proof. Cornered, Stefan admitted that he had none but argued that everyone knew how much Ulrike hated him and wanted him dead. After patiently listening to his lengthy complaints, Countess Abner calmly said that she wished to make him a proposal. She then informed him that he should enter the Sharkus monastery the following day, explaining that once he was there, even Ulrike would no longer be able to touch him. Stefan immediately jumped to his feet in protest. He exclaimed that it was a silent monastery and argued that if he entered it, he would never be allowed to leave until the day he died. He lamented that he would have to eat nothing but barley bread 3 times a day, shave his head, and spend the rest of his life surrounded only by men. In the end, he firmly declared that he would never even be able to get married and absolutely refused to go. After hearing his outburst, Countess Abner did not force the matter. Instead, she calmly replied that if he truly did not wish to go, then he did not have to. However, she warned him to understand that this was the final opportunity she was willing to offer him. Realizing the implication behind her words, Stefan's hand trembled uncontrollably at his side. After a long silence, all he could say was that he needed some time to think. The Countess granted him only until the following day, instructing him to use that time to clear his mind. By the time Stefan reached the door, he quietly acknowledged her decision by addressing her as mother. Yet he never noticed the pain on his mother's face as he left. Only after the room was empty did Countess Abner finally bury her face in her hands and quietly sob. Meanwhile, in the Abner guest reception room, the butler gestured toward a large chest and informed Kim Johan that Sir Stefan's ransom was inside, inviting him to verify its contents personally. Kim Johan did not stand on ceremony. He opened the chest and carefully counted every single gold coin inside. As he stared at his own reflection in the shining treasure, he reflected that, at last, everything had come together. He thought about how much had happened and carefully reviewed every step before concluding that, despite all the obstacles, he had secured his opportunity to become a knight, successfully protected Stefan, and obtained a ransom worthy of all the effort he had invested. Thinking of Ulrike Abner, he could not help but smile wryly at the irony of the situation. Clutching a gold coin tightly in his hand, he finally allowed himself the most genuine smile he had worn in a long time. Only then did he remember to compliment the butler, telling him that he had done well preparing everything. Even so, Kim Johan knew perfectly well that the money ultimately bore Stefan Abner's name. Ransom received, 200 gold coins. After finishing the count, Kim Johan quietly left the room alone. As he walked slowly down the corridor, he planned that he should return to Jarfin Castle first thing the following morning. He reflected that he had already sensed earlier that the Abners had become wary of him, making it best to leave before anything unexpected happened. He even considered scouting the exit in advance. However, the moment he opened the door, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt as Stefan Abner's gloomy face suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Kim Johan scolded him, exclaiming that it had only been Stefan and that he had nearly struck him because he had mistaken him for an assassin. Ignoring Johan's complaint, Stefan wore an unusually serious expression and stated that he had a proposal for him. Without even allowing him to finish, Kim Johan flatly refused. He explained that he was done running Stefan's troublesome errands, that he had already received the ransom, and that he was leaving for Jarfin Castle. Stefan quietly repeated the name Jarfin Castle before asking whether Kim Johan was in such a hurry because of his knighthood. Kim Johan openly admitted that this was indeed the reason. He began explaining that his reward for protecting Stefan safely. Before he could finish, Stefan gravely interrupted him and warned that if Kim Johan left like this, he would never be dubbed a knight. Kim Johan immediately spun around and shot Stefan a murderous glare before demanding, through gritted teeth, what he meant. Stefan Abner, using the most serious tone of his life for the first time, declared that Johan Eitz would not be able to become a knight. Johan immediately spun around and demanded to know what Stefan was talking about, insisting that he explain himself properly. Resigned to risking everything, Stefan pointed directly at Johan and threatened that if Johan refused to help him, he would tell his uncle and ask him never to appoint such a coward as a knight. However, Stefan's warning was like throwing a stone into a deep well. No matter how loudly it echoed, it vanished without effect. Ignoring the eerie atmosphere, Johan wore an even more unsettling expression and dryly remarked that Stefan had apparently finally lost his mind. Overwhelmed by Johan's intimidating presence and breaking into a cold sweat, Stefan immediately softened his attitude and pleaded with Johan to wait and at least hear him out. To strengthen his appeal, Stefan even decided to tempt the materialistic Johan with financial benefits, asking whether he would like to have taxation rights. This proposal immediately caught Johan's attention, and he repeated the words in surprise, asking whether Stefan meant taxation rights. Before Stefan could continue, the explanation revealed that taxation rights referred to the right to collect taxes from a territory. Even if the land belonged to someone else, the holder of those rights received all of the profits. In other words, whoever possessed the taxation rights enjoyed the true financial benefits. After that brief explanation, Stefan finally disclosed that he owned a small territory. Johan could not suppress his skepticism and asked whether that was simply another part of Stefan's dream. Feeling that his pride had been wounded, Stefan hurriedly denied it and explained that the territory had secretly been given to him by his sister when he was a child. He added that his mother had entrusted it to him while leaving only a single bishop in charge, and that the land generated 20 gold coins every year. He further recalled that the land, watched over by God, had once been a valuable inheritance. When Stefan had first received that inheritance, he had excitedly thanked the young lord. Johann showed little interest in someone else's property and merely scratched his head before commenting that he now understood why Lady Ulrike wanted Stefan dead, remarking that one person could hardly receive any greater favoritism. After expressing his thoughts, Johann directly asked the question that had been bothering him, wondering why Stefan wanted to hand the taxation rights over to him instead of simply selling them to someone else and running away. Avoiding Johann's gaze, Stefan awkwardly admitted that he could not sell them. Startled, Johann immediately asked why. Searching his memory for the reason, Stefan slowly explained that the village was called Heinkut. Although it was only a small village, it possessed its own mines and had once been a beautiful place. As Stefan recalled those memories, the scene in his mind shifted to the village's downfall. He explained that everything had remained peaceful until goblins invaded. A small group of goblins had thrown the entire village into chaos, forcing all of its inhabitants to flee. Stefan then revealed that he intended to use that modest asset to persuade Johann to help him restore his standing within the family. He explained that if they successfully exterminated the goblins, he would earn recognition from his mother, and even Ulrike would no longer be able to threaten him so easily. Completely absorbed in his own vision, without noticing Johann's increasingly dark expression, Stefan admitted that although handing the taxation rights over to Johann was a tremendous waste, it was the only way for him to avoid being sent to the monastery. Johann remained silent, his mind rapidly calculating the value of the proposal. He reflected that taxation rights were on an entirely different level from anything he had dealt with before. He unconsciously reviewed his own life of constant fighting and realized that, until then, he had earned money solely through battle. Although he technically held the title of a noble, he believed he had been no different from a mercenary fighting only for payment. The thought of obtaining taxation rights appealed greatly to his greed, and he realized that they would provide him with a continuous source of income. The idea quickly expanded in his mind as he concluded that it would allow him to make money even without working. He also carefully analyzed the political advantages, reasoning that it would be an opportunity to prove to the Abner nobles who looked down on him that he could, in fact, be useful. Although Johann had already begun accepting the plan internally, he still asked Stefan what would happen to Stefan's own income if he transferred the taxation rights to him. As though he had anticipated the question, Stefan reluctantly replied that they could split the income equally. Stefan failed to realize that the moment those words left his mouth, Johann's expression turned noticeably colder. Taking several deep breaths to compose himself, Johann calmly remarked that Stefan's attitude hardly inspired confidence, though he admitted that even half of the taxation rights was honestly an extremely tempting offer. Having settled the matter of dividing the profits, Johann finally remembered to address the core of the plan and asked whether the subjugation force would be hiring mercenaries. Stefan Abner snapped his fingers and enthusiastically declared that, of course they could do it. Johann Eitz, however, had little faith in such an unreliable proposal and pressed him with a decisive question, asking whether he had the money. As expected, Stefan immediately wore an awkward, constipated expression, making it obvious to Johann what the absurd plan actually was. Johann asked whether Stefan was seriously expecting him to pay for everything and inwardly remarked on how shameless the man was. Realizing that he had exposed himself, Stefan hurriedly denied it, insisting that he would find a way to hire the mercenaries himself. Before he could even finish, Johann cut him off, saying that he did not trust him in the slightest and questioning whether he should even agree to this. Driven into a corner, Stefan immediately switched to shameless flattery. He insisted that someone like Johann would surely have no trouble dealing with goblins. The more he spoke, the more sweat poured down his face, as though raising his voice would somehow make his claims come true. He continued by asking whether Johann was actually afraid and reminded him that he was, after all, the troll slayer. The relentless barrage of questions left Johann speechless. His mind drifted back to the past, when countless people had addressed him in exactly the same way. They had proudly called him the Troll Slayer of Marcel. Some had spoken with the utmost reverence, begging Lord Troll Slayer to forgive their rudeness. Others, despite trembling with fear, had expressed their deepest respect for the great achievements of the Troll Slayer. Even those occupying lofty positions had once confessed that they had long wished to meet the Troll Slayer of Marcel. Johann also remembered walking through cheering crowds as voices echoed everywhere, blessing Sir Johann and celebrating the Troll Slayer of Marcel. Those memories gradually awakened the knightly spirit sleeping within him. He reminded himself that he had risked his life to earn that title and that he absolutely needed to preserve that reputation for the future. Yet another thought soon followed. If he were to fail the goblin subjugation, the mere possibility made him imagine people coldly asking whether that was all he had ever been capable of. Worse still, they would announce that his knighthood had been cancelled. They would undoubtedly denounce him as a fraud. The thought alone made Johann feel as though his soul were about to collapse. Everything he had built until now would crumble. Even so, a small voice inside his mind continued urging him onward. It told him that this was indeed a gamble on himself. He could lose an enormous amount, but if he succeeded... Johann clenched his fist tightly. Without thinking any further, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips as he asked Stefan to show him the map and wanted to know what kind of village Haincut was. The scene then returned to the tense audience hall. Unable to conceal her disbelief any longer, Countess Abner hesitantly told Stefan to repeat what he had just said. Completely fearless, Stefan casually replied that he could repeat it as many times as she wanted. After taking a deep breath, he loudly declared that he would carry out the Haincut goblin subjugation together with the Troll Slayer. Countess Abner was so shocked that her eyes widened and her jaw dropped open. The surrounding nobles all wore equally dumbfounded expressions. Only Ulrike Abner recovered quickly enough to grit her teeth and begin muttering that the crazy fool was actually serious. Before finishing the sentence, however, she spun toward Stefan and angrily warned him not to do anything pointless because there was no money left to waste on his childish pranks. Stefan merely waved his hand dismissively and delivered an even more shocking statement, declaring that he would fund the entire subjugation using nothing but his own money. Having completely lost her composure, Ulrike demanded to know where that money had come from, insisting that it had belonged to their family in the first place. Stefan stubbornly maintained that it was his money, wasn't it? His carefree attitude finally drove Ulrike into a furious rage as she shouted that money did not simply sprout from the ground and called him a crazy bastard. The two continued arguing back and forth without noticing that Countess Abner was trembling with anger above them. Stefan mockingly suggested that Ulrike was simply afraid he would reclaim Haincut, while Ulrike snapped back that he truly had a death wish. At last, Countess Abner could tolerate no more. She abruptly rose to her feet and roared for everyone to stop and be quiet. After silencing the hall, however, she did not speak immediately. Instead, she silently swept her gaze across the grand chamber. When her eyes finally settled on Johann Eitz, she reluctantly admitted to herself that if Stefan truly traveled alongside that young knight, her son probably would not die. Even so, she suddenly posed a question that left the entire hall so silent that even a falling pin could almost have been heard. She asked whether anyone present was willing to join that honorable expedition. The suffocating silence that followed only broadened her astonishment. She wondered whether there truly was not a single person willing to volunteer. Before anyone could answer, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered in from outside. The doors burst open as Gerdolf charged into the hall like a storm and boldly declared that he, Gerdolf, would go. Countess Abner stared at him with utter astonishment and asked Sir Gerdolf whether he had not been injured. Gerdolf immediately flexed his muscular arm to prove his recovery and proudly declared that he had been completely healed thanks to Sir Johann and that it did not hurt anymore. The nearby nobles could no longer maintain their composure. Covering their mouths, they whispered among themselves in disbelief, wondering how Gerdolf, who had been supposed to remain crippled, had recovered and whether a miracle had taken place. An even greater surprise followed when Inogoan dropped to one knee before the Countess and pleaded with her to authorize both him and Gerdolf to join the subjugation force, vowing that he would serve Lord Stefan even at the cost of his own life. Standing beside his father on the same side for one of the rare occasions, Gerdolf boldly added that he should step forward instead of those weak nobles. The nobles, having been insulted to their faces, immediately erupted in outrage and protested that calling them weak had gone too far. Watching the lively atmosphere, Stefan Abner cheerfully remarked that he had never expected Sir Inno to think so highly of him and admitted that he was deeply touched. Johann Eitz, however, looked at the scene with the overwhelming urge to crack the fool's head open and tell him that Inno was not trying to impress him but was trying to impress the Countess instead. Although Countess Abner remained silent, satisfaction was plainly written across her face. Having made up her mind, she declared that Johann, Stefan, and Gerdolf were to carry out the Haincut subjugation under God's grace. As she quietly observed the newly formed group discussing their plans, Gerdolf urged Stefan to follow him and told Sir Johann that he would see him there. Meanwhile, Countess Abner could not help thinking how strange it felt that she now had to rely on a knight who was practically the same age as her son. She continued looking intently at Johann Eitz, silently pleading through her gaze for him to protect Stefan. Standing below, Johann keenly noticed her expression and seemed to understand the feelings of a mother, so he quietly nodded in reassurance. Johann then split the group apart. Although reluctant to part ways, one of the soldiers following him solemnly assured him that he would explain everything to Count Jarfin and that the Count would surely understand. The soldier further promised that he would also deliver Johann's request. Johann courteously thanked him and wished him a safe journey back. As he watched the mounted group depart, Johann inwardly felt relieved, thinking that it was fortunate Count Jarfin and his knights held a favorable impression of him. Although it was unfortunate that they would not participate in the subjugation, he believed that, since he had already reported the delay, there should be no issue with his knighthood. A few days later, on the day of departure at the main gate of Abner Castle, Johann stood upon a raised platform and began checking the troop numbers. He announced that 20 soldiers under Inno and Gerdolf would be joining the operation, followed by 22 from Gitana and 14 from the Guran mercenary group. However, when his gaze fell upon Doris, Johann was momentarily startled. He approached, wrapped an arm around Doris's shoulders, and remarked that it had been a while since they had last met. Sweating nervously, Doris laughed awkwardly and explained that Count Jarfin had requested his presence. Johann suddenly leaned in close and coldly warned Doris that he had better do a good job. Doris instinctively shrank back before hurriedly assuring him that he could trust him completely. Johann then announced that 30 members of Doris's logistics support team would also be joining the subjugation force. Satisfied with the numbers, Johann remarked to Stefan that the manpower should be sufficient and reminded him that all of those people had been hired using Stefan's money. Stefan casually shrugged and replied that, once the subjugation succeeded, Johann would recover the expense hundreds of times over. As Stefan suggested that they should set out, Johann interrupted him, explaining that one person had not arrived yet. Stefan grumbled impatiently and asked who was running late. Before he could complain further, the long-awaited arrival appeared, causing him to change his tone as he sarcastically remarked that the troublesome brat had finally arrived. The sage Swetka of the Ephiel River stroked his long beard and greeted them in his usual gruff manner, calling Johann a rascal. As expected, he immediately complained once again about Johann sending such a shaky carriage for an old man. The reason for Swetka's resentment was simple. He had originally had no intention of joining the subjugation, but after ignoring Johann's messenger, the voice of the Ephiel River had mysteriously grown faint. Because of that inexplicable phenomenon, he had ultimately been left with no choice but to accompany the expedition. Even while recalling the incident, Swetka grumbled that he was certain he had heard the voice only a moment earlier. Seeing that everyone had finally gathered, Stefan urged the group not to waste any more time and proposed that they depart immediately. Swetka, however, remained perfectly calm, leisurely stroking his beard while mockingly remarking that something as insignificant as goblins could be wiped out in no time. Unable to contain himself, Stefan muttered a curse and wondered what was wrong with that old geezer. Ignoring his employer's complaints, Johann loudly issued his orders. He instructed everyone to pay attention, announced that he would lead the vanguard, assigned Doris to the middle section, placed Gitana and the Goran forces in the following ranks, and ordered everyone to maintain formation while advancing. Thus, the Haincut subjugation march began. Johann naturally took the lead. Although he had already experienced countless battles, he reflected that this was the first time taxation rights had been offered as the reward. Since those rights were practically equivalent to becoming a half-lord, he approached the campaign with greater seriousness than ever before. Because of that determination, Johann meticulously reviewed every taxation record and census document related to the village. After considering its geographical position and the trade routes connected to it, he concluded that it was, overall, a highly promising settlement. Whenever he thought about his opponents, his confidence only grew stronger. Since goblins occupying the village were generally regarded as a trivial race, he believed the subjugation would conclude without much difficulty. However, Johann did not know that a hidden secret lay buried deep within the abandoned territory, or that an astonishing truth was waiting to reveal itself there. Inside the abandoned village of Haincut, the darkness was filled with the harsh growls of goblins. Although Valian was surrounded by them, she immediately warned her comrades to maintain the front line and not let the goblins drag them in. Before she had even finished speaking, a terrified scream erupted behind her as someone desperately called out to Lady Valian. However, there was nothing she could do except watch in horror as the goblins violently overwhelmed and devoured her companion amid agonized screams. The shocking sight left Valian completely frozen, as though she had been struck by a paralysis spell. Before she could recover, another desperate cry for help echoed from behind her, once again calling for Lady Valian before the voice was swallowed by the darkness and the ever-growing horde of goblins. Exhausted and with her spirit reduced to ashes, Valian bitterly thought that she had never imagined the Saint Iena Order would be defeated by mere goblins. Her trembling legs betrayed her crumbling resolve as she wondered why even Iena's flame refused to ignite. Overcome with guilt, she blamed herself for being too careless and for leading her sisters to their deaths, desperately questioning what she was supposed to do now. Forcing those thoughts aside, Valian ordered all surviving sisters to listen carefully. She declared that she would serve as the decoy and instructed them to use the opportunity to escape. The nun standing closest to her, despite her own exhaustion, stubbornly objected, asking whether Valian intended to become a martyr and insisting that they would never abandon her. Raising her voice as loudly as she could, Valian declared that it was an order and emphasized that it was not for their sake. She insisted that they had to inform the reinforcements that they had failed to purify the village. Realizing that her plan was the only viable option, the surviving sisters reluctantly acknowledged her command in unison. They immediately retreated in the opposite direction while urging the others to fall back, praying that God's grace would remain with Lady Valian. After confirming that her companions had escaped safely, Valian let out a quiet sigh of relief despite the goblins tightening their encirclement. Once she had steadied her breathing, she abandoned all hesitation and challenged the filthy monsters, proclaiming that she would purify every one of them by herself. As Valian desperately fought her way through the horde, she began hearing more than the sounds of battle. A solemn hymn echoed in her ears, saying that Saint Iana humbly knelt before God in prayer that day, for there were souls yearning for a hand of salvation. To Valian's astonishment, the more she fought, the less fatigue she seemed to feel. With every swing of her sword, she silently continued the prayer, pleading that if she could not be granted the sacred flame, then she should at least be given strength. Even so, no matter how fiercely she fought, the goblins eventually overwhelmed her. As she struggled against them, the prayer continued within her mind, asking that if strength could not be granted, then she should at least receive an unbreakable will. Despite her desperate situation, determination never left her eyes. She completed her prayer by pleading that if even a steadfast will could not be granted, then God should grant her a miracle instead. Whether her prayer had reached anyone remained unknown. The reality before her was that the goblins were gradually swallowing her beneath their overwhelming numbers. When the sounds of battle finally faded like a receding tide, Valian collapsed to the ground, her body covered in grievous wounds. While the goblins prowled around her, growling and screeching, she realized that only her mind was still functioning, as her body refused to move. One by one, the pieces of armor covering her body were stripped away. Even in that hopeless moment, her greatest concern was whether the sisters had managed to escape safely. As she felt the door of life slowly closing before her, Valian silently asked God where he was. Just before her consciousness completely faded, a familiar figure suddenly entered her field of vision. Kim Johan appeared like a god descending from the heavens. Before even reaching her, he launched a powerful long-range attack. The goblin, pressing a blade against Valian's throat, had its grotesque head blown clean off. Its hot blood splattered across her face, yet she remained too stunned to react. Only after Johan rode up beside her did Valian weakly recognize him, softly addressing him as Sir Johan. Uttering those few words consumed the last of her strength, and her eyelids slowly closed. Although sounds continued reaching her ears afterward, Valian's mind had already sealed itself within darkness. It was unclear exactly what had happened at the battlefield afterward, but the situation had become considerably calmer at the outpost near Haincut village. Stefan Abner sat with his chin resting on one hand and wearily asked the man beside him who the woman actually was. Kim Johan patiently explained that she was Lady Valian of the Saint Iana Order. He added that they had fought together in Marseille and explained that the order consisted of holy knights powerful enough to hunt trolls. As was his habit, Lord Swetelga stroked his beard before remarking with his usual bluntness that it was truly unfortunate that holy knights reputed to be so strong had been slaughtered by goblins and that their commander had even lost an arm. He concluded regretfully that an arm which had already been severed could never be restored, not even by the miracles of the Ephiel River. After patiently listening to all the accusations and disparaging remarks, Valian bitterly explained that they had heard about the place from the bishop and had come solely out of faith to purify the village. Although they were now safe and she was merely recounting the events, she still could not suppress her trembling as she admitted that something had been terribly wrong. She confessed that the place had given her an indescribable and horrifying feeling. At that moment, Valian suddenly felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. Kim Johan, who had quietly approached without anyone noticing, reassured her that everything would be all right and told her to leave the rest to them. Overcome with emotion, Valian choked out Sir Johan's name. Although Lord Swetelga had been sharp-tongued until then, he also stepped in to reassure her, affirming that they were the Haincut Goblin Subjugation Force and that they had come to solve the village's problems. However, he could not resist adding in a teasing tone that, unlike Valian's noble purpose, their own expedition had begun because a certain brat had been blinded by greed. Kim Yo-han, despite being publicly ridiculed as a money grubber, found himself unable to argue because Lord Swetelga's remark was, unfortunately, accurate. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased somewhat, Lord Swetelga turned everyone's attention to the issue they had all been avoiding. He remarked that it was strange for an entire Holy Knight order to have collapsed in such a manner. Drawing upon his vast experience, he explained that goblins were naturally weak creatures whose intelligence and strength were so pitiful that even ordinary peasants could defeat them with the proper weapons. He then proposed a bold theory, suggesting that the only logical explanation was that, after countless failed subjugation attempts, the goblins had gradually become the true masters of Haincut village and had multiplied to such an extent that even an order of holy knights had been unable to deal with them. Stefan Abner anxiously interrupted to ask why the goblins continued to appear despite the fact that he had constantly been sending mercenaries to the village. Naturally, Lord Swetelga did not miss the opportunity to lecture the young noble. Assuming Stefan to be the son of House Abner, he declared that, as the sage of the Ifale River, he would share some wisdom with him. He explained that there were generally three primary reasons. He began his lesson by stating that, first of all, the mercenaries Stefan had hired were probably incompetent. According to him, they had likely avoided confronting the goblins altogether, looted the abandoned houses for valuables, and then departed. He added that such behavior was typical of mercenaries, explaining that unless they were closely supervised, they would inevitably cut corners. Those words alone left everyone wearing thoroughly awkward expressions. Without giving them much time to dwell on the embarrassment, Lord Swetelga continued by explaining that the second reason was most likely the incorrect method of subjugation. He pointed out that goblins reproduced faster than rabbits and emphasized that once a goblin was discovered, its tunnels had to be searched thoroughly until every last nest was eradicated. Instead, he believed the previous forces had simply killed whichever goblins were visible before leaving the rest untouched. After speaking at length, Lord Swetelga asked whether everyone had heard what he had said, adding that such failures were precisely what happened when the commander was at fault. Although it was unclear how much Stefan Abner had truly understood, he repeatedly nodded and replied that he understood. Taking Stefan's response as sufficient, Lord Swetelga moved on, announcing that the final reason the subjugation had failed was. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kim Yo-han urged him to reveal what the third reason was. To everyone's disappointment, however, Lord Swetelga shamelessly admitted that he was not yet certain and promised to explain it later. To cover his own embarrassment, he abruptly shouted that, in any case, that was all the wisdom he had to offer for the moment. He declared that the subjugation would begin as soon as the sun rose, asked whether everyone understood, and ordered them to wipe out every last goblin. Kim Yo-han abandoned any attempt to press for the missing explanation and instead echoed Lord Swetelga's determination. Calling for all the mercenary captains to listen carefully, he gathered everyone's attention before announcing that he would explain the operation for the following day. Regarding the first assault squad, he stated that it would consist of himself and Gerdolf. He explained that the two of them would lead the charge, reduce the goblins' numbers, and herd them together. Having assigned himself the most dangerous responsibility, he continued by explaining that the remaining personnel stationed in the rear would protect the assault squad while driving the goblins out of the village in a semicircular formation. After giving those brief instructions, Kim Yo-han dismissed everyone by announcing that the operation would begin at dawn and wished them all good luck. The gathered soldiers immediately responded with a loud, unified battle cry. The following morning, Kim Yo-han swiftly assembled the troops exactly according to the strategy he had laid out the previous evening. Before the force could depart, Valian unexpectedly declared that she and her companions would fight alongside him. Although Kim Yo-han sincerely appreciated the offer, he expressed concern over her injuries and asked whether she was truly capable of fighting in her condition. Without the slightest hesitation, Valian answered on behalf of the sisters standing behind her, declaring that even though her body was no longer whole, they still had a duty to fight for the sisters who had already returned to God's side. Understanding the resolve of a true knight, Kim Yo-han accepted her decision, saying that if that was her wish, then he understood. Having fulfilled her determination, Valian spent several moments offering a prayer, asking that God's protection would be with everyone. Not wishing to waste any more time, Kim Yo-han tightened the reins in his hands. As his horse let out a long neigh, he commanded every unit to commence the subjugation. The army beside him immediately answered with a thunderous cheer. None of them realized that every one of their movements was being carefully observed by someone concealed behind a nearby tree. After watching long enough, the hidden figure arrogantly muttered to himself that the more people gathered, the more they would flock to that place. It was obvious that he had already prepared a trap and was simply waiting for Kim Yo-han's force to walk straight into it, believing that the more of them who came, the more of them would die. Johann Eitz yanked hard on the reins, causing his horse to rear up as he loudly ordered all units to commence the subjugation. Although the people behind him had not yet seen what was lurking beyond the edge of the forest, they still charged forward with burning determination. Pleased by their morale, Johann shouted that everyone was to follow the assault squad, kill every last goblin, and let none of them escape. Goran seized the momentum as well, urging the soldiers around him to advance without retreating under any circumstances. No sooner had he finished speaking than he drove his sword straight into the head of a goblin crouching before him. Not far away, Shuka was thoroughly enjoying the slaughter. She scoffed that the goblins were practically nothing more than rats and, without noticing Valiant's face turning visibly pale, remarked that she could not believe people had actually struggled against creatures like those. She added that the Saint Aina order apparently had not been nearly as extraordinary as she had expected. Amid the deafening clash of steel and the relentless fighting, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly cut through the battlefield. Gerdolf entered in the most brutal fashion imaginable, riding straight through the enemy while knocking aside every goblin foolish enough to block his path. He was so full of himself that he even shouted his own name before cutting down his opponents. No matter how dense the goblins' encirclement was, it proved meaningless against Gerdolf. Everywhere his horse passed, goblins were mercilessly slaughtered in droves. Even Johann Eitz could not help acknowledging Gerdolf's prowess as he observed the devastation. He admitted to himself that, whatever Gerdolf's faults were, his strength was undeniably reliable, and that he was keeping pace with the breakthrough squad without falling behind in the slightest. Thinking that, Johann quietly rejoiced inwardly, believing that everything was proceeding smoothly and that they would reach the center of the village before long. Even so, Johann rode forward to remind his comrade to stay close and maintain the formation. Although Gerdolf was completely engrossed in the carnage, he still obediently replied that he understood. Before Johann could proceed any further, however, his expression suddenly changed. Standing before the entire force was a goblin riding a massive boar, a sight so unexpected that even he was stunned. He wondered in disbelief what that creature was and questioned whether goblins were actually capable of taming beasts like that. His shock lasted only a moment before excitement returned. He declared that they would attack the rider from both sides. However, Gerdolf charged forward before Johann could even finish speaking, excitedly shouting that it was a hog rider and challenging it head-on. Gerdolf rushed in so recklessly that Johann was caught completely off guard and shouted after him to stop. As expected, the muscle-brained warrior and his horse were both violently tossed into the air by the charging boar. Even while flying helplessly through the air, Gerdolf shamelessly called out Johann's name. Watching the spectacle, Johann coldly muttered that Gerdolf was truly an idiot. Before he could reorganize the formation, another group of fools rushed past him, shouting that Lord Gerdolf had fallen into the enemy lines and that he had to be rescued immediately. Johann finally regained his voice and angrily cursed them as morons before ordering everyone not to break formation. Seeing them charging straight into a trap, he urgently repeated that it was an order and demanded that they return immediately. Despite all of Johann's desperate attempts to restore order, the battlefield continued to echo with agonized screams that made it resemble hell itself. Furious beyond measure, he cursed that those men seemed incapable of doing anything except charging recklessly. Left with no other choice, he reluctantly plunged into the chaotic melee himself. Elsewhere, Goran, who was leading the first follow-up squad, loudly instructed his men not to stop moving and to continue advancing behind the assault squad. At that critical moment, several soldiers rushed up from behind him in panic and reported that there was a serious problem. They urgently informed him that the assault squad had split into two separate groups and anxiously asked what they should do. Staring blankly ahead, Goran could only ask in disbelief whether that had really been part of the plan. His shock was understandable, for an enormous swarm of goblins now covered the battlefield before him like countless ants. Realizing the disastrous situation they had fallen into, Goran bitterly remarked that the creatures were like cockroaches and had somehow managed to surround them in an incredibly short amount of time. Meanwhile, the second follow-up squad continued shouting that they were following Sir Johann despite already being surrounded. As they cautiously retreated, they encouraged one another to move faster so that they would not become trapped. None of them realized that a group of goblins was hiding beneath the earthen trenches behind them. The instant the creatures burst through the wooden covers and sprang out, the soldiers were startled and turned around in horror, exclaiming in shock at the ambush. One blond young soldier hesitated for only a few seconds before the goblins swarmed over him. He desperately screamed that it was an ambush, cried out in agony, and begged for help. His cries, however, were almost instantly drowned out by the horrifying sounds of flesh being torn apart. The situation was no better for Khan's third follow-up squad. Surrounded on every side, the soldiers helplessly cursed, wondering where the goblins kept coming from and lamenting that more of them were appearing everywhere. While desperately swinging his sword to hold the enemy back, Khan shouted that the goblins had prepared a trap for them. He ordered everyone to switch to a defensive formation first, demanded to know where the bugler was, and insisted that they needed to notify the first squad of their situation. The soldier beside him answered in despair that the bugler had already been dragged away and killed. He added that worrying about the assault squad was pointless because all he could see in every direction now were goblins. Khan instinctively moved closer to his comrades before cursing under his breath that everything had become a complete mess. While the others were desperately struggling to survive, Lord Swetelga remained leisurely on the mountainside, observing the battlefield from afar. He grumbled that he was getting too old for this and could not see a thing, apparently still unaware of the severity of the situation. He continued muttering that whatever ordeal they were facing was all because of that brat Johann, adding that even though the voice of the Ifael River had not yet ceased. Before finishing his complaint, however, Lord Swetelga suddenly realized that something was terribly wrong. He remarked that even the goblins were behaving strangely, explaining that they would normally panic and flee after a few of them were killed, yet the ones before them were fighting with inexplicable bravery. At that moment, Goiden cautiously approached and addressed Master Swetelga. After noticing that he had his attention, Goiden explained that Sir Johann had specifically ordered them to keep an eye on Lord Stefan to prevent him from doing anything reckless, but Lord Stefan had suddenly begun acting on his own. At the same time, Stefan Abner was heard telling everyone not to wander off carelessly. Having never been particularly fond of the spoiled noble, Lord Swetelga dismissed the matter with an indifferent wave of his hand, saying that he neither knew nor cared because he was not Stefan's parent and had no intention of taking responsibility for everything. Goiden decided not to press the issue and instead reported another equally troubling matter. He explained that Karamov had been acting strangely, noting that the creature would normally have bitten him several times already, yet it now looked unusually exhausted for some unknown reason. Before Lord Swetelga could assess the situation, Stefan Abner suddenly rushed over, shouting that he had found something strange. Without even taking a proper look, Lord Swetelga sarcastically asked whether he had found goblin droppings, adding that if they brewed them properly, they might even cure his stupidity. The mockery ended the instant the cloth was pulled away to reveal a bizarre skull. Lord Swetelga's face immediately turned ashen. Recovering from his shock, he frantically knocked the object out of Stefan Abner's hands before shouting in horror, demanding to know what he had brought back because it was a cursed totem. Annoyed, Stefan Abner crushed the skull beneath his foot while Lord Swetelga urgently instructed everyone that if they encountered anything like that again, they were to destroy it immediately. Looking somewhat embarrassed, Stefan Abner interrupted and awkwardly addressed the old sage before pointing behind him and innocently explaining that the real problem was that there had not been just one or two of those things. The color immediately drained from Lord Swetelga's face. Suppressing his growing anxiety, he quickly asked how many people they still had left. Goiden immediately held up both hands as he estimated that, including Doris's caravan, they had only 10 people remaining. Realizing there was no time to waste, Lord Swetelga immediately ordered everyone to mobilize and destroy every cursed totem they found without delay, emphasizing that they had to begin immediately. Back at the center of the battlefield, Khan's group was exhausted from fighting an endless tide of goblins. Between heavy breaths, Khan urged everyone to stay focused. He reminded them to look at the comrades who had already fallen and warned that anyone who lost their strength would be dragged away and killed. At the same time, he encouraged them to endure until Sir Johann arrived. He even joked that they had to stay alive if they ever wanted to get paid, hoping the promise of money would keep their spirits alive. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shuka became the next person to collapse. Having no strength left to stand, she could only curse as she watched the approaching goblins. Just as despair completely overwhelmed her, she felt something slimy wrap around her feet. As she was dragged toward the goblins, she desperately dug her fingers into the ground, struggling to buy even a few more moments. The overwhelming difference in both numbers and strength, however, made resistance impossible. As she was lifted into the air, moments away from execution, a familiar horse suddenly appeared before her. Unable to see its rider, Shuka painfully muttered that she could not believe she had been defeated by nothing more than goblins. At that exact moment, a powerful arm sliced through the air. Wherever Johann Eitz swung his weapon, the surrounding goblins were instantly torn apart. Although he cut through the enemy effortlessly, he could not remain optimistic. He thought bitterly that the goblins simply kept coming, and that if he did not return to the main force soon, the consequences would be disastrous. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he noticed movement in the distance. The gigantic boar from earlier had somehow caught up with him. Strapped to its back was one of Johann's buglers as a gruesome trophy. The man's expression had become completely lifeless, while tears still streamed from his empty eye sockets. The goblin riding the boar casually placed the bugler's helmet upon its own head before blowing the horn it had taken from him, completely unaware of its significance. Upon hearing the familiar sound, the bugler struggled desperately and screamed in agony. His desperate cries reached Johann's ears like a death sentence. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Johann leaped from his horse and muttered that this had become unbearably irritating. Before making his move, he turned to his loyal mount and quietly instructed Philip that he probably would not be able to protect him, so the horse should keep its head down and stay back. Seeing Johann standing alone, the goblin shrieked excitedly before frantically driving the boar straight toward him. This time, however, Johann had no intention of dodging. Tightening his fist, he stepped forward and struck the charging boar squarely on the snout with all his strength, bringing the beast to an abrupt halt. The tremendous impact launched the goblin high into the air. Having completely entered a frenzied state of battle, Johann coldly declared that from that moment onward, it was the goblin's turn to be beaten. The battlefield had become nothing short of a living hell as the goblins spread terror among everyone present. The soldiers cried out in agony, cursing the monsters, while others groaned in pain after being attacked. After enduring repeated assaults, their anger gradually gave way to overwhelming fear. They desperately begged for help and screamed in terror. In their despair, they instinctively sought salvation from their commander, pleading for Lord Gerdolf to save them. However, the soldier who called for him failed to realize that even his cries for help were becoming weaker as he admitted that he did not want to die and called Gerdolf's name with fading strength. In the end, all Gerdolf could hear were the miserable screams of his men. After standing frozen for several seconds, he cast aside all hesitation and charged into the enemy ranks with a furious battle cry. However, as Gerdolf fought recklessly on all sides, he failed to notice that he was exposing numerous openings for the goblins to exploit. He shouted that he would never forgive them, but after only a single impact, he was sent flying back nearly 100 meters. Although he struggled desperately to regain his balance under the weight of his body, Gerdolf gritted his teeth and declared that Gerdolf would not lose and that he would never give up. Before he could finish speaking, however, he nearly collapsed as he realized that the creatures surrounding him were no longer goblins, but a pack of ferocious wild boars. Fear seeped into every part of his body, making him sink even deeper into despair. He blamed himself for everything, lamenting that it was all because of him. Images of his fallen subordinates replayed in his mind one after another, filling him with profound regret as he mourned his men. For the first time in his life, Gerdolf broke down in tears and choked out that they were his comrades. The wild boars had long since grown impatient and continuously tightened their encirclement while growling threateningly. With no avenue of escape remaining, Gerdolf resolved to perish together with his enemies. Declaring once more that he would never forgive them, he gathered every ounce of his remaining strength, raised his massive axe, and roared that Gerdolf would have his revenge. Fueled by the hatred born from the sacrifice of his comrades, Gerdolf succeeded in smashing open the head of one of the wild boars. That very beast happened to be carrying the goblin leader on its back. Believing that this single achievement had made his life worthwhile, Gerdolf called out to his commander, Sir Johann, before apologizing for everything. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a sword was suddenly flung high into the air. Khan clutched his injured shoulder, glared at the goblin before him, and cursed under his breath. After several exhausting battles had drained his strength, he painfully realized that those creatures were no ordinary goblins. Carefully observing the goblins waiting around them, Khan warned everyone not to think of them as the goblins they were familiar with. He urged them to be especially careful of the one bearing a tattoo on his forehead, explaining that he was leading the entire pack. After taking in the information, Dyke turned toward Priestess Valian, who was clutching her stomach and breathing heavily behind him. He warned that her wound might become infected and told her that they would hold the line while she rested. Despite being covered in injuries, Valian stubbornly insisted that she could not do that because everyone else was risking their lives, and she could not simply sit back and rest. Dyke finally lost his patience and raised his voice, ordering her to rest if someone told her to do so. He angrily declared that worrying about her was endangering everyone else's lives as well, even snapping that she might as well drop dead already. With every word Dyke spoke, Valian's face grew paler. She bit her lip tightly to stop herself from bursting into tears. In the end, protected by the people surrounding her, Valian lowered her head to the ground. Overwhelmed by helplessness and weakness, she could only whisper that she was sorry. Away from the battlefield, Lord Swedelga's group stared at the pile of skulls before them. One of them complained that it looked like they were finally finished. Wanting to make absolutely certain, Lord Sudelga asked whether they had truly gathered every last one of them. Goyden carried over the final skull, looked up, and confidently replied that he had checked several times already. Meanwhile, Stefan Abner, who had been reduced to manual labor, complained between heavy breaths that gathering the skulls was pointless busywork and sarcastically asked whether everyone had forgotten that he was an Abner. Ignoring Stefan entirely, Lord Swetelga simply raised his staff and instructed everyone to keep quiet and move aside, explaining that he had no idea what kind of magic might have been cast upon the skulls. He then smashed the skulls into pieces without realizing that this single action had completely turned the tide for those still fighting outside. The moment the goblins lost the magical support sustaining them, they immediately revealed their true nature. Every one of them trembled uncontrollably as though stricken with terror. Goran instantly sensed that something was wrong and shouted that the goblins were running away. Shuka, who had been lying exhausted nearby, noticed the surrounding goblins fleeing after hearing Goran's warning. Immediately raising his head, he seized the opportunity and ordered everyone to press the attack. Those who had only moments earlier been standing on the verge of death suddenly regained their fighting spirit and charged forward without hesitation. Within moments, the goblins fell one after another like harvested wheat. Looking over the countless corpses scattered around them, the survivors finally breathed sighs of relief, saying that they were alive and that it seemed most of the goblins had fled. Even so, one of them questioned why the goblins had suddenly retreated. The companion beside him replied that nobody knew and admitted that he did not even have the energy left to think about such matters. Standing silently nearby, Khan suddenly poured cold water over everyone's optimism by reminding them that it was not over yet. He urged everyone to stay alert under all circumstances until they found Sir Johan and regrouped, warning them not to let their guard down. Gathering his remaining strength, Khan then instructed everyone to head toward the village entrance on the opposite side. Before they could reorganize themselves, however, Dyke suddenly noticed something unusual. He pointed toward the distance and remarked that there had never been a hill like that marked on the map. Khan quickly walked over, only to stammer in disbelief as he wondered what in the world they were looking at. When his vision finally focused, he realized that it was not a hill at all, but an enormous mountain of goblin corpses. Reality proved that Khan's conclusion was entirely correct. What he had overlooked, however, was the familiar figure standing atop that mountain of corpses. Johann Eitz casually greeted the group, remarking that it was them. He then apologized sincerely, explaining that he had tried to arrive as quickly as possible and was sorry for being late. Without moving from where he stood, Johann immediately asked whether everyone was doing all right. Leaving the emotional reunion of the survivors behind, the scene shifted to a dark and secluded location. As soon as a newcomer entered, the figure hiding in the darkness remarked that they had arrived and asked about the situation. The scout wasted no time reporting that they had lost the village, and admitted in disbelief that a single person had managed to wipe out so many goblins. His tone then became far more serious, as he added that the enemy must also have had a mage with them because the totems had been destroyed. After absorbing the grim report, another member of the group complained that the place was no longer safe. He remarked that relying solely on goblins to defend the area had been a mistake, even though the completion of that had been so close. Before they could devise another plan, however, a cold voice suddenly interrupted them, ordering them to prepare the darkness. The sorcerer responsible for the entire incident remained perfectly calm as he declared that nothing had changed. He explained that they simply needed to change the sacrifice. Their new target, it became clear, was none other than Johann Eitz. After the life and death battle, Kim Johann's group quickly returned to the Haincut village outpost, where an enraged voice suddenly shouted Gerdolf's name. Standing before the dejected man kneeling on the ground, Kim Johann demanded to know why Gerdolf had disregarded the plan, acted on his own, and disobeyed his orders. Having lost all of his usual confidence, Gerdolf simply admitted that he was sorry. Kim Johann refused to let the matter end there, and asked whether Gerdolf had any idea what had happened because he had broken formation. Without waiting for an answer, he explained that the formation had collapsed, everyone had been thrown into chaos, and that because they had lost the bugler, they had nearly been wiped out. Knowing Gerdolf already understood the consequences, Kim Johann declared that whether someone was a noble, a mercenary, or even a slave, he regarded every one of them as comrades. He then harshly asked Gerdolf what the word comrade meant to him, and whether he believed a comrade was merely someone whose life did not matter as long as he received the credit. Although Gerdolf remained silent, his thoughts began dwelling on the meaning of the word comrade. Ignoring his silence, Kim Johann concluded that disobeying orders was punishable by flogging under military law and asked whether Gerdolf was prepared to accept that punishment. At that very moment, a familiar voice interrupted from behind him as Inno Goen called out to Sir Johan and insisted that Gerdolf's disobedience was his own responsibility. He confessed that he had raised his son to charge recklessly at the strongest enemy the moment he found one, and declared that the fault lay entirely with him. Though normally a stern father, every word he spoke brought tears to Gerdolf's eyes, as Inogon argued that if Gerdolf were injured now, the goblin subjugation would effectively be over. He begged Kim Johan to punish him instead, and pleaded for Gerdolf to be allowed to continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange silence settled over the room. Although Kim Johan showed no change in expression, inwardly he admitted that he had never expected to see such a side of Sir Inno, and had not imagined that the man would willingly sacrifice himself for Gerdolf. His thoughts drifted back to the cruel words Inogoen had once spoken to his son, when he had scornfully declared that Gerdolf had not only suffered a pathetic defeat, but had become a useless cripple, and had demanded to know how much money he had spent teaching him swordsmanship. Because of those memories, Kim Johan came to believe that everything Sir Inno had done had ultimately been for the honor of his family. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the loud sound of Gerdolf repeatedly striking his forehead against the ground. Ignoring the blood running down his face, Gerdolf solemnly addressed Sir Johan before promising that he would never violate orders again and that he would never abandon his comrades. Kim Johan recognized the sincerity in Gerdolf's words, but found himself unable to respond immediately. After a brief silence, he finally turned away and said that, for Sir Inno's sake, he would let the matter pass this time. With tears welling up in his eyes, Inogoen repeatedly thanked Sir Johan, but before he could continue, Kim Johan coldly interrupted him. He warned them not to mistake his leniency, and declared that if such an incident ever happened again, he would leave the matter to House Abner. The threat immediately took effect, as Inogoen vividly imagined what Ulrika Abner would do to him. Throwing away every shred of dignity, he grabbed Kim Johan's cloak and desperately begged him not to let Lady Ulrike handle the punishment. In his panic, he even pleaded for Sir Johan to punish him personally instead, prompting the onlookers to wonder in disbelief what had caused such an absurdly dramatic change in attitude. Setting aside the matter of Inogoen's family, Kim Johan gathered everyone together to discuss the operation. He announced that they had successfully driven the goblin swarms out of the village and that half the battle had already been won. Based on everything he had witnessed, he concluded that the goblins who had escaped had likely scattered throughout the mine shafts. After politely waiting for Kim Johan to finish speaking, Lord Swetelga cleared his throat and remarked that he had never explained the third reason the previous subjugation had failed, adding that he would reveal it now. Drawing everyone's attention to the skull resting on the table, Lord Swetelga explained that someone was controlling the goblins, and that the totem served as proof. He further stated that this was probably why the Holy Knights had been unable to use their divine power. His tone grew increasingly contemptuous as he explained that the totem had been imbued with black magic, was most likely the work of fanatical cultists who had broken a sacred taboo, and that such mediocre individuals were always obsessed with disgusting blood-fueled magic and other twisted practices. Unable to hide her anger, Valian leapt to her feet and demanded to know whether that meant there were heretics in the village, insisting that if there were, they had to be purified immediately. Lord Sudelga, however, calmly told her not to worry, explaining that they would naturally encounter those heretics during the mission, and that, for the moment, their priority should remain the goblins. Kim Johan then spread out a map and announced that, starting the following day, they would exterminate every goblin that had fled into the caves. Instead of relying solely on force, he proposed filling the tunnels with burning straw so the goblins would be forced out gasping for air, allowing them to be killed with ease. Determined not to have another incident like Gerdolf's, Kim Johan firmly instructed everyone to divide the mountain into sectors, exterminate every goblin, thoroughly clear the area, and wipe them out completely. Dyke immediately volunteered by saying that the beastmen would take responsibility for locating the caves. Standing beside him, Shuka readily agreed, remarking that they had smelled those goblins more than enough for a lifetime. Satisfied, Kim Johan told them he was counting on them. He acknowledged that everyone was exhausted, but encouraged them to endure just a little longer. As he watched everyone begin moving into action, he added that the finish line was finally in sight and wished them good luck. In response, everyone answered in unison that they understood, addressing him as Sir. United by everyone's determination, Kim Johan felt a surge of hope, believing that the end of the subjugation was finally near. Yet before he could fully embrace that optimism, his thoughts drifted back to memories of his past. He recalled that he had grown up in poverty, and that from childhood into his youth, he had always been pursued by the burden of money. Fate had continuously thrown him into one cruel situation after another, and he remembered that even his home had been burned down, leaving him with no choice but to flee. Even so, he reflected that all those painful experiences had ultimately become the driving force behind his current ambition. He resolved that if he succeeded this time, his life could change completely, and swore that no matter what, he would obtain the taxation rights to the land. The following day, the Hindcut Mountains echoed with the miserable cries of goblins as Valian relentlessly cut them down. However, she herself was so exhausted that she could barely catch her breath. While she paused for a brief moment to recover, a goblin suddenly leaped out to ambush her. Seeing her crippled left arm, she realized in horror that she could no longer block attacks with it. The pain she had expected never came because Shuka rushed in and rescued her before the attack could land. After eliminating the remaining goblins, Shuka turned to Valian and asked how she was holding up. Valian looked down at her unresponsive sword and replied that she was fine, but admitted that Aina's flame still refused to ignite. Doubts continued to pile up in her mind as she wondered whether the totem was preventing her from using her power. Before Valian could find an answer, Shuka approached her again and cheerfully suggested that she would watch Valian's left side so that Valian could focus entirely on the right. Deeply moved, Valian could only whisper Shuka's name in gratitude. Elsewhere, Kim Yohan directed the others as they disposed of the goblin corpses filling a massive pit. During the work, Goran noticed the bandages wrapped around Kim Johan's sword and asked why it had been covered that way. Kim Johan casually dismissed the question, saying that it was nothing. Despite his indifferent answer, he privately reflected that, because of the black magic and all the strange events surrounding them, he had brought the seal retriever just in case, although he sincerely hoped he would never have to use it. At that moment, Lord Sudalga excitedly waved at him from afar and called for him. Even before Kim Johan reached him, he could see that the old man's face was practically glowing with excitement. Lord Sudalga eagerly asked whether Kim Johan knew what he had discovered. Remaining as calm as ever, Kim Johan simply asked what it was. Unable to contain himself, Lord Sudalga grabbed Kim Johan by the shoulders and excitedly announced that he had discovered an ancient temple. Still not understanding why it was such a remarkable discovery, Kim Johan questioned whether an ancient temple was truly that impressive. Lord Sudalga scolded him, declaring that ancient mysteries were worth more than all the gold in the world. Watching the old man's enthusiasm, Kim Johan thought to himself that Lord Sudalga had complained endlessly when they first began the expedition, so it was nice to see him in such a good mood now. Oblivious to the sarcasm, Lord Sudalga burst into laughter and proclaimed that the voice of the Iphael River must have guided him there. After walking a little farther, Kim Johan suddenly noticed a massive shadow falling over him. Looking up, he was astonished by the sheer size of the temple, which far exceeded anything he had ever imagined. Sensing his surprise, Lord Sudalga explained that the entrance was a stone gate infused with mana, and that it would take several days for him to open it using magic. He therefore suggested delaying the subjugation for a while. Kim Johan rejected the proposal without hesitation, insisting that they could not afford any further delays. Lord Sudalga exploded in frustration and accused Kim Johan of being far too concerned with worldly matters, complaining that priceless ancient mysteries stood right before him while Kim Johan cared only about taxation rights. Ignoring the complaints, Kim Johan placed both hands on the stone gate and wondered whether it was really that difficult to open. Lord Sudalga scoffed and warned him not to waste his effort, insisting that such a crude approach would not even leave a scratch on the gate. Nevertheless, Kim Johan stubbornly poured more and more strength into his arms. Lord Sudalga dismissed the attempt again, repeating that it was useless. Refusing to give up, Kim Johan strained with every ounce of strength he possessed until, to Lord Sudalga's utter astonishment, the enormous stone gate slowly swung open beneath the force of his bare hands. Seeing the stunned expressions around him, Kim Johan calmly remarked that the gate was now open and that Lord Sudalga owed him one. Meanwhile, Lord Sudalga was left speechless, inwardly wondering what kind of monstrous strength the young man possessed if he could open such a gigantic mana-infused stone gate with nothing but his own physical power. All he could manage to say aloud was that he understood. Recovering from his shock, Lord Sudalga quickly regained his composure and led the group into the ancient temple. As they proceeded inside, Goiden asked Kim Yohan whether an ancient temple might contain valuable magical items. Kim Yohan openly admitted that this was exactly why he had brought Goiden along, to carry all of them. Goiden immediately slumped in disappointment and quietly muttered that he had apparently been brought along as nothing more than a porter. Kim Yohan paid no further attention to him and instead fixed his gaze on Lord Sudolga's back. After watching him for a while, he hesitantly called out, addressing him as Master Swetka. Receiving no response, Kim Yohan grew increasingly uneasy. He called out again, his voice noticeably more anxious, but the prolonged silence only deepened his concern. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted at the top of his lungs for Master Swetka. Yohanates was startled and called out in surprise, asking whether it was Master Sudurg. He then shouted Master Sudurg's name again in anguish. Staring intently at him, Johann wondered to himself if he was being controlled by something. Suddenly, Lord Suedelga cried out in pain before letting out a prolonged scream. As the image of Iphael appeared before him, he shouted even louder, asking whether that was not the image of Iphael, the goddess of the dawn. The sight left both Johann Ates and Goiden staring helplessly. Lord Sudelga enthusiastically praised Iphael, telling Johann to look at the intricate and beautiful form of the goddess Iphael and asking whether he could possibly gaze upon the statue without feeling anything at all. Johann calmly replied that it was indeed magnificent and asked Lord Sudelga to stay close to him. Lord Sudelga burst into delighted laughter and agreed. Watching the dramatic change in his behavior, Johann thought to himself that it was unbelievable how someone who had been so irritable earlier had suddenly turned into a complete fanboy. As he watched Lord Sudelga stare at Iphael with sparkling eyes, Johann reflected that she was the goddess of the Iphael River. A moment later, he realized something and wondered whether it was only him. Glancing toward the statue again, he speculated that he felt as though he had seen that goddess somewhere before. Iphael remained perfectly still without the slightest movement. Suddenly, Lord Suedelga shattered the silence by excitedly telling Johann that he had a good feeling about the place and suggesting that they continue searching for more mysteries. Startled, Johann quickly nodded and agreed. The three of them proceeded deeper into the ruins. Walking at the front, Johann remarked that he could not sense anyone's presence there and observed that the torches looked as though they had been hanging there for centuries. Following behind him, Lord Sudelga commented that, with such a massive door blocking the entrance, it was no wonder no one had managed to get inside. He then added that he only hoped the grave robbers had not already stolen the artifacts. Looking puzzled, Johann asked whether they themselves were not there to steal the artifacts as well. Goiden trailed behind them, crying out in fear because of the tremendous height. Johann paid no attention, firmly grabbed both of his companions, and leaped across the enormous black pit in a single bound. Lord Sudelga activated a hidden switch, causing countless sharp spikes to shoot out. The sudden trap frightened Goiden so badly that he nearly burst into tears. Johann continued forward with a serious expression, before suddenly noticing something. He remarked that it was a light. Lord Sudelga cautiously peeked ahead to assess the situation. His eyes abruptly widened in horror as though he had witnessed something terrifying. Staring at the figures in black robes, he exclaimed that black mages were performing a ritual. He immediately waved his arm and urged Johann to hurry before they finished casting their spells. Johann instantly charged forward. After counting that there were 5 of them in total, he resolved to cut them all down in a single strike. With one swift slash of his sword, he effortlessly cut down several of the black mages, concluding that it was enough. One of the black mages, whose neck had been slashed, clutched his throat and screamed in agony as Johann rapidly closed the distance. Biting his lip, Johann cursed under his breath, realizing that one of them had managed to dodge the attack. To his astonishment, however, the surviving black mage suddenly leaped backward before Johann could react. Trembling as he held his wounded neck, the mage laughed arrogantly and demanded to know how they had managed to get inside, insisting that there was no way they could have opened the massive stone gate. Without hesitation, the black mage pulled out a small red vial and raised it to his mouth, declaring that it no longer mattered because the ritual had already been completed. Meanwhile, the corpses of the fallen black mages began emitting thick black smoke. One of the corpses slowly twisted into a horrifying shape, its face becoming grotesquely deformed. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Johann cautiously observed that the dead black mages appeared to be melting. Before his eyes, their bodies completely dissolved into smoke until almost nothing remained. The surviving black mage gradually revealed his horrifying true form and laughed maliciously. Although concern flickered across Johann's face, he remained composed and admitted that he had never imagined anything so unrealistic could exist in the world. He concluded that the situation was looking very bad. Outside, black smoke spread rapidly in every direction. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Haincut cave, one of the subordinates stared in shock and shouted, asking what the strange phenomenon was. Another subordinate loudly warned the others that something was emerging from the goblin corpses. All of a sudden, a vast purple rift opened in the sky and began drawing everything on the ground into it. Another subordinate looked upward and wondered whether it was an eclipse. Valian stared in astonishment and declared that it was not an eclipse. He demanded to know what on earth it was and remarked that it felt as though a divine curse had been unleashed. A savage-looking goblin suddenly emerged before them. Terrified, one of the subordinates gasped that the creatures had gone into a frenzy. Back inside, Johann Eitz, Lord Swidelga, and Goiden struggled desperately to resist the overwhelming force. Pale with fear, Lord Swidelga exclaimed that the aura was unimaginably hideous and wondered what on earth the black mages had been doing in that place. Something terrifying suddenly appeared as a massive foot slammed heavily onto the ground. The black mage bared his fangs aggressively, radiating an even more overwhelming aura of menace. Standing before the grotesque creature, Johann Eitz remarked that it was a hideous-looking thing and thought that he should have finished it off immediately. Without warning, something coiled up, preparing to strike. The monstrous entity lunged straight at Johann, but he narrowly avoided the attack with remarkable agility. He immediately counterattacked with a decisive slash, his sharp blade sweeping past the black mage's body. However, when he realized that his strike had done absolutely nothing, he froze in astonishment for a brief moment, horrified as he realized that he could not even feel his sword making contact with anything, and that he was unable to cut the creature at all. The black mage wasted no time launching a devastating counterattack. Johann desperately raised his sword to block the blow, but to his horror, the weapon suddenly shattered into countless fragments. He stared in disbelief, realizing that his sword had been completely destroyed. Left utterly defenseless, he could do nothing but watch as the overwhelming force sent him flying backward. His body slammed violently into a wall, and he cried out in pain. The black mage burst into triumphant laughter before mockingly remarking that Johann made a very pleasant sound. Witnessing everything unfold, Lord Södelga anxiously shouted that Johann had to use a silver weapon against evil entities. Overcome with urgency, he ordered Goiden to bring the silver sword to Johann at once. Holding the small silver sword in trembling hands, Goiden fearfully asked whether he was really expected to do it. After swallowing nervously in an attempt to steady himself, he gathered his courage. Meanwhile, Johann forced himself back onto his feet, spitting out blood as he struggled to recover. Looking down at his injured arm, he realized that his gauntlet had been smashed apart by a single strike, and concluded that the black mage was on an entirely different level from any enemy he had faced before. As he recalled the creature's savage appearance, he thought that its tentacles were far sharper and tougher than they looked. Reflecting on his desperate attempts to fight it, he realized with growing frustration that he could not cut the creature at all. He could not understand why, but every swing of his sword felt as though he were slashing through empty air. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, startling Johann. The voice informed him that silver swords were said to be effective against the creature. From the distance, Goiden hurled the small silver sword toward him while urging him to catch it. Johann swiftly caught the weapon. As though renewed with strength, he charged forward with reckless determination. In the next instant, something flashed past him at incredible speed. Goiden was still smiling, but in the blink of an eye, his smile was stained crimson. Standing nearby, Lord Sudelga turned pale in utter shock. Johann himself suffered a wound across his face from whatever had just sliced past him, yet he paid no attention to his own injury, and looked only toward Goiden. The grotesque creature was now drenched in fresh blood. Goiden's neck had been cleanly severed by the monster's attack, and he collapsed, lifelessly. Johann stood frozen in absolute disbelief. Overwhelmed with grief as he watched his comrade fall, he let out a heart-rending scream, crying out Goiden's name in anguish. Fresh blood gushed from Golden's mouth as the tentacle that had reached him immediately recoiled, leaving a long cut across his neck. Witnessing the scene, Johann Eitz cried out in agony that Golden was dead. Golden's body collapsed into the pool of blood. Seeing this, the black shadow opened its mouth and laughed gleefully, saying that it felt as though it had stepped on a bug. Johann Eitz lowered his head, clenching the hand at his side. In his heart, he remembered Golden's radiant smile and the way Golden had respectfully called him Master Johann. Golden had once shyly confided that he had needed money to send back to his family and had therefore ended up as a slave. Concerned, Golden had then asked whether bad things happened to Johann too, even though he was a noble. Johann Eitz's brows had furrowed tightly, and his eyes had revealed a hint of anticipation as he asked whether Golden wanted him to call him by his name. He had then declared that, since things had turned out that way, they should simply focus on surviving. The two of them had gone on to share delicious meals together, with Golden remarking that the meat was incredibly tender. Later, Golden had delightedly discovered Karamaf and exclaimed over how cute he was. Throughout their journey, Golden had always smiled brightly. He had congratulated Sir Johann and told him that he would soon be settling in Marseille. He had also played with Karamaf, telling him to give his hand before yelping when Karamaf bit him and ordering him to stop. With unmistakable happiness on his face, Golden had thanked Sir Johann and confessed that even if he had not been a slave, he knew he would still have chosen to remain by Johann's side. Now, however, Golden lay motionless before him. Unable to accept what had happened, Johann Eitz tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger. At the same time, the creature's sharp spines suddenly thrust toward him, with several tentacles charging straight at him. One tentacle after another pierced through Johann Eitz's body. Ignoring everything, he swung his dagger and cut at them. Wave after wave of tentacles was severed as his razor-sharp blade pierced through their thick shells. Johann Eitz gritted his teeth and continued hacking at the creature with furious determination. Seeing this, the black shadow opened its mouth and shouted in contempt that Johann was a fool if he thought he could take it on with a puny silver sword. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the creature directed its tentacles straight at him and commanded him to die. The armor on Johann Eitz's arm cracked. At that moment, a flash of light emerged from the damaged area. His next slash severed what remained of the creature's final hope. The black shadow recoiled in shock. Johann Eitz was now holding a sword in his hand. Overcome with fear, the creature trembled and stammered in disbelief, wondering what that sword was. Once again, the creature launched an attack, but Johann Eitz remained where he was and dealt with it effortlessly. The black shadow widened its eyes in disbelief, unable to understand how it was possible for Johann to cut through its hardened tentacles. The words inscribed on the sword radiated immense power, causing the creature to wonder whether that sword could possibly be what it thought it was. Only after a moment did it finally recognize the weapon as the seal retriever. Johann Eitz's footsteps raced across the ground. This time, the black shadow poured all its strength into its attack, but Johann Eitz calmly dealt with everything it threw at him. The creature cursed in frustration, beginning to ask how Johann could possibly have that sword. It then bared its sharp teeth and shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how he had obtained it. A trace of madness flashed through Johann Eitz's eyes. The creature had no time to evade the incoming blade, and Johann quickly brought the battle to an end. Its head, still wearing an expression of bewilderment, was sent flying into the distance. Johann Eitz stood silently where he was until the enormous corpse finally crashed to the ground. His eyes still burned with anger. The red glow in the black shadow's eyes had already disappeared. Suddenly, however, its mouth moved again as it declared that it could not fight that thing. A figure jumped out from the creature's hat. Several legs growing from the back of its neck carried it away as it frantically thought that this lunatic was the one who had killed Karamov and that it had to escape immediately. Johann Eitz's figure appeared directly behind it. The creature realized in horror that Johann was the emperor and decided that it had to inform his majesty. Without hesitation, Johann Eitz swung his dagger downward. This time, the creature's head was smashed to pieces. Even the shattered fragments continued to emit a grating sound as they cursed in frustration. Finally, a cloud of black smoke poured out, declaring that glory belonged to the Holy Empire. Johann Eitz was startled and looked around. The surroundings suddenly became dark. An indistinct voice called out to him by name, addressing him as Johann Eitz. The figure before him caused Johann to wonder in confusion whether it was Karamov. Karamov's eyes opened wide. while the corner of his mouth continued to move as he murmured that it seemed it was not time yet. A look of horror appeared on Karamov's face as he told Johann that they would meet again soon. The fragmented voices calling his name eventually jolted Johann Eitz awake. When Lord Sudelga sat up, he saw someone beside him. The person addressed him as Master Sudelga and slowly brought a bottle of medicine toward him, explaining that the bastard had been troublesome until the very end, and that Swetelga had nearly died from inhaling the smoke released when the creature perished. Lord Swetelga's eyes wavered slightly as he remarked that the water of the Yahello River had saved him once again. The other person startled him by explaining that he had not merely saved Swetelga. Karamov then looked toward Golden and explained that, because Golden's head had not been completely severed, he had managed to pull him back from the brink. He added that Golden's body had been healed, although there was no telling when he would wake up. Golden's eyes remained tightly closed. Karamov nevertheless remarked that this was surely better than losing Golden for good. After saying this, Lord Swetelga carefully lifted Golden into his arms and gently placed a hand on his neck. He then thanked Master Swetelga before leaving Karamov alone. Karamov then inspected the depression in the ground and noticed that something remained there. He reflected that before the Black Mage had died, he had cried out for the Emperor. A thoughtful expression briefly crossed Karamov's face as he concluded that the Emperor had meddled with something he should not have. Lord Swetelga lowered his head as he sat there and acknowledged that Karamov really had been the one carrying that magic sword. He then asked whether Karamov had looted it after killing the Emperor's hound. Karamov turned toward him and confirmed that he had. He explained that he had brought it just in case and was glad that he had done so. The other man slowly told Karamov that he had saved his life that day. Karamov then added in a low voice that he swore on the name of the Yahello River that he would pretend he had never seen anything. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lord Swetelga's mouth as he replied that he would have believed Karamov even without an oath and remarked that they were in the same boat now. A trace of sadness appeared in Karamov's eyes as he reflected that the Yahello River had truly plunged him into the turbulent currents of the world. He then suggested that they quickly check for any artifacts and leave, explaining that he did not want to stay there for even a second longer. The sunlight gradually disappeared behind the mountain peak. Lord Swetelga looked up in bewilderment and observed that the sun was already setting, meaning that they must have been inside the temple longer than they had realized. He then turned back and reminded Karamov that they should head back because they needed to check on the rest of the subjugation force. Nearby, a crow opened its beak and let out a cry before flying away as the two men approached. A blue light appeared before them, causing both men to stop. Lord Swetelga stared at it in shock and wondered what it was. The entire mountain was surrounded by an enormous force of power, which Karamov identified as the flames of Saint Aina. Karamov quickly realized that, with the Black Mage dead, the Holy Knight's power must have returned. His voice gradually lowered as he explained that those flames would ensure that not a single goblin survived. Karamov's voice echoed amid the surging power as he congratulated Johann and declared that the main cut subjugation had been a success. At night, the usually quiet camp was suddenly disturbed by a loud shout that drew everyone's attention. Goran excitedly called for everyone to look at him and announced that, to celebrate the successful hindcut subjugation, Sir Johann would now say a few words. He proudly introduced Sir Johann and congratulated him on the successful mission. Everyone below became excited, applauding and cheering while thanking him for his hard work. Johann Eitz happily raised the glass in his hand and enthusiastically invited everyone to drink as much as they wanted, declaring that the drinks were on him and that the night belonged to those who had survived. The soldiers below eagerly joined in the celebration with immense joy. Johann Eitz smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly disappeared as he reflected that the hindcut goblin subjugation had been completed. He had thrown a party for the mercenaries, and that night, everyone's hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. In the darkness that covered the forest, a small flickering fire could be seen. The sound of people clinking their glasses filled the area with excitement as everyone urged one another to drink until they could drink no more. They drank themselves thoroughly drunk because of their overwhelming happiness. Dyke stood there cheerfully making jokes, causing everyone to burst into laughter, while the soldiers refused to be outdone and continued making jokes of their own to keep the celebration going. With his cheeks flushed from drunkenness, Goran encouraged everyone to empty their cups, joking that if they did not drink that day, they would regret it when they woke up the next day. Deeper inside the dark forest, two people were secretly embracing each other while on a private date. The moonlight illuminated the place where everyone was celebrating together, Shuka cheerfully recalled that they had all seen what had happened, explaining that the sky had suddenly gone dark like an eclipse. She happily added that the goblins had then gone completely berserk. However, not long afterward, Shuka became somber as she remembered how, the moment they had been surrounded by those crazed creatures, she had thought that it was probably the end for them. A terrifying monster came running toward them at high speed. Suddenly, Johann Eitz appeared and stepped on the monster. He firmly gripped his weapon before decisively bringing it down with tremendous force, smashing the monster into countless fragments. Afterward, the sun gradually rose and illuminated the area, accompanied by the explanation that no one knew how it had happened, but the sky had cleared up again in an instant. Lord Swidelga turned toward the others tensely and explained that it was likely because the black magic covering the village had been dispelled once Johann had defeated the mage. He remarked that, when viewed that way, everything suddenly made sense. He then somberly pointed out that everyone had witnessed it for themselves. Once the black magic had disappeared and the goblins had regained their power, the holy knights of Saint Aina had. Valian firmly gripped her sword and clenched her teeth, showing her determination. Immediately afterward, a blue light suddenly appeared and began surrounding the entire dark forest. Shuka exclaimed in astonishment that the sight had truly blown her away and that she had had no idea the Saint Aina order was that powerful. As she watched the light continue spreading, she became even more astonished, observing that the lime-green flames had surged through the tunnels and burned every single goblin to a crisp. The goblins hiding inside the caves fearfully clung to one another. The light continued swirling and intertwining, forming numerous overlapping circles. The goblins were engulfed by the radiance and screamed in terror as Shuka realized that even those hiding deep underground had been eliminated, with not a single one left behind. Outside, Shuka and the others could only stand frozen in place as they watched. She slightly parted her lips and widened her eyes in amazement. Valian stood there motionless and silent before declaring that the Haincut goblin subjugation was complete. Dyke laughed heartily and teased Shuka, pointing out that she had looked completely infatuated at the time and asking whether she had not been mocking the Holy Knights for being weak earlier. Shuka casually told him to shut it, admitting that she had not known what she was talking about back then. She then said that she would love to have a drink with Sister Valian and wondered where she had gone. Dyke gently remarked that he had not seen either Valian or Sir Johann for a while. Shuka, however, did not seem particularly concerned and merely looked to the side. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz slowly walked outside. He anxiously reflected on the fact that so many members of the Holy Knight Order had died. He silently observed the swords embedded firmly in the ground and acknowledged that it was not only them, as many of the mercenaries he had hired had also died. Sadly lowering his head, Johann Eitz admitted that the whole mess had started because he wanted to obtain the taxation rights. He clenched his fists and trembled violently as he lamented that, in the end, all those people had died because of him. Suddenly, a voice told him that it was all thanks to him, Sir Johann. Johann Eitz looked up and saw Valian approaching him. She reported that without his help, they would never have been able to purify Haincut. Valian continued by explaining that the sacrifices of those who had died had ultimately prevented the deaths of many more people. Still wearing a disappointed expression, Johann Eitz asked whether the people lying in those graves felt the same way. A voice then answered that, of course, they did. Goiden stepped forward and said that he was certain of it. Johann Eitz called out anxiously upon seeing him awake, exclaiming that Goiden was awake. Goiden gave a strained smile and admitted that he was awake, although he still was not feeling his best. Goiden then looked up at Johann Eitz and began explaining that yesterday, as he had been dying with his throat cut and with death right in front of him, he had not felt even the slightest bit of resentment toward Johann. His eyes glistened as he looked at him, and he confessed that even as his vision had been fading, the only thing he had been thinking was that he was glad he had managed to deliver the silver sword to Sir Johann, and that he was grateful he had accomplished it. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, Goiden explained that this was a world where dying at any time and in any way was perfectly normal. He continued by saying that if there was something that absolutely needed to be done, then even if it meant dying, that was reason enough for him to give his life. The three of them stood solemnly before the swords planted in the ground, and Goiden explained that this was the way everyone in this world hoped to go out. He then turned around with a broad grin and declared that he was saying this as someone who had already died once and that Johann could trust him on that. Hearing those words, Johann Eitz and Valian were both deeply moved, as though they understood exactly what Goiden was feeling at that moment. Goiden then exclaimed that he understood. Johann Eitz walked after him and thanked Goiden for saying that. Meanwhile, Goiden optimistically ran ahead, saying that they should head back to the village because everyone was waiting for them. Khan enthusiastically put his arms around Shuka and Dyke and declared that they should drink until they passed out, in honor of their brothers who had reached heaven first. He then loudly proclaimed that they should steal a sword from an unknown grave and fight, because one would never know whether they were already dead, nor would they know when they would die. He added that a coward would get an arrow in the ass, and that if someone died they would not even get a grave, with their bones simply rotting and scattering away. The group continued drinking and celebrating without a care in the world, insisting that there was no booze for cowards. At that moment, Lord Swetelga held up a book with an ominous expression and called everyone's attention to it, explaining that it was the Black Grimoire containing the ancient mysteries. Gerdolf innocently scratched his head and asked what it was. Inno Gohan nervously explained to Gerdolf that it was a book, essentially a bunch of letters put together, and that it was the kind of thing only narrow-minded and timid people spent their time looking at. He added that it had nothing to do with them. Lord Swetelga clicked his tongue helplessly and complained that this was exactly why he could not stand knights. As several old books appeared, it was revealed that after defeating the Black Mage, they had obtained several artifacts and tools. Among them was a magic book concerning blood, another book for controlling goblins, and an assassination weapon capable of draining an opponent's blood. A mysterious rope also appeared, and it was explained that the item looked like a belt but would transform into a whip when swung. A ring then appeared, and it was revealed to be the ring of the Black Mage who had transformed into a monster. The ring contained magic that could summon black smoke to obscure vision. Lord Swetelga then slapped Johannites firmly on the shoulder and exclaimed that the kid was truly something else. He remarked that while other knights avoided magic tools like the plague and called them cursed, this particular person did not hesitate to use every mystery he found. With his mouth covered in beer, Johann Eitz burst into laughter. Stefan Abner laughed loudly and greeted Johann, calling him his lord of the castle. He excitedly slapped Johann Eitz hard on the back and told him that they had gotten Hindcut back thanks to him and that he really liked him. He then added that, by the way, he did not think he needed to give Johann the taxation rights anymore. As soon as Stefan said this, Shuka, Dyke, and Lord Swetelga stared at him in confusion. Johann Eitz angrily demanded to know what the hell Stefan meant by that. Stefan calmly explained that it turned out he could not simply give the taxation rights away on a whim. He said that in order to grant them, he needed permission from the head of House Abner, his mother, as well as the next person in line, Ulrika. Images of Countess Abner and Ulrika Abner then appeared. Stefan explained that Ulrika was apparently about to die on the battlefield because she had been captured after invading Saint-Dardieu. Since Ulrika was a prisoner, there was no way to obtain her permission, which meant that there was simply no way for him to give Johann those rights. Johann said nothing, and merely turned away. Stefan hugged his bottle of alcohol and exclaimed that, thanks to Johann, he had gotten Hindcut back, did not have to give up the taxes, and would even see Ulrika, who had been after his life, die. He happily concluded that it was a total win-win situation and called it a truly beautiful night for Johann. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Johann Eitz charged forward and punched Stefan Abner mercilessly. Stefan groaned in pain and gasped for breath before clutching his face and incredulously asking whether Johann had actually hit him. He then angrily demanded to know how Johann dared to hit him, adding that even his own mother had never laid a hand on him. Johann shouted back that it was because Stefan was a spoiled brat. He asked whether Stefan really thought any human being could amount to anything without a little discipline. Johann then insisted that Stefan had really needed that lesson. Stefan trembled and hurriedly agreed, promising that he would give Johann the taxation rights he wanted, and begging him not to be angry. He even promised that, even if his sister died, he would keep pestering his mother until she finally said yes. Johann gave him no response and merely narrowed his eyes with a deeply displeased expression. He then angrily ground his teeth and called Stefan a complete scumbag. Johann suddenly lost his temper again, grabbed Stefan by the collar, and demanded to know whether Stefan was actually wishing for his own family's death simply so that he could have things easy. He furiously asked whether Stefan had lost his mind and whether his family was nothing more than a burden to him. Johann then shouted directly into Stefan's face, demanding to know what noble bastards like them even thought family was. Stefan suddenly began to cry, looking utterly stunned by Johann's words. Johann then abruptly turned around and shouted for Goiden, asking where Goiden had said Ulrika was. Confused, Goiden stammered that she was in Saint-Dardieu, Sir Johann. Johann Eitz immediately ordered that he was heading there right away and instructed everyone else to wrap things up there and follow him. The soldiers immediately acknowledged his command. As soon as he had given the order, Johann mounted his horse and raced away into the night. Furious, he clutched his chest and cursed that the subjugation had only just ended, yet he had to head to another battlefield simply to get his taxes. Tears of frustration streamed down Johann Eitz's face as he lamented that his wandering life seemed like it would never stop. With that, Johann Eitz rode alone through the night in great haste,